I transmigrated into a strawman NPC in a game, only to realize hundreds of billions of strawmen are killed by players daily. If I die in this game world, I'll truly vanish forever. Fortunately, I can level up by killing players, evolving not just into a Lord tier strawman but even an ancient fear strawman. But right now, I'm just a weak XP fodder, no bountiful harvest skills, no murder of crows storm. Luckily, this spot is quite remote. Just as I was about to hide in the grass, an excited voice rang out behind me. Honey, hurry, killing these 3 strawmen will level us up. A female player and her handsome partner charged over, while I trembled in fear because one of those 3 strawmen was me. The male player raised his wooden sword and struck one strawman. Sweetheart, come here, let's focus this one first. I didn't want to draw the attention of these 2 newbies, so I shuffled my skinny legs slowly, moving about 5 or 6 meters away. By then, the first strawman brother had heroically fallen as cannon fodder, and the second naturally took his place. Instinctively, I quickened my pace, but wild monsters can't stray more than 10 meters from their spawn point. Was this just sending me to my death? Just then, a notification chimed in my mind. System activated. Player panel unlocked. Partial wild monster restrictions lifted. Was this the golden finger of my transmigration? Before I could study it further, the 2 newbies had already taken down the second strawman and were now eyeing me hungrily. Honey, chase it. This mutated strawman might drop epic gear, even as newbies. Their movement speed far outpaced mine. I cursed my slow legs. A sharp pain shot through me as the male player's wooden sword landed a hit. 9 more strikes, and I'd be saying goodbye to this world for good. In my despair, a large group of strawmen suddenly spawned in the clearing ahead. Gritting through the pain, I rushed into the crowd, hoping to disappear in the sea of strawmen. But the female player shouted, Honey, the one with the incomplete health bar is it? I thought, this girl's no noob, she's a seasoned gamer. A quick glance revealed about a dozen strawmen, making this a strong farming spot. Due to the newbie protection mechanic, low-level wild monsters like strawmen wouldn't actively attack players. At this moment, the handsome player raised his wooden sword and charged forward, already envisioning the glorious scene of rare equipment dropping everywhere. However, his swing missed as I dodged to the side, causing him to hit another strawman instead. He lunged forward again, only to strike yet another scapegoat strawman. After several attempts, every one of his attacks was blocked by other strawmen. Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to the severity of the situation. The strawmen he had just attacked were now surrounding him, their thin arms reaching out to grab him. Nearby, the female player called out worriedly, Honey, are you okay? Do you need help? A man never says no, the handsome player declared with bravado, waving his hand. Don't worry, babe, just cheer for me from the sidelines. I'll get you a full set of top-tier gear in no time. At this point, the handsome player was engaged in a clumsy brawl with several strawmen. Their combined attacks alone couldn't possibly defeat him, so I couldn't just wait passively. I had to take the initiative. I began striking from behind, prompting the player to frantically slash backward though. Of course, he only hit other strawmen. Before long, I had arranged over a dozen strawmen to swarm him. Watching his health bar plummet, the handsome player finally snapped back to reality and gulped down 3 healing potions, but his health continued to drop. The female player could no longer stand by and rushed in with her wooden sword, shouting, Honey, hold on, I'm coming to save you. But she was too late. The handsome player's health bar had already turned a dangerous red. Just then, his health dwindled to a pitiful 2 points. Standing a short distance away, I, the strawman, stretched out my scrawny arm and swiped at him. With a tearing sound, his health finally hit 0. He let out a final scream before transforming into a glowing soul orb hovering above the ground. At the same time, a system notification echoed in my mind. Successfully killed player brother revered by all. Experience +5. Level +1. I could actually gain experience and level up by killing players. My initial 10 HP had now increased to 30, and my attack, defense, and other stats had also improved. Meanwhile, a flash of white light appeared before the female player as the soul orb vanished. The handsome player had respawned back in town. The revival point in the beginner's village wasn't far, just a few minutes run from here. At this moment, the female player obediently sat on the ground, humming a little tune leisurely. How could I possibly let this opportunity slip? I had to take advantage of the male player's absence and eliminate her too. Quietly, I crept up behind her and reached out with my 2 scrawny arms to grab her from behind. The female player cried out in pain and jumped up. She couldn't wait for her hubby to return. This mutated Scarecrow actually dared to attack her first? She was determined to teach it a lesson. If she could drop some top-tier gear, her hubby would surely be thrilled. Immediately, she swung her wooden sword at me, and a -1 floated above my head. After exchanging a few blows with the female player, it was clear she had maxed out her aggro on me. I decided to pull the same trick again, stepping back and hiding behind another unlucky Scarecrow. The enraged female player didn't care. She just swung her sword wildly. As I darted around, I had already dragged 5 scarecrows into the fray as accomplices. By now, the female player realized something was wrong and tried to flee. But how could I let her escape? I stepped forward, blocking her retreat. Under the combined attacks of 6 scarecrows, her health bar plummeted visibly. Seizing the perfect moment, I delivered the final blow, and she, too, turned into a soul orb. Killing the female player earned me 5 EXP. I needed 10 EXP to reach level 3, so I still had to take down one more player. I couldn't let them team up and farm me, or I'd be doomed. With that in mind, I scurried away on my scarecrow's spindly legs. After a short while, I spotted a player wielding a wooden sword in the scarecrow zone. His health bar was red, his HP nearly depleted. He chugged a healing potion, then pulled 2 scarecrows to attack. Seeing his precarious health, I grew tempted. Sneaking up behind him, I lashed out with my scrawny hands. A 2 damage number floated above his head. While he stood there bewildered, I struck again, emptying his health bar in an instant. He collapsed, turning into a soul orb. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend why a beginner's own mob like a scarecrow would attack him on its own. Then, I heard the familiar system notification: successfully killed player, call me the strongest wave. EXP plus 5. Level plus 1. Current level 3, promoted to Elite Scarecrow. Appearance slightly altered. Gained Elite Scarecrow exclusive skill, Rend. I quickly opened my player panel and saw my HP had risen to 120. From now on, these fresh out of tutorial newbies would pose little threat to me. But I knew all too well, if I ran into high-level players, I'd be instantly obliterated. To survive, I had to become stronger than every player in the game. After farming several players in the wild, I successfully leveled up to 5. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind: congratulations, host, you've reached level 5. The world channel function is now unlocked. I immediately opened the number 12 beginner village channel, where discussions about the elite scarecrow were buzzing. Has anyone noticed? An elite level scarecrow has appeared in the scarecrow zone. Its attacks are brutal. It took me down in just 2 or 3 hits. Yeah, same here. I encountered it too. It's terrifying. It one-shot me instantly. I ran into it as well. That elite scarecrow is no joke. Its attacks are downright merciless. I suggest we all team up to take down this elite scarecrow. I bet it'll drop some top-tier loot. The hunt for the elite scarecrow officially began. But little did they know, the scarecrow could actually see their chat, meaning their entire plan was laid bare before their target. More and more players joined the search for the elite scarecrow, making it harder for me to hide. Soon, a leveling player spotted my location as the elite scarecrow and posted the coordinates in the game chat. Excited, other players rushed toward the spot. This was a level 2 player. He cautiously approached me, raising his wooden sword to strike. With my current defense stat at 7, his pitiful attack couldn't even break through, dealing only the mandatory 1 point of damage. Though the game hadn't been live for long, I'd once been a player myself before transmigrating into this scarecrow. I knew newbies only got better gear and their first defensive skill at level 3, when their power would spike. Before reaching level 3, players could hardly threaten me as I was now. Of course, their current swarm tactic might just overwhelm me through sheer numbers. Therefore, Joe Mo was also anxious in his heart and was not willing to be slowed down by this player and fall into the surroundings of many players. In his mind, he was secretly calculating that a level 2 player's blood is 40 points, and his defense is 2 points, and now his attack power is 12 points. As long as he attacked first, and then immediately used the tear skill, he could completely kill the opponent before they could react. 10. As soon as he thought of it, Joe Mo really went out and grabbed this player, directly causing 10 points of damage. Then, without waiting for the player to react, he immediately used the tear skill that had been upgraded to level 3. 10. 10. 10. A series of 3 damage numbers instantly jumped up, and without even needing to trigger the bleeding effect, the player collapsed with an ah and turned into a soul point of light. Successfully killed player. I'm very powerful, plus 10 experience value. Current experience value, 2080. And at this time, on the chat channel of the 12th Novice Village, Brother 10,000 Admiration only sent out a message. Brother, you must be careful, don't be careless, that elite level scarecrow has an explosive attack skill, you have to pay attention to the blood bar at all times. I'm awesome, bro, you didn't say so earlier, I'm on the ground now. Wolf Smoke extreme kill, brother don't worry, we'll be there soon to avenge you. I'm very mighty chose to go back to town to revive, while Joe Mo hurriedly walked to the side. However, he clearly saw that there were already a lot of players rushing over in places that weren't very far away. With his current position, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape the encirclement before the many players closed in. He gritted his teeth and almost wanted to fight with these players. But after a moment, he calmed down. If it was just these level 2 players, he wasn't very scared. With his current attributes, even if there were more level 2 players, they might not be able to really surround and kill him. But who could guarantee that within these players, there were no level 3, or even level 3 plus players. Once one was up against those players, it would be impossible for one to be as relaxed as he was now. Players could resurrect indefinitely, but they only had one life. Players could fight at will, but they had to plan and move steadily. Looking at the many players that had appeared in his field of vision, he had a sudden thought in his mind and tried to input a message into the chat channel. JOMO, everyone hurry up, I saw that elite level Scarecrow, it's now gone to coordinates 23453566764. Time and you are moldy, this Scarecrow is too cunning, it's too able to walk. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill, thanks bro, help watch it a bit, we'll be right over. JOMO, alright. Looking at the message on the chat channel, JOMO looked shocked. He couldn't imagine that he, who was a wild monster, would be able to speak on a player's chat channel. In this way, things would be interesting. In the midst of his gaze, he saw numerous players turning their direction and rushing towards the coordinate location he had just mentioned. If the Scarecrow's face could have an expression, JOMO felt that the expression on his own face right now must be very smug. Chapter 16 Group of 3. Soon, the many players arrived at the location pointed out by JOMO. However, while there were certainly quite a few Scarecrows at this location, that elite level Scarecrow was still nowhere to be seen. The chat channel instantly became lively again. Time and you are moldy, that brother named JOMO, didn't you say that the elite level Scarecrow was here, why is it missing? My lens won't shake, yeah brother, you can't be kidding us. JOMO, who was hiding far away at this time, secretly snickered and also typed in a message on the chat channel, brothers, you're too late, I was going to stop and not let that elite level Scarecrow go, but who knows that its attack is too high, and all of a sudden it killed me back in the city. Had I known I wouldn't have gotten involved in this. Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill, brother don't be discouraged, or thank you, you go back to town and resurrect and come back again, according to the contribution of the monsters we fight, we'll assign you the same equipment. JOMO ignored the other party's promise of a blank check and silently moved away from the coordinate location he had just mentioned. At this time, on the chat channel, Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill suddenly spoke up again, brothers, I don't think this is the way to go, this elite level Scarecrow is too capable of running, I suggest that we split into a group of 3, and when we encounter an elite level Scarecrow, we will send out the coordinates directly, and then start fighting. He slowed down and added, the 3 of us will take turns carrying it, along with getting high on medicine to regain blood, we will definitely be able to hold out until the group arrives. Good, I agree. I also agree. Agreed. On the chat channel, one by one, the players accepted Wolf Smoke Extreme Kill's proposal and immediately implemented it according to this plan. JOMO sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that although he was able to send messages on the chat channel to disrupt the audience, it was ultimately not a long-term solution. The players would eventually find a way to deal with it, and with such a large number of players in this area, it was almost possible to carpet search the area even if they were split into groups of 3. Since they couldn't hide, they could only face them directly. He could delay for a while, but not for a lifetime. Among the many players, there would always be those who were too lazy to participate and buried their heads in leveling, and once those guys reached level 3 or above, his own situation would become very difficult. So he made up his mind and typed in the chat channel, hello everyone, I've resurrected and am now at coordinates 4245, 3245, are there any nearby brothers willing to come and team up with me? As soon as he sent out this message, someone immediately answered on the chat channel. Misty Sorrow, I just went back to the city too, and I just happened to be in the neighborhood now, brothers wait for me to come over count me in as a team. Tilting a world and other people, I'm also in the neighborhood, now immediately come over, brother leave me a place. JOMO, okay, I'll wait for you guys to come over, just the 3 of us to form a squad. Soon, a figure appeared in JOMO's field of vision. And in the other direction, there was likewise a figure coming quickly. It was the 2 people who had just made an appointment with JOMO on the chat channel. JOMO carefully hid himself in a group of ordinary scarecrows, which was basically not easy to spot if one was just passing by in a hurry and didn't probe carefully. The 2 quickly arrived at the location of the coordinates JOMO had mentioned. Mist like sorrow, brother where are you people, both of us have arrived. JOMO, you guys are running fast, I'll be there soon too, you guys wait a bit longer. The 2 then stopped where they were. It was at this time that they noticed the group of scarecrows nearby. Bro, do you want to fight 2 scarecrows while you're waiting for someone and get up some experience? Misty Sorrow asked towards Tilted One and the other one. But before he could wait for a reply from Tilted One and the others, a scarecrow had already come out from the group of scarecrows and attacked him with a hiss. 10. Holy, it's that elite level scarecrow, we're so damn lucky. Sure it's luck? One person, including Tilted One, who hadn't said anything, replied back at this time and rushed up, blocking the elite class Scarecrow's second attack on behalf of Foggy Sorrow. 10. At this point, both players were left with 30 points of blood each. Bro, thanks a lot. Misty Sorrow thanked him while pouring down a bottle of gold sorpil. Joe Mo looked at the two people who almost simultaneously poured down the gold sorpil and secretly nodded in his heart. These two guys were teamed up for the first time, but they could not have imagined that their cooperation would be so tacit. What Tilted One and the other one were thinking in their hearts, of course Joe Mo understood. He was worried that after he suppressed Misty Sorrow's bloodline, he would use explosive skills to kill him in seconds, so he stepped forward to share the damage and give Misty Sorrow the time to get high and recover. If it was his pre-level 5 self, there was nothing wrong with his approach, and he was indeed able to cause quite a bit of trouble for himself. The problem was, now that he had leveled up to 5, and his tear skill had been raised to level 3, it would be useless for them to use this method. He looked at the two people in front of him and smiled in his heart as he once again struck out a normal attack at Tilted One and the other one. 10. Even though Tilting One World and the other one had just poured down a bottle of golden sorpil, they were still a bit short of being completely full-blooded at this point, and after taking this hit, their blood levels still dropped to 27 points. Tilting One World and other people were greatly alarmed in their hearts, and immediately poured down another bottle of golden sorpil. However, all of this was in vain. Jomo's normal attack was followed by the tear skill. As an elite Scarecrow, his normal attack interval was 1.5 seconds, but there was no restriction on the skills that could be used after a normal attack. Tilted One and the others had no time to react at all. 10. 10. 10. 3 damage numbers jumped up, and Tilting One World and one other person instantly called out and fell to the ground, turning into a soul light spot. Chapter 17, almost there. Tilted One and the other one didn't expect that they would still be killed in seconds. He now realized that these players of his own had still underestimated that elite grade Scarecrow. Its attack and burst output was far beyond what these players of his own had expected. Since he had already become a soul point of light, he didn't bother worrying about his teammates and directly took this opportunity to enter his current coordinate location on the chat channel. And at the same time, he was asking questions. That brother named Joemo, where have you gotten to? We've run into an elite level Scarecrow. I'm already lying down and another brother is still holding up, so hurry up and take over. Brothers in other positions, also hold on tight. Brothers hold on, I'm not far away. Very close. Several squads of players gave replies, and it was obvious that they weren't too far away from here. At this time, Joe Mo sensed that the Misty Sorrow in front of him was obviously a bit negative, and would probably beat a retreat the next moment. Anyway, the tear skill was still on cooldown, so he simply stopped his normal attacks and opened the chat channel, entering a message in it. Joe Mo, don't worry, I'm almost there, I'll be right there to pick up the slack, cheers to the rest of you. Hearing such words, Misty Sorrow immediately dispelled the idea of retreating. Moreover, he suddenly realized that the elite level Scarecrow suddenly looked like it was stupid, and even stood frozen, never launching an attack again. He was overjoyed in his heart, no longer wanting to retreat, and while attacking with the wooden sword in his hand, he got high on medicine to replenish his blood bar to full. Soon, 5 seconds passed. Jomo's tear skill had once again cooled down. He typed another message on the chat channel, I'm here, brother, hold on a little longer, I'll be right there to pick up the slack. After saying these words, he directly sent out a normal attack, and then used the tear skill in the process. 10. 10. 10. 10. The 4 damage numbers jumped up almost in unison, and the player in front of him was directly killed in seconds, with no chance to react. For a level 5 player, as long as the tear skill had completed its cooldown, a level 2 player would be directly killed in a set of seconds, without any reasoning at all. Foggy Sorrow, who had turned into a soul point of light, was in a daze, his heart was overwhelmed, and he asked in the chat channel, brother, where are you, how many times have you been here? Is it going to take so long? After saying this, he was no longer in the mood and directly chose to go back to the city to revive. And before him, that Tilted One World and one other person had also gone back to the city to resurrect long ago. Anyway, players nowadays don't have resurrection skills, so it's useless to wait here, it's better to go back to the city to resurrect and come over earlier. Joe Mo, brother I'm here, where are you? Ah, elite level Scarecrow, attack is so high, I'm dead too. And at this time, Misty Sorrow, who had already returned to the city to resurrect, was flooded with inexplicable pleasure in his heart. Humph, let you report the coordinates carelessly, let us meet the elite level Scarecrow. Humph, let you half a day do not gather, let us first dive under the Scarecrow. Humph, now it's finally over, you yourself died under the Scarecrow. Jomo naturally did not know the dark thoughts of this player brother. He pretended to die under the elite level Scarecrow, so as to avoid meeting with other players. As long as he didn't meet up with other players, he could continue to use this identity on the chat channel. At this time, he looked at the other players that appeared in his field of vision and made an important decision in his heart. After killing the 2 players just now, his experience had now reached 4080, and he only needed to harvest another 40 experience points to level up again. Level 2 players were able to provide 10 points of experience, which meant that he needed to kill 4 more players if he wanted to upgrade. Now that the player's encirclement was becoming more and more severe, it was no longer the best option for him to still want to develop slowly. Once he waited for the players in the novice village to level up in large numbers, he would meet a tragic end. It was time to let loose and have a wave of bravery. Looking at the trio that had already arrived in front of him, he let out a cold smile in the bottom of his heart and directly greeted them. With the tear skill ready to go, along with a normal attack, he was completely capable of killing a level 2 player in seconds. This time, Scarecrow didn't run. Everyone, come on, our squad will stall him first. This squad approached while sending out a message on the chat channel first. Jomo ignored it and directly struck out at one of them. 10. A normal attack went down and this player immediately dropped 10 points of blood. For him who only had a blood cap of 40 points, this was already a terrifying attack. The other 2 players rushed to attack Jomo, while the injured one stepped back a little. However, contrary to what they thought, the elite Scarecrow in front of them didn't shift its attack target to them, but continued to chase after them and attack the injured player. Tear was unleashed. 310 damage numbers floated up in an instant, and the player didn't even grunt as he fell to the ground and was transformed into a point of soul light. Successfully killed player 10 years to grind a bitch, experience value plus 10. Current experience value, 5080. 1. Jomo gave a cold silent thought in the bottom of his heart and immediately launched an attack on another player. These players thought that with 3 people together, they could take turns pulling hate, and it had to be said that they thought wrong. If they were dealing with ordinary wild monsters, this strategy of theirs was correct. However, Jomo was no ordinary wild monster. Before he crossed over into a wild monster, he was a player himself, with the mindset of being a human. How could this little thought of the players affect him? He would only follow his own thoughts and focus on breaking them down one by one. Chapter 18, Backing Off Early. After killing one player, Jomo followed up with an attack on the second player. At this time, a large group of players was arriving, and he was very nervous inside. At this time, it was already difficult to solve the problem by escaping, and if one wanted to survive, then the only way to do so was to forge ahead and work hard to upgrade. He was still 30 experience points short of upgrading to level 6, and even if he killed the remaining 2 people in this group, the experience value would still not be enough. He had already decided to treat this location as his decisive place. The 2 remaining people in the group in front of him were also a bit torn at this time. They really didn't expect that the 3 people in their group who surrounded them would still let this elite grade Scarecrow kill one in seconds. It was one thing for an elite grade Scarecrow to have a high attack, but to be able to directly kill someone in seconds was a completely different situation. A high attack could still be sustained by getting high on medicine to regain blood, but a direct second kill would be out of the question. They were in the middle of a tangle when another member of the group arrived. The 2 were overjoyed and both voiced out, "Brothers, come on, surround it." Together with the 3 new arrivals, 5 people surrounded Jomo. By this time, the mood of these players gradually stabilized. And at this time, the one who was equally happy was Jomo, who was an elite level Scarecrow. The 5 people surrounding him looked as if they were under a bit of pressure, but in fact, there was no way they could pose much of a threat to him at all. This was because these 5 players, all of them were level 2. With their pathetic level 2 attack power, they couldn't even break Jomo's defense, and could only deal 1 point of force damage. With their attack speed, the 5 of them together could only deal a total of 5 points of damage to Jomo in a second, and with Jomo's current 200 points of blood, it was enough for them to fight for half a day. If they fought to the death and didn't retreat, with Jomo's attack power, it would be enough to clean up all of these guys. Soon, 5 seconds had passed, and the tear skill had finished cooling down. This meant that Jomo had the capital to kill another player in seconds. He didn't bother to pick one, and directly used the tear skill on the current target, and the player was turned into a soul point of light without any surprises. Jomo's experience value increased by 10 points. At this time, there were only 20 experience points left to upgrade to level 6. There were only 4 players left who were still besieging. "Bro, hold on, reinforcements are gradually coming." In the next 5 seconds, the tear skill was used again, and another player turned into white light. Current experience value 70-80. It was just short of the last 10 points of experience to upgrade to level 6. However, at this time, another squad arrived and joined the fray. At this time, Jomo's blood bar also dropped a bit, having been worn down by a full 45 points of blood. It had to be said that a crowded player was indeed able to have some impact on him. The 3 players that were left, plus the 3 new players, there were a full 6 players attacking Jomo. After 4 seconds passed, Jomo was knocked down another 24 points of blood. By this time, even with 200 points of blood, he had been knocked off a small half of his blood bar. Fortunately, he only needed to wait 1 more second for the tear skill to cool down, then he would be able to kill another person and gain experience to level 6. At that time, his blood level would be back to full, and his attributes should increase a bit more. However, when he was about to use the tear skill on his current target, he realized that the target had actually retreated ahead of time, leaving his attack range. The tear skill that he wanted to use lost its target for a while, and with the remaining few people holding him back, he couldn't go after them, and could only watch as the player recovered to a full state of blood from the medication. At the same time, that player also laughed. I figured out this guy's attack routine, it has an explosive attack skill, the cooldown time should be 5 seconds. Looking at the besieged elite Scarecrow, he gloated, as long as we're not full-blooded when this skill comes out, it'll be able to kill us in seconds, but as long as we step on the timing and back off in advance, he won't be able to do anything about it. The other players came to a realization and were also alerted. It had to be said that Jomo was somewhat impressed with that player. Surprisingly, he was a technical stream player, and had seen some of his own details in such a short period of time. And at this time, heavy figures had been seen rushing over in all directions. The player hordes had arrived. Chapter 19 Leader Class Scarecrow. As far as the eye could see, group after group of players rushed forward. Each group had 3 players, and there were no less than a dozen player groups rushing over at this point. Jomo's heart couldn't help but get anxious. He looked at the few people who were surrounding him and let out a cold laugh. Outrageous, you're still here to show me how to operate? Die. Tier was activated. Tier LV3, consumes 5 mana, instantly launches 3 attacks, inflicts 3 100% of attack power damage, 70% chance of bleeding effect, reduces life value by 4 points per second, duration, 5 seconds. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Instantly 3 10 damage numbers floated up, and after those 3 damage numbers, that player also felt a slight numbing pain in his body. 4. Another damage number floated up. Damn, this burst skill will also continue to drop blood. The player was horrified, shocked by the bleeding effect of Tier. Of course, as a player's basic education, he still poured himself a bottle of gold sore pill with a trembling hand. If Jomo hadn't followed him closely, there would have been no fault in his maneuver. The crux of the problem was that he was slightly slower to retreat because of the shock of the bleeding effect. It was just a fraction of a second, but it was the difference between life and death. Jomo's current movement speed was already not inferior to these novice players, and when the other party's reaction was slightly worse, he had already followed closely, and another normal attack struck out. 10. An unusual damage number floated up, causing an unusual result, and at this point in time, it was enough to empty that player's blood bar. As the player was killed and turned into white light, a beep sounded in Jomo's heart. Successfully killed player brother, lonely and wounded. Experience value plus 10. Level up plus 1. Current level 6. Current experience value, 0-160. This time, the prompts sounded non-stop. Conditions reached, level up within this race, promoted to leader level Scarecrow. Conditions reached, level up within this race, promoted to leader level Scarecrow. Race appearance gained a slight change. Racial appearance has been slightly altered. Racial appearance has been slightly altered. Race appearance has been slightly altered. Gained the King's Fate talent, which is unique to the leader level Scarecrow, quintupling their life value and increasing their automatic life recovery. Gained Clan Guardian, which automatically summons 4 elite Scarecrows and 20 normal Scarecrows when their life value is half depleted. Gained Clan Guardian, which is a unique talent of a leader level monster. Gained Berserk, when life value drops to 20%, it automatically enters Berserk state, doubling its attributes and attacking at range for 10 seconds. Tier skill advanced to Crow Pecking, consumes 15 mana, summons a flock of crows to peck at the target, inflicting a total of 20-40% pecking damage to a small area of the target, with a 50% chance of inflicting a hemorrhaging effect, deducting 5 points of life value per second, duration, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, stackable. Skill cooldown time, 5 seconds. At this time, Joe Mo was simply excited in his heart. He had thought that he would have some boosts when he upgraded to level 6, but he hadn't expected that the boosts would be this big after upgrading to level 6. He had even reached the conditions for intra-racial advancement, directly advancing from an elite Scarecrow to a leader Scarecrow. Joe Mo knew very well that although it was only a stage within the race, what it represented was not simply a small stage. He understood that if an elite level monster was considered a mini-boss in the monster population, then the leader level would be considered the final boss in the population. Of course, the game had only been open for 2 weeks when he crossed into a wild monster, and he wasn't sure what was going on at the back of the game, but at least at this stage, a chieftain-level wild monster was not something that the players who were rushing up right now could easily deal with. Generally speaking, if you wanted to raid a leader-level wild monster, you had to have a whole big guild of people actively preparing for battle and cooperating well together. It was basically a fool's errand for a random roadside team like this to raid a leader-level wild monster. Of course, with the weight of these level 2 players, even if they cooperated well, it was impossible for them to pose a threat to the current him. The difference in strength was simply too great. Seeing that those players were still some distance away, Joe Mo ignored the few players that were attacking him and directly opened his personal panel. Name, Joe Mo. Race, Scarecrow Leader. Level, 6. Life value, 750 King's Destiny. Magic value, 100. Attack power, 20. Defense, 10. At the bottom, some of the attack speeds, agility, evasion and such, all had some slight increases from earlier. However, for the novice village's bottom tier of wild monsters, agility and evasion will not be of much use for the time being. Newbie village players' various aspects of the comprehensive strength is not too high, so the game design, temporarily do not consider in the newbie village wild monsters to add too much attack speed, agility, dodge blitz, and other things. But the current Joe Mo was also already too strong for words. Closing his personal attribute panel, Joe Mo looked at the 5 players who were still attacking him and smiled coldly in his heart. At this time, the 5 players were still only able to inflict the mandatory 1 damage on themselves, and these 5 players were able to inflict a total of 5 points of damage on themselves per second, and with the addition of the leader-level King's Fate, they were not even able to catch up with their own blood recovery speed. These ants can't bite this elephant anymore. Joe Mo didn't wait too long and directly cast the skill he had just acquired. Flock Crow Pecking was activated. Chapter 20 Crow Peck. The Crow Pecking skill advanced from tier was a ranged attack skill that could deal 20-40% total pecking damage to a small range of targets. At this time, when Joe Mo used Crow Pecking, the 5 players saw many dark crows suddenly appear in the air, pecking at them. 6. A large number of damage numbers floated up. The single damage factor of crow pecking was a bit low. After deducting the player's defense, each peck could only deal 6 points of damage. The crow's peck could deal a total of 20 damage, divided equally among the 5 players. Each of them took 4 damage. So each player takes 4 6 is equal to 24 points of damage. Compared to the original tear skill, this flock crow pecking is actually a bit weaker for the instantaneous burst damage of a single person. Although the 5 players were shocked by the large damage numbers, they were relieved when they saw that their own blood bars had only dropped by more than half. However, they were still relieved too soon. In addition to the instantaneous damage of this pecking attack, flock crow pecking, like the previous tear skill, could cause a bleeding effect. Moreover, unlike the tear skill, the bleeding effect caused by flock crow pecking could be stacked. Each of them had just taken 4 damage, and with a 50% chance of bleeding, almost all of them had triggered the bleeding effect more than twice. 10. 15. 15. Of the 5 players, 3 had triggered the bleeding effect twice, stacking up to a blood loss of 10 points a second. And there were 2 who were even worse, with the obvious Ouyang attribute that allowed them to successfully trigger the bleeding effect 3 times, stacking up to a blood loss of 15 points a second. Those 2 players watched as their blood bars jumped, instantly dropping from 16 points remaining to just 1 point. They both fumbled with their hands and poured down 2 or 3 bottles of gold sore pill. However, these low-grade gold sore pills they used were not instantly restorative and required a certain slow recovery time. Right in front of Joe Mo, they watched as the speed of their blood recovery was no match for the bleeding effect that had stacked 3 layers, and in the next second, they were directly emptied of their blood bars by the bleeding effect. With 2 flashes of white light, these 2 players unsurprisingly turned into soul points of light. With 20 experience points credited, Jomo's experience value now reached 2160. The remaining 3 players did not fare well either, although they were only stacked with 2 layers of bleeding effect. The speed of their blood loss still exceeded the speed at which the gold sorpill recovered. Joe Mo wasn't polite with them and directly stepped forward to strike with a normal attack. 18. The unlucky one of the 3 who was selected instantly turned into a soul light point, and Joe Mo got another 10 experience points. There were only 2 players left. The player hordes were already very close, and these 2 had already lost the will to fight and turned to run. Unfortunately, now that he was a leader-level Scarecrow, Joe Mo's movement speed was no longer a shortcoming, and he wasn't going to be kited by these novice village players. He proceeded to chase after them and collected one with another normal attack. But the other fled in the opposite direction, and he really couldn't chase after it either. However, after meditating on the time, he wasn't worried. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, the system's beep sounded. Successfully killed player Dragon Palace Overlord, experience value plus 10. Although this player escaped Joe Mo's attack range, but the golden sorpill response was interrupted while running, and he was directly harvested by 2 layers of bleeding effect, which was what he deserved. As of this moment, these 2 player groups were beaten by Joe Mo in a group. The large group of players was only 20 meters away. Joe Mo was able to see the faces of the other players. However, he wasn't in a hurry and first took stock of his gains. Name, Joe Mo. Race, Scarecrow leader. Level, 7. Current experience value, 4160. Remaining skill points, 1. Damn, in my haste just now, I forgot that there was still a skill point unused. Anyway, there was only 1 skill, so Joe Mo didn't dwell on it and directly added it to crow pecking. Crow pecking LV2, consumes 15 mana, summons a flock of crows to peck at a target, inflicts 20-50% pecking damage to a small range of targets, 60% chance of causing a bleeding effect, reducing life value by 6 points per second, duration 10 seconds, stackable. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. After upgrading to LV2, flock crow pecking looked a lot more powerful than the original. If he had LV2 flock crow pecking, it might have been easier to clean up those guys. By this time, a large group of players had already surrounded Joe Mo. Their gazes landed on Joe Mo's body, and all of a sudden, they became a bit puzzled. This one isn't an elite level Scarecrow, but an alpha level? It was at this moment that a message came over the chat channel. Dragon Palace Overlord, everyone be careful, this is a Scarecrow that evolves. Before it was an elite level, it upgraded to a chief level after killing a player. Not bad, this leader's attack is terrifying, several of us were all killed by it in one go. Looking at the messages on the chat channel, Joe Mo was somewhat helpless. Brother, you also blew it too much. When did I kill several of you in seconds at once? It clearly took a lot of effort, right? Wolfsmoke extreme kill. Well, thanks to the brothers for the information. Let's surround this leader first, there's no rush. Since we can't beat this leader at level 2, let's just practice on this side and upgrade while keeping an eye on it. Time and you are moldy, Wolfsmoke is right, when we get to level 3 and change our equipment and learn the skills, this thing won't be a handful. Call me the strongest backwave, makes sense, let's do it, this Scarecrow will evolve, maybe it can pop out growth type extreme equipment, we must not miss it. Watching the big guys discussing how to deal with themselves on the chat channel, Joe Mo had to sigh, their calculations were indeed loud and clear. The premise was that he was really a native Scarecrow wild monster. Unfortunately, he possessed a brain that wasn't inferior to the big guys, and was able to see their planned arrangements from beginning to end on the chat channel, so how could he be foolish enough to wait for death? You guys don't come and mess with me and that's the end of it? Know what it means to take the initiative? Chapter 21 Level 3 Players. A large group of level 2 players scattered right around the leader level Scarecrow, each looking for some ordinary Scarecrows to practice on. They had already discussed that they would take this opportunity to level up to level 3, use all the skills and equipment in the newbie packs, and only then would they come to deal with the leader level Scarecrow. Looking at the many players going their own way, Joe Mo secretly shook his head in his heart. These guys, it had to be said that the idea was very good, but unfortunately, it was impossible for himself to let them level in peace. Of course he could not stop everyone, but on the rare occasion that he had concentrated so many level 2 players together, if he did not harvest a wave, how could he afford their hard work of convening? He directly saw a player closest to him and rushed up, his skills coming straight out. Flock crow pecking was originally a small range attack skill, but when used against a single person, its power became terrifying. What would be the result of 20 damage fully applied to one person? 8. The 20 damage numbers that almost overlapped together instantly spiked out, dealing tons of damage to this player. The player who couldn't withstand the tons of damage was naturally defenseless, and was directly turned into a point of soul light. Joe Mo, who had successfully killed this player, easily scored 10 experience points. This kind of proactive behavior of his also deeply shocked the other players. They moved a little farther away from Joe Mo, the leader-level Scarecrow. "Brothers, don't be afraid of it, we can resurrect but it can't, there are more of us, let's see who can wear out who." "Right, we are novice village players anyway, there is no penalty for death, what are we afraid of?" Such words spread in the player group, but it did make some sense. The many players then stopped panicking and began to concentrate on leveling up. And the scene all of a sudden became very strange. Players tried to fight ordinary scarecrows to practice leveling, while Joe Mo went around killing players to practice leveling. It was like both sides were doing a strange kind of race. Soon, someone among the players shouted excitedly, "I'm at level 3, I'm finally at level 3. All go away, let me do it." Another player shouted like this and rushed towards Joe Mo. The number of players who upgraded to level 3 gradually became more and more. And at this time, Joe Mo, who had just killed a decent number of players in his hunt, managed to upgrade to level 7, and was still rich in 20 experience points. Looking at the few level 3 players that rushed in front of him, Joe Mo secretly frowned in his heart. Level 3 players were actually nothing to the current him, but looking at the endless stream of players who had upgraded to level 3, Joe Mo felt something was not good. Since they were able to collectively upgrade to level 3, they were naturally able to collectively upgrade to a higher level. Right now, he could still control the scene, but once the players entered a higher level, he would really be in some danger. But there was no point in thinking about it more now, as he took a closer look towards the players in front of him. Open player information viewing privilege. As Joe Mo focused his attention, the game instantly opened a new permission for him. Player name, call me strongest backwave. Occupation, none. Level, 3. Life value, 60. Magic value, 20. Attack, 6 plus 8. Defense, 3 plus 3 defense. Equipment, novice iron sword, attack, plus 8, level requirement, 3. Equipment, novice leather armor, defense, plus 3, level requirement, 3. Skill, triple stab, level requirement 3 skill, triple stab, level requirement 3. As he looked at them one by one, the information of these players was all in his eyes. However, the novice village players hadn't reached the transfer conditions yet, and between players of the same level, the attributes were basically exactly the same, so looking at one was roughly equivalent to looking at all. No wonder these guys had become arrogant in their attitude. It seemed that wearing the game's complementary novice equipment and learning novice skills had inflated them. It was necessary to help them find their beginner's heart themselves. For level 3 players rushed up, and at almost the same time, for triple stabs pierced Joe Mo's body. The triple stabs were able to deal 120% damage, and in terms of single attack factor, they were far superior to Joe Mo's flock crow pecking. With the 14 points of attack power they had now equipped with the novice iron sword, practicing to fight ordinary scarecrows was already one slash at a time. The problem was, even with the novice iron sword equipped, the attack power of these level 3 players was still a bit insufficient when facing Joe Mo today. Joe Mo's defense today had reached 14 points, and a triple stab hit only dealt him 6 points of damage. 4 players, for triple stabs, had dealt him a total of 24 points of damage. For Joe Mo, whose blood quantity had now reached 1000 points, these 24 points of damage were not even a scratch. The 4 players looked at their own high hopes of the 3 consecutive stabs skill hit out, the other party's blood bar as if it had not moved in general, still the same unfathomable, at once froze. At this time, Joe Mo did not intend to be polite with them, do not even think about it, directly as a flock of crows pecking made out. Already level 7, his attack power reached a terrifying 26 points. Even if these players put on the novice leather armor, defense has been improved, but in this kind of attack power, it still seems too fragile. 10. The 4 players, each of them took 5 dark crow pecks, and their blood bars instantly hemorrhaged, dropping from a full-blooded 60 points to a red-blooded 10 points. And that wasn't all 4 players were also stacked with the bleeding effect at least twice, and another damage number jumped up. 14. Joe Mo's crow pecking had been upgraded to LV3, and was capable of dealing 7 points of defense ignoring bleed damage a second, and after stacking it twice, it directly drained the remaining blood of these 4 players, completing the kill. Successfully killed player, call me the strongest backwave, experience value plus 15. The 4 players provided him with 60 experience points, and looking at the experience value of 8,320, Joe Mo was very satisfied in his heart. His eyes fell on the other players, and he laughed cruelly in his heart. The hunt has begun. Chapter 22: Transferring Players. More and more players reached level 3, yet it wasn't until this time that they realized that they were still thinking things too simply. Even after reaching level 3, equipping their newbie equipment and learning newbie skills, they still couldn't possibly be a match for the leader class Scarecrow. Moreover, this alpha level Scarecrow was too refined, not going to places where there were many people at all, and specializing in finding single or 2 or 3 squad players to start with. Everyone could see that the leader Scarecrow had a small range burst attack skill that could instantly kill a level 3 player. The players who were approached by it were basically not able to be spared. Later on, as soon as they saw the crows flying in the air, numerous players' scalps went numb. Although level 3 players were able to deal some damage to the leader level Scarecrows, as long as they didn't form a siege, it wouldn't mean much. Joe Mo came and went across the field, killing for a while, and was already somewhat unable to stop. It wasn't often that low-level players were gathered together like this for him to kill. This kind of opportunity didn't come along very often. However, within a short period of time, Joe Mo had hunted and killed enough experience value to raise one level again, reaching level 8. At this time, his attributes had once again improved, making it even easier to deal with these level 3 players. There were more than 100 players who had gathered here, but under his hunting, they were simply powerless. If they could surround it, they might be able to grind this Scarecrow down hard, but this Scarecrow was excessively cunning and didn't give them a chance to surround it at all. By this time, the many novice players finally recognized the truth and knew that it was impossible for them to eat that leader-level Scarecrow with just these people alone. On the game's chat channel, some people started to ask for help from the higher-level players. In fact, it wasn't as if the crowd hadn't risen to this idea in the beginning, but it was all ignored by them. First of all, they thought that this leader-level Scarecrow wasn't that powerful, and that those of them who upgraded a bit would still be able to round up and kill it successfully. Secondly, if they let the high-level players come over and lose face, even if they dropped something, they probably wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Senior players may not be able to look at this novice village boss drop thing, but who is not willing to take this risk? However, not calling it now was not an option. This leader-level Scarecrow was so powerful that it was simply not something they could tackle. At this point in time, even if they gave up on rounding up the leader-class Scarecrow, with such a fellow hunting players everywhere, they couldn't even practice at ease. I called my classmate to come over. He's a level 7 transfer player and hasn't been restricted from entering the novice village yet. I called someone as well, a level 8 thief with a great attack. At one time, 5 or 6 players contacted familiar high-level players to come over. These contacted high-level players were actually all below level 10, and basically had just changed jobs. After all, the Stardust game's setting was that players above level 10 could not enter the novice village leveling area. This is the game in order to prevent high-level players to destroy the leveling environment of the novice village, and specially set. After all, if a high-level player enters the novice village leveling area in order to bring a friend to level up, with their powerful wide-range attack skills, other players don't need to play at all, and all the wild monsters that are refreshed will be theirs in the bag. As for players below level 10, although they had completed the transfer and were much more powerful than the average novice player, in the end, they still hadn't reached the point where they were able to ravage all the wild monsters in the novice village at will, and the level of destruction to the novice village leveling area wasn't that great. Joe Mo, who was able to see the player chat channel, certainly clearly understood the situation at this time. It was as if he had been thrown a pot of cold water on his head, and his enthusiasm for hunting players subsided all of a sudden. Now that his experience had reached 3480, he was still a long way from leveling up to level 9, and it was unlikely that he would be able to level up again before those high-level players arrived. Because in his gaze, there was already a figure that had walked not far in front of him, cutting through the crowd. The permission to view the player's information was activated, and he clearly saw the other party's information. Player name, Man of Temperament. Level, 7. Occupation, Magician. There were a lot of attributes at the bottom that instantly caught his eyes. Jomo's heart jumped. The man had already smiled gently, looking at the leader-level Scarecrow in front of him and said, "A bit interesting, I can't imagine that Scarecrows also have leader levels, I didn't even realize it when I was practicing before." Greeting the gazes of the many newbie players, he stretched out a finger, gently waved it and smiled, "Don't worry, a mere Scarecrow, I'll clean it up in 2 or 3 hits." Seeing that he was holding a 30-centimeter long and short wand in his hand, he gently drew an arcane trajectory, and his mouth also recited words at the same time. Little by little, firelight began to slowly gather to the front end of the magic wand in his hand. Soon, a little bit of firelight formed a fireball as big as a human head, and flew out with a hoo sound, flying towards Joe Mo in the distance. Joe secretly shook his head. He had to say, as a low-level magic, fireball magic was a common skill for entry-level magicians. He did not complain about the game's uninspired design, because this fireball magic used against him is indeed the right medicine, very appropriate. The player named Man of Temperament was calm and relaxed, not worried. In his opinion, isn't it true that a little bit of straw is enough? Although he had only learned the most basic introductory magic, fireball, which might be a bit hard to use against other monsters, he thought it would be easy to use against scarecrows. The speed of the fireball spell was extremely fast, at least much faster than Joe's current movement speed, so it was impossible for him to avoid it. Looking at the fireball that was only 3 meters away from him, he realized helplessly that this fireball spell, he was going to get it. Chapter 23, Just a Crispy Skin. As the fireball flew, Joe had no way to avoid it, and with a poof sound, the fireball smashed right into his body. He only felt a burning pain, and his blood bar dropped by a rare amount. 67. A damage number jumped up, but fortunately, after becoming an alpha level, his fire resistance had increased a lot and he wasn't directly lit up by the fireball. Although the fireball went out in a flash, Joe was still startled. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful attack since he became a scarecrow. Before he became a scarecrow, he had actually become a transmuted player. Although he was not a magician profession, he still had some understanding of the means of a magician. Fireball was the first magic skill that a novice player could learn after switching to become a magician, and a LV1 fireball could deal 40 points of magic damage. Together with the level 7 magician player's own magic attack, and the additional magic attack on his equipment, the opponent had only directly hit himself with 67 points of damage. The fact that he was easily dealt 67 damage showed that as a scarecrow, even if he had reached the chieftain level, his magic defense was still 0. After all, as the lowest level wild monster in the novice village, the game did not design the scarecrow to be overly powerful. For the current Joe, this was bad. He ignored the fact that he was already injured and charged directly towards the opponent. The cooldown of fireball was 3 seconds, which was even shorter than his own skill cooldown, so if he didn't take care of that guy quickly, he'd definitely fall into a passive position. Although his level 8 self had 1,250 points of blood, he couldn't stand being bombarded with fireballs, and he wasn't the only transmutation player who had arrived. Ha, I really attracted the hatred. The magician player named Man of Temperament smiled triumphantly and ran directly to the side. As a magician, he ran very fast, and did not lose out to the others in the slightest. Joe's heart was very upset. It seemed that this guy as a magician also possessed skillful kite-flying skills. However, the LV1 fireball spell wasn't used to kite the alpha-level wild monsters. The fireball spell had a full second of chanting time, so maybe it wouldn't be a shortcoming to fight some small monsters, but for an alpha-level wild monster like Joe, it was a bit of a stretch. By the time he stopped to release his second fireball spell, Joe had already arrived 4 or 5 meters in front of him. 67. Another damage number floated up. Joe didn't bother about the searing pain, quickened his pace and continued to chase after the other party. Help me carry it, I'll output. Man of Quality shouted out. By this time, he also realized that he couldn't do anything to this leader monster with his normal kiting skills alone. So he addressed the many new players present. For these newbie players, wasn't using their bodies to help him stop the attack of the alpha-level scarecrow the only point of their existence? However, after his words were spoken, there were only a few who responded. Only 2 or 3 players hesitantly rushed up, raising the novice iron swords in their hands and tentatively slashing at Joe's body. But at this time, Joe was in the mood to pay attention to them, letting their iron swords slice through his body, directly crossing over these people and rushing in front of that magician player. My damage is too high, your attacks can't even pull back the hate. Man of Quality shouted in horror, seeing the leader-level scarecrow in front of him reaching out to grab himself, but he couldn't run as well as he should have. His next fireball had a 1-second cooldown. As a magician, he was extremely resistant to being attacked by a wild monster in close quarters. He knew very well that although he was a transmogrified player and had reached level 7, his life value and defense were not much better than that of a non-transmogrified player. Magicians themselves were known for their brittle skin and thin blood. The level 7 Man of Quality, at this moment, together with the introductory magician's robe he was wearing, his physical defense was only 12 points. And his life value, also very poor, only 140 points. For those level 3 novice players, his attributes were naturally considered very powerful. Even if he used his magic wand to knock against someone, he was not weak. But compared to other professions, he was a complete brittle skin. I hope that the attack power of this leader-level scarecrow is not too strong. At this time, quality man could only pray in his heart. Joemo didn't care about his prayers, he had managed to catch up with this magician player, and he had no intention of letting him go. A large group of dark crows flew in the air, group crow pecking had already been utilized, attacking the body of the quality man. This time, there was no one else beside him, and he had to endure the 20 attacks of the crow pecking strike alone. At this time, flock crow pecking had already been upgraded to LV3 by Joemo, and with 20 attacks, he instantly saw a large pile of damage numbers floating up. 7. After deducting the defense of man of quality, each hit could only cause 7 damage, but a total of 20 attacks caused a total of 140 points of damage. The life value of man of quality was 140 points, and the damage of Jomo's crow pecking was also 140 points, so I have to say that the world is very strange. Looking at the level 7 magician player turned into a soul light point, Joemo was very satisfied. I let you kite with me, now you're cold, right? Although you can kite me and hit me with high damage, I can carry fireball many times, while you can only have one chance as long as you are caught by me. Joemo was in the midst of his complacency when suddenly there was a sharp pain between his back and his heart, and his eyes went a little fuzzy. A terrifying damage number floated up. Blast trigger successful. 240. Chapter 24, a little bit of pressure. After a sharp pain that drilled through his heart, Joemo turned around. Even the euphoria of having just killed that wizard player and harvested 35 experience points still couldn't cover up this intense pain. Only to see the air in front of him fluctuate, a figure appeared in the empty clearing, the short blade in his hand flickering with a dark, ghostly light. It was a thief. With a glance, Joemo already knew the details of the person in front of him. This was a level 8 thief player, and the strike just now was the thief's introductory skill, dive strike. After scoring a hit, the thief player quickly retreated backward, pulling away from a safe distance. Joemo swept his line of sight and activated his permission to view the player's information, and already had the thief player's information at his fingertips. Player name, Sword and Head. Level, 8. Occupation, thief occupation, thief occupation, thief. Among the many pieces of information, Joemo found the skills section, and sure enough, this guy's subterranean strike skill had reached level 2, no wonder it hurt so much to hit him. Subterranean Strike LV2 enables you to enter a submerged and invisible state and increases your movement speed by 20% for 20 seconds, adds 80 extra damage when attacking and exits the submerged state, 20% chance of ignoring defense, 20% chance of triggering a bludgeon, cooldown time, 15 seconds. The 80 extra damage from a level 2 sneak attack, combined with that thief's own 40 points of attack, shouldn't have hit him so painfully. As a level 8 leader level Scarecrow himself, he had a full 18 points of physical defense. The key to the problem was that the thief was too lucky, a dive attack not only triggered ignore defense, but also triggered a blitz at the same time. Or maybe it was his own face that was too dark? In any case, when Joemo was planning to return the favor, the thief had already retreated far away. As a thief, although the subterranean strike skill was very explosive, the opposite was their equally brittle body. Once they showed up, with their body facing the enemy's attacks, they would not be much better than a magician player. Joemo was very helpless, he wanted to chase, but simply could not catch up. This thief player is very lewd, from the previous sneak attack after the success, never turned back to Joemo sent even a normal attack. Faced with a player who was determined to flee, Joemo had no way to catch up. At this moment, he only hated that he didn't have long-range attack skills. And at this time, more players arrived. A player looked at Joemo like this and without even considering it, directly raised his shield and rushed up. Looking at the player charging up with a small round shield in one hand and a large slashing sword in the other, Joemo immediately understood that this was a warrior player. Warrior players have always been known for their thick meat and resistance, and if they choose the knight route for their second transfer, it will be even more meaty. Facing the warrior player who was charging directly at him, Joemo was helpless, but he could only give up his intention of chasing after the thief player. Ka! The warrior player slashed his sword on Joemo's body. 10. A damage number floated up. Although it was much stronger than those newbie players, as a player who had already switched, this damage of his was indeed a bit spicy. Joemo's physical defense nowadays had 18 points, which meant that this level 7 warrior player, along with his equipment's attack power, only had a mere 28 points. Joemo similarly stretched out his hand and sent a normal attack towards the warrior player in front of him. 10. Joemo realized that the damage value he had inflicted was equally pitiful and did not seem to be in a position to shame others. His own attack power had 32 points, which meant that this warrior player in front of him had a defense power of 22 points, which was a bit higher than his own leader-level wild monster. This wasn't scientific. An alpha-level Scarecrow, so cardless? Then he saw his opponent's movements, and his mind was relieved. He only saw that warrior player holding his shield in one hand, blocking in front of his own attack. The attack he had just made had clearly hit his small round shield. Joe Mo understood that this was one of the vocational skills that a warrior player could choose when transferring Shield Guard. The so-called Shield Guard, as the name implied, was a very simple defense with a shield. After using the Shield Guard skill, the warrior player's defense would be greatly increased for a certain period of time, but the attack speed would be greatly slowed down. Of course, the attack power of a warrior player who had just been transformed was not good to begin with. If they were bent on giving up their offense, this shield defense skill was not a bad means of resisting monsters. Of course, pure defense couldn't deal with a leader level like Joe Mo, there had to be other attackers to match the output. Joe Mo felt that he could not solve this warrior player in a short time, and at the same time, an arrow flew in the air and directly hit Joe Mo. 32. Such damage was not excessively painful. Joe Mo looked along with the source of the damage and saw that a player had drawn the bowstring of his powerful bow in his hand again. It was an archer player. For at least a moment, Joe Mo thought about turning around and running away. Magician, thief, warrior, archer. Transfer players of several professions had already set their sights on him, and with his status as a wild monster at the lowest tier of the novice village, he was afraid that the situation would be grim in the face of the many transfer players. Even if he was the leader level of this lowest tier of wild monsters, it wouldn't be too easy either. However, after a short period of thinking, Joe Mo still dismissed this idea. The opponent had an archer, a magician, and a thief who could enter the sneak and stealth state, so if he wanted to escape, I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do so. So, the only way left was to fight hard? Looking at the warrior player raising his shield in front of him, Joe Mo made a decision in his mind. The duration of his opponent's shield guard was about to expire, so he used normal attacks to deal with it while secretly preparing. As for the thief player, he didn't know where he had run off to at this time, but he might be lurking around, so Joe Mo didn't have any way to deal with him for the time being. However, in a few seconds, under the combined attack of the warrior player and the archer player, coupled with the previous injuries, Joe Mo's blood bar had dropped to 2/3. After doing some calculations, it had been exactly 15 seconds since the thief player had last sneak attacked him. In other words, the thief player's sneak attack skill should have cooled down again. Joe Mo had been a player himself, so he naturally understood that his opponent would not give up on this opportunity, and now that he was being held back by the warrior player, and the archer player was supplementing his output from afar, it was the perfect opportunity for the thief player to sneak attack again. 3, 2, 1. Joe Mo recited 3 times in his mind, and then regardless, he turned around violently and struck the small area behind him with a flock crow peck. Between the dark crows flying around, the air in front of him fluctuated, and a figure was forced to retreat from its sneaking stealth. Chapter 25 Equipment Drop. What the hell, wild monsters can still prejudge? An unbelievable voice rang out. At the landing point of Joe Mo's crow pecking, a figure just appeared in the midst of the crow's siege. This person was the previous level 8 thief player, who had used the dive strike skill to sneak attack Joe Mo once before, and then dodged far away. After the 15-second cooldown of the sneak attack skill was completed, he sneaked and stealthed over again, wanting to stab Joe Mo again. With Joe Mo's current blood level, if he was attacked by this thief player again, his blood level, which was already not too abundant, would definitely be worsened. Therefore, he took a gamble that the thief player would not possibly give up this good sneak attack opportunity. Sure enough, the result was very satisfying, and the thief player had indeed stealthily sneaked behind Joe Mo the moment the sneak attack skill had cooled down. There was a weakness in the sneak attack skill, and that was that although this skill allowed the user to become invisible and not be detected by others, it did not make the user disappear into thin air. As a matter of fact, although the user is invisible, his body still exists, and it is still possible for others to attack him. Once he encountered any ranged attack skills, it was very likely that the blind cat would meet the dead rat, and he would die an ugly death. However, what this thief player found hard to accept was that the leader-level Scarecrow actually knew how to set him up. He wanted to launch a sneak attack from behind, and the Scarecrow's skill was just right to put it behind his back, which meant that his plan had already been understood by the other party. For a brief moment, the thief player felt as if his IQ had been crushed by a wild monster. But no matter what, at this moment, the thief player could only face the attack of flock crow pecking head-on. The LV3 crow peck hit the thief player's body, and he received all 20 attacks without missing a beat. However, the Thief player's defense was still better than the previous level 7 wizard, and with the Thief's leather armor on his body, his physical defense reached 16 points. The flock of crows pecking hit his body, and each hit only dealt 3 damage. 3. There were 20 pecks in total, but they only dealt 60 points of damage. For a low-level novice player, this could of course still kill in seconds, but the Thief player was also brittle though, and at level 8, he already had 240 points of blood. 240 points of blood was knocked out 60 points, although it was a bit scary, but it was still not a crash. Looking at the damage of crow pecking, Joe Mo was helpless. He knew that as the most junior wild monster in the game, it was hard for him to have an overwhelming advantage against these transition players. However, although the direct attack damage of crow pecking could not pose a strong threat to the Thief player, the additional bleeding effect was a windfall. LV3 crow pecking, the bleeding chance reached a full 70%, 20 pecks, directly triggered 14 successful. It wasn't really a good level, it wasn't really a black level, it was just right. The bleeding effect of the 14 stack layers was a bit interesting. Each layer dropped 7 points of blood, and after stacking, it directly caused 98 points of blood loss. 98. This blood drop was even more terrifying than the direct damage. The Thief player's blood level had dropped from 240 points to 82 points. At this moment, his face went black. When he had once practiced in the novice village, he hadn't had the chance to encounter an alpha-level Scarecrow, and had no idea that alpha-level Scarecrows were terrifying to such an extent. Seeing that his blood level had fallen to less than half, he hastily poured down a bottle of medium bottle gold sore pill and his entire body retreated backwards. The medium bottle gold sore pill was able to restore 40 points of life value, but it also needed to be restored slowly, so naturally there was no problem using it when practicing in normal times. But this was a boss fight, and he was overthinking it. The Thief player retreated backwards, the warrior player in front of him stopped Joe Mo in time, and the archer player over there also gave pressure to help cover the Thief player's retreat. These few transmutation players were cooperating in a decent manner. Joe Mo looked at this scene and laughed coldly in his heart. So what if you cooperate well, so what if you run farther? Do you really think that if you run far enough, the bleeding effect won't be able to catch up with you? The next second, on the retreating figure of the Thief player, another damage number jumped up. 98. And this time, after the recovery from the medium bottle of gold sore pill, his blood had barely recovered a bit, and he still had 8 points left after deducting those 98 points. Looking at the Thief player's blood bar that was already flickering, Joe Mo sneered in his heart, "You're dead." And at the same time, the Thief player who had already escaped 6 or 7 meters away also looked as if he was dead and muttered, "I'm dead." In the next moment, a white light flashed, and the third second of blood loss damage jumped up, emptying his blood bar and turning him directly into a soul point of light. Successfully killed the player out of the sword. Collect heads, experience value plus 40. Current experience value, 105,480. Joe Mo couldn't help but secretly shake his head while rejoicing in his heart. A level 8 transfer player can only provide 40 points of experience value. This is too little, so when and how will he be able to level up again? However, it seemed like something special had just happened. His gaze fell to the place where the Thief player's soul light point had disappeared, and some other light shone up. Killed opponent, drop Thief short sword, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Pickup privilege opened. This unexpected joy made Joe Mo happy. He no longer cared about anything else and walked towards the place where the Thief's short sword had fallen. Chapter 26 Equipment Attribute Extraction. Joe Mo was a bit far away from where that equipment dropped, but the other novice players watching were closer to it, and some novice players didn't manage to hold back their greed for a moment when they saw the equipment that dropped. Several newbie players walked out and rushed towards the dropped equipment. The Thief's short sword was a good piece of equipment for novice players. However, when they walked to the place where the equipment dropped, they realized that they couldn't pick up the equipment that was on the ground in front of them. The game system gave them a heartbreaking message. Equipment drop pickup protection, non-killing myself cannot pick up, protection time limit of 1 minute. At this time, Joe Mo had also walked to the side of the equipment drop. The 3 newbie players who wanted to pick up the equipment but couldn't, stood aside and looked at Joe Mo dumbfounded. The players might be dumb, but Joe Mo was not. At this time, the cooldown time of flock crow pecking had arrived. He didn't need to think too much, and directly used a flock crow pecking. Transitional players could survive a crow peck, but it was impossible for these novice players to survive a crow peck. A crow peck hit 15 points of experience into the hand. Only now, Joe Mo's appetite and vision had increased, so he didn't really care about the 15 points of experience. What he was more concerned about now was the equipment that was dropped. Picking up equipment was a very common thing for players, but for Joe Mo, who had already become a wild monster, it was still an experience he had never had before. He didn't know what the opening of equipment pickup access would bring to him. The archers in the distance were still attacking him, and the one warrior player was in hot pursuit. But he forced himself to endure the unpleasantness of dropping blood, and eventually picked up the piece of equipment that had fallen. The moment he picked up the equipment, he couldn't help but think in his heart, what kind of form would this equipment take in his hands? Or, would he become the first Scarecrow to wield a weapon? However, he was overthinking. The game simply did not have such a setting. The moment the equipment was picked up, he clearly heard the game's prompt. Picked up equipment successfully, equipment attributes extracted, this equipment was obtained for the first time, current extraction ratio 50%. Then, Joe Mo realized that this piece of equipment that he had picked up suddenly disappeared without a trace. And at the same time, another game prompt sounded. Thief short sword attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, attack power +6. Then, Joe Mo realized that the attack power on his attribute panel had changed from 32 to 38. The Thief Short Sword was the entry-level transfer weapon of the thief profession, with an attribute of +12 attack power. After extracting it at 50%, the Thief Short Sword disappeared while adding 6 points of attack power to Joe Mo's panel. This was considered an unexpected blessing, and at this time, Joe Mo turned to look at the warrior player, as well as the archer player in the distance, and his eyes instantly lit up. He had been a player before he became a Scarecrow, and knew very well that after a player's transfer, the novice protection would disappear, and from then on, if they were killed, they could potentially drop their equipment, or anything in their packages. If the two transferring players in front of him were killed, would they also drop the corresponding equipment? Joe Mo of course knew that the chances of equipment dropping were extremely small, but even if it was small, there was always a chance. If Joe Mo wasn't a Scarecrow, the other party would be able to see his hungry wolf's eyes. Unfortunately, he was just a Scarecrow with no eyes on his face, only 2 black sockets. Joe Mo charged towards the archer player. The warrior player was not very interested in the warrior player even though he kept pestering him with a look that begged for his favor. In fact, it would be the same for anyone else, an opponent with thick flesh and skin, but weak attacks, no one would be too willing to pay attention to. What should be prioritized more was the kind of opponent that had high attacks but thin skin. The warrior player who had just switched lost because he didn't have a taunt skill, and he watched Joe Mo abandon him. The archer player was comfortably outputting, but when Joe Mo's target was converted to him, he finally couldn't leisurely focus on outputting. He put away his bow and arrow and turned around to run. Not far behind him, Joe Mo was chasing after him without stopping a step, and behind Joe Mo, the warrior player was likewise following in his footsteps, like stringing candy canes. Finally, the archer player made a difficult decision. He no longer ran away, but stopped, directly bent his bow and arrow, aiming at the head of the Scarecrow Joe Mo. He realized that if he kept running away, he wouldn't have a chance to attack, and the warrior players behind him wouldn't be able to catch up with the leader-level Scarecrow. In the long run, I'm afraid that the blood level that was easily knocked out of the Scarecrow would slowly recover again. He felt that he was a little bit meatier than the wizard player, and it wasn't a problem for him to last through one of the leader Scarecrow's skills. By that time, the warrior player should have caught up with him, and he would be able to get away again. He thought, well, this arrow went down, Scarecrow Joe Mo's blood level fell to less than half at once. But the archer player didn't realize that the leader Scarecrow had a passive skill called Clan Guardian. When he knocked the Scarecrow Joe Mo down to less than half blood, the warrior player behind him did catch up, but when he tried to get out, he realized that he had no place to land. Blood depleted to below 50%, Clan Guardian skill activated. In the bottom of Joe Mo's heart, such a prompt sounded. Then 4 elite-level Scarecrows and 20 ordinary Scarecrows appeared out of thin air, surrounding the archer player in the center. At this moment, the archer player realized that it was no longer possible for him to get away. The elite-level Scarecrows and ordinary Scarecrows, of course, couldn't possibly pose a threat to these transmutation players, but it was completely enough to block them for a while. By the time the archer player had painstakingly cleared the ordinary and elite-level Scarecrows that blocked his path, 5 seconds had already passed. Joe Mo's next flock crow pecking was already on cooldown. Looking at the archer players who were still surrounded and unable to get out, Joe Mo secretly sneered in the bottom of his heart. The crow peck that he had just shared with the warrior player had indeed gotten through it. But what about the next one? Will he be able to survive it? Chapter 27, Don't Let It Go Off the Battlefield. Although the archer profession and the thief profession had different means of attack, in terms of the degree of brittleness, there was not much difference, and amongst the entire profession, it was only a little bit harder than a magician's body plate. This archer player had already reached level 9, and was the highest level amongst the several transfer players present. And amongst the several transition players, it was also true that he had caused the highest output to Jomo, and at least half of Jomo's dropped blood bars were due to him. At this moment, he was surrounded by the Scarecrow summoned by Jomo's passive skill Clan Guardian, and could only face this terrifying leader-level Scarecrow directly. Previously, he had already been hit by Jomo's crow pecking, but because of the warrior players sharing, that crow pecking, along with the triggered bleeding effect, had only caused him to lose a large portion of his blood. After pouring down the golden sore pill, his blood level had recovered to half of his bloodline. However, facing a flock crow pecking that completely hit him, it was still impossible for him to withstand it. A level 9 archer player had 165 points of blood remaining, and his physical defense plus his equipment had a full 16 points. Jomo first struck down with a normal attack to try out his attack power after extracting the thief's short sword. 22. A damage number jumped up, making Jomo very satisfied. His original attack power was only 32 points, but after extracting the attributes of the thief's short sword, his attack power increased by 6 points to 38 points. At this moment, looking at the effect of the attack on the archer player, he was finally able to be 100% certain that this equipment attribute extraction thing was real and not illusory. Then, of course, the next moment was the hungry flock crow pecking. 6. A series of 20 damage numbers floated up, and this flock crow peck directly inflicted 120 points of damage on the archer player. The 120 points of damage was certainly not enough to kill the archer player with half of his blood remaining, but it was enough to knock the archer player to the point of being bloodied. And after those 20 direct attacks, there was the bleeding effect triggered by the skill. This time Jomo's luck wasn't too good, the 20 attacks only triggered 10 successful bleeding effects. The 10 layers of bleeding effects stacked up and directly caused 70 points of blood loss damage. The archer player directly turned into white light and became a soul point of light. Jomo, who had completed the kill, of course, earned another 45 experience points. At this moment, his experience value had reached 480 points. However, there was still a distance to go before upgrading. However, at this time, what he was more concerned about wasn't upgrading anymore, but whether or not this archer player had dropped equipment after being killed. Kill opponent, drop archer's leather armor, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. It had to be said that his luck was actually quite good. At this time, of course, there will not be novice players stupidly come up to pick up. They already understand that the equipment drop has a pickup protection time, not they killed the drop, within a minute is not able to pick up at all. And want to stick in the hands of that leader-level Scarecrow for a minute? They do not even dare to think. Seeing that the leader Scarecrow had been beaten to less than half blood, as long as there were a few more transfer players, it shouldn't be difficult to clean up this Scarecrow leader. At that time, these people will see if they can follow the soup. At this time, Jomo of course did not bother to pay attention to them. Now his mind has been put on the newly burst equipment. Pick up equipment archer leather armor successful, equipment attributes of physical defense +5, attribute extraction, the equipment for the first time to obtain, the current extraction ratio of 50%. Then, this piece of equipment that Jomo had picked up, disappeared once again without a trace. And at the same time, another game prompt sounded. Archer leather armor attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, physical defense +2. Jomo went to observe his attribute panel again and found that his physical defense had risen from 18 points to 20 points. Although it was only an increase of 2 points in physical defense, a mosquito is still meat, and Jomo was not dissatisfied with anything. After raising his physical defense to 20 points, Jomo faced the only remaining warrior player with even less pressure. Although he only had roughly half of his blood bar left now, the warrior player's output wasn't strong, so he could completely hold out. 8. This time, the warrior player slashed at his body with a sword and only dealt 8 points of damage. And Jomo similarly hit the warrior player with a normal attack. 16. This time, against the output of the battle, Jomo had completely crushed his opponent. If no one else intervened, Jomo could exhaust the warrior player even by relying on his normal attacks, and he also had the crow pecking burst skill, so if he wanted to kill the warrior player, he would probably only need to wait for 2 skills. Of course, the warrior player also felt the pressure, and he shouted, "Friends from the novice village, hurry up and help consume them, a few of my friends will be here soon. Don't let this Scarecrow get off the battlefield. If you let it get off the battlefield and return to full blood, the front is considered a wasted fight." The warrior player wasn't wrong in saying that boss wild monsters like the chieftain class were different from normal monsters and had a special setting. This setting was, Once a chieftain-class wild monster lost its attack target for more than a certain amount of time, it would go off the battlefield and instantly revert back to a state of full blood in blue. This loss of attack target has a variety of circumstances. Sometimes is the chieftain level will kill all of their own targets, but also sometimes is its attack target deliberately escape, leaving its hate value range. What the warrior player was worried about at this time was that in case he couldn't hold out and was killed, and this chieftain-class Scarecrow went into a state of disengagement, then all of his people's previous efforts would have been for nothing. He had already used his private chat channel to make an appointment with a few friends who were level 10 or below, so as long as he could hold out until they came, the leader-level Scarecrow would not be spared. The key to the problem now was whether or not he could hold out until his friends arrived. However, having seen Jomo's attack method that directly killed a transitional player in seconds, where were these novice village players willing to go forward? "Go big brother, we believe in you, you can do it, we'll help you press on from this side." Some novice players shouted like this. While in their minds, at this moment, most of them were spinning with this thought, telling us to go up and help consume, isn't that just telling us to go up and send us to our deaths? When we are all sent to death, and then your friends come and happily kill the boss and pick up the equipment, what can we get? It would be better to stand on the side and watch, in case the transfer player and the leader level Scarecrow to fight to both sides, their own people may still have the opportunity to get rich. Seeing that he couldn't call out to the novice players, the warrior player was depressed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He tilted his head and poured down a bottle of gold sorpil, once again raising his small round shield, and secretly praying in his heart, "Let's hope we can last until those guys arrive." Chapter 28 Monarch Level Scarecrow. Jomo didn't know what was going on in the warrior player's mind, but as he looked at the warrior player who had once again raised his small round shield, he hesitated a little in his heart. If he held on, as long as no one came to help the warrior player, it would not be difficult for him to kill him. But that would take a longer time, and right now, what he lacked the most was time. His blood bar had already dropped below half. If he stalemated with this warrior player for too long, and a new transformation player joined the fray, he would be very passive. Between his thoughts, Jomo violently turned around and charged towards those newbie players who were spectating at the side. At this moment, he had already decided that he would no longer entangle himself with that warrior player, but would directly attack those novice players. The same existences that could provide themselves with experience value, these novice players were much easier to kill than the transformed warrior player. At this moment, somehow, seeing the leader-level Scarecrow charging towards the novice players, the warrior player's reaction was obviously slowed down by a beat, and he failed to stop Jomo from rushing to the front of the many novice players. The warrior player himself, but not slow to follow behind, has been in the hate range of Jomo's leader-level Scarecrow, to prevent him from leaving the battle. As for Jomo at this time, he simply ignored the warrior player following him, and just launched an attack on the novice players standing in a ball. Flock crow pecking directly struck. Jomo's crow pecking was not a big threat to the transition players as long as they spread out their attacks, but for these newbie players with low blood and defense, it was very different. Most of these newbie players are level 3, their own defense is only 3 points, plus level 3 can be equipped with the newbie leather armor, is only 6 points of defense. With Jomo's current attack power of 38 points, the skill crow pecking hit, each peck can cause 16 points of damage. This crow pecking covered a range of just 5 novice players, each player was divided into 4 pecks, directly killed in seconds. The game's beeping sound kept ringing out, and Jomo instantly gained 75 experience points. Looking at his experience value which had reached 240,480, Jomo's mood was great. Killing these newbie players was indeed much easier than targeting those transition players. One should know that even the level 9 archer player he killed not long ago only provided him with 45 experience points. Jomo, who had gotten a taste of it, did not wait and charged towards the other novice players again. As for the warrior player behind him, he still pretended not to see it. What kind of thoughts the other party had in their minds, he knew very well. Wasn't it just to bring the trouble to the east, letting these newbie players trip themselves up? Unfortunately, there was one thing that the warrior player didn't understand. He was different from the ordinary wild monsters, but he had opened the player panel. If you kill a player, you will be able to gain experience value, and you can rely on this experience value to upgrade. The warrior player knew that taking off the battle would instantly restore his life value, but he didn't know that once he gained enough experience value to upgrade, he would also be able to restore his life value. Moreover, unlike the battlefield, when he upgraded, he would also have an increase in his attributes. At that time, it would be even harder for him to deal with himself again. Of course, the warrior player could not be blamed for such a thing. He might have known that he would be promoted from an elite rank Scarecrow to a leader rank Scarecrow, but he might not have been able to know that the path of promotion would still not be cut off after he became a leader-ranked Scarecrow. Thus, Joe Mo and the warrior player formed a weird tacit understanding. The warrior player kept following in the back in a deadly manner, while Joe Mo sprinted madly in the front, constantly chasing and killing those newbie players. When the crow pecking skill was on cooldown, he used normal attacks to deal with the newbie players. With his current attack power, a level 3 newbie player could be taken away in 2 normal attacks. With his current attack power, a level 3 newbie player can be taken away in 2 normal attacks. During the cooldown time of 1 crow peck, he can often take away 2 newbie players. The straw people summoned by his passive skill Clan Guardian also killed 2 players during this time, providing him with some experience value, which could be considered an unexpected blessing. Finally, the warrior player who had been following Joe Mo stopped in front of him and gently smiled. This farce should end. Within the range of vision, 5 or 6 transformation players began to approach quickly. Yes, it's time for this farce to end. Joe Mo muttered in his heart and released a flot crow peck on the 2 novice players not far from him. Successfully kills player's sister alone, plus 15 experience value. Successfully killed player brother, admired by all, experience value plus 15. Listening to the game's beeps, Joe Mo froze in a rare moment. Surprisingly, it's an old acquaintance again. This can really be considered bad karma. However, the next moment, the long-awaited beep sounded. Level up plus 1. Current level 9. Current experience value, 0640. Conditions reached, this intra-racial level is raised, promoted to Monarch Scarecrow. Current level is the intra-racial limit, the next promotion will be to an entirely new stage. Racial appearance has been slightly altered. The unique talent King's Fate has been advanced to Emperor's Fate, which doubles its life value tenfold and increases its automatic life recovery power. Special talent Clan Guardian advanced, when life value drops to 50%, automatically summons 4 leader scarecrows, 8 elite scarecrows, and 40 normal scarecrows to battle. Special talent Berserk advanced, when life value drops to 20%, it will automatically enter the Berserk state, doubling its attributes and attacking at range for 30 seconds. Awaken Monarch Scythe, attack range increased by 3 squares. Attacking players can store energy for the Monarch Scythe. After the energy is stored, the Monarch Scythe can activate the Scythe Kill effect once, increasing attack speed by 100% and movement speed by 20% for 20 seconds. 20% lasts for 20 seconds. After receiving the game's beep, Joe Mo felt excited, but at the same time, he also felt that there were some shortcomings. His usual skill, crow pecking, hadn't evolved. However, this was only a minor flaw. Looking at his current attributes, even Joe Mo himself had to admit that he seemed to have become even more perverted. With such attributes, was there really a player who could kill himself in the novice village? How to think about it is unlikely. When the game was designed, did it really consider this possibility? Looking at the several transfer players that had come before him, Joe Mo heatedly smiled in his heart. Come on, my Monarch Scythe is already hungry and thirsty. Chapter 29, Instant Explosion. Looking at the several transition players that surrounded him, holding the Monarch Scythe in his hands, Joe Mo's confidence was at an all-time high. In that instant just now, he had already opened his attribute panel and saw the strength of his current attributes. Name, Joe Mo. Race, Scarecrow Monarch. Level, 9. Life value, 3000. Magic value, 32320. Magic value, 320. Physical attack, 45 plus 24. Physical defense, 24 plus 2, rank, 9. Equipment, Monarch Scythe normal, attack range plus 3 squares, attack power, 18 plus 6, physical defense, 0 plus 2. Picked up equipment attribute extraction will use the Monarch Scythe as a carrier, and the quality of the Monarch Scythe will be upgraded after the additional attributes reach a certain level. Joe Mo added 1 skill point obtained from upgrading to the flock crow pecking skill, raising it to LV4, before looking up at the several transition players in front of him. These several transfer players had a complete set of professions, including warriors, archers, magicians, and even a healer who could add blood to his teammates to restore them. Together with the transition players that he had killed earlier, there were quite a few transition players that he had to face. However, Joe Mo wasn't afraid. He directly swung the Monarch Scythe in his hand and rushed up. Joe Mo had killed so many newbie players earlier, but because of the game's newbie protection, these players hadn't even dropped a single piece of equipment. Although Joe Mo didn't think much of their newbie equipment, a mosquito was still meat, and now that he had the Monarch Scythe to feed on, he couldn't afford to be picky. Looking at the Scarecrow in front of them, holding up a black scythe and rushing up, the the new transfer players were startled. This is the leader level Scarecrow? How come it still has a weapon? I'm not well read, don't lie to me. Where is it a chieftain class Scarecrow? It's clearly a Monarch class Scarecrow, look at the name on its head. However, when did wild monsters have a Monarch class rank? How come I've never heard of it? There's a lot of things you haven't heard of, the game has only been open for 2 weeks, and you're just a little munchkin who's halfway through the game. Brother Light, you're hurting people, didn't you say leader level Scarecrow? How come a Monarch level popped up all of a sudden? The one who was called Brother Light was the warrior player who had been in a stalemate with Joe Mo earlier. He shook his head and said, previously, it was still a leader level, it just killed a lot of newbie players, and all of a sudden it upgraded to a Monarch level. No way, it will still upgrade, he won't upgrade into some horrible thing again later, right? Several people were already moving while exchanging words. The Brother Light and the new warrior player together, consciously moved to the front. The magician and archer players also knowingly stepped back. The only healer player was in the middle of the warrior player and the 2 long-range attackers. Although the physician was not as resistant as the warrior profession, he was much better than the archer and magician, and in general, he could eat a few attacks without much of a problem. While the battle opened, Joe Mo simply didn't bother with the 2 warrior players in front of him, directly circling around and charging towards the physician player at the back. His heart's intention is also very clear, the other side has a physician who can add blood, he and the 2 fighters to spend with no meaning, it would be better to directly clean up the physician, and then slowly to deal with other people. His idea was not wrong, however, facing these 2 warrior players, wanting to go around was not very easy. The 2 warrior players raised their small round shields and blocked Joe Mo's path with their own bodies. And at the same time, the wizard in the distance had already used his first skill. Surprisingly, it wasn't the fireball spell commonly used by newer wizards. Joe Mo only felt that the soil under his feet suddenly became soft, sinking more than 20 centimeters at once, his body was a little off balance, and his movement speed was reduced by a lot at once. Sand trapping technique. Joe Mo's heart fluttered, already knowing what kind of magic the other party was using. This was also one of the introductory magics that newly converted magicians could choose. The problem was that this sand trap magic was different from fireball magic. As a magician's introductory magic, sand trap magic did not have offensive power and could only be used as an aid. If a magician has just changed jobs, he can't learn a second spell before level 10, so with such a sand trap that has no attacking power, it's hard to upgrade to level 10 by fighting monsters on your own. Unless, there is a team that can team up and bring him along to practice leveling. Looking at this fully configured squad, Joe Mo nodded. It seemed that what he had encountered this time was a small group that had all the essentials despite being small. Things didn't seem to be as simple as he had imagined. It was just that he hadn't tested his current strength after advancing to the Monarch level, so let's use these 2 annoying warrior players in front of him to test the waters. Flock crow pecking. Joe Mo read in his heart, and with a swing of his Monarch scythe, he had already utilized the flock crow pecking skill that had reached LV4. 26. 26. Facing the 2 warrior players who had raised their small round shields and possessed the shield guard defense skill, Joe Mo's crow pecking still dealt 26 damage each time. The 2 warrior players, each sharing 10 attacks, instantly lost 260 points of blood. These 2 warrior players were only both level 7, with a life value of only 360 points, and with this one hit, a large portion of their blood bar was missing, leaving them with only 100 points. The faces of the 2 warrior players went white. And that's not all, LV4's crow pecking, the bleeding chance has reached 80%, 10 times the pecking down, each person stacked 8 times the bleeding status. Nowadays, a layer of crow pecking bleed is 8 points of blood loss, 8 layers of bleed status, directly let the 2 people each drop another 64 points of blood. The 2 warrior players only had 36 points of blood left, and perhaps the next second, the bleed effect would take them away. At this point in time, even if they were to imbibe the golden sore pill, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to make it back to heaven. However, Joe Mo was too lazy to wait for the next second of bleeding and directly raised the Monarch scythe to slash down. 47. 47. 2 eye-catching damage numbers jumped up, 2 white lights flashed, and the 2 warrior players who had intended to resist until the end of time instantly pounced and fell to the ground. Although the situation was tough enough, they still hadn't thought that this Monarch scythe in Joe Mo's hands was actually a weapon capable of ranged attacks. This was still a hell of a game. Instant explosion. The entire squad of transfer players were stunned, they had only just set up their positions and this was the end of it? The physician player was also wide-eyed, he had only just prepared to add blood to his 2 teammates, but as a result, in the blink of an eye, his 2 teammates became soul points of light, and it was simply too late to add blood. On the chat channel, Brother Light, who had already become a sole point of light, desperately shouted, "Retreat, retreat, this thing can't be fought now, go back and discuss it first, don't die for nothing." Joe Mo was actually shocked by his own horrific output, but looking at the message on the chat channel, he laughed coldly in the bottom of his heart and held up the Monarch scythe as he headed towards the physician. Since he was here, he shouldn't leave. Both warrior players hadn't dropped their equipment, so there was some dissatisfaction in his own heart yet. Chapter 30 Sickle Kill. Having killed 2 warrior players, Joe Mo had already credited 70 experience points. But for him right now, the experience points were still secondary. Wanting to finish off all of these transfer players was the main thing. The remaining 2 long-range attackers were a bit hesitant for a moment. They were still far away, and it was actually quite easy for them to escape if they wanted to. As strong as the Monarch-class Scarecrow was, it would have to catch up to them first. At such a distance, they should be able to safely evacuate if they retreated. But the healer player who was closer was a different story. With that kind of distance, if the 2 of them didn't help him stall, he would probably follow in the footsteps of the 2 warrior players. Anyway, it was in the game, as players could still be resurrected when they died. The 2 long-range attackers didn't have too much trouble deciding. The magician looked at Joe Mo, who was approaching the physician, and already had an idea in his heart. The cooldown of his sand trap skill was still a little short. As long as he used his sand trap again later, he would be able to slow down the Monarch-level Scarecrow's movement speed, allowing the physician player to successfully escape. However, of course he thought well, but he didn't even realize that Joe Mo's Monarch scythe had already been recharged after killing the 2 warrior players with his crow pecking. The Monarch scythe, which was still at an ordinary level, didn't need to be recharged very hard, it only needed to attack the player 20 times. A single crow peck was enough for the Monarch scythe to finish recharging. Joe Mo didn't wait any longer and directly activated the scythe kill skill that came with the Monarch scythe. Instantly, a light black mist filled the huge black scythe, and then slowly flowed around Joe Mo's body, wrapping his entire body in the thin black mist. Scythe kill was unleashed. Joe Mo's attack speed instantly skyrocketed by 100%, while his movement speed also increased by 20%. A 20% increase in movement speed might not seem like much, but it was enough to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Joe Mo arrived in front of the physician player in the blink of an eye, while the wizard player's second sand trap had not yet finished cooling down in the distance. As for the arrow shot at him by the archer player, he simply didn't bother with the damage that was just like scratching an itch. With his current defense, each of the archer's arrows only dealt him 14 damage, which was really an itch against his 3,000 points of blood. At this time, Joe Mo had already raised his Monarch scythe and swung it at the physician's body. After he advanced to the Monarch level, his attack speed had already reached the level of 1 attack per second, and with the addition of the scythe kill skill, his attack speed directly became 2 attacks per second. 50. 50. 2 damage numbers jumped up in a row. The physician player's defense plus his equipment had reached 19 points, which was only a little worse than the warrior player, but with Joe Mo's 69 points of attack power, he was still cut down to a 50 damage figure. With his current attack speed, in a second's time, he would be able to hack out 100 points of damage. And this physician player's blood level was only 280 points. Even if Joe Mo didn't use the crow pecking skill, it would only take 3 seconds to kill him. Of course, that was if the opponent didn't add blood. But as a physician, how could the other party not add blood? When Joe Mo's scythe fell, the physician player subconsciously used the physician's introductory skill healing on himself. Plus 80. This healing technique actually restored a higher amount of blood than one of Joe Mo's slashes. However, unlike Joe Mo's slashes, the healing technique had a 1.5 second cooldown. If it was a normal day, with such a speed of blood increase, it would be able to withstand Joe Mo's normal attacks. The problem was that Joe Mo wasn't in a normal attacking state, but had opened the scythe kill skill. The physician could heal 80 points of blood in 1.5 seconds, but 1.5 seconds was enough time for Joe Mo to slash 3 times in the scythe kill state, dealing 150 points of damage. Therefore, even if the physician player had a means of recovery like cure, it was still impossible for him to sustain himself under Joe Mo's hands. But at this time, the distant magician player's skills had already cooled down, and a sand trap landed at Joe Mo's feet. Joe Mo instantly felt the difficulty in walking, even with the scythe kill skill on, which increased his movement speed by 20%, he was afraid that he couldn't run fast enough. "Old Mac, run!" the magician shouted. Joe Mo was very helpless. He originally wanted to try to see if he could hack his opponent to death with his scythe kill skill alone. But now there was no way out, he couldn't just watch the other party escape. Fortunately, the crow pecking skill has already cooled down again, and after all, it is still necessary to use this mundane skill to send the other party away. Dark crows flew, the physician player was instantly covered by the crows. Even the two warrior players were all hated under the crow pecking. The physician player ate the entire crow pecking by himself, so of course he could not be spared. As the physician player turned into a soul point of light, Joe noticed that next to the soul point of light, there was something flickering with a faint light. Joe, who already had experience, felt happy in his heart and realized that another loot had been dropped. Successfully killed player Powerful returned to heaven, dropping the healing skill book. Joe was slightly stunned. This drop wasn't even the equipment he had imagined, but a skill book? As a wild monster himself, what was the point of asking for a player's skill book? But as it was, he didn't think too much about it and directly stepped forward to pick up the skill book. Picked up healing skill book successfully, skill book attribute extracted. This skill is acquired for the first time, current extraction ratio 50%. What the hell, skill books can also be extracted? Joe only felt a little dizzy in his head. Healing art skill book attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, healing amount plus 40. Monarch's Scythe additional skill healing art, consumes 10 points of mana, healing amount plus 40, cooldown time 3 seconds. Looking at the additional skill on the Monarch Scythe, Joe shook his head and didn't know what to think for a moment. Honestly speaking, compared to this healing skill book, he was still more hopeful of getting some equipment. Knowing that he had 3,000 points of blood, this one could only restore 40 points of blood, or a skill with a cooldown time of 3 seconds, it was simply a chicken rib. However, something is better than nothing. Joe knows that he can't be too ungrateful. The effective sand trap art gradually disappeared. Looking at the two long-range outputters who had already fled far away, Joe shook his head and gave up the idea of continuing to pursue. He turned around and rushed towards those newbie players who were still foolishly watching the battle. The scythe kill status still had about 10 seconds left, so he couldn't waste it. Knowing that this was a skill with a cooldown time of 2 minutes, every time it was activated, it had to be utilized as much as possible. Chapter 31: What to do when suddenly on fire. The novice players who were foolishly watching the battle from the side, where did they think that eating melon could also lead to accidents? It was only when they saw that Monarch-level Scarecrow walking over with its black scythe that they dispersed as if they were waking up from a dream. However, it was obviously a little late to think of escaping at this time. Joe was still in the scythe kill state, with a 20% increase in movement speed, so how could these newbie players outrun him? In the blink of an eye, he chased after a few players, raised the Monarch's scythe in his hand, and with a flick of the wrist, these players were transformed into soul points of light. The gain in experience value was a matter of course, but unfortunately, these were all newbies, possessing the protection of the newbie period, and wouldn't drop anything. Joe didn't bother wishing for this, he just followed the large group of newbie players closely, the Monarch's scythe in his hand striking repeatedly. With his current attack power of up to 69 points, in the face of these newbie players who generally had only 60 points of blood and a few points of defense, he could directly take them away with a single normal attack. Moreover, his Monarch's scythe was able to increase his ranged attack by 3 frames, and often when a normal attack was swung out, a semi-circular range of players would be cleared. At this moment, Joe was equivalent to turning on Unrivaled to mow the lawn, which was very refreshing. In contrast, there was a large amount of experience gained. Although the novice players ran very fast, they were still successfully harvested by Joe to more than 20 players. Successfully killed player XXX, gained 15 experience points. Successfully killed player XXX, gained 15 experience points. The information on experience value gained clattered and swiped the screen in general, and Joe didn't have the heart to count it in detail for a while. Waiting until all the players within his line of sight had run clean out and he could no longer find a single player, Joe stopped and opened the panel to observe the experience value he had gained. At this time, the scythe kill skill had passed its duration, and he also retreated from the scythe kill state. After the round of attacks just now, the Monarch's scythe had been recharged again, only that the 2-minute cooldown hadn't passed yet, so it couldn't be reactivated for use. Of course, now that there was no attack target, even if it could be used, Joe would not use it. He did an inventory and realized that he had just gained a total of 420 experience points, just so casually reaping the rewards, earning much more than painstakingly battling those transmogrification players. Peerless mowing was indeed an unrivaled way to earn experience for upgrading. Unfortunately, the newbie players had all fled cleanly now, and it was hard to find another one. Joe did not intend to give up, and still cruised around, wanting to find some more players to kill for experience points. However, the news that there was a Monarch-class Scarecrow in the Scarecrow region had already been uploaded in the chat channel. The players in the entire 12th novice village, no matter if they wanted to level up or not, did not dare to enter the Scarecrow area at this moment. Although newbie players had newbie protection and wouldn't have any losses if they died, who would like to go and send things to death for nothing? The more the news spread, the more it spread, and gradually it was no longer limited to the chat channel of the 12th novice village, it had spread to the chat channel of the entire game. After spreading in the game's chat channels, the news also reached the official forum of the Stardust game. There might be many players who weren't online right now, but they would often pay attention to the game's official forums, and once this news spread to the forums, it was quickly made known by a large number of players. The post about the Monarch level Scarecrow gradually became the #1 ranked hot post in the game forum. Regardless of whether it was in-game or out of game, there were more and more players who were concerned about discussing this matter. After learning about the hot post in the game's chat channel, Joe Mo was startled in his heart and secretly screamed that something bad had happened. He then realized that he seemed to have drifted a bit too much earlier. Chasing after players with great vigor was great, and the experience gained was real, but that was too hateful, and it would also attract the attention of those who wanted it. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Joe Mo feels like he's a fat pig that's worried about being slaughtered at this time. The game, for the convenience of the players, allows players to log onto the forums directly in the game. Joe Mo, whose heart is filled with a sense of crisis, is also ready to try and see if he can log onto the forums at this time. Now he is anxious to take a look at what the wind is blowing in that forum's hot post. Game forum privileges opened, player game forums are available. The beep sounded, and the game forum permissions were indeed open to Joe Mo. He couldn't wait to log into the forums from the game, and without the need to deliberately search, a hot post was already hanging at the top of the list. Monarch level Scarecrows have appeared in the novice village, tons of players are being hunted. Is it a game bug, or a small egg prepared by the official? Looking at such a title, Joe Mo had a meaty moment and quickly went inside the post. How much prosperity is like a dream? I believe we all know that the Monarch level wild monsters, this is the first time they have been found. I personally believe that this is a bug created by the laxity of the game party. It must be banned. 0 fall float, +1. Hegemony, +1. Isn't it unplayable? Hee, banning anything you can't beat, really good at it. 0 fall floating, what is the big tail wolf here? You can beat it. Overbearing, that's right, who wouldn't speak sarcasm? If you have the ability, go get that Monarch level Scarecrow. He Fong Dao you here to take the name. I personally think that the key is not here, but that this Scarecrow will upgrade and evolve. I remember, at the beginning it was just an elite level Scarecrow to begin with, so all the way to evolve, turned into a chieftain level Scarecrow, and then turned into a Monarch level Scarecrow. The hell knows what else will turn into later on. It's really not me. Yeah, the upstairs Taoist friend is right. If every Scarecrow or even other wild monsters can be upgraded and evolved like this, what else are we players practicing for? It's directly used by people to practice leveling. Brother 10,000 admirers, yes, I can testify, my wife and I can be considered the first to discover that Scarecrow. At first it was just an ordinary Scarecrow, not even elite level. Sister alone, yes, my husband is right. Everything with the wind, there's no point in talking more, it's better to submit the feedback first and see how the officials handle it. And at this moment, Joe Mo, who was reading the post, frowned tightly, if he had a frown on his face. The fact that it had caused such a big stir was something he hadn't expected. Would the matter of himself crossing over into a Scarecrow be discovered by the game company? Would they simply erase himself as a Scarecrow in the name of fixing bugs? Or, would they thus discover that he had an accident while using the gaming equipment and thus help him return to his normal life? Thinking of this, Joe Mo no longer cared about anything else, and began to search the forums for gaming equipment accidents and other related information. Chapter 32 Flower Vase Anchor. After a long time, Joe Mo stopped searching the forums and frowned. He didn't find any posts related to game equipment accidents. Unfortunately, he had traveled into a wild monster and was in a game, so his permissions only allowed him to use the game's official forums at most, and he couldn't enter the wider online world. He had personally experienced the accident with the game equipment, and with the popularity of Stardust, he would never believe that there would be no news about such a thing. There was only one reasonable explanation, and that was that the game's officials had used unconventional means to block the news. Joe Mo had enough reasons to believe that the game's officials would make such a choice. After all, the matter of the game equipment accident was too unfavorable for the game's officials. Since there was no way to find information about the game accident, the highest priority now was to let himself escape first and not let the game officials fix it. He vaguely felt that the way he upgraded and evolved after transforming into a Scarecrow was extremely unusual. Perhaps, in the eyes of the game officials, he was also a bug that came from nowhere and would try to fix himself. What he didn't know was that at this moment, somewhere in the headquarters of the game company, a heated discussion was taking place. How did you guys do it? Such a big thing. You didn't even realize it during the previous test. Mr. Lee, it's not our fault. Honestly speaking, the authority we inherited to make changes to the game's main program is limited, and you've never refused to disclose where the main program comes from, so we can't do anything about some unpredictable small changes in the game. Don't bull me here, I'm just asking you, can you plus the people under you solve it? If we can't, there's no need for us to work together. Well, as it is, we can only release the new version of the update earlier, which is one of the very few permissions our team has. Then go ahead and deal with it. Mr. Lee, this Stardust, where exactly did it come from? Just work with your hearts, don't ask what you shouldn't. Not being able to get any useful information on the game's official forums for the time being, Joe Mo once again returned to the game. He also thought about posting a request for help in the forums to see if there was a way to ask someone to find out what was going on in reality, but thinking about the fact that the official forums were definitely under the control of the game's officials, he could only dismiss the idea. Just after returning to the game, he realized that this Scarecrow area, surprisingly, there were people coming in again. Which player was it that was so unafraid of death? Joe Mo leaned forward with some curiosity. A series of words popped out from the player in front of him. Brothers and sisters, as you can see, Roy has now entered the Scarecrow area of the 12th Novice Village, so I'm going to have to lean my the Scarecrow Monarch for you guys next, assuming it doesn't refuse. Goddess Luo entering the Scarecrow area alone, is she really not afraid of encountering that Monarch-ranked Scarecrow? Honestly speaking, Roy is scared to death, but for the sake of broadcasting live for all of you brothers and sisters, Roy will just have to go out on a limb. As he watched the heat of the live broadcast room climb and his popularity rise, Roy was very pleased in his heart. All along, as a game anchor, she had been teased as a vase anchor because of her stingy skills. If she only wanted to rely on her face to eat, the word vase was instead an affirmation of her. The new Stardust game had captured the hearts of countless players as soon as it appeared, and had become the hottest game in the game, with other games previously existing being squeezed out of existence. Roy saw the prospect of the game Stardust, also actively involved in this game. Unfortunately, she deserves to be called the vase anchor woman into the game for such a long time, but has not even been able to go out of the newbie village. She had already planned to give up, but to her surprise, the heavens gave her a chance. In the game's official forum, the news of a Monarch-level Scarecrow suddenly broke out, and the heat was instantaneous. And this Monarch Scarecrow happened to be from the 12th Novice Village where she was. This was simply a great opportunity tailor-made for her by the heavens. Everyone could only have one game account, and other fellow anchors, there was no one like her who was still mixing in the Novice Village. Even if they wanted to broadcast this Monarch-level Scarecrow, there was no way. After learning the news, she no longer cared about anything else, and immediately opened the live broadcasting room and directly entered the game, heading towards the Scarecrow area in the Novice Village. What she wanted to do was actually not complicated, and could even be said to be unskilled. She just wanted to live broadcast everything about the Monarch Scarecrow up close and personal, and show it to those high-level players who couldn't enter the Scarecrow area in the Novice Village, so that they could have a good time. As for the death or not, a game is just a game, she is not afraid at all. Moreover, she realized that her luck was really good. She had just started live broadcasting, and she encountered the Monarch Scarecrow. Isn't the one carrying a huge black scythe in front of her the Monarch-ranked Scarecrow? An ordinary Scarecrow wouldn't have such a cool look. Wow, I really saw it, Goddess Luo is powerful. Yeah, this Monarch-level Scarecrow isn't simple just by looking at its styling. No wonder so many newbies got killed. It's a shame I can't go into the Scarecrow area anymore. Goddess Luo, can the camera be pulled closer? I want to admire the Monarch class up close. Looking at the live broadcasting room that was all of a sudden on fire, Roy was filled with joy. She glanced at the distance and made up her mind. Brothers and sisters, watch this, I'm going to lean my the Scarecrow now, so everyone can hear its hiss. The players in the live room were puzzled. Does the Scarecrow have a hissing sound? No. There is, isn't there? If Goddess Luo says there is, it must mean there is. I've decided to start powdering Goddess Luo from today. Whoever says Goddess Luo is a vase anchor again, I'll be in a hurry with him. Right, get in a hurry with him. As Luo E approached, some viewers finally became worried. It's best for Goddess Luo not to get too close. Be careful of that Monarch-level Scarecrow clicking you. Brother, how can you talk? If you get clicked, Goddess Luo won't get clicked either. That's right, Goddess Luo is beautiful and brave. Even if it's a Monarch-level Scarecrow, it definitely won't be willing to take a shot at Goddess Luo. Right, I also think that just by looking at that Scarecrow's straight eyes, I know it's mesmerized by Goddess Luo. Bro, even though I'm also a fan of Goddess Luo, but with two black frames on the Scarecrow's face, how did you tell it had eyes? The camera zoomed in. The Monarch-level Scarecrow was really different from the average Scarecrow. Not only was its body sturdier, the black scythe in its hand was also very imposing when it swung. Wait, swinging? In the next moment, the live broadcast flashed with a white light and became blank. Goddess Luo, what's wrong? Yeah, what happened? A long time later, Luo Yi's face reappeared in the live broadcast room. She was no longer as giddy as she was earlier, but instead, she cried and said, I was killed by that Monarch-level Scarecrow. Chapter 33, The Abominable Scarecrow. Looking at the crying goddess Roy, many people in the live broadcast room were filled with righteous indignation. Damn it, this Scarecrow is too much. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't enter the Scarecrow's area, I would definitely make a trip to teach it a lesson. Goddess Luo, don't be sad, this Scarecrow doesn't understand, let's not bother with it. Watching the popularity of the live broadcast room increase instead of decrease, Luo Yi couldn't help but feel a little happy while having a hard time. She clenched her teeth, made up her mind, and said, a Scarecrow is just a Scarecrow, it can't bluff me, I'll continue to go, and I'll make sure to give you all a live broadcast to every aspect of its life. Goddess Luo is mighty, setting up the Scarecrow. And at this moment, Zhou Mo, looking at the empty space in front of him, slowly shook his head. That player just now was indeed out of his expectation. Seeing that she was already a level 6 player, and could transfer to another level, but she didn't go to other wild monster areas to properly practice leveling, and ran to wave with herself. Thinking about it with one's toes, one could tell, could this possibly have a good outcome? However, even though that player was a bit of a fool, she had to be thanked for being able to provide herself with 30 experience points. After all, after the news spread, there were no newbie players who dared to enter this area anymore. And at this moment, Zhou Mo didn't dare to try to enter other wild monsters' survival zones for the time being. In that case, even a blind man could see that there was something wrong with this Scarecrow of his. I'm afraid that by that time, the game officials wouldn't even need to think about it and would directly fix this bug. Alas, if there were more of these little cuties like that player just now. It would be nice if there were more of them. Zhou Mo sighed in his heart, somewhat unsatisfied. Right now, his experience value had already reached 555,640, and he was not too far away from being able to save up enough experience value to upgrade. The moment he advanced to become a Monarch-level Scarecrow, the beeping tone had said that the next upgrade would be a completely new stage. Zhou Mo was a bit curious about what this brand new stage was, and whether it would allow him to escape from his current predicament. However, he also knew that his idea was basically an extravagant hope, and under such circumstances, how could there be any little cuties left willing to come into the Scarecrow area? Then, as soon as he looked up, he saw another figure. If one were to look at it with a normal male's gaze, this delicate figure that appeared in front of him was indeed the type that would easily make one's heart beat faster. However, in the eyes of the current Zhou Mo, the value of Roy, who appeared before him once again, was only in the ability to provide experience value. For this female player to come again, Zhou Mo was certainly happy, but he couldn't help but be a little puzzled, wondering what she was after. She had already been easily killed by herself once, and she came to the door again. Could it be that this female player is a legendary masochist? Zhou Mo suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and tightened the Monarch's scythe in his hand. And Roy, who was already linked to some kind of strange fetishist in his mind, couldn't help but tremble a little at this time. The game's simulation was still overly realistic, and looking at the ghastly Monarch-level Scarecrow in front of him, Roy couldn't move his legs for a while. The live broadcast room instantly flew through the big rocket, all kinds of reward gifts poured down like no money. Money strengthens one's courage. Roy instantly felt that her legs were not trembling, and cold sweat did not emerge, and she had a kind of lofty spirit of I will go forward despite thousands of people. She even raised her middle finger to the Monarch-level Scarecrow in front of her, arrogantly declaring, "Hot chicken Scarecrow, if you have the ability to come and get your sister killed." If it was a normal day, Roy would not have engaged in such behavior. She was actually quite knowledgeable about how to act like a qualified lady. However, after mixing with the live broadcasting circle for a long time, she had gradually figured out some tips. There were times when deliberately behaving like this roughly could bring the distance between her and her fans closer. As expected, after she behaved like this, the live broadcasting room instantly became lively, and the gifts were brushed even more crazily. Ha, Goddess Luo is mighty. Sister is powerful, this is how it should be, strategically despising the enemy. Some of the players who had been killed by Zhou Mo also entered the live broadcast room, and they also shouted madly. Sister Atmospheric, take out our share of the bad anger as well. Luckily, Zhou Mo couldn't see the other party's live room right now, or else he would have thought that he was the party that was going to be hanged. He walked up slowly, heard Roy's declaration, and directly raised his Monarch scythe to strike down with a normal attack. A level 6 novice player like Roy was not worth using his crow peck. 2 or 3 normal attacks would be enough to get rid of him. In the blink of an eye, the Roy in front of him turned into a white light. Looking at the soul light point in front of him, Joe Mo secretly shook his head in his heart. What a long time to live. There really was this kind of person who deliberately sought death. Since the other party strongly demanded that he kill her, then he could only reluctantly accept this experience value with a smile. Another 30 experience points came Indiana. Looking at the place where the soul light point disappeared, Joe Mo couldn't even help but look forward to it a little. Would that guy continue to come back? While Joe Mo didn't know, at this moment, Roy's live broadcast room was already in an uproar. Ah, the dastardly Scarecrow took another shot at our goddess Luo. Outrageous. If I hadn't just risen to level 11 and couldn't enter the novice village leveling area anymore, I would definitely let this Scarecrow know what it means to regret. It's too much to kill our goddess Luo twice in a row. Luo E once again appeared in the live broadcast room. She looked at the increasingly lively live room and was satisfied. Although it was a bit tragic to be killed twice by the Scarecrow, but to be able to exchange it for the popularity and gift rewards of the live room, she felt that everything was worth it. Brothers, let's give Goddess Luo a wave of gift walks to comfort and console Goddess Luo's wounded heart. The fan who said this backhanded a large rocket, and the other fans who had followed suit also gave generously. Seeing the arranged insiders start to lead the rhythm, Luo Yi's heart secretly rejoiced. She entered the Scarecrow area once more. Really again? Even Joe Mo was a bit surprised, but how could he let go of the experience value that was delivered to his door? Die. White light flashed. Ah, killed again, this ruthless Scarecrow. Goddess Luo doesn't cry, mwahaha. Again? Dead. Damn it, my Luo goddess. The goddess Luo in the live broadcast room went pear-shaped and mobilized the emotions of many fans. Joe Mo at this time, on the other hand, didn't care about it at all. At this moment, his experience bar was finally full, and the long-awaited beep sounded. Successfully killed player Roy, plus 30 experience value. Level up plus 1. Current level 10. Scarecrow's racial advancement is complete. It will enter the racial conversion promotion stage. Racial transformation experience bar will be opened, and the current experience bar will be full for promotion. Current experience value 51280, current experience value 51280, current experience value 51280, current experience value 51280. Chapter 34 Hunting Activities. Next, that Roy seemed to be on a collision course with Joe Mo, and came to the Scarecrow area 5 or 6 more times in a row. Although Joe Mo couldn't quite figure out what the other party was thinking, for the experience value that came to his door, it was a good idea not to take it. After going back and forth several times, his current experience value had reached 185-1280. Joe Mo even wanted to give the other party a nod. If this went on, wouldn't he be able to save enough for the racial conversion just by relying on the experience value provided by this Roy? It would be good if that was the case. Joe Mo regretfully realized that after 5 or 6 times, the fellow named Roy unexpectedly did not come. This made his heart couldn't help but feel a little lost. What a good object for brushing experience, it was a pity that it was gone just like that. If Roy knew that the Monarch class Scarecrow actually had such thoughts in his heart, he would definitely be so angry that he would spit out blood. However, the current her didn't need to come towards the Scarecrow's area anymore for the time being. Honestly speaking, having been killed by her opponent so many times in a row, she had some shadows in her heart. The heat in the live stream had reached a new peak, and the fans were asking her not to travel to her death anymore. Being able to stir up the hearts of her fans was one of the secret skills that made Roy so popular as a vase anchor. Time gradually passed, and Joe Mo spent a long and boring night in this game world. After Roy left, no player dared to enter this area, so Joe Mo could only stand around with nothing to do for the rest of the night. When the sun rose on the second day in the game, Joe Mo, who had been paying attention to the game's official forums, finally got the news he wanted to know. On the forum, everyone was discussing heatedly. The game's official announcement came out, saying that the Monarch-class wild monsters weren't a bug, but rather a new version of the content. Yes, the full actualization of the Monarch-class wild monsters will be completed in an online update in 30 minutes. Given that it's the first Monarch-class wild monster to appear in the game's officials are also planning to launch a campaign for the Scarecrow. Joe Mo, who was paying attention to the official forum, couldn't help but feel nervous in his heart at this time. The activity that the official was going to organize happened to be related to him personally, and it was something that he was extremely unwilling to see. But no matter how unwilling he was, there was no way to change the game's official decision. The game's first Monarch-class wild monster, the Monarch-class Scarecrow Great Hunt, is waiting for you. The content of the event wasn't really complicated, it was that given the powerful strength of the Monarch-class Scarecrow, the game officials had decided to temporarily open up the access of specific players to enter the Novice Village's wild monster area. These specific players referred to the transfer players within level 15. According to the game's previous setting, in order to protect the smooth development of novice players, once a player exceeded level 10, they could no longer enter the Novice Village's wild monster area. However, the strength of this Monarch-level Scarecrow was too powerful, and it was difficult for players below level 10 to deal with it alone, and players complained about it so much that the game officials made some concessions as a result. However, only allowing level 15 players to enter the Scarecrow area is the biggest concession the game officials can make. If higher level players were allowed to enter, then with their great strength, this event would be meaningless. It was clearly stated on the announcement that in this Monarch Scarecrow hunting event, the player who killed the Monarch Scarecrow would receive a large amount of rewards, and based on the percentage of damage done to the Scarecrow, the other players would also be able to receive the corresponding benefits. However, in order to balance, the game official also made a new setting, but any level 10 or above players to enter the Scarecrow area, once dead, experience value and equipment items drop penalty is also doubled. Whether or not to take the risk to participate in this hunting activity is up to the players to decide. After reading this announcement, Jomo's face was ugly, if he could show a face. He didn't linger any longer and returned to the game in a hurry. The hunting activity stated on the announcement would start in 30 minutes. He could not escape, he could only prepare himself first. But after thinking about it, he realized that there was almost nothing he could do to prepare himself. He was a Scarecrow wild monster with nothing but this Monarch scythe in his hand, so where else could he make any preparations? After thinking about it, Jomo tried his best to walk towards a remote place. He knew very well that the people who participated in this event must have come out of the Novice Village, and he could not stay in a location close to the Novice Village. By hiding himself as far away as possible, these people who came out searching for themselves would not be able to find themselves so easily. And only when they inevitably distanced themselves would one be able to break them down one by one. Although the attributes of being a Monarch-level Scarecrow were powerful, Jomo would not be blindly arrogant. With a bunch of untransformed novice players standing together, he could of course mow down the grass without a double, but with a bunch of transmuted players standing together and them cooperating, it would be a bit difficult for himself. For a while, a mountain of rain was coming. Inside and outside the game, players who wanted to participate in the event were all shaking their fists and waiting for the event to start in 30 minutes. Roy, who was a vase anchor, was excited at this time. She hadn't thought that her luck would be so good that she wouldn't be able to stop it. Yesterday's live broadcast of the Monarch-level Scarecrow situation had already generated a huge amount of popularity for her live broadcast room, and she never imagined that the game's official government would carry out this kind of activity again today. Right now, the only well-known anchor who could enter the Novice Village's wild monster area was herself, so wasn't such an opportunity plainly in front of her eyes? With some time left, she had already entered the game and connected to the live broadcast room. Babies, I, Roy, am here again. Until now, I'm still remembering the pain of being struck down by the Monarch-class Scarecrow yesterday, but today, there will be countless warriors to help me avenge my death. Stinking Scarecrow, just you wait. There were already quite a few people in the live broadcast room, and they opened their mouths. Goddess Luo is too powerful, even the game officials can't stand to see Scarecrow bullying you. They're going to arrange an event for everyone to avenge you. Oh, it's possible, maybe among the people who powdered our Goddess Luo, there are insiders from the game officials. Count me in. I thought that the level 14 me no longer had a way to avenge Goddess Luo's death, but I never imagined that the heavens had given me another chance like this. Goddess Luo, remember to give me more shots later. Oh. Okay, this brother called Luo Tian de Banana, Luo E remembered. There's still 5 minutes before the event starts, and I actually ran into that Monarch-ranked Scarecrow again. Should I say it's a narrow road? Looking at the distant Monarch-class Scarecrow hiding in the middle of nowhere, Roy proudly live-streamed and gave the camera to the other party. Alas, it's a pity that this Scarecrow can't speak, otherwise, I really need to interview it and ask it about its current journey. Jomo, who had thought that he had hid well, saw Roy, who had appeared in front of him again, and a fire bubbled up in his heart. You want to ask me about my heart's journey? Then I only have one word. Cam. The black scythe waved and white light flashed. The live broadcast room went white, and the many fans knew that Goddess Luo had been killed by that Monarch-level Scarecrow again. It seemed that Goddess Luo's 3 live broadcasts had completely angered that Monarch-class Scarecrow. Chapter 35 The Hunt begins. In fact, Roy as well as her fans misunderstood Joe Mo. What Joe Mo was angry about was not that Roy kept coming over to annoy him. What he was angry about was the fact that the Monarch Scarecrow hunt was about to begin, and he had managed to hide himself well, but Roy had come over to the live broadcast to expose his position, so his hiding actions would be meaningless. After killing the anchor Roy, Joe Mo hurriedly changed his position. This position wasn't as good as the one at the beginning, but he couldn't care less. The previous position had already been broadcast out by the other party, and although he didn't know how many people were in the other party's broadcast room, it was better to be careful. Time passed by, and it was finally time for the update. The entire game's players received the game's announcement prompt. Version 1.1 update, the highest level of wild monster bosses has been increased by 1 Monarch level, their strength is stronger than the chieftain level bosses, please be careful with your strategy. The 12th Novice Village specific activity is open, the Monarch level Scarecrow hunt has officially begun. Effective immediately, level 10-15 players will enter the Scarecrow wild monster area without restriction, and the death penalty will be doubled. Joe Mo had access to the game chat channel and received this announcement message at the same time. At this moment, players began to enter the Scarecrow wild monster area. The ones who rushed the fastest were those level 10 to level 15 transfer players. They hadn't had the opportunity to enter the Novice Village wild monster area before, and could only learn about the Monarch level wild monsters from the forum posts, but now that they had the chance to experience it for themselves, of course it was impossible for them to hold back. Moreover, they were extremely confident in their own strength, and were also determined to win the rewards of the event, all hoping that they would be able to seek out the Monarch-class Scarecrow first. On the contrary, the transfer players below level 10 already had a certain understanding of the strength of that Monarch-class Scarecrow, and were not confident enough in their own strength, and were not willing to run ahead as cannon fodder. Joe Mo hid in his new position and finally saw a figure appear in his line of sight. This time it was finally no longer that annoying female anchor. The one who had run up close to him was a thief player. Joe Mo looked with the permission to view the player's information, and the opponent's information was at his fingertips. Player name, I urge you to keep a low profile. Profession, thief. Level, 14. Equipment, thief's short sword fine, attack plus 24, strike rate plus 5%. Equipment, thief's leather armor fine, physical defense plus 8, life value plus 80. Equipment, thief's leather armor fine, physical defense plus 8, life value plus 80. Equipment, thief's bracelet fine, strength plus 3, agility plus 3. Joe Mo knew very well that this thief player in front of him was completely different from those transformation players he had encountered before. When a player reached level 10, they could leave the Novice Village and receive a set of fine-grade equipment gifted by the Profession Transfer Mentor. Players who had reached level 10 would also open up a third equipment position, which would allow them to equip an additional bracelet in addition to weapons and clothes. This is a great boost to the player's strength. Secondly, after the player reaches level 10, the permission to add points freely to the attributes will be opened. At this stage from level 10 to level 20, players can get 3 free attribute points for every level, and players can add them to the corresponding attribute direction according to their own needs. Adding power can increase attack power, adding agility can increase attack speed and movement speed, etc. In short, adding points will allow players to increase their attack power, increase their movement speed and increase their attack speed. In short, adding points could make the player stronger. After Joe Mo upgraded to level 10, he similarly opened the corresponding permissions. After obtaining the 3 attribute points rewarded by upgrading, the first thing he did was add it to strength. A point of strength could increase his attack power by 3 points, and with this addition, his attack power had increased by 9 points out of nowhere. Together with the attributes that automatically went up when he upgraded to level 10, his attack power had now reached 69 plus 24, or 93 points. His own upgrade didn't drive the Monarch scythe to upgrade as well, and the Monarch scythe still added 24 points of attack. It seemed that if he wanted to upgrade his Monarch scythe, he still had to pick up equipment and use equipment attribute extraction to add it. As for the usual skill crow pecking, he naturally did not hesitate to add it to the skill points he got from leveling up to 10. At this moment, crow pecking had been upgraded to LV5, which was much stronger. When he encountered this thief player who came to his door in the first place, Joe Mo didn't intend to be polite to him at all and had already prepared his skills. However, the next moment, this thief player disappeared in front of him. Joe Mo naturally understood that his opponent had used the sneak attack skill. The problem was it really good to use this kind of sneak attack skill in front of him? He really thought he was a wild monster without intelligence. As a matter of fact, it's not the opponent's fault. If the enemy in front of him was a player, of course the opponent wouldn't be able to open the sneak attack skill in front of him with a big smile on his face. The key to the problem was that Joe Mo was a Scarecrow monster. Who would have thought that a Scarecrow monster could have intelligence? In the next moment, the thief player suddenly appeared behind Joe Mo. And at this time, a large damage number jumped up. In the instant he appeared, the attack attached to the dive strike skill had already struck Joe Mo's body. 197. The damage wasn't a bludgeon, but the level 14 thief player's attack power was a low, and with the subterranean strike skill having been leveled to LV5, the additional damage was also very good. With Joe Mo's greatly improved defense, he still dealt such high damage, and it had to be said that the output of the thief profession was truly terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that Joe Mo had 3,500 points of blood nowadays, he would really be a bit overwhelmed. The operation of this thief player was extraordinary. After the subterranean strike appeared, he once again flicked his wrist and hit the second skill in his hand. Instantly, 3 more damage numbers floated up. 62. 100. 62. This was a new skill that thief players could learn at level 10, called cutting. This thief player's cutting skill had reached LV3, and he could instantly swing his short sword to cut and attack the opponent, dealing 110% damage with a 30% chance of ignoring defense. When he attacked Joe Mo just now, he triggered an attack that ignored defense, dealing 100 points of damage. Joe Mo's blood bar went down some more, only 3,079 points remained. A level 14 thief's attack ability was surprisingly so good. However, everything ended here. Joe Mo, who had an ice-cold heart, also unleashed his crow pecking when his opponent sent out his cutting skill. Chapter 36 Squad Siege. The thief player who attacked Joe Mo was very shocked. He couldn't imagine that a wild monster boss would react so fast. At the same time when he had just used his cut skill, his opponent's crow peck had already hit his body. In a flash, a large group of dark crows swooped down and pecked at his body. A level 14 thief player's physical defense wasn't too high, and with his equipment, it was only 31 points. With Joe Mo's LV5 crow pecking, every peck from the dark crows would deal 43 points of damage to him. For a while, a large number of damage numbers floated up. The 20 pecks dealt 860 points of damage to the thief player. A level 14 thief player, along with the additional life value of his equipment, only had 560 points of blood, and would not be able to withstand a single flock of crow's peck. After Joe Mo's own attack power was increased, the damage of this flock crow peck had also increased, and it wasn't something an ordinary person would be able to withstand. With a flash of white light, the first thief player to find Joe Mo became a sole point of light. Successfully killed player advise you to keep a low profile, experience value plus 70. Current experience value, 285, 1280. Killed opponent, drop thief's short sword fine, prioritize pickups for 1 minute of protection. Kill opponent, drop thief leather armor fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Kill opponent, drop thief leather armor fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Joe Mo didn't bother with the remorse inside the opponent, he just looked at the 2 light points flashing on the ground and his heart cheered up. He could not have imagined that just killing a random player had caused the other party to drop 2 pieces of equipment. It seemed that this was the official setting of doubling the death penalty for level 10-15 players entering the Scarecrow area. The so-called double the penalty for death not necessarily will drop 2 pieces of equipment, but equipment drop rate doubled. This advise you to keep a low profile is also 2 bad luck, which drop 2 pieces of equipment at the same time. The death of this time will also make the other party's experience value losses a lot, need to fight harder in order to practice back. Joe Mo directly picked up these 2 pieces of equipment. Pick up equipment thief short sword fine success, equipment attributes extracted, this equipment is obtained for the first time, current extraction ratio 50%. Pick up equipment thief leather armor fine success, equipment attribute extraction, this equipment is obtained for the first time, current extraction ratio 50%. Thief's short sword fine attribute extraction succeeded, current extraction ratio 50%, attack power plus 12, strike rate plus 2%. Thief's leather armor fine attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, physical defense plus 4, life value plus 40. A black gas spread towards the Monarch's scythe in his hand. Joe Mo took a closer look and realized that the attributes of the Monarch's scythe had indeed changed again. Monarch Scythe normal, physical attack, 18 plus 18, physical defense, 0 plus 6, strike rate, 2%, healing LV1, consumes 10 mana, healing plus 40, cooldown 3 seconds. The gain in experience value from killing this thief player was certainly welcome, but I'm afraid that the biggest gain would have to be the 2 pieces of equipment that were dropped. Having improved so many attributes at once, Joe was very satisfied in his heart. With this kind of attribute, facing the many players that were coming, he would definitely be a bit more confident. With the new attributes attached to the Monarch side, Joe's self-confidence instantly increased by a lot. Since this location had already been exposed, it couldn't continue to stay. He slowly moved to other locations while observing the other players entering this area, and as long as there was a single player, he would decisively attack. As long as there was a single player, he would strike. With the help of the crow pecking skill and the Monarch scythe, he was able to kill these players with ease. However, his luck wasn't always so good, as these players didn't drop any more equipment besides providing him with some experience. As time passed, it became impossible to meet even a single player. By this time, the players who were interested in participating in the Monarch Scarecrow hunt had all entered the Scarecrow area. By this time, the entire Scarecrow area was filled with people, and it was no longer practical for Joe to hide. Without being careful, he was hit by a group of players. There were 7 or 8 players in this group, all of them were level 13 or 14 transition players. Joe screamed in his heart that it was bad, but there was no way to dodge. This team of players surrounded him. Fortunately, this group of players seemed to want to eat alone and did not share Joe's location on the chat channel. This was considered a blessing amongst misfortunes, as Joe only needed to deal with these 7 or 8 players for the time being, and didn't need to face all of the players participating in the event. However, even facing these 7 or 8 players was by no means easy. Moreover, once they couldn't be resolved in a short period of time, more and more people would definitely discover this place. Both sides thought similarly, and that group of players separated 4 people to approach Joe. For warriors go up and resist, I've analyzed it, it has a small range attack skill, the more people it attacks, the more the damage will be spread out, that way it won't be able to kill you guys in seconds. Joe frowned tightly, these people were really different from the ones he had encountered before. Before they came to the event, they had already learned about their skill information in advance on forums and other places, and knew how to target themselves. Little Peach joins me in the center to add blood, you two output at the back. The person speaking on the opposite side was a healer, and it had to be said that his arrangement was quite reasonable. With 4 warrior players plus 2 physicians to add blood, Joe really didn't have the confidence that he could take care of them quickly. The 4 warriors in front of him were basically all level 13 or 14, with a shocking blood volume of more than 1,000 points, coupled with the highest defense in the first turn professions, it was not easy for Joe to kill them. With a swing of the Monarch scythe, he directly slashed down, taking a look at the opponent's defense ability. 38. 38. These were the 2 warrior players who held up their round shields and made use of the shield defense skill. 58. 58. These were the 2 warrior players who hadn't utilized the shield guard skill and were holding up their great slashing swords. But no matter what, this kind of damage was not worth mentioning to the more than 1,000 points of blood of a few warrior players. With 2 healers adding blood, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for myself to build something by simply relying on normal attacks. And at this time, the 4 warriors also struck their attacks onto Joe's body almost simultaneously. 20. 20. 64. 64. The ones that hit the 20-point damage figure were the 2 shield-wielding warrior players. The ones who dealt 64 points of damage were the 2 warrior players with swords. They used their swords to hit the heavy chop skill that the warrior profession could learn at level 10. The LV1 heavy chop skill could deal 150% of the attack damage, and both of them had LV3 heavy chop skill, which could deal 170% of the attack damage. The 4 warrior players had only just lost blood when the 2 healers at the back raised their hands and filled up their blood bars. It would not do to continue like this. Joe clenched his teeth, and without any hesitation, directly utilized the scythe kill skill. Chapter 37 The Arrival of the Player Armada. A black mist filled the Monarch scythe, and the entire Monarch scythe was wrapped in the black mist, flashing with a ghostly light. This meant that the scythe kill skill had been successfully executed. At this moment, Joe's attack speed had increased by 100%, and his movement speed had also increased by 20%. However, Joe didn't use the scythe kill skill to deal with the 4 warrior players in front of him. Even with the sickle kill skill activated, it would not be easy to take them down in a short period of time. Because, the other party had 2 physicians at the back who were always adding blood. To fight this team, of course, you have to start with those 2 physicians. Otherwise, with these 2 physicians adding blood all the time, it would be very difficult for them to deal with either one of this squad. Enduring the attacks of the 4 warrior players and resisting the attacks of the 2 long-range outputters, Joe used the scythe kill special effect to increase his movement speed and charge towards the 2 physicians not far away. With his movement speed, it was possible for him to break away from the 4 warrior players and chase after the physicians. But in just a short moment, he had already arrived in front of the 2 healers. This Scarecrow is a bit interesting, kinda has a brain. One of the physicians laughed, raising his hand and adding a defense skill to himself along with the companion beside him. This was none other than one of the optional skills of the healer, Misty Barrier. Misty Barrier was one of the optional skills of the healer profession, which could form a mist in a small area, weakening the enemy's ability to attack within it, and adding a slow recovery status to his party. It must be said that the physician who released the skill was thinking very clearly. He saw Joe speeding up and rushed over. He knew that it was not realistic for the 2 of them to retreat backward, so he might as well use the Misty Barrier to protect himself and withstand the other party's attacks. Anyway, with the life value and defense of the physician profession, it is still possible to resist a little damage. The 2 of them only need to resist for a short moment. The 4 warrior players will be able to catch up, and then the 2 of them will be able to retreat gracefully. It had to be said that the physician's plan was successful. Joe entered the Misty Barrier and realized that his body was weakened, and his 105 points of attack power were weakened by 15 points, leaving him with only 90 points. With this kind of attack power, the power of crow pecking will be greatly reduced. Whether it can kill these 2 physicians in seconds is already unknown. However, Joe couldn't possibly back out now. The dark crows flew, and flock crow pecking finally attacked the 2 physicians. 32. 20 pecks struck the 2 physicians' bodies, with each of them receiving 10. Under the attack of the flock crow pecking, the 2 physicians each lost 320 points of blood, and their blood bars instantly dropped by half. As physicians, although their blood level was not as high as that of the warrior profession, it was still 700 to 800 points, so they would not be directly killed in seconds. 81. The bleeding effect stacked 9 times, causing their blood bars to drop some more immediately afterward. However, the continuous recovery effect of Misty Barrier took effect, and the 2 physicians' life values went back up a bit. Plus 50. Although it wasn't as much as the bleed effect at tier 9, it was barely enough to help make up for it. And as physicians, they raised their hands once again, and the healing technique, which had risen to LV5, struck, each adding a mouthful of blood to themselves. Plus 160. With this mouthful of blood, although it still didn't return to full blood, the 2 physicians' blood bars had changed back to a healthy state. Joe frowned tightly. This would be troublesome. These level 14 or 15 transfer players were even more tricky than he had imagined. However, Joe had no other choice. While he was still in the scythe kill state, he raised the Monarch scythe in his hand and quickly swung it at the 2 physicians. Although they have a blood recovery skill, but the skill also has a cooldown time. As long as their output is fast enough, their blood recovery may not add up. The scythe kill skill with 100% attack speed was really extraordinary. Now Joe was able to swing 2 slashes in a second, while the other party's healing skill had a 1.5 second interval between uses. In other words, in the time it took for the opponent to use a cure, Joe was able to swing 3 normal attacks. Of course, this was only possible in the scythe kill state. 50. In 1.5 seconds, Joe had swung 3 slashes, dealing 150 damage to each of the 2 healers. Together with the bleeding effect stacked by crow pecking, the 2 physicians could only barely maintain their bloodline even though they kept adding blood. Joe's attacks and the other party's replies had immediately entered a strange stalemate. This stalemate will be broken when the next crow pecking cools down. However, the current Joe could not possibly have such an opportunity. The 4 warrior players had already rushed up and surrounded Joe once again. While enduring the squad's attacks up to this point, Joe's blood level had dropped to around 2/3. If this continued, it would most likely be dangerous. Joe's gaze fell on the 2 attackers in the distance. It was a magician and an archer. Earlier, he had targeted the physician, but he could not imagine that the 2 physicians would work together well, causing his surprise attack to not achieve a large battle result. At this time, the 2 healers were threatened by the bleeding status, and should not be able to spare any time to raise the blood of the 2 long-range attackers, so he could take advantage of the time still left in the scythe kill to go forward and clean up the 2 brittle skins. However, as soon as Joe's idea came to life, something changed in the middle of the field. On the chat channel, it got hot all of a sudden. You guys are having fun eating alone here. That's right, of course everyone fights the Monarch class Scarecrow, What kind of thing is it for you few to sneak it in? Hello everyone, I'm Anchor Roy. I'll be giving you a live broadcast of the Monarch level Scarecrow hunt right away. Within the field of view, a large number of players rushed up, all sorts of professions were present. Apart from those level 10 or so transmogrified players, there were quite a number of untransmogrified novice players as well. Jomo's heart instantly dropped to the bottom. He really didn't expect that he had only encountered this squad for a short while, but he had already been detected by a large number of players. The personnel of that squad, on the other hand, were likewise not in a very good mood. Looking at the large force of players rushing over, their captain once again spoke out, "No matter them, proceed with the output. If you can't take it all alone, just hit more output. When the time comes, it's still us who will take the big headache." Most of the players came. The long-range attacking players had already sent out their arrows and fireballs and whatnot. Jomo's blood bar instantly dropped, falling to half in one go. Each of these players might not have dealt much damage to him, but the victory was in the fact that there were enough of them to knock his blood bar down in a short moment. Life value drops to 50%, Horde Guardian is activated, automatically summoning 4 leader class Scarecrows, 8 elite class Scarecrows, and 40 normal Scarecrows to battle. With a brush, a large group of Scarecrows appeared around Jomo. There were leader level, elite level, and more normal level. Chapter 38 Monarch's Scythe Advancement. After becoming a Monarch level Scarecrow, this was the first time Jomo was forced to activate his Horde Guardian talent. The Monarch level's Horde Guardian talent was far superior to that of the Chieftain level. For leader level Scarecrows, 8 elite level Scarecrows, and 40 ordinary Scarecrows all spontaneously attacked Jomo's enemies. For these level 10 plus transfer players, the elite and normal level Scarecrows were simply not enough to look at, casually killing them in 2 or 3 seconds. On the contrary, the 4 leader level Scarecrows that were summoned were a bit troublesome. These 4 leader level Scarecrows were the same as Jomo's current level, all at level 10, with attributes similar to Jomo's before he was promoted to a Monarch level Scarecrow, and they also possessed the crow pecking skill. Before the game was updated with the Monarch level version, the Chieftain level was considered the highest ranked boss amongst the wild monsters. Normally, if a player below level 10 wanted to raid a leader Scarecrow, it would require the cooperation of many people. Now that 4 Chieftain levels had appeared at the same time, it did cause some trouble for these transition players. The ones closest to Jomo were the 4 warrior players from earlier, and at this time, the 4 Chieftain level Scarecrows struck at the same time, sending out crow pecking. At the same time, Jomo also used his crow pecking skill. In a short moment, a seemingly endless number of dark crows enveloped Jomo's body. This was an unprecedented sight. 5 crow pecking strikes added up to 100 strikes. Even if the 4 warrior players shared the attack at the same time, each warrior player had endured 25 pecks. However, the defense of these 4 warrior players was quite high. Apart from Jomo's flock crow peck, the flock crow peck of the other 4 leader Scarecrows had no way to break the defense, and each peck could only inflict the mandatory 1 to the warrior players. Each hit only dealt a mandatory 1 point of damage to the warrior players. The direct damage dealt by the crow peck itself wasn't high, but the bleeding effect that came with it was different, as it ignored defense. Like Jomo, these 4 leader level Scarecrows also possessed the LV5 crow pecking skill, which had a 90% chance of bleeding, with each layer of the bleeding effect dropping 9 points of blood. Each warrior player took 25 pecks and basically stacked the bleeding effect over 20 times. 189. 198. 198. 207. Every second, these 4 warrior players would each have to lose around 200 points of blood. Based on these 4 warrior players' current blood levels of 1,000 or so, if there was no healer to help raise their blood, the bleeding effect alone, which would last for 10 seconds, would be able to kill them. 38. 38. 58. 58. Jomo was currently in the sickle kill state, wielding the Monarch scythe and slashing at the 4 warrior players. Every second, Jomo was able to slash twice, causing the 4 warrior players to lose blood at a much faster rate, so that even the 2 physicians couldn't restore their blood. If time permitted, Jomo could have slowly cleaned up the 4 warrior players, but the many players on the periphery had already arrived, and their dense attacks greeted him and the leader-level Scarecrow beside him. His blood level was dropping rapidly. 5 seconds had passed, and his blood level had dropped to only 30%. The 4 warrior players beside him, with the efforts of the healer to add blood, also maintained a blood bar of around 30%, barely keeping them from dying. However, at this time, the cooldown of crow pecking was already ready. Without any hesitation, Jomo directly used crow peck again. By his linkage, the 4 leader-level Scarecrows also followed suit and used crow peck at the same time. A large group of dark crows flew once again. The 4 warrior players once again took 25 pecks. The bleeding effect that had stacked over 20 layers earlier hadn't yet passed, and this time, it stacked over 20 more layers upwards. 396. 396. 405. 414. 2 rounds of Flot Crow pecking stacked up more than 40 layers of bleeding effects, and the amount of blood dropped reached a terrifying level. The 4 warrior players, who didn't have much blood left, turned into white light at the same time and were successfully killed by Zhou-mo. Killing these 4 warrior players provided Zhou-mo with 280 experience points, but it was still quite a bit short of storing a full racial conversion experience bar. And by this time, Zhou-mo's blood bar was gradually going down to 20%. Even though he was a Monarch-level Scarecrow, his blood bar still wasn't tough enough in the face of the many converted players who shouldn't have appeared in the novice village. At this time, the game's beep sounded, and all 4 of these warrior players, surprisingly, dropped their equipment. Killed opponent, dropped warrior iron armor fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Kill opponent, drop warrior iron armor fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Kill opponent, drop warrior round shield fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Kill opponent, drop warrior round shield fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Kill opponent, drop warrior broadsword fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Kill opponent, drop warrior broadsword fine, prioritize pickup protection for 1 minute. For warrior players, dropping a full 6 pieces of equipment. Zhou-mo didn't bother to think too much about it and directly picked up these 6 pieces of equipment and chose to extract the equipment properties. Pick up equipment warrior iron armor fine success, equipment attribute extraction. This equipment is obtained for the first time, the current extraction ratio is 50%. Picked up equipment warrior iron armor fine success, equipment attribute extraction. This equipment is not the first time to obtain, the current extraction ratio of 20%. Pick up the equipment warrior round shield fine success, equipment attribute extraction, the equipment for the first time to obtain, the current extraction ratio of 50%. Pick up the equipment warrior round shield fine success, equipment attribute extraction, the equipment is not the first time to obtain, the current extraction ratio of 20%. Warrior iron armor fine attribute extraction success, the current extraction ratio of 50%, physical defense plus 8, life value plus 80. Warrior iron armor fine attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 20%, physical defense plus 3, life value plus 32. Warrior round shield fine attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, physical defense plus 10, life value plus 40. In the blink of an eye, Zhou-mo had successfully extracted the attributes of these 6 pieces of equipment, gaining a total of the following attribute enhancements. Attack plus 14, physical defense plus 27, life value plus 168. These attributes were attached to the Monarch scythe, causing the attributes of the Monarch scythe to be enhanced again. Attributes added to the Monarch scythe meet the requirements, and the quality of the Monarch scythe ordinary has been upgraded to Monarch scythe fine. Chapter 39 Berserk Monarch level. The beep came out of nowhere, and Zhou-mo was a bit surprised. He directly glanced at the current attributes of the Monarch scythe. Monarch scythe fine, physical attack, 56, physical defense, 36, life value plus 240, skill scythe kill LV2, skill scythe suction LV1. Scythe kill LV2, increase attack speed by 120%, increase movement speed by 30%, duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 2 minutes. Sickle suck LV1, when attacking with Monarch scythe, 5% chance to suck 30% of the attack's blood. The original healing skill obtained from extracting the physician's skill book was gone, and in its place, was the side suction passive skill. Of course, this change was something Zhou-mo liked, the passive skill sickle suction. The utility was much better than the original healing art. And after the Monarch scythe advanced, his overall attributes also improved a lot. At this time, together with the Monarch scythe's attack power reached 125 points, physical defense reached 68 points. And the life value cap, too, had been raised, reaching 3,740 points. However, all of this did not stop the current drop in his blood. Although his defense had increased by a lot, after just a few seconds, his blood level was finally still knocked down to below 20%. Life value drops to 20%, Berserk talent activates, enters Berserk state, attributes doubled, ranged attack, duration 30 seconds. In an instant, Zhou-mo's life value, which had only 700 points left, instantly doubled to 1,500 points. And that wasn't even the main thing, all of his other attribute values were also doubled at the same time, even his movement speed and attack speed were similarly doubled. After doubling his attributes, his physical attack reached 250 points, while his physical defense reached 136 points. These level 13 or 14 transition players generally did not have an attack power of 136 points, and for a while, their attacks could only cause the mandatory 1 point of damage when they landed on Jomo's body. Jomo's trend of falling bloodline stopped all of a sudden. Only at this moment did Jomo's heart finally let out a sigh of relief. Just a few moments ago, he almost thought that he would be accounted for here soon. The change in the Monarch level Scarecrow in front of him was also unexpected by many players. Seeing that he couldn't fight Jomo for the time being, a player shouted, "Don't be discouraged, this state of his is considered a flashback, it won't last long, let's keep attacking, don't let him get out of the fight, and in a moment, after his berserk state passes, he'll be able to kill it." And Jomo suddenly realized that the magician's fireball and wind blade spells still managed to deal high damage when they landed on his body. The Scarecrow race, as a novice village primary monster, did not have a magic defense added to the setting, and even Jomo, who had reached the Monarch level, still had a blank slate when it came to magic defense. Wizards can deal damage to him, everyone help block and let the wizards output. A player shouted and likewise reminded Jomo as he charged directly towards those magicians. With 2 times the movement speed, he instantly approached the magicians who were still launching attacks. "Stop, you guys, why don't you stop?" The magicians shouted, but the warrior players in the front row showed a lack of interest. Jomo was also someone who had been a player, and with a turn of his mind, he had already understood the intentions of these warrior players. In their opinion, the current Monarch level Scarecrow had only 20% blood left, and physical attack professions like the warrior players couldn't break the defense and give any output for the time being. In this situation, the magicians were still able to output powerfully, and if they were left to their own devices, I'm afraid that they would be able to kill the Monarch-class Scarecrow without waiting for the Monarch-class Scarecrow's berserk state to end. These warrior players had worked hard to resist the monsters for half a day, only to have someone easily pick the peach? Don't even think about it. The warrior players were very inactive, so the magician players were left to face Jomo in his berserk state. Jomo arrived in front of a certain magician, and the Monarch's scythe was directly raised, slashing down on the magician player. 230. 230. After 2 swings in a short second, the magician's blood level had already bottomed out and turned into a white light in the blink of an eye. Another 70 experience points arrived. And at this time, there were still 27 seconds left in the 30-second berserk state. Killing this magician was very smooth, there was no warrior player blocking in front of him, and there was no healer to help add blood, all the players looked like they were standing on the sidelines watching the show. Jomo's gaze turned and he had already looked at the 2 magicians in the other direction. These 2 magicians stood together and attacked Jomo in unison, causing Jomo's blood to fall quite quickly. With 2 times the movement speed, the usual kite-flying technique of the magicians was non-existent. 2 seconds later, Jomo had arrived in front of them again. The huge black scythe was raised, and the Monarch's scythe slashed towards the 2 magicians at a frequency of 2 strikes a second. After the Monarch's scythe advanced, the scythe kill skill had also refreshed its cooldown, but the requirement for recharging was even higher, requiring 40 attacks on the player to complete the recharge. Therefore, for the time being, he could not use the scythe kill skill. But against a brittle profession like a magician, relying solely on 2 normal attacks a second was already enough. With 2 more swings, these 2 magicians, just like the previous magician, directly turned into white light and turned into soul points of light. 140 points of experience arrived. And on top of that, 2 points of light flashed by. Kill opponent, drop magic robe fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Kill opponent, drop magic robe fine, priority pickup protection for 1 minute. Jomo was already very skillful and directly picked it up and extracted the equipment attributes. Magic robe fine attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, magic defense +8, mana value +40. Magic robe fine attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 20%, magic defense +3, mana value +16. The Monarch's scythe then had another 11 points of magic defense and 56 points of mana attached to it. This was Jomo's first time acquiring magic defense, and this time, the damage of the remaining wizard attacks on his body was significantly lower. There were still 23 seconds left in the attribute doubling berserk state, and his experience value had reached 101280, 280 experience points short of being able to perform a racial conversion. Whether or not he could survive depended on whether or not he could obtain these 280 experience points before the end of the berserk time, so that he could complete the racial transformation. This was considered a race against death. If you guys keep standing by like this, when the magicians are all dead, let's see what you can fight with. Seeing that 3 magicians were brutally killed by the Monarch class Scarecrow, the remaining magicians rabbit-trapped and launched themselves at the other players. Alright, let's not hook up, let's all team up and kill the boss and distribute it as needed. Alright, I agree. Let's do it. Someone voiced out and immediately received approval. For those magician players, this was a good thing, but for Joe Mo, this was a heavily bad thing. Once the players didn't collude and instead united, then he would inevitably fall back into danger. Berserk State, 22 seconds left. Chapter 40, Life and Death. Regardless, whether or not the players were going to join forces again, Joe Mo currently had no second path to take. Watching the players prepare to start piling up, he looked favorably on the small group with 2 magicians plus a healer and charged straight up. Right now it was a race against time. As long as he could gain enough experience value within the berserk time, then everything was fine. By this time, all the scarecrows summoned by the clan guardian had already been killed, even the 4 leader level scarecrows were no exception. Joe Mo had already rushed to the front of the 3 players. At this time, the players had reached a consensus to stop fighting individually and abandoning the magician. The healer beside the magician released a Misty Barrier skill with a raise of his hand. But at this time, the cooldown time of Joe Mo's Flock Crow Pecking skill had already arrived. He directly rushed into the Misty Barrier, and a Flock Crow Peck struck down on the 3. Now that his attributes had doubled, the reduced attack power of the Misty Barrier was not fatal to him. 176. 176. 158. With Joe Mo's current attack of 250 points, the damage ability of Flock of Crows Pecking was terrifying, and each pack was able to deal more than 100 damage to 3 players. The entire crow pecking, a total of 20 packs, was shared among the 3, with each of them taking 6 or 7 packs. The 2 magicians plus the 1 healer, the 3 of them were simply unable to support themselves and were directly turned into soul points of light. Experience value of 210 points was gained. The current experience value had reached 1210-1280, and only needed to kill 1 more level 14 player to bring it up to full. And at this time, there were still 18 seconds left in the berserk state. After killing a few magicians, the pressure on Joe Mo's bloodline was instantly reduced by a lot. But even so, the current him only had about 10% of his blood left. The players that had come this time were simply too many, and even after he had killed 5 wizards, there were still several wizards that continued to launch attacks at him. And by this time, the players had already finished forming their respective groups, and the remaining magicians were already being guarded by the warrior players. 5 or 6 warrior players surrounded him in an attempt to intercept Joe Mo. Joe Mo subconsciously swung his Monarch scythe at them for a moment, but the warrior player's blood defense was good, and there was a healer to help add blood, so even Joe Mo, who was in a berserk state, had difficulty resolving them in a short period of time. After chopping a few times, the blood bars of several warrior players remained firm, hovering back and forth at around 50%. Joe Mo in his berserk state had a strong output, but with 8 or 9 physicians working together to add blood, it was still tough to maintain the warrior player's bloodline. Joe Mo's blood bar had fallen below 10% and began to flicker. The hearts of the many players breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that killing this Monarch-level Scarecrow was the nail in the coffin. On the other hand, Joe Mo's heart sank. There were still 12 seconds left in the berserk state. The crow pecking had already cooled down, but the number of warrior players surrounding him had increased by 2, reaching 8. Even if the crow pecking was used, if it was spread out over 8 people, each of them would only need to endure 2 or 3 pecks. With the blood defense of the warrior players, there wasn't much pressure at all. Joe Mo understood in his heart that it was impossible to find a breakthrough in these warrior players. And just as his mind was racing with calculations, a voice caught his attention. "Hello babies, what you're seeing right now is players surrounding the Monarch-class Scarecrow." It was none other than that female anchor Roy. She gave the camera to Joe Mo's body and said, "Now that we can see that this Monarch-class Scarecrow hunt event is coming to a close, what kind of extremely rare equipment will be popped out of the first Monarch-class boss to be killed in this game next? Babies follow Roy, all keep your eyes open." There was laughter in the live broadcast room, and a fan laughed, "Goddess Luo, that Scarecrow was chasing after you earlier, so be careful not to get too close, or else that Scarecrow might want to take another shot at you later." Roy laughed, "Thanks baby for your concern, but right now I'm just standing and watching without launching an attack. It's unlikely that I'll attract hate law." A thief player appeared at Roy's side, waved at Roy and called out, "Hey Goddess Roy, remember me?" Roy looked at the person in front of him and saw the other party's name and realized, "Oh, you're the Luo Tianda Banana who spoke in the live broadcast room before. You've come to participate in the event as well?" The thief player named Luo Tian de Banana laughed loudly and said, "Didn't I say before that I want to avenge Goddess Luo's death? You think I'm bragging? I'm going to give that guy the final blow later." Goddess Luo remembered to record my handsome scene for the camera. This Luo Tian de Banana brother has the heart, definitely. Watch, I'm about to strike. Luo Tian de Banana rubbed his fists and exhaled, preparing to utilize the thief player's high burst for a head-collecting killing blow. Jomo's blood level was already down to only 5%, as if he could be taken away with just a few more fireballs hitting him. At this time, Jomo's mind became unusually tranquil. There were still 10 seconds left in the berserk state. That's enough. The scythe kill skill was activated. The 40 attack recharges had already been completed during the close battle with the many warrior players just now. The LV2 scythe kill skill was able to increase attack speed by 120% and movement speed by 30%, and coupled with the berserk status that doubled his attributes, Jomo's movement speed was astonishingly fast. Before everyone could react, Jomo had already rushed to the front of the female anchor Roy. By her side, there was another level 14 thief player, and that was Jomo's main target. The last 70 experience points, come on. Fireball spells whistled through the air, and Jomo directly raised his Monarch scythe. Flock Crow Peck. The level 6 Roy had turned into white light at the first peck. With her pitiful blood defense, she couldn't even support a single peck. Why are so many people hitting me? I clearly didn't attack. The moment she became white light, such a question flooded Roy's mind. She would never be able to understand that the reason for her fate was that Luo Tian de Banana who vowed to avenge her. 172. 172. The remaining 19 pecks were all taken by Luo Tian de Banana, and with his body as a thief, it was impossible for him to hold on, and he was only a little bit slower than Roy before he was also turned into a point of soul light. Successfully killed player Luo Tian de Banana, experience value plus 70. Chapter 41 Secret Puppet Demon Spirit. The fireballs whistled and smashed, as if in the next moment, Jomo was going to be knocked out of the last trace of his bloodstain and become a trophy for the players. At this critical moment, a prompt sounded. Racial conversion experience bar has been stored full. Do you choose to carry out the racial conversion immediately? Yes. Jomo did not care about much and decidedly chose to convert. As Jomo said the word yes in his heart, he only felt like time had suddenly stopped, and his eyes were covered by boundless white light, and he could no longer see anything else. Then, when he was able to feel his body again, he already heard a beep in his ears. Race conversion successful. Current race's secret puppet demon spirit does not match the level of that race, automatically elevated to the lowest level of that race. And next a whole bunch of beeps. Jomo hadn't had time to listen to them one by one in detail before they were covered up by a service-wide announcement from the game system. Congratulations to player Stay Your Hand for killing the Monarch class Scarecrow. As the first Monarch class wild monster in the entire game, the reward for killing it has been increased by 100%. Jomo froze and raised his hand, looking at his delicate arm made of wood, and listening to the game-wide announcement in his ears. He didn't know what to think for a moment. It seemed that he had smoothly converted from a scarecrow to a secret puppet demon spirit by choosing the race conversion in that instant, and the original remaining Monarch-ranked scarecrow body had turned back into a normal 1 Monarch-ranked wild monster, which was then killed by the players. He looked in front of him and realized that it was a vast forest, with other secret puppet demon spirits roaming back and forth not far away. Through the experience of the players and the information he had found on the forums during his free time, Jomo had a pretty good understanding of the place he was currently in. It seemed that he had come to the Forest of Nightmares. The so-called Forest of Nightmares, in the game's backstory, was the home base of a certain evil alchemist. No one knew how many years this evil alchemist had existed, only that he had been hiding in the Nightmare Forest, doing evil research. These secret puppet demon spirits roaming around the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest were one of that alchemist's masterpieces. This information only flashed through Jomo's mind, so he ignored it again and began to organize the large pile of hints he had just received to understand his current specific skill attributes. He directly opened his panel. Name, Jomo. Race, Secret Puppet Magic Spirit Common. Level, 20. Life value, 4000. Magic value, 1000. Physical attack, 200. Magic attack, 200. Physical defense, 150. Magic defense 100. Magic defense 100. Spare attribute points, 33. When he converted his race, he was only at level 10, but the secret puppet demon spirit race that he converted to had a minimum level of level 20, so after he converted over, his level was directly raised to level 20. And between level 10 and level 20, there were 3 spare attribute points for every level up, which were naturally reserved for him, allowing him to freely add points. There was no rush on this for now. Joe Mo continued to look down. Equipment, Monarch Scythe fine. Joe Mo let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Unexpectedly, after switching races, this Monarch Scythe was still able to be inherited, making him very satisfied. And being already familiar with the Monarch Scythe, he did not bother with this for the moment and continued to look at other aspects of information. Skill, Juggler Disguise LV1, disguise as a target within a distance of 50 meters, ability conversion based on the target, current conversion ratio 50%. Skill, Theater Puppet Mirror Image LV1, creates a mirror image with itself as the target, mirror image has 50% of its own abilities, duration 60 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. As a matter of fact, before the accident crossing over into a Scarecrow, Joe Mo hadn't come to this nightmare forest to practice leveling. Because he had entered the game late, the person he was before crossing over was only level 18. In fact, not only him, the game itself hadn't been open for long, and now in the entire game, the highest leveled player was only level 29. Level 30 was able to perform a second transfer, and this stage of level 29 upgrading to level 30 required far more experience value than before, and now that the game had opened for only 2 weeks, no one had been able to reach level 30 yet. Therefore, Joe Mo was a bit curious about the skills of the Puppet Magic Spirit, and directly used the skill Puppet Disguise. Please select a target within range to disguise. Joe Mo then realized that many of the targets within his field of vision had become benchmarks for the disguise he could choose from. However, this was supposed to be at the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, and the most numerous thing here were secret puppet demon spirits just like him, and there was no point in him disguising himself as the same secret puppet demon spirit. And amongst all these targets that could be disguised, he found a special place. Player Joe Mo found, is he disguised? What the hell, player Joe Mo? There was nothing wrong with being Joe Mo, but hadn't he crossed over into a wild monster by now? Joe Mo was shocked in his heart, but he ghostly chose to confirm the disguise. In an instant, Joe Mo felt his body undergo a strange change, changing from a secret puppet demon spirit into a player's appearance. Player panel discovered, this disguise has undergone an unpredictable change. All current player permissions are open. When disguised as Joe Mo, the current player state lasts for 60 minutes with a 24-hour cooldown. When in current player state, you can kill wild monsters for gain ratio 50%, original wild monster attribute panel is invalid. Disguise current player state can be cancelled, return to original wild monster attribute panel, no gain from killing wild monsters. The series of beeps made Joe Mo a bit dazed. In other words, now he could have an hour of player time every day and could switch back to the wild monster state at will? Joe Mo was very surprised in his heart. If this was true, then it was very significant for himself. He had previously worked as a Scarecrow, and was well aware of how harsh the survival environment was as a grass-born and grass-grown wild monster. In his career as a Scarecrow, he had been hunted down by players almost all the time, and if he didn't pay attention, he was afraid that he would die and be turned into experience value. Now that he had the opportunity to switch into a player's disguise, although he could only have 1 hour a day, it was still very useful. Imagine, when he was a wild monster being chased by a player, he suddenly switched into a player state secretly, wouldn't he be able to easily escape? Joe Mo, who was immersed in all sorts of imaginings, suddenly had a voice ringing in his ears. This player is stupidly motionless, it should be a secret puppet demon spirit in disguise, get it killed to earn some experience. Don't, I'm human. Joe Mo shouted in terror. He had only just converted his race over, there were still a bunch of attribute and skill points that hadn't been added, and he hadn't yet familiarized himself with the combat techniques of his current race. It would be a very unwise choice to fight a human at this time. Oh, it can talk, so it's not a wild monster. The visitor's interest was lacking, and a figure appeared in front of Joe Mo's eyes. Chapter 42, Xia Shallow. Joe Mo followed the sound and looked, but saw a female player leaning against a tree trunk, squinting her eyes at him. This female player had a ponytail and was wearing lightweight simple clothes, but she was a rare fighter profession. This profession is too difficult to operate, attack ability and defense ability are not very outstanding, so not many people play. This female player's game name was Xia Shallow. She looked at Joe Mo and asked with some confusion, "What is your profession? Why can't I see it?" Joe Mo was stunned by the other party's question, and then he remembered that although he had disguised himself as Joe Mo with the puppet disguise skill, Joe Mo himself hadn't gone through a transformation, so when he was in disguise, he was also in the same profession as Joe Mo. When he disguised himself, he was also in the same state of not having been transformed. Joe searched through the current functions, and quickly realized that because of the current special reason, after the disguise was completed, he could still directly choose any profession and add points accordingly. But now might not be a good time. He was just thinking about how to put it off when Xiaoshallow had already waved her hand and said, "Forget it, I'm not interested anyway." She looked at Joe again and asked, "Are you practicing here?" "I'll find another practicing spot if so." Joe quickly waved his hand and said, "No, I'm just passing by, I'll be leaving soon, so you can practice leveling." He could see that this female player named Xiaoshallow was a level 26 fighter, and he didn't have any attributes, so he didn't dare to stay in front of the other party. If the other party accidentally discovered his identity as a wild monster, he wouldn't even know how to write the word death. "Good, in that case, then you go, this wild monster refresh point I contracted." With these words, Xiaoshallow swung both fists, pulling back and preparing to start fighting the monsters. But things obviously wouldn't go that smoothly. Joe was about to leave when a large number of players surrounded him in the neighborhood. "None of you are allowed to leave, since you are her friend, stay with her." Nearly 20 players surrounded the area, all of them were ranked in their early 20s, surrounding Joe and Xiaoshallow in the center. Joe screamed in his heart that it was bad, but on the surface, he asked with a calm face, "Big brothers, what's going on? Who is your big brother?" The other party's leader glared at Joe, but it was a girl player, who appeared to be just in her teens, just the age when she was laughing and cursing without a care in the world. At this time, Xiaoshallow, who was surrounded in the center, had already given up fighting monsters, looked at the girl player and said with a cold face, "I have quit the guild, what are you guys still following me here for?" The girl player smiled coldly, "Of course it's to settle the score with you, otherwise you think we want to have a farewell meeting with you?" She looked at Xiaoshallow in front of her and said in a hateful voice, "The #1 fighter in the whole service, so great, the president gave you the vice president position without saying a word, I'll just see if you can still be arrogant when your whole body equipment explodes and your experience bar drops." Joe could see clearly, it seemed that he was accidentally involved in someone else's feud. He stretched out his hand and waved at the sister player, asking weakly, "Hey, can I interrupt? What do you want to say?" The sister player coldly swept him a glance. Joe helplessly spread his hands and said, "I was trying to say, you guys can just go about your business, I'm just a passerby, can you let me go first?" "Can't, who knows what relationship you have with her? Even if there's no relationship, you just happen to run into it, you can only blame it on your bad luck. It's just a level 20 guy, it doesn't take much effort to clean up by the way." Xiaoshallow, who was surrounded together, looked at Joe with some amusement, "If you want to be able to go, just go, but I'm afraid it's not going to be easy, they should have brought forbidden magic stones, which can intercept back-to-town teleportation and back-to-town resurrection." "That's not certain." Joe smiled faintly, his figure had become illusory and instantly disappeared in plain sight. In this instant, he decisively chose the thief profession and added the subterranean strike skill, using it to put himself into a state of invisibility. "It's subterranean strike, he's actually a thief." The girl player couldn't help but jump to her feet. Missed the mark, only thinking about dealing with this fighter, Xiaoshallow, but didn't even bring someone who could deal with a thief's stealth. In the next instant, a message like this came through the chat channel. "Joe, you guys are busy, don't worry about me, I'll leave first." The girl player's eyes scanned around and glanced at the player next to her, asking, "Is he really gone?" The player who was asked nodded his head as a matter of course and replied, "Vice President, of course he's gone, who dares to meddle in our guild's business?" So the girl player no longer cared about the others, looked at Xiaoshallow in front of him and sneered, "In that case, let's get down to business, you're right, I brought the forbidden gemstone and a healer who knows resurrection, it's impossible for you to go back to the city to resurrect, so be good and wait for me to wash you down to a blank slate. If you want to fight, just fight, what a lot of nonsense." Xiaoshallow snapped her head up, a fierce light flashed in her eyes, and she was already stepping and charging like a ferocious beast. She just took big steps forward, where she stomped, mud and rocks flew, making her forward momentum seem overwhelming. "Warriors stop her, healers add blood and on negative statuses, archers output with me." The girl player shouted under her breath, her wand stroking in her hand, she had already begun to chant an incantation, preparing to release her magic. However, Xiaoshallow's feet exerted force, dashing left and right, surprisingly rushing out in the midst of the 5 or 6 warrior players' encirclement, not even half a piece of clothing was touched. The arrows that were shot at her from the air, without exception, all landed behind her. In 2 or 3 strokes of her hand, she had already rushed through the wall of people. "Stop, don't let her escape!" The girl player shouted out. "Escape? Who said I'm going to escape?" A sneer appeared on Xia Xiaolo's face, and with a stomp of her feet on the ground, her body had flipped backward through the air and landed beside the sister player. Then, she bent her elbow forward and slammed it between the sister player's neck and neck. Strike! 988. Terrifying damage numbers jumped out, and the sister player was directly sent flying backwards, her blood bar flashing up. With just one hit, it almost killed the sister player in seconds. 3 healers added blood in time, and the girl player struggled to get up, hiding behind a few fighter players and calling out incredulously. Impossible, the fighter profession doesn't have such skills. Xia Xiaolo coldly smiled, lesser seen, who stipulates that one must have such a skill to hit someone? Hearing her words, the nearly 20 people present froze in unison. Such an argument was simply difficult for them to accept. And not far away, Zhou Mo, who was still in a state of stealth, was similarly astonished. In that case, it seemed that the one called Xia Xiaolo was actually a skilled player? Zhou Mo had heard of such a player before, but to say that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, this was still the first time. According to reasoning, a player facing nearly 20 players with a small difference in level could not possibly have the power of resistance. But the female player called Xia Xiaolo had taught him a lesson with facts. His heart suddenly stirred. Wasn't this ability of Xia Xiaolo exactly what he needed? As a wild monster himself, he would always keep evolving towards the path of a boss, and in the future, there would definitely be no shortage of situations where he would face players besieging him. Although he could also fight with the attribute panel of a boss-level wild monster, but if he mastered powerful techniques, wouldn't it be even more like a tiger with wings? The gaze he looked at Xia Xiaolo instantly became something else. Chapter 43, Cold Autumn Colors. Zhou Mo used his subterranean strike skill to stealthily watch the show from the sidelines, and in this short period of time, that Xia Xiaolo was facing 10 times as many players as he was, and even managed to take the initiative to attack. It should have been the dozen of players pressing Xia Xiaolo to fight, but at the moment it was them being chased by Xia Xiaolo. Although they have long-range attack profession, such as archers and magicians, however, this Xia Xiaolo's pace is very strange. Their skills and attacks hit out, Xia Xiaolo forward and backward, left and right, always be able to avoid every attack to the tip of the iceberg. Several archers and magicians were simply unable to pose any threat to Xia Xiaolo. As for those warrior players, the agility of their profession itself wasn't very high, and at this time, facing Xia Xiaolo's strange pace, they couldn't even catch up. If they hadn't also seen other fighter players, they almost had to think that it was the fighter profession that was so strong that it was unbalanced. However, the other fighters simply didn't have abilities like Xia Xiaolo's, and this Xia Xiaolo being so difficult to deal with was entirely her personal ability. Stop, stop. The girl player was chased by Xia Xiaolo and called out repeatedly. However, Xia Xiaolo made a vertical leap, and when she was in mid-air, her body spun like a windmill, and she kicked the sister player's pretty face. Strike! 864. The damage this time was worse than the last time, but the girl player, who was not completely full-blooded in the midst of being chased, was still turned into white light by this kick. Looking at the soul light spots left from the sister player's kill, Xia Xiao slightly retreated a bit and watched with good humor. Resurrect me, I'm going to get her killed today. The girl player roared loudly in the chat channel, and the physician player in the team who knew the resurrection technique hastily folded his hands together in vain and cast a resurrection technique on her soul light point. While this physician was casting the resurrection spell, the other warrior players blocked the front as if they were on the verge of an attack, forming a semicircle around them. Xia Xiaolo shook her head and lost her smile. Don't worry, I'm too lazy to block you guys, I'm happy that she wants to be revived, after all, my tendons haven't been fully activated yet. Soon, the sister player was pulled up by the resurrection spell, and was restored to full blood under the physician's blood boosting skill. However, at this time, amongst her gaze towards Xia Xiaolo, it was already filled with fear. From the beginning, she was soaring and wanting to teach the other party a lesson, to the present hesitation, but it was only a few short moments. As Xia Xiaolo looked at the sister player, the expression on her face gradually cooled down. Lonely demon face, I've clearly quit the guild, you still won't relent, do you really think I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Autumn Color Cold's face isn't that big. The girl player named Lonely Demon Face was full of grievances. I've been teaming up with Autumn Color Cold since the beginning of the newbie village, and I've been involved in the establishment of the guild from the beginning to the end. Why did you take my vice president position as soon as you, Xia Xiaolo, appeared? Xia Xiaolo spread her hands, just by virtue of me being strong. Lonely Demon Face was momentarily speechless. She frowned and said, okay, you are indeed strong, but since you became vice president, why are you still uninterested in the guild's affairs? Do you really think that Autumn Color Cold asked me to be the vice president because he wanted me to help build the guild? Xia Shallow shook her head. You're overthinking it. I told him when I entered the guild that I would just hang around and not look for me in other matters. She smiled coldly. If I wasn't the #1 fighter in the entire service, what would Autumn Color Cold be looking for me for? He just wants to make me a living signboard. Fine, today I will kill you to a blank slate and see if you still deserve to be this #1 fighter. Lonely Demon Face waved his hand, and these dozen players once again attacked Xia Shallow. Just with these few crooked guys? You really don't have a long memory. With a slight toss of her head, Xia Shallow had clenched her fists, and with a hard stomp of her feet, she charged out forward. However, just as she rushed through the circle of warrior players, and her fist was about to hit Lonely Demon Face's body, there was a sudden fluctuation in the air, and a short sword appeared out of the air abruptly, stabbing at her body. 568. A damage number jumped up, and Xia Shallow only felt her chi loosening, no longer able to move forward. She made a snap decision, her feet stomped on the ground, and her entire body tumbled backwards to retreat. It was not until she had retreated several meters away that she fixed her eyes towards the figure that had just revealed itself in the air. Autumn Color Cold? 3 words popped out from the side of her mouth, and Xia Shallow's brows furrowed slightly. The person who came was none other than the guild's president, the level 28 thief player, Autumn Color Cold. Xia Shallow's expression immediately became grave. If it was the original dozen or so people, she could still not give it a second thought, but if Autumn Color Cold was added to the mix, it would not be too ordinary. Autumn Color Cold, as the guild's president, was different from those few crooked people. He was considered a game veteran, and his understanding of the game was excellent, and his gaming skills were naturally not bad. If Qiu Shirhan didn't have some weight, the previous Xia Shallow wouldn't have agreed to join the guild as vice president. Xia Shallow looked at the appearing Autumn Color Cold and coldly asked, "Is that what you mean?" Autumn Color Cold didn't answer positively. The short sword in his hand glowed with a black ghostly light as he slowly said, "Xia Shallow, why do you need to gamble on quitting the guild? You come back, and I'll give you back this vice president position to keep." Before Xia Shallow could express his opinion, the lonely demon face behind him had already called out, "Autumn Color." Autumn Color Cold waved his hand and said without any room for negotiation, "Demon Face, Xia Shallow is a talent that the guild needs. I hope that you can think more for the guild." Lonely Demon Face snorted coldly, but was unable to do so, and could only sulk on the sidelines, her 2 eyes glaring roundly, staring at Xia Shallow with a deadly stare. However, in the face of Autumn Color Cold, Xia Shallow was unmoved and only slowly shook her head. "No need, I never look back." Pity. Autumn Color Cold sighed and asked again, "Are you going to join another guild?" Xia Shallow thought seriously and said, "Maybe, if I meet the right one, it wouldn't be a bad idea." Hearing her answer, Autumn Color Cold let out a long sigh and said, "Then I can only say I'm sorry. I'm not willing for the first fighter to leave my guild only to join someone else's guild." Xia Sahi narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at the Autumn Color Cold in front of her. "I don't quite understand. I'm a threat to you?" For Xia Shallow, Autumn Color Cold was rare and patient. He nodded and replied, "Not bad. I have news that the game will be hosting the first guild war in 2 weeks, an opponent of your strength. I don't really want to meet in a hostile position. Although I'm a bit sorry for you, I intend to kill you at least 10 times today, exploding your equipment and emptying your experience bar." Calmly uttering such words, Autumn Color Cold disappeared into thin air once again. He once again used his thief's sneak attack skill. A level 28 thief player like him naturally had a lot of thief skills at his disposal, but a skill like sneak attack, which allowed for stealth, was still the signature of the thief profession. Let's see who kills who. Xia Shallow's eyes flickered as she once again poured down a bottle of gold sorpil and took up a battle stance. At this time, Zhou Mo, who had been repeatedly stealthing with his subterranean strike skill, also quietly touched the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 44 Sneak Attack. Earlier, Zhou Mo used his sneak attack skill to move far away and hide in the depths of the jungle. There, he had already finished adding all his spare attribute points and skill points. Starting from level 3, players would get 1 spare skill point for every level, and now at level 20, Zhou Mo had a full 20 spare skill points. After using the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a thief, the skills that he now mastered were all thief skills. Sneak Attack, Slash, Shadow Blade, Ghost Step. These were the 4 skills that Zhou Mo currently mastered. With 20 skill points, it was enough for him to point these skills to a high level. Shadow Blade and Ghost Step were passive skills. Shadow Blade was able to increase attack speed and attack power, while Ghost Step was able to increase the chance of dodging. In addition to the skill points, the 33 attribute points that were left over, Zhou Mo had put them all on strength. With 33 strength points, he directly increased his attack power by 99 points. Unfortunately, when he used the skill Puppet Disguise, he didn't have the skill points up first, so he only used the LV1 Puppet Disguise, which was only able to duplicate 50% of the attribute value of a level 20 thief player. Jomo's disguised panel life value and attack power was only half of a level 20 thief player's, with only a paltry 650 life value and a pitiful 65 attack power. Fortunately, because of the special circumstances, after disguising over, he still had 33 attribute points and 20 skill points that hadn't been added. After adding all the attribute points, and counting the addition of the LV5 passive skill Shadowblade, his attack power reached 199 points. Aside from the fact that his blood quantity was still pitifully low, his attack power wasn't too far behind that of other thief players. And at this time, the Monarch Scythe, which he had inherited from the Monarch class Scarecrow, fell into his hands. Monarch Scythe Fine, Physical Attack, 56, Physical Defense, 36, Magic Defense, 11, Life Value plus 240, Mana Value, 56, Skill Scythe Kill LV2, Skill Scythe Suction LV1. With the addition of the attributes of the Monarch Scythe, his attack power was even better than a normal level 20 thief player. Although there was very little blood to make one's heart tremble, Jomo still hid to the side and watched the two sides fight each other, refusing to step back. The battle in front of him made Jomo watch in awe. Only to see that fighters Xiaoshala one-person solo battle more than a dozen players, but did not lose the slightest wind, raising his hands and feet, from the many warrior players between the interspersed, will be those brittle long-range profession to beat the wailing. Especially that magician girl called Lonely Demon Face, was killed by her twice again. It seemed like Xiaoshala was specifically targeting her. Suddenly, Autumn Color Cold appeared in the air, stabbed Xiaoshala in the back, and then launched the skill cut. 568. 185. 185. 185. In one move, the two skills dealt a total of over 1,000 damage, and Xiaoshala's bloodstain dropped by half. Luckily, fighters were also considered to be professions with thick blood, or else this hit would have brought her to her death. Jomo, who was watching from the sidelines, watched with a tightened heart, almost thinking that this Xiaoshala was about to get cold. However, after being attacked by a sneak attack that dealt out horrific damage, Xiaoshala, although shocked and unruffled, whirled around like a storm, and her arms were already probing towards the sneak-attacking Autumn Color Cold behind her. As a thief profession, since Autumn Color Cold had already scored a hit, of course he had to retreat backward. Unfortunately, Xiaoshala's reaction speed was far beyond his expectation, and only when he had just thought of retreating, Xiaoshala's hands had already probed in front of his body. Her fingers were like hooks, and she grabbed Xiao Shirhan's clothes at once. Xiao Shirhan tried to break free with all his might, but he couldn't move at all. Although thief players were slippery, once they were grabbed by a fighter, trying to compete with a fighter's strength was simply impossible. Xiaoshala also did not attack Autumn Color Cold, just looked at his iron face, laughed, and violently swung it up. In terms of strength alone, the fighter was even much stronger than the warrior profession. At this time, the attacks from the peripheral archers and magicians were already approaching. Xiaoshala's mouth grinned, stopping the swung-up body of Autumn Color Cold before the flying magic and arrows. Autumn Color Cold let out a muffled grunt and was hit squarely by these attacks. His blood bar dropped by half at once. He was only a thief, and in terms of blood and defense, of course, he was no match for a gladiator. The archers on the periphery were in a mess, and Lonely Demon Face called out, "Stop, stop, don't hurt the chairman." And Jomo, who was secretly watching the battle from the side, opened his mouth wide in shock. This is also good. The game's realism was surprisingly to this extent, and Xiaoshala's kind of maneuvering skill was surprisingly tacitly recognized as compliant by the game system. She blocked with Autumn Color Cold, unharmed by the archer and magician's attacks, but instead, she had turned the other side. Taking this hit was equivalent to being crushed by IQ. Autumn Color Cold's face became ugly, the person was still in mid-air, the short sword in her hand shook, and she was about to launch an attack on Xiaoshala. Although the thief profession was not good at head-on combat, but now Xiaoshala's blood bar had almost bottomed out, and the medicine he had poured down still needed time to recover, so it was a good time to go after him. As for himself, he still had half of his bloodstain, and in such a fight, he should be the one who could support himself until the end. However, the short sword in his hand had only reached halfway, when he felt a coldness in his back and could no longer reach out. As a thief himself, he was very familiar with the coldness coming from the air. In a thousandth of a second, the thought had already flooded his mind, it's a thief is trying to sneak attack himself. At this time, his shirt was still being tugged by Xiaoshala. Wanting to turn around to face the enemy was simply not possible, and since the other party was launching a surprise attack from the rear, turning around to deal with it himself might not be a good choice either. Between his thoughts, he made the most suitable response. He exerted force under his feet and instead charged forward, bringing Xiaoshalou along with him, rushing out more than a meter to the front. As a level 28 thief player, he knew very well that the weapon used by the other party should be the same short sword as his own, and as he suddenly dashed forward over a meter, his strike would have fallen short due to the lack of attack distance. Autumn-colored cold's thought was certainly very reasonable. However, in the next moment, he only felt a coldness on his body, and he was still attacked. 312. In an instant, his blood level was nearly emptied, and his entire empty blood bar flickered. I obviously dodged far enough. Why is he still able to attack me? Autumn-colored cold was in a bit of a trance, and froze as he turned his head to look, only to see a player appear behind him, but the weapon he held in his hand wasn't the short sword he had imagined, but a huge black scythe that was 2 to 3 meters long. What the hell? When did thieves start using such big and bulky weapons? Zhou Mo, however, didn't care about the doubts in his mind. He just blinked and muttered, "The attack is too low. I can't even get a second off with dive strike. It's still a bit short." Saying that, the huge scythe in his hand flicked and crossed over the dumbfounded autumn-color cold, causing it to turn into a white light. Chapter 45, Dropping Rare Equipment. White light flashed and autumn-color cold changed into a soul light point. At this moment, Zhou Mo also received the game's beep. Successfully killed player Autumn Color Cold, experience value plus 140, current experience value 140-7200, successfully killed player Autumn Color Cold, experience value plus 140, current experience value 140-7200. Killed opponent, dropped Black Iron Short Sword Rare, prioritize pickups for 1 minute of protection. Zhou Mo could not have imagined that after disguising himself as a player, killing a player would be able to gain the same experience value, and it was still 100% gained without any discount. What was even more delightful was that he couldn't help but make a sneak attack for a moment, but he even exploded a piece of equipment. This luck was also too good. He no longer cared much and directly picked up the dropped equipment and chose to extract the attributes. Black Iron Short Sword Rare attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, physical attack plus 32, physical blitz rate plus 5%, ignore defense chance plus 4%. Unexpectedly, the attributes of the equipment dropped by this autumn color cold were so good, Zhou Mo was excited in his heart. Looking at the soul light spots on the ground, he couldn't help but think, should I let him revive and kill him again? The other equipment on him should be good as well. However, this thought only turned in his mind for a moment before Zhou Mo hastily dismissed it. His current attributes weren't at full strength, and he was able to kill the other party entirely by picking up a broken blood through a sneak attack. If that autumn color cold was full-blooded, Zhou Mo didn't think that he could beat the opponent in his current state. He looked up at Xiaoshalou in front of him, and couldn't help but hesitate a little. This is also residual blood. In front of him, that Xiaoshalou was high on gold sore pill, but her blood regeneration was still slow, and her current blood level looked like it was only 200 to 300 points. In this situation, it seemed that he could just use the Monarch scythe to perform a cut skill to finish it off. As soon as he thought of it, Zhou Mo swung the Monarch scythe in his hand and used the thief's cut skill. By this time, he had completely forgotten that he only wanted to come out to save others. The Monarch scythe swung out horizontally, directly chopping at Xiaoshalou's waist. However, Xiaoshalou didn't panic in a crisis, and with the force of her hands, she pressed down on the side of the Monarch scythe, and flew out with the force of the Monarch scythe swinging. Even so, after being shocked by the Monarch scythe's force, she was still hit with 56 points of damage. But this was nothing compared to the scythe slashing directly onto her body. Zhou Mo felt that everything today was a bit beyond his expectations. He really couldn't imagine that it was just a game, but there could still be this kind of fine operation. Resurrect President. The people on the outside finally reacted, and numerous warrior players rushed up to separate Autumn Color Cold Soul Point of Light from the two of them and Zhou Mo, and surrounded the healer players, allowing them to use resurrection spells and prepare to add blood to Autumn Color Cold. At this point in time, they stared at Zhou Mo and Xiaoshalou not far away as if they were enemies, not daring to take the initiative to launch an attack for a while, and could only passively defend. Xiaoshalou and Zhou Mo then had time to talk. After escaping from the Monarch's scythe attack, Xiaoshalou looked at Zhou Mo with some confusion and asked, "Didn't you come back to save me?" She still had the second half of her sentence that she didn't have the heart to ask, "Then why did you still strike out at me?" Looking at Xiaoshalou in front of him, whose blood had gradually recovered to most of her, Zhou Mo was a bit embarrassed and blushed. "Sorry, I'm used to it. I just watched you get bloodied and didn't hold back for a while." What kind of bull explanation is this? Xiaoshalou stared coldly at Zhou Mo in front of her, her gaze becoming menacing, slowly voicing out, "So what about now?" "Of course not now, you're busy." Having seen Xiaoxiao's maneuvers, Zhou Mo was under a lot of pressure, and simply didn't think that he in his current state would be able to hold up under the other party. He had already beaten a retreat in his heart. Having killed that autumn color cold once and scored experience points and equipment, this round was already worth it. There was no need to continue risking a deathmatch with them. Leave the equipment. By this time, Autumn Color Cold had already been resurrected and was restored to full status by the team physician's blood boosting skill. The dropped Black Iron Short Sword rare caused him great heartache. Rare grade equipment was rare in the entire game in the current stage, so he naturally did not intend to let Zhou Mo off the hook. Unfortunately, Zhou Mo was a thief at the moment, and with his sneak attack skill, he lost sight of him in front of everyone. Release a ranged attack skill there. At Autumn Color Cold's command, the archers and magicians unleashed their skills in unison. Unfortunately, after a round of skills came, that area was still empty, not even a ghostly shadow. That Zhou Mo, surprisingly, escaped stealthily like this. Autumn Colored Cold's face was blue, but he couldn't do anything about it. Subterranean Strike's skill can last for 20 seconds, and in use can increase the movement speed by 20%, with this stealthy 20 seconds, the other side wants to go if they have long gone away, their own side is simply impossible to catch up. He couldn't catch up with Zhou Mo, but he can only take it out on Xiaoxiao. In his opinion, the thief player who attacked him was obviously in league with Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, however, wasn't afraid of him and looked at the iron-faced Autumn Color Cold and smiled. You even had your weapon blown up, what are you going to fight me with? Zhou Mo, on the other hand, at this time, was really far away from this area and no longer dared to stay. Just now, when he stealthily escaped, he was still smashed by the other party's magician with a ranged skill, dropping more than 300 points of blood in one go, causing his blood bar to drop by half. In that case, if he ran any slower, he was afraid that he would be out of luck. He used several dive strike skills to run a long way away before he stopped and leaned against a large tree. Although he used the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a thief, but there was no golden sore medicine in his backpack that a player should have, so he could not add back the half of his blood that had fallen, and could only rely on his own blood bar to automatically recover. But this is really too dangerous. If he ran into a player with the same bad intentions as himself, and gave himself a knife when passing by, then he couldn't even cry. So he hastily lifted his puppet disguise skill and returned to his secret puppet demon spirit state. Although the puppet disguise can let him continue to disguise for an hour, but as long as he is willing, can be lifted at any time, but after lifting the disguise want to disguise again need to wait until the end of the next day cooldown. It seemed that he had not been a human being for a long time, and in the state of disguising the player, he had no sense of security. Instead, it was surprisingly relieved when he returned to the state of the secret puppet magic spirit. It was only at this time that he had the time to take a look at the Monarch scythe, which had just had another attribute attached to it. Monarch scythe fine, physical attack, 56 plus 32, physical defense, 36, magic defense, 11, lifesteal, 240, mana, 56, physical strike rate plus 5%, ignore defense chance plus 4%, skill scythe killing LV2, skill scythe sucking LV1. After this addition, the Monarch scythe was clearly much more powerful than the original. The additional attributes that could be provided by a rare grade equipment dropped from Autumn Color Cold were truly extraordinary. Zhou Mo then opened his panel once again and realized that the panel had returned from the Thief Player panel to the Secret Puppet Demon Spirit panel, while the skill points and attribute points that he had added when he was in disguise were still in a state of idleness. In other words, he was still able to add points while in the Secret Puppet Magic Spirit state. Chapter 46-3 Bilocations. Zhou Mo was not in a hurry to add points. He first observed the Secret Puppet Demon Spirit next to himself before realizing that he was still very different from the other Secret Puppet Demon Spirits. In terms of appearance, himself and the other secret puppet demon spirits should have been the same, but he had an extra Monarch scythe on his side. That was something that the other secret puppet demon spirits did not have. Zhou Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Holding such a windy black scythe, he seemed to have been able to see an endless stream of players rushing up in the future. As the saying goes, if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. If he behaved completely differently from the other secret puppet demon spirits, it would be a ghost if the players didn't stare at him and beat him up. Was there any way to hide the Monarch scythe? Zhou Mo, who couldn't find a good way for the time being, could only put the Monarch scythe in his backpack, at least not so that players could discover his unique features from afar. As a wild monster himself, it was true that it was nice to kill players to gain experience value, but he was only an ordinary secret puppet demon spirit now, so it was better to keep a low profile. Thinking of the previous time when he was a Scarecrow where he was hunted down and killed moment by moment, Zhou Mo felt a little tired of it. Then, Zhou Mo discovered another odd thing. Those secret puppet demon spirits of the same level as himself only had 1,800 points of blood. Compared to their own 4,000 points of blood, they were more than half less. Thus, it seemed that their other attributes such as attack and defense should also be much lower than their own. It seemed that although he was only an ordinary secret puppet demon spirit for the time being, because he was a monarch class wild monster converted from a race, his starting point was not quite the same as an ordinary secret puppet demon spirit, and was significantly higher. After learning this information, Joe Mo cheered up. This difference in information was extremely favorable to him. In the eyes of the players, secret puppet demon spirit wild monsters only had 1,800 points of blood in matching attribute values, so when they came to practice, and a Joe Mo whose attributes were more than twice as powerful suddenly popped up, wouldn't the results become marvelous? Joe Mo was pleased in his heart, humming a little tune in his mind while he put all 33 spare attribute points into strength. He sort of realized that compared to wild monsters, players' blood bars were shorter, but they had the ability to get high and regain blood. If one was practicing in a group, there was also a healer to add blood. Therefore, as a wild monster, it was unwise to add defense and blood to fight with them to consume. At times like this, one should add more attack power, and when the players were not paying attention, they would directly kill them with a single blow, and get the experience value firmly in their hands. After adding all 33 attribute points to his strength, he began to add his skill points as well. He now had 18 skill points, but only 2 skills, a puppet disguise and a puppet mirror image. He didn't care much and directly added points to these 2 skills. Unfortunately, although he had a lot of skill points, these 2 skills could only be upgraded to LV5 and then could not be upgraded any further, making his remaining skill points useless. It seemed that if he wanted to utilize the remaining skill points, he would have to wait until his race advanced and mastered new skills. However, the 2 skills that had been added to LV5 now also made him relatively satisfied. Skill, Puppet Disguise LV5, disguise as a target within 50 squares, convert abilities based on the target, current conversion ratio 100%. Skill, Juggler Mirror Image LV5, create 3 mirror images with himself as the target, mirror image has 100% of its own ability, duration 120 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Both skills were no longer a shortcoming, but the absence of the explosive skill crow pecking from the Scarecrow era made him feel a little uncomfortable. Without that explosive skill, would his ability to kill players be much weaker? Fortunately, the Monarch scythe had been brought over, and had not disappeared like crow pecking, but the beauty of the Monarch scythe was that it came with a weapon skill that could not be directly added to, and had to rely on extracting the attributes of the equipment to advance. This made him a bit dissatisfied. By the time Joe Mo had added all of his skills and attribute points, a player just happened to appear in his field of vision. Looking at this player who was only level 20 struggling to fight a secret puppet demon spirit, Joe Mo's heart was just delighted. It seemed that his luck was good, he had only just stopped preparing and the heavens had sent him a practicing one over. This was a warrior player, with good blood and defense, it was the attack power that was a bit diluted. However, with the large amount of gold sore medicine in his backpack, it was still no problem for him to slowly level by himself. After all, warrior players were not as difficult to level as fighters, who often had to crush wild monsters by a few levels in order to level more comfortably because of the extreme difficulty of their operations, whereas warrior players were even able to level by 1 or 2 levels with their simple operations and strong survivability. However, this was meaningless to the current Joe Mo. Regardless of what profession this player in front of him was, he wasn't going to let the other party go. Level 20 wild monsters already knew how to attack on their own accord, and once they entered the attack range of the wild monsters, they would close in like sharks that had smelled blood, and surround the players that entered the range. This warrior player, however, was cautious. The secret puppet demon spirit he chose was far away from the group of secret puppet demon spirits, and even the closest one was 20 meters away by a large tree. In this situation, he could have fought this secret puppet demon spirit single-handedly until the end of time, and then dealt with the one next to the big tree after cleaning up this one. As he was thinking in his heart, he suddenly raised his head and realized that the secret puppet demon spirit next to the big tree had disappeared 20 meters away. Then, he felt a pain in his back as the game system prompted that he had been attacked by the secret puppet demon spirit. He turned around and realized that a secret puppet demon spirit was attacking him. Although this warrior player could not recognize the difference between each secret puppet demon spirit, he could guess that this must be the one that had originally stayed by the big tree that had wandered over. 187. A damage number jumped up, causing the warrior player to be startled. This secret puppet demon spirit's attack power was quite high, and now that his own physical defense had broken through 100 points, he couldn't imagine that he would still be dealt such high damage by a normal attack. Ordinary secret puppet demon spirit attacking oneself is not only 100 attack damage? This secret puppet demon spirit wasn't elite level, so how could its attack power be so much stronger than that of its companions? This kind of thought just quickly turned around in the warrior player's heart, and then he saw that the secret puppet demon spirit that had attacked him used the puppet mirror image skill. A strange and short sound rang out, and in front of him, the secret puppet spirit directly split into 4, just surrounding him in the center. This warrior player felt bad all of a sudden. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the secret puppet demon spirit's mirror image skill before, but this was really the first time he had seen such a powerful mirror image skill. Normally, the secret puppet demon spirit could only mirror a doppelganger, and its attributes were only half of the original body's, so its strength wasn't considered strong. The secret puppet demon spirit did not have any explosive damage skills, with his blood defense as a warrior profession, plus a large number of gold sore medicine in his backpack. Even if the secret puppet demon spirit split out a doppelganger, he could slowly wear out the dead. But now that the other party had directly detached 3 doppelgangers, could he still hold out? Chapter 47 Split plus Scythe Kill. Joe used his puppet mirror image skill to directly split into 3 phantom doppelgangers and surrounded the warrior player in the center. At this point, of course, there was no need to be polite. Under the linkage of his body, all 3 doppelgangers attacked the warrior player at the same time. The secret puppet demon spirit did not have attack skills, and Joe, along with the 3 illusionary doppelgangers, could only use the most basic normal attacks. 187. 187. 187. 187. 4 identical damage numbers jumped up. A level 20 warrior profession had reached an overall blood quantity of over 2,000 points, and these 4 normal attacks went down, only knocking out a small half of that warrior player's blood bar. However, the warrior player was still startled. The secret puppet demon spirit in front of him was able to split into 3 phantom doppelgangers, which had already made him very puzzled, and now that those 3 doppelgangers attacked with the same power as the main body, it was even more difficult for the warrior player to accept. Even if the number of doppelgangers was more than the average secret puppet demon spirit, how could the strength of each doppelganger be the same as the main body? He was a bit torn for a moment, not knowing if he should give up on this secret puppet demon spirit. At this time, the secret puppet demon spirit that he had originally fought only had half of its blood remaining. If he left now, it would be like giving up on it. These 4 were attacking themselves, but they could only attack once a second, and without explosive damage, they could barely add up to their own blood. A level 20 warrior player could already use the special gold sore pill. The recovery speed was far better than a normal vial of gold sore pill, and could barely maintain his bloodline. Another good period of time passed, and at this time the warrior player's bloodline was still maintained at about half. Under the attack of Joe plus the 3 illusory doppelgangers, his blood bar was slowly dropping down even with the use of the specialized gold sore pill. If it wasn't for the fact that the passive skill-based strength that came with the warrior profession came into play after his blood level had dropped to half, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to maintain his current blood level. The so-called bottom power skill is a passive skill that warrior players can master after reaching level 15, and it is able to increase their defense power when their blood level is below 50%. At this time, Jomo's normal attack could only cause 156 points of damage on him. Although the 3 doppelgangers attacked together, they still suppressed the opponent's bloodline, but they couldn't kill the opponent for the time being. At this time, the warrior player finally killed the original secret puppet demon spirit. With a flash of light, there was an additional piece of equipment on the ground, which was dropped by the killed secret puppet demon spirit. The warrior player was overjoyed in his heart and picked it up, satisfied with his earlier persistence. If he had just left directly instead of insisting on killing that secret puppet demon spirit, then this piece of equipment that had fallen now would have nothing to do with him. After picking up the equipment, the warrior player's blood bar had already dropped by most of the way. At this time, he was ready to retreat. In front of this secret puppet demon spirit, Samad not only can be divided into 3 phantom body to, each one's attack power in the body is the same. Even if he was able to use medicine to restore his blood, he was afraid that it would not be worth it. An entire backpack of specialized gold sore pill cost not a lot of game currency, and if he used it to just brush a wild monster, he wouldn't even be able to earn back the money for the medicine. Having just dropped an equipment, he was already happy in his heart. Although there was some suspicion that this secret puppet demon spirit in front of him would also drop something, the cost was too high and the risk was too great, so he dismissed the idea. Directly pouring down a bottle of special golden sore pill, he turned around and left. Unfortunately, it was already too late to leave at this point. How could Joe let him leave? A huge black scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the Monarch scythe that he had taken out from the game's backpack. The Monarch scythe had already been recharged. At this time he did not care much. Directly open the Monarch scythe comes with the scythe kill skill. The LV2 scythe kill skill could increase the attack speed by 120% and the movement speed by 30%. Once this skill was turned on, the warrior player simply couldn't run away, and was directly blocked by him and the 3 phantom doppelgangers. 244. 244. 244. Blitz. 488. Bloodsucking. Plus 146. After taking out the Monarch scythe and using the scythe kill skill, the warrior player couldn't even hold on for a second, and was directly killed by the bludgeoning triggered by one of the phantom doppelgangers. The illusionary doppelganger was quite lucky, and even the 5% chance sickle suction skill was successfully triggered. The only thing was that the warrior player hadn't attacked Joe Mo earlier, and Joe Mo's blood bar was still full, so the plus 146 blood level that had been returned to him hadn't been put to any use. But no matter what, the successful triggering of the sickle suction still made Joe Mo realize that this passive skill was not just for show. Killing the warrior player rightfully provided him with 100 experience points, but now that his experience bar was 7,200 points long, he had a long way to go if he wanted to upgrade. Compared to experience, there was one thing that made him even happier. At the same time that the warrior player returned to the city and resurrected, the equipment that he had been killed and dropped was revealed. This was exactly the loot from the warrior player who had just killed another secret puppet demon spirit, except that he hadn't even warmed it up in his backpack before he turned his head and dropped it out to Joe Mo again. Equipment that was placed in the backpack had a much higher chance of dropping than if it was equipped on the body. Joe Mo didn't bother to pay attention to the grief in that warrior player's heart and happily picked up this equipment. Black Iron Broadsword Rare, physical attack plus 58, strength plus 8, stamina plus 8, equipment level 22. Surprisingly, it was still a rare grade equipment, and it was a broadsword that was just suitable for that warrior profession. Joe Mo could imagine that the warrior player, who had now returned to the city for resurrection, must be dripping blood in his heart. However, whether the other party's heart was dripping blood or not was none of his business. He just happily extracted the attributes of this equipment. This Black Iron Broadsword Rare was the first time he had acquired it, and the extraction percentage was also 50%. Black Iron Broadsword Rare attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, physical attack plus 29, strength plus 4, physical stamina plus 4. Once again attached to the Monarch scythe, the attributes of the Monarch scythe had increased again. Each point of physical strength increase could be life value plus 20 and defense plus 2. 4 points of physical strength could directly raise 80 points of life value and 8 points of defense for Joe Mo. After extracting the attributes of this equipment, Joe Mo's scythe kill skill still had 28 seconds of duration left. Nowadays, he didn't have any explosive damage skills, so the scythe kill status was his greatest weapon, so he naturally didn't want to waste it. The fact that he had just finished off that warrior player had given him a lot of confidence, and he charged forward in the right direction. Together with the 3 illusionary doppelgangers, the 4 secret puppet demon spirits carried huge black scythes as they dashed through the outskirts of the nightmare forest. Chapter 48, A Little Test of the Bull's Blade. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, who could believe that a secret puppet demon spirit could run that fast? No, not 1, but 4. 4 secret puppet demon spirits carrying huge black scythes. There were naturally quite a few players practicing in the outskirts of this nightmare forest, and Joe Mo, carrying the Monarch scythe as he ran at a fast pace, soon found other players. It was a small group practicing in brushing monsters, a warrior player, a healer, and an archer. A front row that resisted monsters, a back row that outputted, plus one that was responsible for adding blood and renewal. This kind of combination was actually quite useful for leveling, and if a magician player was added, it would be even more perfect. Joe Mo didn't have time to think about why the other party didn't have a magician. In fact, the same time he appeared carrying the Monarch scythe, the 3 people in this small group similarly noticed him. A secret puppet magic spirit carrying a huge scythe, could it be that evil alchemist's new creation? The laid-back healer player spoke in surprise. The archer player standing with him shot arrows while also saying, it could be a new wild monster species added after the game's updated version. Let's clean up this one on our hands and test the waters with it. A newly updated wild monster type might be able to pop out new equipment. They had such a plan in their hearts, and Joe Mo also had his own plan. Joe Mo, who still had 21 seconds left in his scythe kill state, implemented his own plan, to slash on sight. The many times he had fought with players had already given him his own routine. Taking advantage of his sickle kill state's movement speed, he ignored the warrior player in front of him who was resisting the monsters, and directly charged towards the two people at the back. The archer profession was as brittle as the magician, so it was naturally very easy to clean up. And although the physician profession had a certain amount of candor, it didn't possess much offensive ability itself, so Zhou Mo didn't even worry about being in danger when facing him. In just 2 seconds, Zhou Mo had crossed a large distance and rushed to the healer player and the archer player. Zhou Mo didn't greet them either, and directly raised the Monarch scythe, slashing down with 4 large black scythes at the same time. With the attack range of the Monarch scythe and the movement speed of the scythe kill state, the two players simply couldn't dodge. The healer player used a Misty Barrier at the first time, and then put a cure spell in his hand, intending to add blood to his archer teammates. He knew very well that although they were attacked at the same time, the archer profession was much more fragile than the healer profession, and if he didn't add blood to the other party, they would probably fall in the blink of an eye. It had to be said that he was not wrong in his thinking. But he guessed the beginning, but not the result. With Zhou Mo's addition of the Monarch scythe, his attack power had reached a terrifying 428 points at this moment. Even though he had put on more powerful professional equipment, the archer in front of him still had a total physical defense of less than 100 points. Zhou Mo's Monarch scythe swung down, directly causing terrifying damage. 353. 353. 353. 353. Together with the illusionary doppelgangers, a total of 4 slashes struck down, each of which hit the archer player's body solidly, dealing over 300 points of damage. This time, Zhou Mo along with the 3 illusionary doppelgangers did not trigger even a single bludgeon. However, this was not needed. Even without triggering a blitz, these 4 attacks had dealt a total of 1412 points of damage. This archer player was only level 21, with a total blood volume of just over 1200 points, and was directly killed by these 4 attacks, turning into a soul point of light without even a grunt. Successfully killed player JV Eagle, plus 105 experience. It's a pity that no equipment was dropped. Zhou Mo sighed in his heart, and his next swing was still slashing towards the healer player. The Monarch scythe could inflict a ranged attack within a distance of 3 squares, so with these two people standing together, Zhou Mo's every swing could hit both of them at the same time. Whether it was blood or defense, the physician was better than the archer player, and with the same 4 slashes, the archer player died, while the physician player only lost half of his blood bar. And by this time, the physician player had already added the healing spell to his body. Plus 687. With the advanced healing technique plus the magic attack, combined with the healing amount bonus that the physician profession possessed, the physician player gave himself back plus 687 points of blood in one breath. However, this was still not enough. Even with the Misty Barrier's continuous recovery, it was impossible for him to support Zhou Mo for too long. After another 4 slashes, the physician player's blood bar instantly turned red. In this situation, Zhou Mo only needed to strike the Monarch scythe one more time, and he would die. The warrior player was still charging this way, and looking at the current distance, it was definitely too late to rescue him. The physician player frowned, and the light in his hand flashed as he used the life chain he had prepared. A chain of flickering light spanned across 7 or 8 meters of air, connecting the physician player and the warrior player. Zhou Mo of course could not withdraw his hand. The Monarch scythe had already slashed down inertially. 87. 87. 87. 87. For unexpected damage numbers jumped up, the physician player didn't die directly as agreed thought. The 4 slashes at the same time had only dealt over 300 points of damage to him, and with the little blood he had left, he was still able to support himself. What's going on here? Zhou Mo was a bit surprised. He was only level 18 before he crossed over to become a Scarecrow, and he didn't know much about the advanced skills of other professions. Zhou Mo didn't know much about the specific effects of the life chain skill used by the healer player. At this time, the warrior player had also approached. Zhou Mo slightly swept a glance and found that his blood level had dropped quite a bit compared to the original. With a movement in his heart, he once again swung the Monarch scythe towards the physician player. By this time, the physician player had already regained quite a bit more blood under his own blood boosting skills, and Zhou Mo's 4 swings and slashes this time really didn't manage to kill him in seconds as expected. 87. 87. 87. 87. The same very low 4 damage numbers. But this time, Zhou Mo, who had paid some attention to that warrior player, noticed something. When he attacked the physician player, the damage numbers jumped up at the same time as the warrior player's side also jumped up 4 damage numbers. Looking at the 203 damage number, Joe realized in his heart. Turns out, that life chain skill is the physician player and the warrior player connected, their own attack on the physician player, the same part of the damage transferred to the body of the warrior player. When he attacked the physician player, some of the damage was also transferred to the warrior player. The proportion of the transferred damage was about 70%. With the length of the warrior player's blood bar, this kind of damage wasn't too hard for him to endure, and the physician player also avoided being killed in seconds as a result. There were only 16 seconds left in the sickle kill state, and Jomo's heart tightened. Chapter 49 Monarch's scythe advanced again. The physician's life chain was indeed a troublesome skill. Even if Joe specifically attacked the physician, most of the damage would be shared by the warrior player, so it wasn't easy to kill the physician who had the ability to increase blood recovery. The increased attack speed of the scythe kill skill allowed Joe to attack twice a second, but the effect of such a fast attack on the physician player wasn't as good. The physician player's points had been added to his physical strength, and his blood and defense were almost as good as the warrior's. He had used the life lock skill to attack the warrior player. Moreover, he used life chain to disperse the damage, and he also desperately used his skills to increase his blood, and at the same time, he also took medicine to recover, and even stabilized his blood under Jomo's continuous attacks. At this time, Jomo's sickle kill status had only 12 seconds left. Looking at the physician player that he couldn't get rid of for a while, Joe was somewhat helpless. At this point, he missed his previous crow pecking skill. If he had that skill, with the instantaneous burst output, he would not have let the physician player live. But now, thinking about this is meaningless and not realistic at all. At this moment, he needed to make a plan for himself. Should he continue to fight with these two guys, or should he call it quits and turn around and run? Otherwise, when the sickle kill status disappeared, his movement speed would drop, and if he wanted to run again, it wouldn't be that easy. This thought only made a turn in Jomo's mind before he threw it out of the sky. His gaze fell to the warrior player on the side and he suddenly realized something special. That warrior player had been standing a few meters away and had not come closer. He could naturally see that Jomo's Monarch scythe was a ranged attack weapon, so if he and the physician player stood together, it would be like two people being attacked together. Every time Joe swung the Monarch scythe, under the effect of the life chain, he would lose a considerable amount of blood. At this moment, the physician player only had time to replenish his own blood, and had no time to take care of him. Fortunately, the warrior profession's blood and defense were quite high, and the special effect gold sword pill he used was quite powerful, in order for him to keep barely holding on to his bloodline. Joe realized that every time he slashed at the physician player's body, it was the warrior player on the side that lost more blood. What if he attacked the warrior player instead? Joe has always been a person who does what he thinks. In a flash of thought, he had already given up on the physician player in front of him and directly ran towards the warrior player. With the 30% increase in movement speed from the scythe kill skill, the warrior player would not be able to avoid it. Joe raised the Monarch scythe in his hand, and together with the three illusionary doppelgangers, four Monarch scythes landed on the warrior player's body. 72. 72. 72. 72. Four pitiful damage numbers jumped up. However, after seeing such painless damage numbers, Joe was happy. On the other side of the life chain, the physician player's body suddenly exploded with even higher damage numbers. 218. 218. 218. 218. It was the same four damage numbers, but who had more and who had less, but it dropped a turn. In this instant, the physician player's blood bar dropped by half. Where did the physician player think that a mere secret puppet demon spirit wild monster could have such a mind? Or should this be set up by the game, specifically to disgust people? The healer player couldn't care too much and hurriedly used his blood boost skill on himself with his hands and feet. Unfortunately, although his blood boosting skill recovery was very good, it couldn't keep up with an attack that could hit 8 times a second. Joe just casually swung the Monarch scythe twice, and the physician player, who was at the other end of the life chain and had taken most of the damage, just died and turned into a sole point of light. As for the life chain, it naturally disappeared the moment he was killed and could no longer function. At this time, Jomo's sickle kill status still had 8 seconds left. Because Joe had just switched the target of his attack, the warrior player was on the receiving end of a small amount of damage, and at this time, his blood had recovered to about 2/3. However, for Joe, at this time, he was equivalent to a pile of experience value. Without the healer player's blood boosting skill to recover, and solely relying on medication to restore blood, how could the other party stay alive under his own focused attack? 290. 290. 269. 269. One attack directly caused 18 points of damage. When the next two attacks landed, because the warrior player's blood bar had fallen to less than half, he triggered the base force passive skill, and his defense was slightly increased. However, this was harmless. The warrior player, who had only half of his blood bar left, turned red all of a sudden. At this time, he would only have 500 or 600 points of blood left. Jomo only needed to attack once more, and he was going to turn into a soul point of light just like his teammates. A miracle didn't occur. In the next moment, Jomo's Monarch scythe swung down again, directly emptying the warrior player's blood bar and collecting him. After killing the physician player and the warrior player, Jomo once again received 210 experience points, and by this time, his experience value had reached 555,7200 points. At least it was a little closer to upgrading. At this time, Jomo looked towards the ground and realized that after the two had returned to the city and resurrected, there was still dropped equipment left on the ground. This time, he had gotten lucky and dropped 2 pieces of equipment at once. Based on the previous beeps, he knew that these were 2 pieces of fine-grade equipment. Although it was a bit worse compared to the rare grade, he didn't mind it and directly picked it up and chose to extract the attributes. Black Iron Broadsword Fine Attribute Extraction Successful, Current Extraction Ratio 50%, Physical Attack plus 18, Strength plus 3. Physician Soft Armor Fine Attribute Extraction Successful, Current Extraction Ratio 50%, Physical Defense plus 9, Magic Defense plus 9. Compared to fine-grade equipment and rare-grade equipment, there were only 2 attributes, and overall it was much worse. However, at this time, Jomo was pleasantly surprised when he heard another beep that had just sounded. Attribute Attachment reached requirement. Monarch Scythe Fine Quality is upgraded to Monarch Scythe Rare. After attaching attributes so many times, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe finally broke through the critical value and advanced once again. Monarch Scythe Rare, Physical Attack, 212, Physical Defense, 89, Magic Defense, 39, Lifesteal plus 560, Mana, 112, Physical Strike Rate plus 7%, Ignore Defense Chance plus 6%, Skill Scythe Kill LV3, Skill Scythe Suction LV2. After the Monarch Scythe advanced to the rare rank, there was a huge increase in attributes. What made Jomo even more excited was that the 2 weapon effect skills attached to the Monarch Scythe had each been raised by another level. By now, Jomo finally realized that in order to level up these weapon effect skills, the quality of the Monarch Scythe had to be upgraded first. He couldn't wait to find out how much the upgraded weapon skills would improve. Chapter 50, The Battle Appointment. Jomo held the Monarch Scythe, his delicate palm made of wood slowly rubbing it as he began to watch the details of the 2 weapon skills. Scythe Kill LV3, attack 50 times to complete recharging. When activated, it can increase attack speed by 140%, increase movement speed by 40%, duration 40 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Sickle Suck LV2, when attacking with the Monarch Scythe, 10% chance to suck 40% of the damage value's blood. Jomo nodded with some satisfaction. Whether it was the Scythe Kill or Scythe Suction skill, after leveling up, both had become much stronger. The Scythe Kill skill not only increased the attack speed and movement speed bonus after activation, but also increased the duration by 10 seconds. This was considered a great enhancement for Jomo. Only the setting that requires 50 attacks to complete the recharge is a bit inconvenient to use, and must be prepared in advance. The Sickle Suck skill is not to mention. The chance of attacking and sucking blood has directly increased from 5% to 10%, doubling the chance of triggering. Jomo's puppet mirror image can be split into 3 to calculate. He once attack is considered for, that is to say, swinging 2 or 3 times will be able to trigger a blood sucking, has been considered very practical. Even if he doesn't have a blood bottle, he still has the capital to fight a long-lasting battle with the player. At this time, the sickle kill state had already passed, and he didn't rush to find other players to practice, but raised the Monarch Scythe in his hand and aimed it at a certain secret puppet demon spirit on the side. At this moment, he was in the feral monster state. Killing the same feral monster's secret puppet demon spirit did not have any profit, but he did not attack the other secret puppet demon spirit for the sake of profit, but for the sake of attacking 50 times first, so as to prepare the recharge of the scythe slaying. That way, the next time he faced a player, he would be able to activate the scythe kill skill at the first opportunity, and would not need to spend time slowly recharging it. It had to be said that his idea was good and effective. After killing several secret puppet demon spirits, the scythe kill skill had finally finished recharging, and was just waiting for him to use it next time. While he was attacking the secret puppet demon spirits, he also found a funny thing. When these secret puppet demon spirits were attacked by him, they would just stand there stupidly, not knowing how to fight back at all. Perhaps, in the setting of these secret puppet demon spirits, there was no such thing as striking out at a fellow human. Joe wandered around the outskirts of the nightmare forest, looking for some players who had fallen behind to practice, and by this time, the game's chat channel had become lively. It was indeed a bit lonely to hunt players alone in silence, and when he had nothing else to do, Joe also paid attention to the chat channel. He realized that this day, the thing that was being tossed around and debated on the chat channel actually had some relevance to himself. Did you hear about it? Something happened to that Cold Autumn Guild? What Cold Autumn Guild? Never heard of it. That first fighter Xiaoshalow's guild, their president did not let out before, 2 weeks after the first guild war, they want to enter the top 8? Oh, that third-rate guild you're talking about, they don't even have a level 29 in their guild, how dare they say they're going to be in the top 8? Brother, don't underestimate people, you don't know, the fighter profession is different, although that Xiaoshalo is only level 26, but even if it's a level 29 other profession, she's not weak at all. Fighter, that's true, I have a friend who also chose the fighter profession, the operation is difficult to death, playing monsters and practicing leveling is too difficult, he and I entered the game together, now I'm level 28, he's only level 21, a world of difference. In that case, they have that number 1 fighter in, it shouldn't be too much to fight for the top 8, right? Brother, you don't know, that first fighter certainly has hope if she's still around, but she's fallen out with the Cold Autumn Guild. Fell out, when did it happen? Just today, that Xiaoshalo took the initiative to quit the guild, and I heard that the Cold Autumn Guild even sent out people to block her, intending to wash her into a blank slate. No way, how much hatred, how much hate how to say also used to be the same guild, that Cold Autumn Guild so petty. Joe watched with great interest, but found that the wind direction on the chat channel did not know when to change, the people from the Cold Autumn Guild probably could not stand being discussed and popped out. Autumn color cold, this is a family matter of my Cold Autumn Guild, I hope everyone's mouths are virtuous and they don't spread rumors. Also, that thief called Joe, I'm limiting you to returning your equipment within today, or else in the future, all the members of my Cold Autumn Guild will kill you once they see you, and kill you until you quit the game. The eyes of the other players who were paying attention to the chat channel lit up, there was a new melon. However, where would Joe be afraid of him, he was idle anyway, he simply typed in a message on the chat channel as well. Joe, that one called Autumn Color Cold, it's just a rare grade black iron short sword, look at how petty you are. I can't do anything about it if you insisted on popping it out. Autumn Color Cold couldn't imagine that this one called Joe didn't give face at all, and was so infuriated that his face turned red. And at this time, the others on the chat channel had already fallen in line. The president of the Cold Autumn Guild was actually killed and even exploded his equipment, it's too powerful. Rare grade equipment is good, but for the guild leader to be heartbroken over this bit of equipment, it's too much of a fall. That's right, that Jomo's brother, he's awesome, is he interested in joining our guild? If you join our guild, that Cold Autumn Guild will definitely not dare to find you again. Joe laughed in his heart and replied on the chat channel, no need, the Cold Autumn Guild is nothing, I've never been afraid. If you have the ability to come and beat me up, come one and I'll kill one, come two and I'll kill a pair, oh, and remember to bring more equipment when you guys come, I still want to explode a few more pieces. Lonely demon face, what's the use of screaming in your mouth, if you have the ability to make an appointment with the time and place, our Cold Autumn Guild will definitely accompany you to the end. Joe could not have imagined that another person from the Cold Autumn Guild would be brought out, but what that lonely demon face had said had also poked at his sore spot. Honestly speaking, it was unlikely that he would make a date with the other party. He was still a wild monster, so what could he do to make a date with someone? Moreover, he wasn't a player who could be resurrected indefinitely after death, but a wild monster that would probably be done for if he died. It was too unworthy to take such a risk. Before he could think of how to respond, another person popped up on the chat channel. Natsuya, very well, I agree. Tomorrow night at 1900 hours, the dueling arena in the 4th main city of the Eastern District, I'll be waiting for you, and all 29 people from your Cold Autumn Guild had better come without missing a single one. Lonely demon face, Xia Shallow, don't think that you're arrogant because you ran away today, our guild wants to deal with you, it's still a matter of minutes. Xia Shallow, dueling arena, dare, or don't dare. Joe, this Xia Shallow student, aren't you being forceful, the Cold Autumn Guild only dares the entire guild to besiege one, where could they possibly dare to go on the dueling field with you one-on-one? Autumn Cold, good, tomorrow night at 1900 hours. And that one called Joe, our Cold Autumn Guild has never been afraid of a challenge, if you're not convinced, you're welcome to come as well, I'll be waiting for you. Xia Shallow, good, Joe, thanks for doing me a favor, if you have time you can also come and watch, see how I storm these disgusting guys. Ghostly, Joe Mo nodded and said on the chat channel, "Good, I'll come and take a look tomorrow." As soon as the words left his mouth, Joe Mo regretted it. He was still a wild monster now. How could he enter a player town with human guards? Chapter 51, Entering the Player Town. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. During this day, Joe Mo secretly hid in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest and hunted down single-leveling players when he saw an opportunity. After a day of hunting quite a few more players, his experience value had reached 2,585-7,200. After hunting and killing so many players, he also dropped a few pieces of equipment. Although they were only fine-grade equipment, they were still better than nothing, and attaching them to the Monarch's scythe improved the attributes of the Monarch's scythe. The attributes of the Monarch's scythe were now a bit higher than before, no matter if it was attack power or defense power. For Joe Mo, who was planning to head to a human town, even a little boost would be good. At this moment, he was wandering outside the fourth main city of the Eastern District. From afar, the large city was majestic, and there were 4 human guards standing on both sides at the entrance of the city. Joe Mo knew that those 4 were the NPC guards arranged by the game, and for players at the current stage, these 4 guards were simply more terrifying than the big bosses in the game. The 4 NPC guards, 2 with swords in their hands and 2 with bows and arrows. One type was jokingly called by the players as the guards with swords and one type was called by the players as the bow and arrow guards. And such guards were set up in many places in the town. There was once a high-level warrior player, relying on their own blood defense is amazing, in the middle of the town to kill people, the result of the body stained with the infamous value, by the bow and arrow guards from afar an arrow to shoot, just hold on for 2 seconds, this death, but also exploded a place of equipment. Since then, players know that the game has just opened not long ago. In the current stage, players are not likely to have the ability to arm wrestle with NPC guards. Therefore, although PK was not prohibited in most parts of the town, it was also called a safe zone by the players. Because, in this town, as long as you keep your peace and don't actively kill, the NPC guards are considered the most loyal guards. If you dare to kill in front of the guards, then these NPC guards will let you know what is called despair. As for the grudges between players, besides ambushing them in the field, there was also a more honorable solution. That's the dueling arena. No matter what kind of grudge the 2 players have, they can come to the dueling ground in the city. As long as both parties confirmed with the NPCs in the dueling arena, then they could enter the dueling arena and fight at will. No matter how many opponents they killed, they would not be stained with infamy value, nor would they be attacked by the NPC guards in the city. However, Joe Mo clearly knew that he was now a wild monster. Players would not be attacked by the NPC guards unless they killed in front of them, or if the infamy value on them reached a certain stage. However, wild monsters were different. No matter what kind of wild monster, as long as it dared to approach the town, it would be killed by the guards at the first opportunity. Even though he had already disguised himself as a player with his mutated puppet disguise skill, Joe Mo was still a bit worried. He stood outside the town gate and looked towards the gate from afar, but finally gritted his teeth and slowly moved towards the town gate. Joe Mo slowly approached bit by bit. At such a distance, even if those 2 guards with swords wanted to attack themselves, they wouldn't be able to reach the attack distance. And at such a distance, only those 2 bow and arrow guards could attack themselves. With the powerful attributes attached to the Monarch's scythe, his defense was now much better than that of a warrior player, and it was still not much of a problem for him to support himself for 2 or 3 seconds in the hands of the bow and arrow guards. At the same time, Joe Mo had already pinched the Monarch's scythe in his hand. As long as the archery guard showed the slightest intention to attack, he would immediately open the scythe kill skill, and with its increased movement speed of 40%, he would directly run away. Taking risks was indeed risky, but Joe Mo thought that his preparation was sufficient. At least he wouldn't lose his life here. Ta! Joe Mo's toes moved forward and finally took a step to fall within the attack range of the bow guard. However, the expected attack did not come. Not far from the city gate, the 2 bow guards were still standing stupidly, as if Joe Mo did not exist. Joe Mo slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and once again took a step forward. The attack still did not come. The big stone in Joe Mo's heart was finally put down. It seemed that after utilizing the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a player, he could not only fool other players, but also these game NPCs. He let out a breath and put away the Monarch's scythe, returning it to his backpack space. A weapon like the Monarch's scythe, which was 2 to 3 meters long, looked formidable, but it was indeed a bit overly striking. And the last thing Joe Mo, who was a wild monster but was in the middle of a player's town, wanted was to be noticeable. As he passed by the 4 NPC guards, Joe Mo subconsciously quickened his pace. Although he had already tested that these guards would not attack him, at this moment, Joe Mo still had the feeling of a lamb surrounded by wolves. Time was also running out. There was still more than an hour before the 1900 hours that Xia Shallow and Cold Autumn Guild had agreed upon. Joe Mo hurriedly took big steps and ran to it. Although it was only the fourth main town in the eastern region, this town covered a very wide area, so if he didn't hurry up, I'm afraid that the duel between Xia Shallow and the Cold Autumn Guild would have ended long before he got there. The game chat channel also slowly began to bustle. Yesterday's number one fighter Xia Shallow and Cold Autumn Guild about the matter has already been known to everyone. At this time, anyone who had some free time was gathering at the dueling arena. As a dueling arena in the game, there were naturally enough spectator seats. The game side used a magical technical means. Each dueling arena is connected to many different space viewing venues. A dueling arena may only have one venue on the surface, more than 10,000 seats for the audience, but in fact, it is more than 100,000 spectators to come. The venue is also able to accommodate. However, this time, the matter of the Cold Autumn Guild is not small, not big. If not everyone is a little curious about the number one fighter on the list, I'm afraid that the number of people who came to watch is not even 1/10 of the number of people. Joe Mo actually didn't care about the number of people. He now had his mind set in the right place. He had come this time to be a spectator. He was arriving at the dueling arena, trying to find a seat, when a bright light had flashed up in his personal mail system. After crossing over into a wild monster, this was the first time Joe Mo had encountered such a thing. Previously, he was a wild monster, so of course it was impossible for someone to send an email to him. He was a bit puzzled. Even his current self, apart from yesterday when he didn't hold back a few words on the chat channel, he hadn't crossed paths with anyone. Who would be looking for him? With such doubts, he opened the flashing mail system. Player Xia Shallow has requested to be added as a friend, do you agree? Chapter 52, Xia Shallow's Gift. Looking at the flashing player mail system, Joe Mo hesitated for a moment and finally clicked confirm. Successfully added player Xia Shallow as a friend. Player Xia Shallow has sent an attached email, please receive it. Joe Mo was a bit puzzled, and directly sent 3 question marks to Xia Shallow on the opposite side. Joe Mo? Xia Shallow, I sent you something, please receive it, so that you can have more certainty in the duel later. Joe Mo, you're overthinking it, I don't intend to go on a duel. Xia Shallow, hurry up and receive it, boys are good at saving face. When the Cold Autumn Guild squeezes you a few times, you'll still have to go on the field all the same. Joe Mo, if I say I don't have much face, do you believe me? Xia Shallow, receive it, and then we'll be clear. Joe Mo shook his head helplessly. Since the other party was so gracious, he had no choice but to give in. He decisively chose to receive. Received a delivery item from player Xia Shallow, Experience Pearl 1. Received from player Xia Shallow, Shadow Short Sword Rare, Shadow Leather Armor Rare, Shadow Bracelet Rare, Shadow Ring Rare. Joe Mo froze, a wonderful look on his face. This experience bead was even so. Those 4 pieces of equipment clearly belonged to the thief profession. 4 pieces of rare ranked equipment, and still in a set. In today's stage of the game, their value was self-evident. It was hard to describe the gift sent by Xia Shallow as valuable. You have to know that the president of the Cold Autumn Guild, being blown out by himself with a rare grade weapon, was already heartbroken to death, and had to make a date with himself in the chat channel, forcing himself to return it. And yet, the Xia Shallow casually waved his hand and sent over 4 pieces of rare grade equipment to himself. Joe Mo was shocked and couldn't help but send a message to Xia Shallow, asking, how did you get these pieces of equipment? Xia Shallow acted very cloudy. Some of them exploded from fighting monsters, and some of them were paid for. Air. Hearing such words, Joe Mo was rare and somewhat embarrassed. He had helped kill that autumn color cold at that time, but it was just in passing. What he wanted was just to sneak attack and kill that autumn color cold, get experience, and explode equipment. At that time, when he saw that Xia Shallow was bleeding, he thought that he would also take her away, but Xia Shallow's skill was too strong, so he couldn't take her down. He thought in his heart, Summer Shallow, and sent a message over, said, these 4 pieces of equipment you better hurry to equip, put the backpack is easy to burst out, on the dueling field, then, the death of the burst rate is doubled. Joe Mo, who had already made up his mind not to go on the field, heard this and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Going on the dueling field will double the death burst rate? Xia Shallow thought he was worried, so she replied, there's no need to worry too much, you may not lose if you wear this equipment. In case you do lose, it's no big deal, I'll just buy the equipment back to replenish you if you drop it. Joe Mo deliberately ignored the meaning of bye expressed in Xia Shallow's words. He would watch the chat channel when he was bored, and he had a pretty good understanding of the market prices. For rare grade equipment like the Shadow set, every piece was worth a lot of money. If one were to be a serious level in game player, practicing from level 1 to level 20 would not earn enough in-game currency to buy a single piece of equipment. There was only one explanation for how easy Xia Shallow had made it sound, and that was that she had converted her real-life currency into in-game currency to make the purchase. Even so, the expenses required would definitely not be small. In other words, this Xia Shallow, in reality, was also quite well off financially. Zhou Mo could not imagine that just because he did a favor on a whim, he would be treated differently by Xia Shallow, a little rich woman, and spend money to buy equipment for himself. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. However, since the other party had sent something to their hands, they naturally could only accept it with a smile. It was not Zhou Mo's character to hypocritically push things out. However, Zhou Mo clearly had a misunderstanding that she had misunderstood that she was a thief player. When he had attacked Autumn Color Cold, he had indeed disguised himself as a thief, but this time, when he entered the player town, Zhou Mo had used the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a warrior. Zhou Mo used the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a warrior, but this time when he entered the player town, he used his puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a warrior. In the middle of the town, the thief player's sneak attack stealth ability had no effect on the NPC guards. Each of these NPCs seemed to have the eye of true sight, and as long as a thief player dared to kill in front of them, even if he was stealthy and escaped, he would never be able to dodge the arrows that came his way. Alright, I'm ready to go on, so watch yourself. After sending such a message, Xia Shallow never spoke again. Zhou Mo then got free and started to deal with the things he just got his hands on. Experience bead, a bead that can store experience. After using it, you can immediately increase the corresponding experience value. Current stored experience value 5000. Use level restriction 2029 levels. This experience bead, Zhou Mo knew that it was one of the more expensive things. It was not easy to get the experience bead, and after getting it, the experience value stored in it was still empty. In order to fill up the experience value of this experience pearl, the holder would need to carry it on his body and keep practicing in fighting monsters. Every time a monster was fought, the experience value gained would be split evenly into two, one to be gained by the player and one to be stored in the experience pearl. It was already not easy to practice leveling and fight monsters, and this experience speed would also split half of the experience value, so for the holder, there was no benefit at all. Generally speaking, even after obtaining this experience speed, very few people were willing to store it because it would slow down their leveling speed. Simply by looking at this filled experience pearl, the gift from Xia Shallow could be considered very valuable. Zhou Mo held this experience pearl in his hand and directly chose to use it. Successful use of experience speed, experience value plus 5000. Level up plus 1. Currently in the state of puppet disguise, leveling up, puppet disguise receives a 10% attribute increase from the original body. Looking at the experience beads in his hand that disappeared into a white light, Zhou Mo was stunned in his heart. Of course he had expected the level increase, but the increase in the puppet disguise status was something he hadn't expected. Gaining 10% of the original body's attributes, what did that mean? He hurriedly opened his attribute panel, and found that in addition to his normal attributes of disguising himself as a warrior, the attribute panel of the original secret puppet demon spirit had another 10% attribute added to the current player panel. First was the blood quantity. Originally disguised as a warrior profession, he should have 2200 blood points in his level 21 state, not counting the addition of the Monarch's scythe. But now in his panel, the blood quantity was 2200 plus 450, reaching 2650 points. Zhou Mo understood that having risen to level 21, his blood quantity should be 4500 points in the secret puppet demon spirit state. In other words, the blood quantity in the secret puppet demon spirit state was attached to the disguise state with a 10% conversion. The same was true for other attacks, defenses, and so on. In a word, Zhou Mo in the disguise state had become much stronger again. He looked towards the dueling arena, and a certain thought in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Since this was the case, should he also go up and make a wave? With double the chance of drops, one might be able to make a fortune here? Chapter 53 Second Fighter. Whether he wanted to go on the field or not, Zhou Mo hadn't thought about it for the time being, but the few pieces of equipment that Xia Shallow had sent to him, he chose attribute extraction at the first opportunity. Anyway, his own identity was that of a wild monster, and this time he came over disguised as a warrior profession, so this set of thief equipment could not be worn at all. Staying in the backpack would not be useful for the time being, so it would be better to use it directly to strengthen the Monarch's scythe. These four pieces were all rare grade equipment with very good attributes. Moreover, they were all equipment that Zhou Mo had obtained for the first time, and the extraction ratio was 50%, and with the attributes of the four pieces of equipment extracted, the attributes of the Monarch scythe had been greatly improved. Only, there might still be some distance from another quality advancement. After extracting and attaching 4 pieces of rare grade equipment, the attributes of the Monarch scythe were now: Monarch scythe rare, physical attack, 288, physical defense, 126, magic defense, 65, life value plus 1020, mana value, 246, physical strike rate plus 8%, ignore defense chance plus 7%, combo rate plus 3%, skill scythe killing LV3, skill scythe sucking LV2. In addition to all the original attributes being raised, Joe Mo also extracted a new attribute from those 4 pieces of rare equipment. That was the combo hit rate. Although it was only a 3% combo chance, Joe Mo was not dissatisfied. For him, as long as all the other attributes were improved, that would already be enough. This combo strike rate, on the contrary, was a gift. It was better than nothing. The so-called combo attack was actually just a chance to instantly hit 2 attacks during a normal attack. With a 3% chance, you may not be able to hit once even if you hit 30 times in a row, so for the time being, it can be said that it's better than nothing. However, Jomo's Monarch scythe had the scythe kill skill, which could greatly increase the attack speed, so he was able to better utilize this combo rate. At this time, the time was approaching 1900 hours, and the time that Xia Shallow had agreed to with Cold Autumn Guild was almost up. In the audience seats of the dueling arena, those who should be seated had already been seated. The Cold Autumn Guild itself wasn't a well-known guild, but with the gimmick of being the #1 fighter and the first big event since the opening of the game that was convenient for eating melons, everyone held a strong curiosity. Eating melons and whatnot was originally one of humanity's favorite activities. In the dueling arena, Xia Shallow was already the first to stand up. She stood in the dueling arena, her eyes sweeping in all directions as she called out, "Autumn Color Cold, where are you?" As a duelist who had already checked in with the NPCs and entered, her voice image was broadcast to a dozen audience venues at the same time, and was picked up by all of them. On the game chat channel, Autumn Color Cold also finally emerged as he said, "In this fight today, it's not me fighting you." Before the many spectators clamored, he continued, "Our Cold Autumn Guild has a lot of talent, so we naturally have someone to deal with you." As he spoke, there was suddenly one more person in the dueling arena. That person was also dressed in a light and simple outfit, and was actually a fighter as well. That fighter player coldly looked at Xia Shallow in front of him and said, "Today, your opponent is me." Xia Shallow frowned as she looked at him and asked, "Who are you, and why didn't Autumn Color Cold himself come up?" In the chat channel, someone had already answered for Xia Shallow. "It's Extreme Fist Monarch, he's the 2nd ranked fighter on the professional rankings." So it's him. His rank is actually the same as Xia Shallow's, but perhaps his experience value has been lagging behind a bit, and he has only been able to rank behind Xia Shallow. Interesting, it's worth the price of admission to have the first fighter and the second fighter fight against each other today. That Cold Autumn Guild is nothing, but to be able to have a connection with both the first and second place fighters, this style is instantly higher. And within a certain spectator venue, Lonely Demon Face looked at Autumn Cold beside her and asked with some concern, "Autumn Cold, that Extreme Fist Monarch you found, can he really beat Xia Shallow? Although he's good, he's only the second fighter after all." Autumn Color Cold was old and calm, smiling and shaking his head. The first and second fighters are just the difference in experience value calculated by the game system, and it's not certain who's stronger and who's weaker when it comes to a real fight. And it's also because of the opportunity to duel with Xia Shallow face to face, that Extreme Fist Monarch is willing to join our guild. He looked towards the dueling arena, his eyes cold, and added, "And I know that for this battle, that Extreme Fist Monarch has prepared a killer weapon, and spared no expense in assembling a whole set of rare equipment, and also purchased a few experience beads. That Xia Shallow is skilled as a fighter professionally, so I'll hire someone who is also a fighter to deal with her, so that she can't utilize her operational skills to her advantage." Speaking of this, Shou Shurhan couldn't help but sigh a little in his words, and his heart was a little helpless. A character like Extreme Fist Monarch had only temporarily joined the Cold Autumn Guild because he wanted to duel with Xia Shallow, and it was still uncertain whether the guild could keep him after this matter. Joe Mo, who was also in the audience seat, naturally didn't know about these twists and turns. He just focused on the dueling arena. He didn't have the same purpose as most of the spectators, and he didn't risk coming here this time just to eat melons. At that time, when he had met Xia Shallow in the Nightmare Forest, he had noticed that Xia Shallow's operation skills were very amazing, and could raise the combat power of the profession itself by several stages. He was very jealous of this kind of operating skill. Although there was no way to ask Xia Shallow for hand-to-hand guidance for the time being, he might be able to learn something from observing her fighting process from a close distance. Joemo looked towards the dueling arena, but at this time, he saw that extreme Dao Fist Monarch coldly looking at Xia Shallow and said, "You ignored my repeated invitations to spar, so I have no choice but to resort to this." Xia Shallow also saw the message on the chat channel at this time. She looked at the extreme Dao Fist Monarch in front of her and suddenly realized, "So you are the guy whose ranking has been following me. You don't have time to fight more monsters and practice leveling, but you always think of looking for me to duel for what? Who has that boring time?" The extreme Fist Monarch's face changed, and he coldly laughed. "I admit that your maneuvering skills are a bit of a gateway, but from today onwards, the name of the number 1 fighter will no longer belong to you." As he spoke, he took out a round bead and directly crushed it. Joemo in the audience didn't need to hear the shocked cries on the chat channel to already know that this bead that extreme Dao Fist Monarch took out was the same thing as the experience bead that he had just gotten from Xia Shallow. And that wasn't all. After extreme Dao Fist Monarch crushed an experience bead, he took out 3 more in succession and crushed them one by one. Each time he crushed an experience bead, extreme Dao Fist Monarch's experience value would increase by 5,000 points, and after crushing 4 experience beads in this way, his experience value had already increased by a hard 20,000 points on top of the original. Then, a light flashed across the body of the extreme Dao Fist Monarch, and he actually hardened 1 level in the dueling arena, reaching level 27. Author's words. Today there are 3 shifts, the first 2 in the morning, the third shift in the afternoon or evening. The code will be sent. I hope everyone can support more. Chapter 54, A One-Sided Battle. And at the same time that Extreme Fist June upgraded, numerous players on the chat channel had already exclaimed out in shock, it's changed, the leaderboards have changed. The current state of Joemo was also able to use the player's leaderboard function. He directly opened it and saw that the top-ranked fighter on the leaderboard was no longer Xia Shallow, but had become Extreme Dao Fist June. On the chat channel, the exclamations of surprise from the many players continued. For experience beads, for whole 5,000 experience value experience beads, this Extreme Dao Fist June is crazy. This kind of experience bead that stores a full 5,000 experience value, there aren't even a few of them in the entire eastern region, right? Are there 20 of them? I don't know if there are any. Anyway, last week, there was a tycoon player who threw away $30,000 directly in reality in order to buy one of these experience beads. We'll never understand what rich people think. These 4 experience beads, together they can buy a car in reality, right? And at this moment, Joemo was a bit messed up. Although he had a certain understanding of the game's prices, but after all, his imagination was limited by poverty, and he simply didn't know that an experience bead could actually be exchanged for tens of thousands of dollars in reality. In other words, because of the work he did on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, he had been rewarded with tens of thousands of dollars from Xia Shallow? Maybe it was more than that, if you counted that rare Great Shadow set. Joemo was a bit weak all of a sudden. The value of Xia Shallow's gift was too high, and there was always an unsettling feeling in his heart. In the dueling arena, the Extreme Fist Monarch was very quick to look at Xia Shallow in front of him and said, "How about it, now that you're not the number 1 fighter, do you want to challenge me?" Since the two were already standing in the dueling arena, of course there was no escaping from fighting each other. Such words from the Extreme Fist Monarch made no sense, and what he was doing was nothing more than a show of superiority. However, this show of superiority of his was destined to be a wink to the blind. Completely unmoved, Natsuya glanced at him and lifted her mouth slightly. That's it? If there were any 2 words that could quickly collect someone's hate value, then these 2 words would inevitably be the best of them. The Extreme Fist Monarch's face turned the color of pig's liver in anger as he grunted heavily and said, "Let's begin." As he spoke, his figure shortened, his feet moved in small broken steps, and he was already slamming towards Xia Shallow like a storm. And the first time he approached, he struck out with a fist, already pounding towards Xia Shallow's head like a gale. His figure was already much taller than Xia Shallow. This punch went straight to the head. The orientation was just right. It was one of the skills of the fighter's profession, straight face punch. This punch didn't have too many techniques, all that was needed was the power and speed of the punch. 565. Natsuya Asahi's body turned around, and this punch from Yakuza fighter Koen just hit her shoulder. But after wearing a full set of rare equipment and being 1 level higher than Natsuya, Yakuza Fist Monarch's attack power seemed very powerful, and even if it hit her shoulder, it still dealt quite a good amount of damage to Natsuya. However, after taking his punch, Xia Shallow somehow slightly distorted his body, and with a dragon pull of his outstretched hands, he pulled on the Extreme Dao Fist Monarch's arm, pulling him into a stumble, and almost about to fall down. The Extreme Dao Fist Monarch was pulled off balance and hastily struggled, intending to regain control of his body. However, Xia Shallow didn't give him a chance at all, and with a tug on his arm with both hands, his entire body rolled over his back, and an elbow strike struck the back of Yakuza Fist June's neck. 468. Her attributes did seem to be quite a bit worse than the extreme Dao Fist Monarch, and her attack damage wasn't very high. What Natsuya used this time was indeed a fighter's skill, elbow strike. Only the sequence of maneuvers she did before using the elbow strike had nothing to do with the fighter's skill. Then, while the extreme Dao Fist Jun was still dazed and unable to react, Asahi grabbed his body with both hands and kicked him in the heel, causing his body to become unbalanced once again. Immediately after that, Xiaoshalow's body shape slightly shortened, using his body as the axis, directly swung Yakuza Fist Jun in a circle, and smashed him onto the ground with a pop sound. 789. The skill used here was another one of the fighter's skills, backdrop. The back slam skill was one of the most damaging of the fighter skills, and if used successfully, the damage dealt was extremely impressive. Only the conditions for successful use of the backdrop are relatively harsh. If there is no previous additional series of operations, in this case, Xiaoshalou to successfully use the backdrop skill is simply impossible. This is also the high difficulty of the fighter's profession. Not to their own extremely confident players, simply do not dare to choose the fighter's profession. With just 2 strikes, the Extreme Fist Monarch was hit with more than 1,000 blood, and half of his bloodstain was gone. Being thrown 2 or 3 meters away, Extreme Dao Fist Monarch rolled over and jumped up, assuming a defensive stance, his entire body somewhat confused. He foolishly looked at Xiaoshalou and said, "Yes, that's it, those clearly weren't any known fighter skills before. Did you learn any hidden career skills? Where are the hidden skills?" Xiaoshalou said indifferently, rushing forward with a cat's waist. A foot stomped the ground at the same time. The person had already flown up. When she was in the air, she raised her foot like a warhammer and slammed her head down towards the Extreme Dao Fist Monarch. Taken by her aura, Jun Jidao Fist was a little slow to react, and could only raise his arms in defense. Using the fighter's defense skill, Stop River. Pooh! With a muffled sound, Natsuya Asahi kicked into the arm of Yakuza Fist Jun, flipping over and leaping back. 465. 235. As a passive defender, Yakuza Fist Monarch was dealt 465 damage by the kick. And the recoil similarly dealt 235 damage to Natsuya. However, after Xiaoshalou was knocked back, her entire body fell to the ground, but she suddenly lowered her body and held the ground with both hands, supporting herself with one foot and sweeping her other foot towards the lower part of the Extreme Fist Monarch's body. Joe Mo in the audience watched as his heart skipped a beat. He had heard of this move of Xiaoshalou's. In ancient martial arts this move seemed to be called sweeping leg. However, in the current game, there was no sweeping leg skill in the professional skills of fighters. Without the support of professional skills, to use the sweeping leg with one's own maneuvering skills, it was simply difficult to reach the sky. Like this kind of professional routine, not that the movement essentials can make out, without a long time of practice, it is simply impossible to make out in the actual battle. This Xiaoshalou, in reality, could it be that she still knows ancient martial arts? Otherwise, it's really hard to explain all her magical operations. In the dueling arena, Xiaoshalou's sweeping kick was used, and it swept the Extreme Fist Monarch to the ground, causing several hundred more points of damage. At this time, there was only a small amount of blood left in Fist Monarch's blood bar. He was still lying on the ground and didn't get up for a while. Xiaoshalou only needed to casually replenish a blow. He was afraid that he would die. However, Xiaoshalou didn't rush to collect the last of his blood bar, and only stepped on Extreme Dao Fist Monarch's chest and asked, "Served yet?" Chapter 55, the so-called wealthy and dangerous. The Extreme Fist Monarch was left with a foot on Xiaoshalou's chest, and was left with no place to hide in plain sight. He had painstakingly planned and purchased a whole set of rare-grade equipment, and had paid heavily for a few experience beads, thinking that with these, he would be able to pull Xiaoshalou down from the position of the #1 fighter. If one were to speak solely in terms of level, in the game's career rankings, he had indeed achieved a reversal, replacing Xiaoshalou as the #1 fighter. However, with a full set of rare-level equipment, and a level that counter-surpassed Xiaosai's, he was cleaned up between 2 or 3 punches and kicks, and was stomped on. This was clearly more embarrassing than just being crushed on the rank list. Despite having reached this extremely embarrassing situation, Extreme Dao Fist Monarch still wanted to salvage a few points of dignity. He looked at Xiaoshalou with a cold smile and said, "So what if you can beat me once? From today onwards, this #1 fighter's title will not belong to you after all." Xiaoshalou stomped on the Extreme Dao Fist Jun, slowly shook her head, and said, "You're overthinking it. I don't care about this #1 fighter title, but I dislike it when people snatch something from my hands." She looked at the Polar Fist Jun on the ground and said with a single glance, "Watch this, it's mine, you can't snatch it away from me in any way." Then, amidst the shocked gaze of the Extreme Dao Fist Jun, she took out a handful of experience beads from the player's backpack and directly crushed them. Experience value plus 5,000. Experience value plus 5,000. Also in this dueling arena, a light flashed across Xiaoxiao's body, and she directly rose one level, reaching level 27. On the player leaderboard, the rankings jumped once again, and Xiaoxiao returned to the position of the number 1 fighter. She looked at the extreme Dao Fist Monarch, whose gaze had become a bit dull, and said, "It's just experience beads, I have them as well, it's time for you to go down." After saying that, she directly kicked out and landed between the neck and neck of extreme Dao Fist June. Strike! 1056. The extreme Dao Fist Monarch directly left the dueling arena in white light, while 2 pieces of equipment with a flickering blue glow were dropped on the scene. Just by looking at this blue glow alone, everyone knew that extreme Dao Fist Monarch had dropped 2 pieces of rare grade equipment. This trip, he could be considered to have lost his wife and his army. Neither was he able to defeat Xiaoxiao, nor was he able to grab the ranking of the number 1 fighter, but he also gave away 2 pieces of rare grade equipment for nothing. In the dueling arena, Xiaoxiao's operation appeared to be light and breezy, but the audience seats on the many viewers were not calm. On the chat channel, it simply exploded. Did I just read it right, that Xiaoxiao directly pulled out a handful of experience beads? Yes, you didn't read it wrong, that handful of experience beads I counted, there were at least 6 of them. Terrifying as hell, so this Xiaoxiao is likewise a tycoon? I'm afraid the experience beads in the Eastern District weren't all bought up by the 2 of them. Xiaoxiao was too lazy to pay attention to the heated discussions on the chat channel. As for the extreme fist monarch that was killed by Xiaoxiao in the dueling arena, at this time, he didn't know in which corner he was hiding to go, and he didn't have the face to speak on the chat channel at all. Xiaoxiao stood in the dueling arena, towards the audience seats, and said in a loud voice, "Autumn color cold, and lonely demon face, you guys come up, let's settle the score. I'm not going to bully you either, so feel free to put up a few of you, and I'll take them all on my own." Autumn color cold, however, deliberately ignored Xiaoxiao's invitation to fight. He was well aware of the strength of the extreme Dao Fist Monarch, although his rank was lower than his own, but if he fought against him, he could not say who was stronger or weaker. However, that kind of extreme Dao Fist Monarch only lasted 2 or 3 times in Xiaoxiao's hands. If you were to take the field yourself, I'm afraid the result wouldn't be much better if you were to face Xiaoxiao. As for what Xiaoxiao said about being able to fight multiple people from his guild alone, this point was ignored by Autumn Color Cold. At that time, in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, 1 or 2 dozen of his own people had surrounded him at the same time, but he had still been escaped by Xiaoxiao. Nowadays, in the dueling arena, only 5 people were allowed to fight against 1 person at most, and his own side's certainty wasn't very high even if he went up to the full 5 people. The most crucial thing was, in front of everyone, he couldn't afford to lose this person. In the field, it was fine, no one else saw it, and bullying the few with the many was not a big deal. In the dueling arena, if he still did that, the reputation of his Cold Autumn Guild would be ruined, and it would be much harder to recruit good players in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but resent that Joe Mo even more. If it wasn't for him messing up and sneaking up on him at the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, that Xiaoxiao would have been washed into a blank slate by his own guild long ago, and wouldn't have caused the Cold Autumn Guild to fall into the dilemma they were in now. Thus, he spoke on the chat channel and said, "Xiaoxiao, let's put our matters on the back burner for now, I still have a score to settle with that thief called Joemo." He continued, "Joemo, come out, you dared to sneak attack me in the Nightmare Forest, and you don't dare to show your face when you come to the dueling arena?" Seeing Autumn Color Cold screaming on the chat channel, Joemo laughed in his heart and also replied, "What, isn't it just that I exploded one of your rare grade equipment, are you so unforgiving? Look at that other person called Extreme Fist Monarch, he was blown up with 2 pieces of rare equipment and didn't say a word more." Somewhere in the audience seats, Extreme Dao Fist Monarch's face changed color and his teeth clenched. Being defeated by Xiaoxiao like that had already made him very embarrassed, and dropping 2 pieces of rare equipment was even more of a cause for blood to drip from his heart, but he couldn't imagine that this one called Joemo wouldn't let him go, and still wanted to make up for it. That Cold Autumn Guild of Autumn Color Cold, although nothing, but one point is right, this called Joemo, really very annoying. On the chat channel, Autumn Chill continued, "Joemo, I won't say more, I'll just ask you, do you dare to come to the dueling arena? If you don't dare, you'll have to make a detour when you see our Cold Autumn Guild in the future." "Joemo, I'm only level 21, you're asking me to compete with your level 28, are you sure you're not joking? Or maybe, you're intentionally bullying?" Autumn Color Cold, "Okay, I'm not bullying you either, our guild doesn't have any level 21s that low, there is one level 24, do you dare to compete with this level 24 brother of mine? Joemo, come on, who's afraid?" In the audience seats, Joemo's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind was rapidly calculating. He admitted that he was moved when he just saw that Xia Xiaolou had dropped 2 pieces of equipment by killing the Extreme Fist Monarch. He roughly calculated that with his current level 21 attribute panel, and the 10% bonus from the secret puppet demon spirit original body, plus the Monarch's sights whose attributes were already very powerful, facing a level 24 player should be without any pressure. Unless, it was a player with Xia Xiaolou's kind of operation skills that broke through the heavens. However, if the Cold Autumn Guild had a player like that, it wouldn't be so bad that they would be beaten by Xia Xiaolou to the point of crying. As the saying goes, riches and riches come in handy. Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and put up a fight. However, he still prudently chose to hide his panel information so that there was no way for anyone to view his bottom line. In the game, players could choose whether or not to hide their attribute panel. Once hidden, there was no way for anyone other than himself to see what profession he was in, what level he was at, and what equipment he was wearing. At this time, the Cold Autumn Guild side probably still thought that he was a thief. Wasn't that what Xia Xiaolou had thought earlier, and that was why he had given himself a set of thief profession rare equipment? With this thought in mind, Zhou Mo applied to the NPC and entered the dueling arena. He looked towards the spectator seats and smiled smugly. Come on, anyone who doesn't want to die, hurry up, brother Mia, I'm in a hurry. After upgrading his puppet disguise skill, he was now able to disguise himself as a player for 2 hours a day, which was a bit more than the original, but if he didn't hurry up, he would most likely show up in the player town. At that time, I'm afraid I'm the one that everyone is shouting at, not only the players, even the NPC guards in the town won't let go of themselves. Today, the third more to send, looking forward to handsome students move little finger, point a 5-star positive feedback give a little grass a little encouragement. Chapter 56, You're Not a Thief. Zhou Mo stood in the dueling arena and looked down to the spectator seats below. His heart wasn't very nervous. Xia Xiaolou had already gone down to the stage and ceded the venue to him. In one of the spectator venues, Lonely Demon Face said to Autumn Color Cold beside him, Little 5 against that Zhou Mo, can he really be sure? Autumn Color Cold nodded and said, Don't worry, that Zhou Mo is only level 21, or a thief. Xiao Wu is a warrior profession, the main point is the shield defense skill, the second turn intends to take the night route, just enough to restrain him. This time several of my brothers have lent him their rare level equipment, even if the level 28 me wants to defeat Xiao Wu, it won't be easy. Zhou Mo naturally didn't know about these twists and turns. As he looked at the warrior player who entered the dueling arena, he directly grinned and took out his Monarch scythe and slashed at his opponent. In this instant, he had already activated the scythe kill skill, increasing his attack speed by 140% and his movement speed by 40%. A level 21 warrior's attack had already reached 135 points, and Zhou Mo, who had added all of his points to his strength, had increased his attack by another 108 points, giving him 243 points of attack power. Then with the 10% panel addition from the original secret puppet Magic Spirit, his attack power reached 268 points. Adding the attack power provided by the Monarch Scythe, his physical attack reached a terrifying 556 points. It was simply not something a level 21 warrior player could achieve. However, the warrior player he was playing against didn't know that and thought he was just an unusual thief player. Before he took the field, the president had only instructed himself to be careful of the strange scythe weapon he was holding. Where's your sneak attack skill? Why aren't you invisible yet? This warrior player looked at Zhou Mo and asked this question, and at the first opportunity, he turned on his shield guard skill and entered the shield reverse state at the same time. Like shield guard, shield counter was also one of the skills of the warrior profession, and it was the favorite choice of warrior players who majored in the shield department. After opening the shield guard skill, you can activate the shield counter skill, and enter a state of defense and counterattack for a certain period of time. During the shield counter defensive counterattack time, if you take damage, you will counterattack at the same time, returning 50% of the damage taken to the attacker. That's why the Cold Autumn Guild's Autumn Color Cold said that this warrior player Xiao Wu was the nemesis of thieves. Xiao Wu, who chose to take the shield route, although his attack ability was extremely low, because of his shield counter skill, he was simply invincible in the face of the high attacking and thin-blooded thief profession. Not to mention the fact that his level was even higher than his opponent's, so it was even more of a sure thing. Whether the thief player used the subterranean strike skill to stealthily come to attack, or used the cutting skill to attack, he didn't need to panic at all. He didn't intend to dodge the other player's attack, he just stood there and waited for the other player to attack. After wearing all the rare equipment, his own blood bar length should be more than double that of his opponent's. In this case, if his opponent attacked him, he would not be able to avoid the attack. In this case, if the opponent attacked him with 1000 points of blood, he himself would take 500 points of counterattack. Standing still, you can counterattack each other to death. For a thief profession with thin blood and high offense, a counterattacking warrior like himself who majored in the shield system could be said to be incomparably disgusting. The thoughts in this warrior player's mind was something Joe Mo did not understand. He saw the other party standing stupidly, so he didn't talk to him politely. After opening the scythe kill skill, he directly used the warrior profession's attack skill, 2 consecutive heavy chopping, to chop at the other party's body. The double chop is the strongest attack skill of the warrior profession before the second turn, and Joe Mo used it as soon as he came up, without any intention to stay. 456. 456. Warrior players who took the shield system route, their defense was really strong. Even with Jomo's current terrifying attack power, coupled with the LV5 double slash skill, it still only caused less than 1,000 points of damage. 228. 228. At the same time, the opponent's shield counter skill was triggered, directly inflicting half of Jomo's counterattack damage. Counting the additional points from the Monarch side, Joe Mo now had 3,670 points of blood, while the opponent in front of him had chosen to hide the panel, so even though he couldn't see it himself, he presumed that it should be a bit less than his own. The other party had about 3,000 points of blood, and the double slash had only knocked out about a third of the other party's blood. Based on the comparison between his own blood level and that of his opponent, with the shield reverse skill alone, his opponent would obviously not be able to kill himself. However, Jomo's use of the double slash skill was only a split second, and the warrior player didn't react for a moment when the damage numbers jumped up. Of course, Joe Mo wouldn't give him a chance to regret, and directly swung the Monarch's scythe in his hand, attacking the opponent's body repeatedly. Other than the double slash, the warrior profession didn't have any other good attacking skills for the time being, so Joe Mo could only carry out normal attacks first. The attack speed of the warrior profession is also 1 attack per second. With the current 140% increase in attack speed from scythe kill, Joe Mo can now perform 2.4 normal attacks per second. In 2 seconds, he was able to slash 5 normal attacks. 356. 356. After slashing a few times in a row, that warrior player's blood level had dropped to only 1/3. He finally realized that under the counterattack of his shield counter skill, the other player's blood bar didn't drop significantly, not even by a third. "You're not a thief profession," the warrior player exclaimed in shock. Joe Mo heatedly smiled. "You realized it too late." The Monarch's scythe in his hand continued to attack without stopping, and with the bonus of the scythe kill skill, he continued to slash at the opponent. 356. Strike. 712. Finally, the Monarch's scythe managed to trigger a blast attack, directly taking the warrior player away. In the dueling arena, getting high to regain blood was forbidden, and although Joe Mo hadn't used any explosive skills, that warrior player could still only watch as he was emptied of his blood bar by normal attacks one at a time. At this time, his shield counter skill had only countered Joe Mo's 1,500 plus points of blood. If Joe Mo was indeed a thief, this 1,500 points of counter damage would have been enough to kill him. However, he was a warrior player with the same high defense and thick blood. Successfully defeated and killed the opponent Little 5, who doesn't like to be beaten in the dueling arena, gaining double experience value plus 240. Killed the opponent and dropped the black iron round shield rare. The warrior player turned into white light with a sense of resignation and left the dueling arena. As for Autumn Color Cold, who was watching the battle from the audience seats, his face was full of iron, and he couldn't get out with a breath held in his heart. He clearly remembered that when the other party attacked him in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, he had used the means of the thief profession, but how did he turn into a warrior profession on the dueling field? If he had known that the opponent was a warrior, he definitely wouldn't have arranged it in such a way that Xiao Wu, who majored in the shield system, would go up and send himself to his death for nothing. Joe Mo, full of joy, picked up and extracted the attributes of the black iron round shield rare, and then said to the stage, "Your Cold Autumn Guild, is there anyone else who wants to come up? Seize the time, there are still 20 minutes left and I'm going back." Chapter 57, The Jobless. On the dueling arena, Joe Mo was recklessly flailing. Underneath the dueling arena, Xiao Shirhan in the audience had an iron expression on his face. He really could not have imagined that Joe Mo was actually a warrior. Moreover, he had watched the entire battle between Xiao Wu and his opponent, and based on the comparison of the opponent's blood drop and the length of the remaining blood bar, that Joe Mo was afraid that he had around 3,500 points of blood. A level 21 warrior player, even if all of his attribute points were added to physical strength, could not possibly have this kind of blood volume, unless the other party was wearing rare level equipment that focused on raising blood volume. There was also that strange huge black scythe, which looked just like the one in the hands of the Monarch level Scarecrow that had made so much noise earlier. This Joe Mo, could it be that he had exploded this equipment from the Monarch class Scarecrow? But players above level 15 were clearly not allowed to enter the novice village's wild monster zone. Moreover, even if this was the equipment dropped by the Monarch level Scarecrow, a novice village boss in the area, it was reasonable to say that the attributes of the equipment dropped wouldn't be too counterintuitive to the genius right. Autumn Color Cold couldn't understand the reason why, but looking at Jomo's dejected face, he still felt very uncomfortable. Just saw the damage value of Jomo's attack, and the length of his blood bar. I'm afraid that no one in my guild has 100% certainty of being able to clean him up. If another person went up and gave equipment to the other party, that would really make people laugh their asses off. Looking at Joemo screaming in the dueling arena, Lonely Demon Face finally couldn't stand it anymore. She asked for help from Autumn Chill. Autumn Chill, I'll go up and teach him a lesson. He's a warrior, his magic defense is bound to be low. I'll be able to clean him up with 2 or 3 magic skills. There were several other people in the Cold Autumn Guild who asked for Autumn Color Cold's help. However, Autumn Color Cold did not agree. He shook his head with a grave expression and said, "The Joemo is not simple. Even if you guys go up, you can't tell who will win and who will lose. We're not in a hurry for this one. We'll have plenty of chances to block him in the future." Joemo, who had called out in the dueling arena for the old half-day, was a bit disinterested. He had hardly made up his mind to venture into the arena to come. As a result, he just cleaned up a person to drop a piece of equipment, and that Cold Autumn Guild even dumbed down, and never sent anyone up again, which made him very disappointed. "Forget it, since you guys don't have the guts, let's call it a day. My time is also very valuable, so I won't be accompanying you." After saying that, he didn't care about anything else and directly left the dueling arena, running towards the outside of the town. With 20 minutes left, he really couldn't delay, and had to hurry back to the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Otherwise, if the puppet disguise skill reached its time limit halfway, and he directly turned back into a puppet magic spirit, that would be very bad. The outside world was not the same as the newbie village, with high-level players everywhere, so he couldn't be too ostentatious. He had only run near the south gate of the town when the mail system flashed again. Joemo could only slow down his pace and open the mail system, only to see that the one who sent the message was that Xia Shallow. After all, he had gotten so many things from Xia Shallow, Joemo couldn't afford to turn his back on them. "Xia Shallow, Joemo, where are you? Wait for me, I have something to find you." In the message sent over, Xia Shallow's tone was still calm, and Joemo couldn't guess for a moment if what she wanted to tell herself was good or bad. He could only return a direct message and said, "I'm near the south gate, what's your business?" "Be right there." After sending such a message again, Xia Shallow stopped talking, presumably in a hurry. 2 minutes later, a silhouette came running at a fast pace, the tied ponytail fluttering in the air. Looking at Xia Shallow, who stood in front of him in the twinkling of an eye, Joemo took a small step back without trace. Although his current attributes were good, he didn't dare to wave in front of Xia Shallow. That was the #1 fighter on the professional rankings. Not only was her level much higher than his own, but her maneuvering skills were even better than others by an unknown amount. If he accidentally revealed himself in front of her, I'm afraid it would be a problem if he could leave safely. "You are Joemo?" Xia Shallow came in front of her, both eyes staring at Joemo's face with a burning gaze. Joemo was a bit flustered by the look. His heart was secretly on guard as he replied, "Yes, it's me, you're Xia Shallow, right? What's the matter with looking for me?" Himself and her had obviously met at the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, yet she still had no impression. Was her memory that bad? Xia Shallow looked at Joemo for half a day in the old age, and suddenly asked, "Can you open up the panel's viewing privileges and let me take a look?" "Sorry, no." Joemo was shocked in his heart and waved his hand. Jokingly, his own identity was a wild monster, although he had disguised himself as a player's warrior profession and had a player panel, but for insurance purposes, of course, he still had to hide the panel information at all times to be the best. Otherwise, let others see their own player panel in addition to a Monarch scythe. What other equipment are not wearing, that will not be suspicious? Although others might not think in the direction of wild monsters, Joemo still intended to minimize the chances of trouble appearing. Xia Shallow looked at Joemo, who did not budge, and after a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "All right, this is your freedom. If you don't want to, then forget it." She then asked, "When you helped out last time, the skill you used was clearly the thief's subterfuge skill. How come you just used a warrior profession skill in the dueling arena?" Here it comes, this problem has finally been detected. Joemo was nervous in his heart, but tried to remain calm and flung out the rhetoric he had already prepared. "Well, this is a secret. I'll tell you one person, you have to help me keep it a secret. Oh." He mysteriously glanced at the 4 sides and lowered his voice. "Actually, my profession is neither a thief nor a warrior." Xiao still stared at him with a curious face. Joemo swallowed his saliva before continuing. My profession, an extremely rare hidden profession, is called jobless. Jobless? Yes, it was triggered by a hidden quest I did unintentionally. After transferring into a jobless person, there is no fixed occupation. You can choose to convert into any kind of occupation according to the situation. So powerful? Xiao blinked her eyes full of longing, and asked, how do I do this jobless hidden quest? Jomo's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he was puzzled, shook his head, and said, as far as I know, this hidden mission is unique. After I finish it, no one else can do it. The profession of jobless, the whole game is estimated to have only me. And even if this mission is still there, one who has already switched occupations can't take this task. Xiao regretfully shook her head and said, it's a pity. She then looked blankly at Joemo and asked again, so can you convert to another profession now, so that I can open my eyes? Joemo helplessly shook his head, impossible, this skill also has a cooldown time. It's not something that can be converted at any time. Let's talk about it next time we have the chance. That said, what exactly are you looking for me for? Xiao then stated the true reason for her visit. Is there any interest in joining my guild? The author has something to say. The second shift is delivered, and there will be a third shift later today. Chapter 58, Invitation. Guild? Joemo looked at Xiao in front of him with some confusion and frowned slightly. Didn't you just quit the guild? Yeah, so I'm planning to create a guild of my own. Joemo was somewhat helpless. You haven't even created a guild yet and you're here to invite people to join? Xiao nodded rightfully. You plus me, the two of you will be able to meet the criteria for guild creation. Just pull in some random people later. Joemo waved his hand while shaking his head. Forget it, I'm a person who's afraid of trouble. I'm not interested in these guilds and stuff. Joking aside, his real identity was a wild monster. Joining a player-created guild, what was that? In the future, the guild would grow and together they would raid themselves as a wild monster boss? This kind of thing, just thinking about it. It's scary. Xiao however didn't give up easily. She still intended to convince Joemo, don't worry, it's not troublesome. After joining the guild, it's also very free, do whatever you want, the guild doesn't have any mandatory requirements. Joemo did not know why the other party had to join the guild herself. The other party is the number one fighter. While he is only a level 21 ordinary player, there are many higher level than himself in the game. There is no need for him to be the only one. Having doubts in his heart, Joemo asked, I'm only level 21, why do you have to find me to join the guild? Xiao shook her head slightly and said, level is not important, I just watched your battle, you were very strong as a jobless only level 21 with such a high blood and attack power, completely unbeatable to those who were level 29, exactly the talent I need. Speak human. Joemo didn't believe this set of words from the other party. His own attributes were indeed very strong, but to say that they were the same as those level 29 players, he wasn't very confident. After all, when a player was level 29, they could still change into a new set of equipment, and the attribute value would inevitably be greatly enhanced. If the set that was changed into was not just rare grade, but an even more advanced precious grade, then the attributes would be even more incomparable to those players below level 28. As a wild monster that would always be missed by players, Joemo must have a clear understanding of his own strength. He could not be presumptuous, but he definitely could not be arrogant either. Xiao sighed and finally let the cat out of the bag, saying, I really can't hide it from you, I'll be honest with you, the guild battle in 2 weeks' time is divided into regions. She looked at Joemo and carefully explained, each guild can send up to 10 people to participate in the battle, those whose average level of participants is greater than or equal to level 28 can only sign up for a level A guild war zone, while those whose average level of participants is between level 25-27 will be able to sign up for a level B guild war zone and those of a lower level can choose to sign up for a level C guild war zone. Looking at Xiao in front of him, Joemo roughly understood her thoughts, so you're looking for me because you see that I have a low level, and want to use me to pull down the average level of the guild so that you can participate in that B-ranked, C-ranked guild war zone? Xiao nodded his head and said, not bad, and it's not just because of your low rank, there are tons of people with low ranks, why don't I find them to go? It's because your strength has far exceeded your rank, counting you among the participating members will not only pull down the average rank, but also won't result in the loss of a powerful combatant. Isn't it a 2-for-1 deal, very cost-effective? So that's how it is. But what does this have to do with me, Joemo? Sorry, I'm still not interested. After saying these words, Joemo directly turned around and left. As a wild monster, the most taboo thing was to show his face in front of a large number of players. His own special identity could not withstand such a build. Why don't you participate, is there no time? Xia Shallow still didn't give up and pursued the question from behind. She could see that the Zhou Mo in front of her seemed to have been a little less patient, a look of rushing for time. But Zhou Mo, who was in a hurry, was already about to walk out of the city gates and was simply too lazy to pay attention to her. At this time is slowly passing, not far from the end of the duration of the puppet disguise. If you stay here, the consequences will be very serious. However, Xia Shallow was not relenting. She called out after her, "It doesn't need to take much time, the guild war will only take about an hour, it won't take you long." Seeing that Zhou Mo still refused to agree, she added, "Feel free to ask for any payment you want, as long as you are willing to help me fight this guild war, the payment is whatever you want to mention." Zhou Mo was impatient in his heart, but Xia Shallow kept following, he could not beat her back. If he could beat her, of course he was willing to give it a try, but with Xia Shallow's amazing maneuvering skills, it was best to just think about this kind of idea in his mind. Don't get halfway through the fight and not be able to clean up that Xia Shallow, but instead reveal the true form of the secret puppet demon spirit wild monster himself. He decided to let the other party know what to expect and directly said out loud, "Want me to help you fight the guild war? Fine, if you bring 20 pieces of rare equipment, I'll agree to help you." After saying this, Zhou Mo's heart finally breathed a sigh of relief and was very pleased. "Now you always have nothing to say, my request was made, it's you who don't have the means to fulfill it, it's not that I'm not willing to help." 20 pieces of rare grade equipment, Zhou Mo didn't believe that someone could just take it out. Even if you can get it out, if you use it to exchange for someone's help in fighting a guild war, the price-performance ratio is too low. It wasn't worth it at all. However, what Zhou Mo could not have imagined was that just after he said this, an affirmative reply came from the opposite side. "Good." Zhou Mo was a little uncertain for a moment. "Clam?" Xia Shallow then nodded heavily in affirmation. "I say yes, I'll agree to your request, but it's only 20 pieces of rare equipment. If you can help me win the guild war, all 40 pieces will be sent to you." Air. Hasty, Zhou Mo originally just wanted to let Xia Shallow know what to do. It was unthinkable that 20 pieces of rare equipment would be worthless in her eyes, and would not scare her off at all. As expected, poverty had limited his imagination, and he knew nothing about the limits of the landed gentry. At this time, Zhou Mo felt that his puppet disguise was reaching its limit. Facing Xia Shallow's gleaming gaze in front of him, Zhou Mo clenched his teeth, knowing that he couldn't drag his feet any longer. "Alright, you let me think about it, I have something urgent right now, I'll reply to you later." After saying that, Zhou Mo no longer cared about anything else and directly dashed towards the outside of the city. Since Zhou Mo had already loosened his grip, Xia Shallow, who was standing at the side, finally stopped stopping him and just watched him go far away. She turned back around and headed back towards the city, muttering under her breath, "Well, with this one taken care of, along with a few of them, this guild will be able to pull its weight." Author's word. Chapter 3 is here today, hopefully it won't be too late. Author Fungus has to go lie down for a while, my head is a bit dizzy. Chapter 59 Rumors. At this time, Zhou Mo was already running wildly outside the town. After coming out of the town, he realized that the scythe kill skill attached to his Monarch scythe could still be used. He had already used the scythe kill skill in the dueling arena, but the Monarch scythe was still in its energized state. It seemed that the dueling arena was like it was independent of the game world, and the skills that were used in the arena returned to cooldown once they left the arena. Zhou Mo didn't bother too much about this, for him, this was a good thing. With the acceleration effect of the scythe kill skill, he was very efficient in rushing. However, after running for a short while, suddenly Zhou Mo's body trembled as a puff of smoke covered a few meters around him. In the next instant, the smoke dispersed, and a secret puppet demon spirit appeared in its place, continuing to run furiously with the Monarch scythe. At this time, there was still some distance away from the outskirts of the nightmare forest, but there was nothing that could be done but to step up and hurry back. After all, he had just wasted some time grinding with that Xia Shallow at the city gates. The wooden body of the secret puppet demon spirit ran, and although it twisted and turned, its speed didn't seem any slower than when it was disguised as a player. Zhou Mo was so focused on hurrying that he naturally didn't know that while he was dashing, someone had already seen him in the distance. A player wiped his eyes, patted his companion beside him and asked, "Did you see a secret puppet demon spirit?" His companion, who was just walking slowly with his head down, laughed at his words. "You're lying to me again, this place is still some distance away from the outskirts of the nightmare forest, and it's not a refreshment area for secret puppet demon spirits, so how could there be a secret puppet demon spirit appearing here?" "There really is." The player from earlier called out, "Look over there, it's running towards the edge of the jungle." "Where?" His companion raised his head and looked in the direction he was pointing, but he couldn't see anything. "You really did lie to me again, I can't believe I would believe you, really, I'm so stupid." Just a moment before he raised his head, Joe Mo had already rushed into the jungle with his Monarch scythe. The player who had seen the secret puppet demon spirit earlier had his mouth open and couldn't make any sense out of it, so he could only sigh helplessly. He sighed while shaking his head. "I'm so stupid, really. I just knew that you wouldn't believe me if I told a lie. I didn't think that you wouldn't believe me if I told the truth." Joe Mo didn't know that his trail had fallen into the eyes of others. If he had known, he might have even collected the two players along the way. After making a trip to the player town, he had not only leveled up, but he had also obtained some equipment and improved the attributes of the Monarch scythe, so it was the time for him to expand his self-confidence, so he didn't really care about the two level 20 players. The 40% movement speed boosted by the scythe kill skill was indeed extraordinary, and it didn't take too much time for him to return to the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Honestly, just now, in order to get rid of that Siasai, he casually agreed, but 2 weeks later, whether or not to join the other party's guild to participate in the guild war, he still can't decide. The temptation of 40 pieces of rare grade equipment was still very great, putting Joe Mo in a dilemma for a while. However, there were still 2 weeks until the guild war opened, so he still had enough time to think about it and didn't need to rush. Only after returning to the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest did Joe Mo finally put his heart down. In this area, there were secret puppet demon spirit wild monsters that had been refreshed everywhere, and as long as he didn't act out of character, he basically wouldn't attract attention as a secret puppet demon spirit. Since the game went online, more and more players have risen to level 20 or above, and more players are practicing in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Joe Mo had just returned to the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest when he ran head-on into several players practicing. With his current attribute panel, he didn't even bother to say anything, and directly used his puppet mirror image skill to split into several doppelgangers, and went forward to clean up these players. After upgrading to level 21 with the experience beads from Xia Shallow, his puppet disguise and puppet mirror skills could both be upgraded again. Now, he had naturally leveled up his puppet mirror image skill to LV6, which was much more powerful compared to the original. Puppet mirror image LV6, create 4 mirror images of yourself. Mirror image has 100% of your own abilities, duration 120 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. LV5's playing puppet mirror image was originally only able to split into 3 mirrors, but now that it has risen to 4, the overall strength is much greater. With his current attack power, splitting out another 4 mirror image doppelgangers, along with his main body, was equivalent to having 5 secret puppet demon spirits attacking at the same time. 521. 521. 521. 521. 521. The Monarch scythe was raised, while 5 attacks fell at the same time, and the besieged player turned into white light with a bewildered face. This strike was more than 2,000 points of damage value, or this player who was just level 20 could withstand it. After upgrading his playing puppet mirror image, Joe Mo realized that he didn't need any explosive output skills, and could already do a terrifying burst of output. With 5 Monarch scythes slashing down at the same time, there were basically not many of the same level that could withstand it. In the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, Joe Mo easily hunted and killed these leveling players to gain experience value for himself. Occasionally, when he was lucky and dropped some equipment, he was able to extract the attributes, providing nutrients for his Monarch scythe to improve. Only, these leveling players were usually poorer, and the equipment dropped were basically fine-grade equipment, and the equipment types were just a few, so with repeated acquisitions, the rate of attribute extraction was only 20%, which wasn't a very desirable enhancement. And after extracting the same piece of equipment more than 10 times, the extraction rate will drop to 0%, completely unable to provide any attributes. However, as less and less became more and more, over the course of the day, Joe Mo felt that his Monarch scythe attributes had still improved quite a bit. And by this time, he had also killed 70 to 80 players, and his experience bar was once again stored full, rising another level to level 22. However, by this time, it wouldn't be easy to upgrade again. The further you got, the more experience points you needed to upgrade each level. Originally, level 21 to level 22 only required 8,000 experience points, but level 22 to level 23 required 12,000 experience points. Joe Mo was able to guess some of the experience value span from level 22 to level 23. He had also seen a few elite-level secret puppet demon spirits in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest and saw that they were exactly level 23. In other words, it was extremely likely that when he upgraded to level 23, he would also be able to raise his level once and evolve into a secret puppet demon spirit elite. Only, looking at his current experience value, Joe Mo was somewhat helpless. He realized that it was a bit difficult for him to upgrade quickly. Right now, his experience value was 105,12,000, and he still needed more than 10,000 points before he could upgrade. But it wasn't easy to obtain these 10,000 plus experience points. He gradually realized that after this day of non-stop hunting, he had gradually attracted the attention of those leveling players. On the chat channel, some players had already noticed this, and some gossip began to circulate. On the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, inside the secret puppet demon spirit, there was one holding a huge black scythe with a very different strength. Previously, the first Monarch class wild monster that appeared in the novice village, in its hand, seemed to similarly have such a large black scythe. So, this might be the game's setting, but any wild monster that used a black great scythe was different from the ordinary wild monsters that could advance to the Monarch level. Seeing these discussions on the chat channel, Joe Mo couldn't help but sigh. It had to be said that although their brain holes were big, in a sense, they seemed to have touched a part of the truth. It was true that if one wanted to practice leveling up, they couldn't avoid attracting the attention of the players. Chapter 60 Treasure Grade Monarch Scythe. Not only on the chat channel, but even on the game's official forum, there were quite a few posts mentioning the black scythe-wielding secret puppet demon spirit. After all, the secret puppet demon spirit, as a monster that level 20 plus players practiced and brushed, certainly didn't carry the same weight in the hearts of players as the monsters in the novice village. Within a short period of time, there were many players who came in groups, trying to find out the secret puppet spirit in droves. Players always like to hunt for novelty, and this novelty of the secret puppet demon spirit could always attract more interest from players. Joe Mo, who had learned of all this, although his attributes were already strong enough, but faced with a large number of players, he didn't dare to be careless, and secretly hid the Monarch scythe in his backpack space. Therefore, the many players had vastly turned around the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, but they still had not found the rumored secret puppet demon spirit. Of course, they could not imagine that the secret puppet demon spirit even had a human mind, and also had the same backpack space as the players, so they could unload their equipment and put it into the backpack space to hide it. After circling around for a few times and not being able to find the scythe-wielding secret puppet demon spirit, these players lost interest. Other than those who had witnessed it or had been killed by Joe Mo, the rest of the players no longer believed in it and dispersed, each going about their own business. There were many leveling locations for level 20s, and this Nightmare Forest's outskirts was just one of them. The secret puppet demon spirit itself had the skill of mirroring. For players of certain professions, it wasn't the best choice for practicing and brushing monsters, they had their own more suitable places to go. Only when the large army of players left did Joe Mo let out a sigh of relief and let go of his hanging heart. After experiencing a player siege, he actually wasn't interested in getting himself into the same situation again. Practicing leveling was important, but being able to avoid being besieged by a large number of players was also essential to perseverance. When the players retreated and Joe Mo was ready to start leveling again, he realized that his mail system had been flashing non-stop the entire time. In order to prevent being found by players, he had not only hidden the Monarch scythe in his backpack, but had also disguised himself as a player after the puppet disguise skill had finished cooling down. After disguising himself as a player, the mail system on the player's panel kept flashing, only that he was in a state of high tension and didn't realize it for a while. It was only at this time, when most of the players had retreated, that he had the time to click on the mail system. Sure enough, the one who sent the message was that Xia Shallow again. Thinking about it was normal, she was the only one in his friends list, the other players basically didn't know him, and it was impossible for them to send him a message. Xia Shallow sent a lot of messages, although Joe Mo was helpless, he could only read them one by one. Xia Shallow, Joe Mo, you promised me that when my guild creation is complete, you'll have to join in. Xia Shallow, Joe Mo, I have prepared the 40 pieces of rare equipment that I promised you, this is 20 pieces, it's considered a deposit, so take it first. Player Xia Shallow has sent an attachment mail, please receive it. Player Xia Shallow sent an attached email, please receive it. A series of densely packed attachments were filled with equipment that Xia Shallow had sent over. Joe Mo was a bit stunned, he was just saying it casually at that time, and although Xia Shallow had agreed to it quickly, Joe Mo could not have imagined that in just one day, she would have prepared it. 20 pieces of rare level equipment, not the kind of goods that can be bought directly in the NPC store, the power of the tycoon so terrible? Looking at these 20 pieces of rare equipment, Joe Mo was a bit torn. Do you want to receive it or not? If he didn't receive it, 20 pieces of rare grade equipment in front of him was just too tempting. If 20 pieces of rare grade equipment were to be extracted, it would definitely allow his Monarch scythe attributes to rise to another level, and it might be possible for it to advance in quality once again. But receiving it would mean that one would have to join the other party's guild and help them fight the guild war. That was no joke. With his own identity as a wild monster, relying on the puppet disguise skill to go out in the open, it was going to be a big deal if he didn't get it right. Gain really does go hand in hand with risk. After a short period of consideration, Joe finally chose to accept it. He sort of figured out that as a secret puppet demon spirit, he had already attracted the attention of the players today, and if he wanted the players to forget all about it, unless he gave up continuing to hunt players. But this was simply impossible. Without hunting players, then he would not have the experience value for upgrading, nor would he have the equipment for attribute extraction to enhance his strength. Although his current attributes were good, if he stopped moving forward, there would be a day when the overall level of players would go up, and at that time, a random person passing by would be able to easily kill himself in seconds. That was something Joe could not accept. And if he insisted on continuing to hunt and kill players, then the player siege that had happened before would happen again someday. Since it couldn't be avoided in any way, then one could simply be more proactive. As long as one's strength increased fast enough, then the players would not be able to catch up with them. When one's strength was able to crush all the players, then what was so terrible about being surrounded and killed? Received from player Xia Shallow, Savage Blood Broadsword Rare, Savage Blood Iron Armor Rare, Spectral Shadow Staff Rare. With a tap of the confirmation, 20 pieces of various rare equipment entered Joe's backpack. And without waiting much, Joe directly chose to extract the equipment attributes. After extracting 20 pieces of rare grade equipment, the attribute boost that the Monarch Scythe received this time was unprecedentedly high. And just as Joe happened to finish extracting the 20th piece of equipment, the Monarch Scythe, which was originally glowing with blue light, suddenly erupted with a purple light. Joe, who had already had several experiences, of course understood that this was the additional attributes of the Monarch Scythe finally breaking through the critical value again, and the quality was once again advanced. And at this time, he also rightfully heard a beep. The additional attributes have met the requirements, the quality of the Monarch Scythe Rare has been upgraded to the Monarch Scythe Precious, and the Scythe Transformation skill has been obtained. Monarch Scythe Rare, Physical Attack, 650, Physical Defense, 250, Magic Defense, 150, Life Value, plus 2,500, Mana, 500, Physical Strike Rate, plus 12%, Ignore Defense Chance, plus 10%, Combo Rate, plus 6%, Skill Scythe Killing LV4, Skill Scythe Sucking LV3, Skill Scythe Changing LV1. The Monarch Scythe, which was surrounded by a purple glow, had reached the precious grade, and the power of its attributes made Joe's hands and feet tremble with excitement. At this moment, however, he was more concerned about that newly appeared special effect skill, Scythe Change. Scythe Change? What kind of skill was it? The author has something to say. The second shift is here, and there's another shift in the evening. Chapter 61 Sickle Change. Holding on to his doubts, Joe began to scrutinize the Monarch Scythe. The Scythe Kill and Scythe Suction that had just been upgraded were not to be mentioned, but their effects had just become more powerful. What he cared about this time was the new skill Scythe Change. Sickle Change LV1 can switch to any type of weapon, cooldown time 300 seconds, after the current switch, attribute transformation 70%. Joe's heart stirred. It seemed that this Sickle Change skill was a skill that could change the appearance of the Monarch Scythe. He didn't wait any longer and directly tried to activate the Sickle Change skill. Successful use of Scythe Change, please select the type of weapon to be switched. Broadsword, Shield, Shortsword, Bow and Arrow Staff. He had already changed into a thief with puppet disguise, so he simply chose the shortsword type. Weapon type switch successful. Current weapon is Monarch Scythe shortsword form. Joe lowered his head and saw that he was holding a short sword with a purple glow. If anyone else looked at it, they would only see that on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, a thief player was standing dumbfounded with a weapon with a purple glow in his hand. This was because, just as the Monarch Scythe had switched into its short sword form, the game system simultaneously issued a service-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Joe for obtaining the first piece of precious grade equipment in the entire service, the Monarch Shortsword Precious. All players in the entire service? Joe? The dumbfounded Joe was only out of his mind for a split second before he immediately woke up. On the chat channel, it was already noisy. Who was this Joe and why did he obtain the first precious grade equipment in the entire service? These people of their own were still gloating about wearing a set of rare grade equipment, but this Joe had already used precious grade? There wasn't even a Joe on the ranking list for each profession. Where the hell did he come from? Those players who had just experienced the matter of the Cold Autumn Guild's appointment seemed to have some impression in their hearts. At this moment, there were countless players who had sent in friend requests, wanting to add Joe as a friend. And their purpose, Joe could figure it out with his toes. They just wanted to get some information from themselves and ask where to start with that precious great equipment. What Joe Mo didn't know was that not only were the players on the chat channels blowing up, but even the game's official headquarters was also in an uproar. What's going on? Isn't the precious great equipment not yet actualized? How come a player obtained it? Mr. Lee, I don't know about this either. Check this player called Joe Mo and see if there are any problems with his stats. For a long time. Mr. Lee, after checking, this player's stats are all normal, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Then where did he get his hands on the precious great equipment? We haven't even officially actualized it yet, can he still generate it out of thin air? Alright, I'll check his equipment entry data again. How's it going? Mr. Lee, the system prompts insufficient permissions, it can't be queried, if we must query it, we still have to apply for permissions from the top. That's just it, we would not have been able to participate too much, do not check. Then General Manager Lee, this. You guys look at it, recently find a suitable time to actualize the jumbo level equipment down, since we can't check it, we always have to find a way to round things back up. Joe Mo naturally didn't know that he had already had his data checked by the game's officials, he just ignored the many players who were asking to be added to his friends and cancelled the equipment special effect of the short sword in his hand. If there was really a proper way to get his hands on precious great equipment, he wouldn't mind sharing it. However, the one in his hand was the Monarch side switching state, which was his biggest secret, so naturally he couldn't reveal it to others. As for cancelling the special effects of the equipment, it was out of low-key considerations. Indeed, there are some players who like to show off the light effects of their equipment, which will appear to be very classy, and can attract the attention of more players when they walk on the road. However, Joe Mo was absolutely unwilling to do so. Because, on the surface, his own Monarch short sword is still the only treasure-level equipment in the current game. As the saying goes, a man's sin is not a sin, and if he walks down the street with a purple shining weapon in his hand, he will probably attract not only the envious gazes of others, but also more cynicism. And this game, players kill players, also will drop equipment. Although the more precious the equipment, the lower the chance of it dropping, but how could it not eliminate the greed of the players? Therefore, to be on the safe side, Joe Mo was willing to brood. The moment he had just cancelled the equipment special effect, two players passed by him. These two players had only been hurriedly running past, but after running forward for several meters, they suddenly stopped. The two players turned around and walked back with a puzzled look on their faces. Joe Mo, that Joe Mo who just obtained precious great equipment? The worst thing about this game was that even if one chose to hide the attribute panel and hide the equipment panel, the player's name could not be hidden. Unless, by some special means. Of course, this kind of means the current Joe Mo naturally hadn't mastered yet. He faced the two players with a helpless face and sighed, "If I say I'm not, do you believe me?" The two players glanced at each other, neither could hide the joy in their eyes. They looked towards Joe Mo in front of them, and one of them opened his mouth and said, "Either way, if you remove the panel's hidden function, we might believe you after we look at it? I'll believe the hell out of you." Of course Joe Mo couldn't be fooled, he looked at the two people approaching in front of him, his gaze turned cold and said, "Since you guys know that I'm the winner of the precious great equipment, you still dare to hit me? With my precious great equipment in hand, if I want to take care of the two of you, it will be a matter of minutes." The two players laughed out loud, and one said, "Precious great equipment is certainly powerful, if your level was a bit higher, of course we wouldn't dare to take this risk, but you're only level 22. These two players, one level 26 and one level 27. A warrior and a thief. Joe Mo sighed and no longer intended to talk nonsense with them. Such players would not be very intimidated even by himself before the Monarch side advanced, but now that his Monarch side had advanced to the precious level, if they still dared to wave in front of him, they were simply looking for death. Previously, he had only intended to do more because he happened to be in a state of camouflage, and there was no experience value gain from killing players, so he intended to do more than less. Since these two were so unintelligent, he had no choice but to teach them how to behave. The author has something to say. Okay, Chapter 3 is here today, fresh out of the oven. Chapter 62 People Dying for Money. The two players in front of him were discussing about attacking Joe Mo, but Joe Mo had already made the first move. Holding the precious grade Monarch short sword in his hand, he had already utilized the subterranean strike skill first. Every time Joe Mo used the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a player, he was able to reload his points, and this time, as a thief, he had already reloaded his subterranean strike skill to the highest level of LV10. The LV10's subterranean strike skill alone had already reached 480 points of additional damage, and the chance of ignoring defense and triggering a blitz had also been increased to 30%. Together with the attributes of the precious grade Monarch short sword, his ignore defense chance and strike chance were both close to 40% when he struck. Jomo's strike was too decisive, and the two players were still a step too slow, being touched by him with his dive strike skill. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly appeared from the subterranean strike skill, and this appearing strike directly hit the level 27 thief player. Ignore defense. Strike. 2686. Terrifying damage numbers jumped up, and the level 27 thief player simply couldn't even react, instantly turning into a white light. The thief player's heart was broken. Although the blood defense of the thief profession was not high, the level 27 player had just 2,600 points of blood along with his equipment, so even if the damage of other people's attacks was high, it was reasonable to say that he could withstand 2 or 3 of them. However, Jomo, who was disguised as a thief, his own attack power was not low, coupled with the additional 10% of the original body of the secret puppet demon spirit and the addition of the thief's passive skill Shadow Blade, Jomo's attack power wasn't bad at all. Although the Monarch's scythe could only retain 70% of its attributes after switching forms, because of its high base, it could also provide Jomo with 455 points of attack power. At this point, Jomo's overall attack power was already close to 900 points. If it was just that, even though 900 points of attack was terrifying, it would still be difficult to kill this thief player with just a single dive strike. His luck was so bad that Jomo's attack with the subterranean strike damage not only triggered a blast, but also triggered ignore defense at the same time, directly doubling the damage and killing him in seconds without any loss of life. After killing the thief player in seconds, Jomo sighed, not very satisfied. In his disguised state, he certainly had experience gained from killing the player, but killing this person without being able to drop equipment still left him feeling a bit uninspired in his heart. However, after killing the stealthy thief first, things were still going in the right direction overall. He appeared and looked at the remaining warrior player in front of him, and without stopping for a second, he directly attacked him again. The cut skill was used. Because of the limitations of the skill points, after filling up the dive strike skill, Jomo's cutting skill could only be leveled up to LV5, and the effect didn't reach its peak. 864. 864. 864. Luck didn't seem to be in Jomo's favor, as his cutting skill failed to trigger a blast or ignore defense on 3 attacks in a row. However, his attack power was too terrifying, and with just one cut skill, he inflicted 2,592 damage on this warrior player, whose blood and defense were much better than that of the thief. This level 26 warrior player had more than 3,500 points of blood, and was not very panicked in his heart. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he realized that Jomo had easily killed his own companion, and even hit 2/3 of his own blood bar with a single skill. This was too terrifying. He instantly lost his courage to face Jomo and turned around to run. It had to be said that his decision was good, but in front of Jomo, he was doomed from the start. Now that Jomo had disguised himself as a thief, with the addition of his passive skill Ghost Steps, his movement speed was already faster than the warrior player, so he didn't even need to turn on his scythe kill skill, and easily caught up with the warrior player. Normal attack. 567. Normal attack. 543. However, the warrior player would be high on medicines to regain blood, and these 2 normal attacks still hadn't been able to finish him off yet. Moreover, the passive skill of the warrior player bottom power is very practical. The less blood, the higher the defense bonus. Originally only wanted to save trouble Jomo realized that he still underestimated the other side, and so the spirit once again used the submerged attack skill. Looking at Jomo who suddenly disappeared in front of him, the warrior player regretted it. While taking medicine to restore his blood, he cried out in fear, "Brother, big brother, let me go, I was wrong." Maybe it was because he had been a wild monster for a long time, Jomo couldn't help but feel a little lonely in his heart, and he actually didn't miss any opportunity to chat and fart. He smiled narrowly, his voice fluttered in the air, "Tell me, where were you wrong?" This warrior player froze, his heart feeling as hard as if he had eaten a dead rat. But living was the most important thing. He gritted his teeth and decided to endure the humiliation. So, he turned towards the air in front of him and mumbled, I was wrong that I shouldn't have seen the treasure and wrong that I shouldn't have had a crooked thought about your equipment, big brother." Jomo, who was in a stealthy state, secretly snickered and nodded his head at the words, "Well, it's good to know, the so-called know your mistakes and be able to change them, next time don't do it again." At the sound of his voice, he emerged from his stealthy state, and the diving strike skill's present strike struck the warrior player's body. 986. There was still no bludgeoning, nor did it trigger ignore defense, and the warrior player, who had already regained a lot of blood by getting high on medicine, escaped once again. However, Joe didn't feel surprised, and with a swing of the Monarch short sword in his hand, he used the cut skill that had just finished cooling down. The moment the damage numbers floated up, he wore a weird smile on his face, like a demon that compelled people, and murmured, "Also, you're wrong for trusting people too much, and foolishly waiting for my skill to finish cooling down." 824. 798. Ignore defense. 1157. The warrior player who had relied on getting high to recover quite a bit of blood, died with this and was turned into a soul point of light. Joe chatted with him earlier because he didn't have any explosive skills on hand and was worried that he wouldn't be able to take down the player who had been taking drugs to recover his blood, so he first used his words to stabilize him and secretly waited for the cutting skill to finish cooling down. Waiting for the cutting skill to finish cooling down, this warrior player's end was already doomed, and he no longer had any chance of escaping. Looking at the two soul points of light in front of him that had chosen to go back to the city for resurrection, Joe shook his head. Although he had resolved the two players, he had only gotten some experience value, and not even a single piece of equipment had exploded for him. Just thinking about it gave him a feeling of having lost a lot of money. And at the same time, his friend mail system flashed again. Joe, who only had one friend, knew that it was bound to be that Xia Shallow looking for him again. As the main reason why the Monarch sickle was able to advance smoothly, Joe now thought highly of Xia Shallow. In his heart, he was happy. Could it be that this Xia Shallow had a clear conscience and was planning to send me the remaining 20 pieces of rare equipment as well? However, he had overthought it after all. The mail system clicked open and the message inside popped up. Xia Shallow, the guild is created. When are you going to join in? Will I come to you, or will you come to me? Chapter 63 4 Seasons Guild. Joe couldn't imagine that Xia Sha was looking for him because of the guild matter. He was a bit helpless, but understood that he couldn't run away. As the saying goes, if you've taken 20 pieces of rare equipment from someone, you can't just turn your back on them. However, the puppet disguise had a time limit, and he didn't want to run to the player town again, in which case he didn't know if he would have enough time to come back. In any case, he should not go to the player towns too often, it is too dangerous. The last time he was dragged by Xia Shallow, he almost transformed back into a secret puppet magic spirit in the towns. He was not willing to show his face too much, so he replied to Xia Shallow, "Just send an invitation over, you don't have to join the guild in person." After considering for a long time, he finally decided to join Xia Shallow's guild. Since he had taken someone else's benefits, he couldn't do nothing at all, but he had a number in his own mind as to exactly what level he wanted to participate in, and planned to take one step at a time. Xia Shallow, joining the guild is not necessary in person, but there are still a few members of the guild that I want to introduce you to. Joe, next time, I'm quite busy today. The quite busy Joe wasn't actually busy, but was only worried about the disguise time limit, and showed little interest in traveling to the rendezvous. Okay. Xia Shallow didn't force the issue, and directly sent over an invitation to join the rendezvous. Joe let out a slight sigh, but could only choose to confirm. Player Joe joins the guild for Seasons Guild. Player Joe joins the guild for Seasons Guild. For Seasons Guild? What's that? Joe couldn't accept it for a moment. What kind of name was this? Could it be that apart from this summer Shallow, there's also spring, autumn, and winter in the guild? It had to be said that Joe's sense of touch was sharp. On the guild chat channel, it was all of a sudden lively. Spring twilight, Xia Shallow, you invited someone to join the guild? I never thought that besides us, you would have people you know well. I underestimated you. Autumn cool, indeed, it's unexpected. Could it be that Xia Shallow has gotten the hang of it? Winter evening, what's the big deal? You two are just a little strange. Tomorrow I'll ask for 10 or 20, I'll call them all for you. Chuanmu, don't, we are a serious guild, not your fish pond. Joe, can I quit? Xia Shallow, you promised, help me finish the guild war first, you can quit if you want. Joe, Chun, young man is marvelous, by the way, what's your relationship with our Xia Shallow? Autumn Ryong, yeah, I'm curious about that too. Winter evening, what other relationship could it be? I can guess it with my eyes closed. Joe, Xia Shallow, you three, shut up. Joe is the one I spent money on. Before the guild war, you guys take it easy on me, don't let my money go down the drain. Joe, who could also see the guild chat channel, was helpless. Big sister, are you serious like this? Although he agreed to join the guild, indeed because he had his eye on those dozens of rare grade equipment, but saying it outright like this would make him lose face. Shuanmu, young man, I misjudged you. For such a rare thing as Summer Shallow asking for your help, you even charged money. Autumn Raya, it does make one's heart ache. Winter Night, so you and Xia Shallow are in a money trading relationship? Joamo, yes, I showed my cards. Xia Shallow and I are in a proper money trading relationship. Shuanmu, alas, scattered, no fun. Autumn cool, happy for nothing. Winter evening, Xia Shallow is very rich, remember to bid higher, don't lose out. Waiting for the guild chat channel to fall silent, Joamo secretly chatted privately with Xia Shallow. The other members of the guild you mentioned, are these three? Xia Shallow, not bad. Joamo deliberated on the wording for a bit, and said with some difficulty, they're all girls? Is this reliable to fight a guild war? And it seems like it takes 10 people to fight a guild war. Xia Shallow, you look down on girls? No. Joamo hurriedly denied. He smiled bitterly. I just think that the three of them, a little bit not very reliable look. More than a little unreliable, in Joamo's opinion, they were simply greatly unreliable. Look at them just chat feeling, whereas like to impact the guild war look, obviously is to care about gossip. Xia Shallow was silent for a long time, and said, what you said also makes sense, they do seem hard to make people feel trustworthy at first glance, I will think of a way. Then, the next second, she spoke directly in the guild chat channel. Xia Shallow, you three, Joamo doubts your strength and says you're not trustworthy, so let's see how you can behave. Joamo? Is this any mistake, the topic that he secretly chatted with her privately in private, she directly exploded onto the guild channel? Joamo had an instant headache. Chun-mo, young man, I never imagined that you were such a person, how could you secretly speak ill of your sisters? Where are you? Come sister and get close to you. Xiao Liang, add me one. Winter Night, interesting, I know so many guys, you're still the first one who doesn't take me seriously. Joamo, if I say this is a misunderstanding, do people believe me? On the guild chat channel, the atmosphere instantly became biting. Xia Shallow, who was the guild leader, finally spoke again. Xia Shallow, alright, with the three of you like this, anyone who looks at you will think that you're unreliable. I have an idea, let's find a chance to raid a boss together, it'll allow everyone to have an understanding of each other's strengths, and it can also be used as a bonding exercise before the guild war, how about it? Shuanmu, clam, moving again? It's exhausting. Autumn Raya, I knew there would be no good things to come out of Xia Shallow's voice. Winter Night, can I hire outside help? Xia Shallow simply ignored these three, directly ignoring their statements and asked Joamo. Joamo, what do you think? Joamo secretly sighed, knowing that this matter could not be evaded. He then inquired about the details. Where's the boss to fight? When will it be fought? How long does it take to fight? 3 questions in a row, all of which were the core of his main concern. Chunmu got excited again and voiced out, I think it can be fought. Xia Shallow, none of your business, just listen to my arrangements. Shuanmu, Xia Shallow, you've changed, you weren't like this before. Xia Shallow still ignored her and asked Joamo, why don't we just go to where we were last time, on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, there is a level 15-20 leveling area, how about we go there first to raid a leader level red rock monster? Could be. Joamo pondered for a moment and agreed. That red rock monster leveling area, he had some impression that it was right next to the secret puppet demon spirit refresh area. And the Nightmare Forest's outskirts just happened to be his home base. If he chose to disguise himself as a player profession, he saved the time of rushing back and forth, and was able to utilize the 2 hours of disguise time as much as possible. Moreover, in case something happened, one would directly turn back into a secret puppet demon spirit and drill into the large group of secret puppet demon spirit wild monsters over here, and no one would be able to find oneself. It's the leader level red rock monsters that sound a bit strong, I don't know if this guild can hold up. Anyway, he made up his mind, if he went over there himself, he would first act as a muckraker, and then flash when he saw the situation was bad. Anyway, Xia Shallow, they can be resurrected, not a big problem, his own kind of cannot be resurrected, can have to recognize themselves, do not be the same as them on the head. Chapter 64, Low Profile Hiding. After the guild's proposal to form a team to fight the boss was agreed to by Joamo, Xia Xiao then continued, pick a day, today? While the rest of the guild had no opinion, Joamo expressed his objections again. Joamo, no, I have things to do today, how about this time tomorrow? Chun-mo, I've realized that you're a lad who's really troublesome. Xiao Liang, I'm not related. Winter Night, good, I'll take this time to ask them to fight once first and record a video of the strategy process and send it to me. Shuanmu, ha, not bad, Winter night your fish pond is really useful. Zhou Mo. Xia Shallow, it's a deal, at this time tomorrow, gather at the 4th main city in the Eastern District. Zhou Mo, no, you guys just come, I'll wait for you on this side of the Nightmare Forest's outskirts. Unspeakable silence. Natsuya, okay, that's it. Chunnir, young man, why do you have so many little problems? Chunnir, youngster, you come out, just because Xia Shallow doesn't bother with you doesn't mean you can treat us as you please. Chuanmu, little. Xia Shallow, don't yell, he's offline. Spring Muir, who was full of resentment, helplessly closed her voice. Only after a long time, she suddenly remembered something as if she shouted, that Zhou Mo, isn't he the one who made the system announcement that he had obtained the first piece of precious grade equipment? Xia Shallow, I guess so, his level isn't high, but his strength isn't bad, it's not a surprise that he could obtain precious grade equipment. Autumn cool, no wonder Xia Shallow spent money to invite him, someone with the only piece of precious grade equipment in the entire service, no loss, no loss. Winter evening, do you want me to put in some effort to get the information out of him? The way to get into precious grade equipment is not something anyone can know yet. Natsuya, save yourselves the trouble and think about tomorrow first. At this time, Zhou Mo had instantly cancelled his puppet disguise and returned to his secret puppet demon spirit form. Since he had made an appointment for tomorrow, he hurriedly cancelled puppet disguise, otherwise it would be troublesome if the disguise skill had not cooled down by this time tomorrow. Anyway, there were still 24 hours until tomorrow's appointment, so he planned to work harder in the secret puppet demon spirit state, hunting some more players and trying to raise his strength a little bit more before he raided the boss. There were still more than 10,000 experience points before he could upgrade, so it was unlikely that he would be able to level up before the boss, but it was always possible to hunt down some players to get some equipment and raise the attributes of the Monarch scythe a bit more. As a secret puppet demon spirit, holding a black scythe was indeed a bit striking. Now that he had mastered the scythe transformation skill, he would naturally make good use of it. On the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, the weapons used by the other secret puppet demon spirits were all the same, a short spear about a meter long, and when attacking, they would poke at the players. After the cooldown time of the previous scythe transformation passed, Zhou Mo didn't hesitate any longer and directly switched the Monarch scythe from a short sword form to a short spear form. At this moment, Zhou Mo was holding a short spear, and finally looked like any other secret puppet demon spirit. Other than a powerful attribute and skill that was too powerful to be true, it was impossible for players to tell the difference between him and the other secret puppet demon spirits. Monarch Scythe Precious Short Spear Form, Attribute Conversion Ratio 70%. This time, Zhou Mo was filled with nervousness as he paid attention to the system announcement channel, only to find that the game system was as calm as ever and did not issue any announcements. It seemed that he was out of the player system's hands after he converted into his wild monster form. If the announcement came again, then he wouldn't be able to wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River, and by that time, trouble would definitely creep up on him in piles and piles. Even just now, there were still many players who were relentlessly trying to add him as a friend. It was only after he turned into his wild monster form that these messages were all blocked out, no longer affecting him. Strangely enough, upon returning to his wild monster form, most of the other players' system functions would disappear, except for the fact that they could still speak on the chat channel. In Xia Shallow's friend system and guild member list, his information was grayed out, indicating that the player Zhou Mo had gone offline. However, if Zhou Mo was still speaking on the chat channel at this time, those with an eye on the matter would realize that there was a problem. Zhou Mo laughed bitterly. It seemed that he would have to be more careful in the future. When not disguised as a player, he should try not to speak on the chat channel. In the past, when I was young and unintelligent, I always liked to wave on the chat channel, but fortunately I wasn't detected. Thinking of this, Zhou Mo couldn't help but raise an idea in his heart. Should he delete Xia Shallow from his friends list and quit the guild? After thinking about it, he still dismissed the idea. This would be too much of a dog. He had taken the benefits and hadn't done what he had promised others. It was better to wait to help out with the guild war. After thinking it through in his heart, Zhou Mo didn't waste any more time. Holding the Monarch scythe in his hand, which had already turned into a short spear form, he touched towards the players practicing. His current attack power was so strong that even though the Monarch scythe only had 70% of its original attributes after changing form, his attack power still reached 832 points. He sneaked up behind a leveling player and directly used his puppet mirror image skill. The puppet mirror image skill, which had already reached LV6, was able to split into 4 mirror image doppelgangers. The 4 doppelgangers in his main body raised their spears together and poked at the player. 614. 614. 614. 614. 614. 5 damage numbers jumped up, directly causing more than 3,000 points of damage value. These practicing players were basically all over level 20, where could they withstand such an attack? They couldn't even react before turning into a white light. And in the player's system prompts, it will only prompt, "You have been killed by the secret puppet demon spirit." As for the Joe holding a short spirit this moment, an ordinary secret puppet demon spirit shape is no different, so that turned into a sole point of light of the player simply puzzled, can only bewilderedly chose to go back to the city to resurrect. Unfortunately, there was still no equipment that could be exploded. Next, Joe started hunting in large batches, and more players were sneak attacked, following in the footsteps of the previous player. After the Monarch scythe transformed its form, Joe's sneak attack process became very smooth. If it was before, when a 2-meter-long black scythe-wielding secret puppet demon spirit approached, anyone would pay more attention, and a sneak attack would be almost impossible. If you wanted to kill a player, you would often have to run after them with a large scythe. In contrast, it was much easier to sneak around and collect heads like this now. Without realizing it, there were already 20 to 30 players that had been killed. Joe's experience value had also risen by 2865 points to 3,235 12,000. However, there was still a long way to go to upgrade. It was only that these players had provided Joe with a total of 7 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were also rare grade, which could be considered an unexpected blessing. The matter of upgrading could not be rushed. Joe extracted the attributes of these 7 pieces of equipment and then once again busied himself. Author has something to say. Third shift today. Chapter 65, Preparing for the Fight. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, a day had passed. Ever since crossing over and becoming a wild monster, Joe realized that he no longer needed to sleep. For the entire 24 hours, day to night and back to day, he had been busy at the outskirts of the nightmare forest. Busy hunting players. Unfortunately, players weren't everywhere like wild monsters, and it took some time for him to find players suitable for hunting. After a whole day, the harvest of experience value couldn't be considered too ideal, and now the experience value had only reached 9,875 12,000. There was still some distance to upgrade to level 23. And during this day, the equipment drops were also okay, but there were quite a few duplicate equipment, and the extraction rate became 0% after reaching 10 pieces. The attributes of the Monarch scythe were still improved overall, and now the attributes. Monarch scythe precious, physical attack, 696, physical defense, 271, magic defense, 160, life value plus 2,880, mana, 540, physical blitz rate plus 14%, ignore defense chance plus 12%, combo rate plus 7%, skill scythe killing LV4, skill scythe suction LV3, skill scythe transformation LV1. This day wasn't considered a waste of time. And by this time, the appointment with the Four Seasons Guild the day before had arrived, and Joe punctually transformed into the thief profession once again. The fact that he could switch professions at will was currently known only to Xia Shallow, and she had promised herself to help keep it a secret. When he joined the Four Seasons Guild earlier, he had always shown himself as a thief profession, and now he didn't intend to let others know any more secrets, so let others keep thinking that he was a thief profession. As for the Cold Autumn Guild's autumn color cold, he might have had some guesses, but after all, he knew relatively little and was limited to suspicion. Joe had only just disguised himself as a thief profession when the name information in the guild member list lit up, and the first time it was noticed by the people in the guild. Chunmu directly called out, "Young man, you're quite relaxed, we've all been waiting for so long before you slowly came online?" Joe directly ignored the unkindness in the other party's words and said with a flourish, "The time was just right, I didn't come late." Chunmu was obviously infuriated, and only after a long time did he speak in the guild chat channel, "Young man, there you go, I hope you won't make us wait in vain." "Xia Shallow, time's up, let's all gather. Joe, where are you?" "Joe, I've already reached the outskirts of the nightmare forest, where are you guys?" "Xia Shallow, coordinates, 3453, 8767, we've got our eyes on a leader-level red rock monster, just come straight over." "Okay, right away." Joe replied in the chat channel, and then used his dive strike skill to rush towards the target location. The subterranean strike skill, which had been increased to LV10, could also increase the movement speed by 40%, which was very suitable for rushing. As for the sickle kill skill that comes with the Monarch scythe, Joe intends to keep it as a killer, and definitely not waste it if he doesn't have to. The 40% increase in movement speed is really fast. Joe used the subterranean strike skill all the way to catch up, but after using the skill a few times, he arrived at the target location mentioned by Xia Shallow. By this time, he had already left the secret puppet demon spirit's refreshment area and entered the next door to the red rock monster's refreshment point. Just as Joe Mo, who was in stealth, saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but frown, and didn't hurry to come out of stealth. He directly asked in the guild chat channel, "How come there are still so many people, isn't it just our guild?" Not far in front of him, in addition to Four Seasons Guild's Xia Shallow and the other four, there were surprisingly 8 or 9 male players that he didn't recognize. Joe Mo took a glance and realized that they had all professions and their levels were not bad, basically all level 26 and up. When he encountered such a crowd, Joe Mo would not be foolish enough to rush headlong into the center. He was now disguised as a player, and although he had hidden his attribute panel and equipment panel, others would still be able to see his name if they looked at it. Although he was very reluctant, the name Joe Mo, I'm afraid, was now very famous. Joe Mo wasn't sure they could control their greed in front of the precious level equipment. If these people attacked him behind his back while he was raiding the boss with Xia Shallow and the others, then he would be very passive. His questioning in the guild chat channel, and sure enough, it was again that Spring Twilight who answered the fastest. "These are Late Night's fish ponds." "Oh no, it's her friends that have come to help Late Night cheer." Clam? Raiding a boss and needing a large group of people to cheer on the side? What is all this? Surely I'm on Mars. And at this time, Xia Shallow also spoke, "Let's play our game, you don't have to pay attention to them." Evening, you tell them, "Well, today is our guild raiding the boss, they can look at it, they can't use their brains." Winter Night punched up, "Don't worry, Xia Shallow, they don't have the guts to do that." Xia Shallow then said to Joe Mo, "Don't worry about this, Late Night has already warned them, they won't think twice about your precious great equipment." "Alright, that's it. You guys start fighting, I'll look for opportunities to make up the output." Since Xia Shallow had said so, Joe Mo couldn't afford to be too melodramatic. However, Joe Mo didn't completely let down his guard on this. Words promised verbally were most untrustworthy. When the time came for precious level equipment to appear in front of them, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be someone with a hot head. In short, just be careful and don't go overboard. The small monsters around the leader level red rock monster had already been cleared out long ago, and at this time, Xia Shallow and Winter Night walked up. It was only at this time that Joe Mo realized that the winter evening that had many suitors and was considered a goddess by the many male players over there, was actually a warrior with thick skin and meat. And Spring Twilight, who talked the most, was a healer. Autumn Cool, who didn't seem to have much of an opinion and only knew how to attach herself to others, was a magician. A warrior, a healer, a magician, plus Xia Shallow, a fighter with powerful maneuvering skills. Although the Four Seasons Guild was small in number, the occupational configuration was quite decent. Winter Night rushed up first, swung her large broadsword, and smashed her head into the leader-level red rock monster like a door slab. Winter Night cheers. "Don't worry, I'll raise your blood." A bunch of male players over there called out. Surprisingly, they really came to cheer like that, Spring Twilight said. And one of those male players was a healer, who actually directly used the healing skill for Winter Night. At this time, Winter Night hadn't even been attacked once by that leader-level red rock monster, and her blood bar was still full. Winter Night coldly faced that way and said, "Who wants you to add blood? This is our guild's drill. What if you affect our judgment?" The physician player's face turned white and mumbled, "I'm sorry, Winter Night, I didn't do it on purpose, I'm just afraid you'll get hurt." Joe Mo, who was still in stealth, saw this scene and couldn't help but smack his lips and shake his head. This is too horrible, just one Winter Night, is it necessary to make a great man become like this? Joe Mo subconsciously came closer to look at the Winter Night and found that it was indeed quite beautiful. However, this game to create a character are up and down to adjust the value of the face. 60 points of the face can also be adjusted out of 90 points of the face, so the game is all over the handsome men and women. As for acting like you've never eaten pork? Chapter 66, this damage is too high. Putting aside the conversation between Winter Night and her pursuer, by this time, the leader-level red rock monster had also been attracted to hatred and attacked Winter Night. 558. After all, it wasn't a very high-level boss. The red rock monster boss's attack landed on Winter Night, and the damage value wasn't very outrageous. However, it was also related to Winter Night's profession. She was a level 26 warrior, and she was wearing a full set of high-quality rare-level equipment. Her defense was excellent. As Winter Night's blood dropped, the physician player from earlier glanced at her, his face flushed red, and he eventually held back from adding more blood to her. Earlier, because he was a physician profession, he thought that he could utilize this advantage and pat the horse's ass first, but who knew that he had patted the horse's leg? At this time, of course he didn't dare to take matters into his own hands again. Of course, the Four Seasons Guild also had physicians. At the sight of the spring twilight hand raised, very timely use healing magic, directly will Winter Knight lost blood replenished. And that wasn't all, she immediately used a Misty Barrier skill to cover the surroundings of the leader level Red Rock monster. In the Misty Barrier area, the leader level Red Rock monster would be weakened and its attack power would become lower, while Winter Knight and the girls would be able to get a continuous blood recovery status. Joe Mo on the side of the heart to see a sigh of relief, when he was a Scarecrow boss, was also the same players to deal with such a set of rules. It was true that the wind and water had turned, but today he was on the side of the players. However, Joe Mo himself was also someone who had been a chieftain-level boss, and knew very well that the boss, which was almost full of blood now, was not at its most dangerous. By the time its blood bar dropped to half, or even lower, the chieftain-level Red Rock monster would be another story at that time. And at this time, Xia Shallow also launched an attack on the leader-class Red Rock monster in front of her. Her attack was much stronger than Winter Knight's. Winter Knight's broadsword, which was like a big door slab, looked terrifying, but in fact, it only dealt 112 damage to the leader-class Red Rock monster. The low attack power of this monster was obvious. Of course, this is also because the physical defense of this kind of wild monster is famously high. Xia Shallow directly hit the leader-level Red Rock monster with a straight face punch, dealing 445 damage. As a fighter, apart from the difficulty of operation, her output and defense were both excellent. And at this time, the distant magician Autumn Cool still hadn't made a move. Previously, they had already watched the videos of others raiding the leader-level Red Rock monster, and it was clear that this Red Rock monster's hate transfer was very rapid, and as an output hand, the magician had to be careful to control the damage of her attacks. She planned to wait for Xia Shallow and Winter Knight to attack for a while longer and output some more damage before she made her move, that way she wouldn't worry about the boss transferring its hatred to her and directly killing her as a magician first. Joe Mo, however, didn't care about them. He knew very well that he only had 2 hours for his disguise, he couldn't grind the boss slowly, he had to try to finish off this leader-level Red Rock monster as quickly as possible before he could do so. In a field of vision that no one could see, he used his sneak attack skill to directly touch the back of the boss. Then, without saying a word, he directly struck out with the Dive Strike Manifestation Strike. After converting into a thief player and adding various additions, his physical attack power had now reached 900 points. The physical defense of a leader-level Red Rock monster should probably be between 300 and 400 points, and with the additional damage of the Subterranean Strike skill, Joe Mo estimated that he should be able to deal more than 900 points of damage with this strike. However, things went much smoother than he had imagined, and this hit was so lucky that it exploded. Ignore defense. Blitz. 2,760. Terrifying damage numbers jumped up, and the blood bar of the leader-level Red Rock monster dropped by a hair at once. Even with the bonus of the King's Fate talent, the blood level of a leader-level Red Rock monster was only 10,000 points, and Jomo's blow directly knocked out a quarter of its blood loot. Vel. When this number popped up, the many players cheering on the side, as well as the Four Seasons Guild members, were all shocked. Even Xia Shallow, who had always appeared to be on cloud 9, had her eyes widened at this time. This large group of people present, although they might not be on the career rankings, they could be considered front-row high-level players anyways. They weren't people without insight, and some explosive damage had been seen before. If there was just a little bit of high damage value, although they were surprised, they would never be shocked to this extent. They didn't want to be shocked like a bumpkin, but Jomo's damage was too high. Not a little bit high, but really, too high. Spring Twilight, who had always been talkative, also froze at this time, murmuring and whispering, "Xia Shallow, it seems like it's worth it for you to spend this money, let's wait for this for a while, it seems like it's not a loss." While Autumn Cool, who was a magician, called out at this time. "Quickly back off, you output so much damage, the boss's hatred must have jumped to you, you're a thief, you can't hold up against the boss attack." As an attacker specializing in damage output, Xiao Liang obviously had a better understanding of and concern for things like boss hate values. However, Joe Mo did not listen to her, and after showing up, he once again swung the short sword in his hand. This short sword was from the Monarch side-switching forms, and as the first piece of precious great equipment in the entire game, the attributes were certainly far stronger than anyone else could imagine. It was only now that he had hidden the equipment's special effects, causing the short sword to be dull, and it didn't look anything out of the ordinary. Cut. Joe Mo stood right next to the leader-level Red Rock monster and made the main attack skill of a thief player come out. The LV5 cutting skill was very good, dealing 130% damage and also had a 30% chance of ignoring defense. Ignore defense. 1,170. 792. Ignore defense. 1170. This cutting skill hit, and out of the 3 attacks, 2 of them triggered ignore defense. Today's Joe Mo seemed to be stepping back into the Ouroboros Hall of Fame. With these 2 skills, he dealt a total of 5,892 points of damage, directly knocking out half of the blood bar of the leader-level Red Rock Monster. In one fell swoop, the leader-level Red Rock Monster's Clan Guardian talent was triggered, and 4 elite-level Red Rock Monsters were summoned around it, as well as 20 normal Red Rock Monsters. Joe Mo, Xia Shallow, and Winter Knight, these 3 people were instantly surrounded by the Red Rock Monsters. Quickly run, you must have attracted all of his hate values already. When his burst skill hits, you're going to be killed in seconds right away. Autumn Raya, who had never said so many words, was worried to the extreme at this moment. But it was already too late when she said this. Having been knocked down half a tube of bloodstains in one go, the leader-class Red Rock Monster was clearly enraged. It roared violently, and its 2 millstone-sized rock fists slammed downwards. Chapter 67 Lava Hammer Strike. Boom 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 boom. It smashed 5 times in a row, and the huge, reddish rock fist seemed to have a burning flame on it. It was the explosive skill Lava Hammer Strike of the leader-level Red Rock Monster. However, strangely enough, this Lava Hammer Strike had not even touched Joe Mo for 5 times in a row. As if the leader-level Red Rock Monster had recognized the wrong person, the 2-handed hammer strikes were only directed at Xia Shallow and Dong Evening, directly ignoring Joe Mo on the side. It was as if the one who had knocked out half of his blood was not Joe Mo, but rather Xia Shallow and Winter Knight. The situation was urgent and the others didn't think much about it, but Joe Mo knew the reason for it. He himself was a wild monster. Even if he disguised himself as a player profession, he was still essentially a wild monster. In the current version of the game, the setting was that wild monsters would not attack each other, so even though he had hit half of that Red Rock Monster's blood bar, it was as if it could not see him at all. However, it was good to know this kind of thing himself. There was no need to draw others' attention. He hurriedly used his dive strike skill again, and disappeared from the crowd's view. In this way, in the eyes of the crowd, he was only stealthily escaping, not that the boss intentionally did not attack him. He was stealthy and escaped, but Winter Knight and Summer Shallow, who were in the front row resisting damage, were in a bad situation. The 2 huge fists of the leader-level Red Rock Monster smashed down, striking Winter Knight's body, and even though she had already blocked with her round shield, she still took a large amount of damage. 558. 558. 558. 558. 558. 5 attacks in a row dealt 2790 damage to Winter Knight's body. On top of that, the Lava Hammer Strike brought more than just physical damage. On that blood-colored lava fist, there were also liquid flames flowing and splashing in all directions. Winter Knight was unable to avoid it, and was splashed by the flowing flames, directly dropping another 430 points of damage. These splashes of flame, although the attack power is not particularly high, but it is a magic attack on the warrior player, the damage caused cannot be underestimated. Winter Knight's blood level instantly bottomed out. If it wasn't for the outer circle of Spring Twilight adding blood in a timely manner, she was afraid that she would directly lie down on the ground. As a warrior she was so miserable. What would happen to Xia Shallow, who was just a fighter? Joe Mo had thought that Xia Shallow would not be able to survive such an attack, but he could not imagine that he had underestimated her. But seeing that Lava Hammer attack 5 consecutive knockdown, Xia Shallow jumped up, toe point in the leader-level Red Rock Monster's fist surface, along the Red Rock Monster's arm running at high speed, and even borrowed the force from the 3 meters high Red Rock Monster head jumped over. After this maneuver, she only received a slight concussion damage from the Lava Hammer Strike when she hit the ground, as well as the flame burns running through the opponent's rocky arm. 265. 456. The damage from the shockwave and the flame burns added up to just over 700 points. Although it couldn't be considered unharmed, compared to that Winter Knight, it was simply far too good. The crowd present to watch the battle couldn't help but secretly smack their lips and silently nodded their heads. This Xia Shallow could become the #1 fighter in the game, so she really did have some skills. At this time, after using Lava Hammer Strike, the Red Rock Monster, whose blood bar was already below half, roared, and the rocks that made up its body suddenly turned fiery red. Immediately afterward, endless flames poured out from the cracks of its rocky body, pouring out from its body onto the ground. The space of a few meters around instantly became a flaming hell. Even Winter Knight, who had high defense and thick blood, hurriedly retreated. If he stood inside the flames at this time, he was afraid that he would be slowly burned to death. Bumping into this kind of unreasonable wide-range attack, Xiaoshalou, who was known for her maneuvering skills, also jumped away. There were flames everywhere, even the body of the leader-class Red Rock Monster was filled with flames, there was no room for maneuvering. In the midst of the flames, the blood level of the leader-class Red Rock Monster was recovering rapidly. This was the Purgatory Recovery, a natural skill of the leader-level Red Rock Monster. When it was hit by less than half of its blood level, it would spew out a large amount of flames from within its body to defend itself, and quickly recover its lost blood level in the surroundings of the flames. Zhou Mo, who had already stealthily fled away, naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to charge up again. He had the status of a wild monster, other wild monsters would not actively attack him, but it was different when he encountered this kind of ranged attack skill, he would actively get up there, he would also be injured, no one could stop him. Having already seen the strategy video once, the few from the Four Seasons Guild naturally had the appropriate coordination. Winter Knight had called out at the same time as he stepped back, "Autumn Cool, renew the attack, don't let it go off the battlefield." At this time, it would be able to reflect the usefulness of long-range professions. The Sea of Fire was like an inferno, close-range professions couldn't even get close, and if they didn't attack for a period of time, the leader-level Red Rock Monster would go off the battlefield, directly reverting back to full blood and resetting all statuses. That was naturally something that the Four Seasons Guild's few people couldn't allow. Autumn Raya's reaction was also quick, and the moment Winter Knight retreated, he had already raised the staff in his hand, recited an incantation, and flung out a magic spell. In the air, a half-moon-shaped blade composed of wind elements slashed towards the leader-class Red Rock Monster. This half-moon blade was 2 meters long, and it was one of the optional skills of a magician, the Wind Blade spell. Just like Fireball, this Wind Blade was also a common attack magic of the magician profession, only one belonged to the fire system and the other belonged to the wind system. Against a wild monster like the Red Rock Monster, using the Fireball spell was naturally ineffective, as the fireballs could not cause much damage at all when hitting it. On the contrary, this Wind Blade technique is very good, the speed is very good. Autumn Rang just raised his hand, the Wind Blade has already flown to the front of the Red Rock Monster, through the flame barrier, chopped on its neck. 654. A damage number jumped up, and Autumn Raya steadily pulled the hatred of the leader-class Red Rock Monster without letting it get out of the fight. In terms of monster output, magical attack skills were always more powerful than physical attacks, and after this Wind Blade technique, Zhou Lian once again recited the incantation and began to prepare for his next magical skill. On the other hand, the flames around the leader-level Red Rock Monster burned for a few seconds and then quickly died out, and it rushed towards Zhou Liang in the distance. At this time, Winter Knight, who had recovered most of her bloodstain while hiding at the side, once again pressed on. And Xiaoshalou, on the other side, similarly approached over. Suddenly, there was a flash of silhouettes in the field, and Zhou Mo, who had entered a state of invisibility, reappeared, and a manifestation strike struck the body of the leader-class Red Rock Monster. 1012. This time, his luck wasn't as good, the strike neither triggered a blast nor ignored defense. However, with the power of his attack and the dive strike skill that had been increased to LV10, he still easily dealt thousands of points of damage. Of course, this is not the end, he swung his short sword in his hand, and once again used the cut skill. Author's words. Today's third installment is here. Chapter 68, No Danger of Being Surprised. At this time, the warrior Winter Knight and the fighter Xiaoshalou, both of them had already arrived in front of the leader-level Red Rock Monster. As a warrior who mainly added physical strength, Winter Knight's blood defense was naturally reliable, but her attack power didn't need to be mentioned. Her attack on the leader-level Red Rock Monster could only be said to be better than nothing. At this moment, Xiaoshalou used another skill of a fighter. She bullied her way to the side of the Red Rock Monster, leaned her body forward slightly, and quickly threw a punch with both hands forward. 145. 145. 145. 145. 8 consecutive punches were thrown in a short period of time. Although a single attack was far inferior to the previous straight punch, it had the advantage of being more frequent and quicker. This was the fighter's skill, continuous punch. The percentage of each attack was not high, but with 8 attacks, it was a good output skill. While they were attacking, another cut skill from Zhou Mo had already landed on the body of the leader-level Red Rock Monster. 792. 792. Ignore defense. 1170. Leader-class monsters had relatively high resistance to various attack effects, and this time, the cut skill was moderate and didn't explode with too much damage. However, even so, the crowd's brainstormed attacks still dealt a large amount of damage to the leader-level Red Rock Monster, causing its blood level, which had already recovered quite a bit, to fall to less than half again. However, the Clan Guardian talent skill could only work once, and this time, it didn't summon a new batch of attendant monsters. However, the wild monsters that it had summoned earlier were still there, and they attacked the people in the encirclement. Strictly speaking, it was actually launching attacks on Xia Shallow and Winter Knight. These attendant wild monsters, like their leader, simply treated Joe Mo as if he didn't exist. It was only that Joe Mo had been in a state of stealth for a long period of time, except for the moment when he showed up to output, and the crowd didn't realize this. Those elite and ordinary level follower wild monsters, although their attack power wasn't as good as the leader level, but they were superior in number, surrounding the two of them and Winter Knight, they still caused quite a bit of trouble for them. Xia Xiao dashed left and right in the pile of these wild monsters, running and jumping back and forth, although occasionally touched by the wild monsters, but also able to cope with it. The problem is not too big. As for Winter Knight, of course she didn't have the same kind of operation as Xia Shallow, she was also too lazy to run, so she simply put away her large broadsword and directly raised a round shield, specializing in defense. As long as she focuses on defense, coupled with the blood boosting from the outside healer, Spring Twilight, she will be able to support herself. As for the attack, it was naturally left to the outputters. Right at this moment, Magician Autumn Cool's ranged magic that she had prepared for half a day finally struck. A storm disk with a diameter of a few meters was formed, from which countless storm arrows flew out. This was precisely a ranged magic that Autumn Ryo had mastered, Storm Wind Feather Arrows. Endless wind-based feather arrows flew out from that Storm Wind Grand Carousel and shot towards the group of attendant wild monsters. 268. 268. 268. Countless damage numbers jumped up as the normal level wild monsters in this group of red rock monsters fell to the ground, leaving only those 4 elite level ones. In terms of destroying small minions on a large scale, basically no profession could compare to a magician. Even Joe Mo, who was now holding a precious great weapon, could only be inferior. After this round of storm feather arrows, the remaining 4 elite level red rock monsters had not yet died, but there was not much blood left. Xia Shallow, who was close at hand, stomped on the ground, and while debris flew, her entire body rose up in the air and kicked at a certain elite-level red rock monster. 897. This strike was not any skill known to fighters, but it was powerful. Just one strike killed that elite-level red rock monster in seconds. With her body in mid-air, Xia Shallow's body once again spun around in an unbelievable manner, and she even made a hard turn in the air, and kicked towards another red rock monster. By the time she finally landed on the ground, these 2 elite-level red rock monsters had all been turned into experience value. Of course, the experience value wasn't that high. After all, her own level had already exceeded this leveling area by a lot. When she landed on the ground, she took a deep breath, intending to finish off the other 2 remaining red rock monsters as well. Winter Knight alone was carrying the attacks of the leader-class red rock monster, so of course Xia Shallow would not allow the remaining 2 elite-class red rock monsters to mess around. However, just as she had raised her energy, there was a ripple in front of her eyes as Jomo's figure appeared in the air, and the dive strike skill's manifestation attack killed the elite-level red rock monster in front of her with a single blow. After he appeared, he didn't wait much longer. He gently sent the short sword in his hand forward, and collected another red rock monster. He didn't even use a skill. Xia Shallow was first slightly stunned, then nodded to Joe Mo and said, "Hold on tight, there's still half the blood." Joe Mo similarly nodded and his figure disappeared into the air once again. He naturally understood what Xia Shallow meant, that leader-level red rock monster wouldn't summon a follower wild monster again since it had already summoned it once. Anyway, now that the small monsters had been cleared, it was a good time to take advantage of this time to step up his output and press down the bloodline of that leader-class red rock monster. The next thing was simple. Winter Knight relied on her blood defense to hold on, while Xia Shallow tried to dodge the attacks of the leader-class red rock monster with her operation skills and looked for opportunities to attack. The most comfortable is still Joe Mo, directly a submerged skill out, entered the invisible state, and then it is a manifestation of a hit plus cutting skill of the old ways. So a set down, in a short period of time will be the leader-level red rock monster's blood stripe again down, a moment only left about 20%. Joe Mo, who had been an alpha-level wild monster himself, stealthily moved away from his opponent the moment before his blood level reached 20%. He knew very well that a wild monster like this chieftain class, whose blood bar was knocked down to a node like 50% or 20%, would inevitably come with some unusual outbursts. Although he wasn't worried about being targeted by wild monsters, if he ran into a ranged attack skill, it wouldn't be a very pleasant thing to do. On the game's official forum, although the general information of wild monsters was available, the specific information of wild monsters above the chief level was still kept secret. The official intention is to let the players explore on their own, adding to the fun of the game. Therefore, at this moment, Joe Mo did not anticipate what kind of skills would be released by the leader-level Red Rock Monster. This was not the case for the other members of the Four Seasons Guild, who had all seen the strategy video in advance. When the blood level of the leader-level Red Rock Monster was about to fall to 20%, Spring Twilight in the outer circle called out, "Shallow, late, back off, it's about to go berserk and open a big move." Chapter 69 Berserk Chieftain Class. When Physician Spring Twilight called out, Xia Shallow and Winter Evening had already reacted and retreated backward. They had already watched the guide video earlier, and were well aware that when the blood level of the leader-level Red Rock Monster dropped to 20%, it would enter a berserk state, and would also release a wide-range skill called Lava Burst. However, there is a difference between watching a strategy video and experiencing it for yourself. After all, Winter Knight was still half a beat too slow in retreating. In the roar of the leader-class Red Rock Monster, the ground around its body of 7 or 8 meters began to turn red and burst, and endless flames erupted out with red-colored rocks. It was the big skill Lava Burst of the leader-level Red Rock Monster. Xia Shallow jumped out of the range of Lava Burst with a few leaps, but Winter Knight fell behind and ate a full Lava Burst attack. This was also a physical attack mixed with a magic attack, and Winter Knight's blood bar avalanched down like an avalanche. 489. 489. 489. Densely packed red-colored rocks smashed onto Winter Knight's body, similarly bringing up dense damage numbers. In just an instant, Winter Knight's blood bar had already turned red, and only needed to withstand a little more attacks to be killed and turned into a soul light point. Fortunately, at this time, Xia Shallow pulled behind her, pulling her out of the Lava Burst attack range. At the same time when the blood bar turned red and flashed, she finally got out of the attack range of the Lava Burst and escaped from this disaster. She was stunned, and the equally stunned healer, Chuanmu, threw a healing spell on her body, which immediately restored more than 700 points of blood, and her heart felt a lot more at ease. However, as she tilted her head back and poured down a bottle of special effect Gold Sore Pill, she didn't expect that the leader-level Red Rock Monster to charge over like a storm. It was in the Berserk state. When an Overlord-class wild monster entered the Berserk state, its attributes would double and it would transform into a ranged attack mode. The girls who had watched the strategy video knew that the duration of the Berserk state of an alpha-level Red Rock Monster of this level was 20 seconds. The leader-grade Red Rock Monster, whose movement speed had also doubled, arrived in front of Winter Knight in a flash. At this time, it was impossible for her to retreat. With the opponent's doubled movement speed, she wouldn't be able to run even if she wanted to. The rocky double fists of the leader-class Red Rock Monster were raised, and Winter Knight let out a helpless sigh as she struggled to raise the shield in her hand. By this time, with the dual replies of Spring Twilight's healing and her own medication, her blood quantity had already recovered to over 1,400 points. However, facing the leader-class Red Rock Monster whose attributes had doubled, it was still far from enough. Lava Hammer Strike. 1,372. 1,372. The Lava Hammer Strike was a full 5 strikes, yet Winter Knight, who now only had 1,400 points of blood left, couldn't even support 2 strikes and was directly hammered into a white light. For the first time, casualties finally appeared in this battle of the Four Seasons Guild's raid boss. As a matter of fact, with the doubled attributes of the leader-level Red Rock Monster in its berserk state, even a full-blooded Winter Knight would not be able to survive a single Lava Hammer Strike. When encountering such a situation, either avoid it or use human lives to pile it up, just like in the strategy video they watched. Winter Knight's group of Seekers did have a previous raid, but when the leader-level Red Rock Monster went into a berserk state, their casualties were also high. In the end, it was by piling up human lives from front to back, coupled with the non-stop resurrections of the healers, that they managed to grind the boss to death. However, on the Four Seasons Guild side, there was only one warrior, Winter Knight, and once she collapsed, it was likely that the remaining few people would have difficulty supporting her. After Winter Knight fell, the berserk Red Rock Monster's body turned and charged towards Xia Shallow in the other direction. Only it had just used Lava Hammer Strike, the skill hadn't cooled down yet, it just relied on its doubled attributes, rushed towards Xia Shallow at great speed, and slammed down with a fist. After all, Xia Shallow is not the same as Winter Knight, her maneuvering skills are far better than Winter Knight's. When the opponent's rock fist was just raised, she had already jumped out to the side. The rock fist brushed by her side with the sound of wind, only slightly touching her a little. 658. A slight sweep had similarly inflicted a terrifying damage value on Natsuya. But compared to a frontal hit, it was already too much better. Looking at Xia Shallow, who still had most of her bloodstain, Shanmu shouted loudly, "Shallow, don't steel yourself against it, drag it down, I'll help revive Winter Knight right away." Because the physician profession does not have to be involved in the battle, but only in the center of the blood replies, often will be able to look at the whole situation, in the battle for the teammate scheduling. However, Zhou Mo, who was in the stealthy state of dive attack, silently shook his head. This Chunmu said it was simple, but the attributes of the berserk state of the leader-level red rock monster were doubled, and the speed of movement was amazingly fast, so it was not something that could be delayed just by trying to stall it. Xia Shallow's operating skills are certainly powerful, but facing a boss whose movement speed and attack speed have doubled, it's impossible to avoid it all the time. Although this leader-level red rock monster's berserk state was only 20 seconds, if he didn't intervene, it would be more than enough for it to exterminate the other people in the Four Seasons Guild. Thus, Zhou Mo made up his mind, touched the back of the berserk boss, came out of his dive strike stealth state, and struck the body of the leader-class red rock monster with a single visible blow. 795. The damage this time wasn't too high. The leader-level red rock monster that had entered the berserk state not only doubled its attack attributes, but also doubled its blood and defense, so the damage dealt by Zhou Mo's blow wasn't too high. After taking this hit, the leader-level red rock monster still had more than 3,000 blood left. Zhou Mo, who had emerged, did not intend to retreat for the time being, and directly swung out his short sword again, using the cut skill. Zhou Mo, move back. Shanmu, who had intended to remind Zhou Mo, thought about it, but dismissed the idea. If no one made a move, soon the leader-level red rock monster would be out of the battle, and her people would have wasted half a day's work. She figured out that with the boss's terrifying attributes at this moment, it was going to kill someone anyway, not Zhou Mo, that would be Xia Shallow. Since Zhou Mo had already rushed up in high style, she should not discourage him. Zhou Mo and Xia Shallow, choosing which one to be killed by the boss, this kind of question didn't even need to be pondered. However, in the next moment, her mouth opened wide in shock, and the resurrection spell that she had released for Winter Knight was almost interrupted. Ignore defense. 1170. 492. Ignore defense. 1170. Damage numbers jumped up. Euromaster Zhou Mo's cutting skill hit 2 out of 3 times, ignoring the good results of defense. With such a skill, the boss, whose blood and defense had already doubled, couldn't handle it, and was directly knocked down by more than 2,000 points of blood, and the entire blood bar flickered at once. After the shock, Shanmu was however ecstatic. She couldn't imagine that Zhou Mo's attack was so reliable, and excitedly shouted out, "Shout Shou, prepare the strongest output magic, wait for the boss to kill Zhou Mo, and try to finish it off with one skill, don't let it have another chance." Chapter 70. Seeing precious equipment again. Spring Twilight, who was in the center of the scheduling, arranged it down, and Magician Autumn Ryo silently led the order, and had already begun to recite the incantation, and the staff in her hand began to flash with a piercing light. What she was about to use next was the strongest attack magic currently at her disposal. However, as the strongest attack magic at its disposal, it was not that easy to cast, requiring several seconds of incantation chanting time. However, would Zhou Mo be able to sustain a few seconds? The answer was obviously no, if he was just an ordinary thief player. Shan Mo had not expected him to survive. In her mind, it was just a game. If you died, you could still be resurrected. Wasn't Winter Knight lying on the ground? As long as you were able to successfully raid the boss, dying 2 or 3 times wasn't a big deal. Of course she didn't know what being killed meant to Zhou Mo. Although he hadn't tried, Zhou Mo had a feeling in his heart that as long as he was killed, then he was afraid that he would completely disappear. Everyone thought that he would be killed in the boss's next counterattack. However, everyone did not expect that in the face of such a good opportunity, that leader-class red rock monster did not choose to attack, but instead turned around and ran. This was just too unexpected. Zhou Mo could guess something. His status was a wild monster. That leader great red rock monster could not attack himself at all, and at this time, its blood level was already extremely low, so it was understandable that it chose to run away in desperation. Don't let it run away, be careful to run back and get off the battle reset. Between changes, Shanmu hastily shouted. At this time, Xia Shallow, who was on the side, had already stepped on the ground with both feet, charging towards the leader-level red rock monster like a savage bull. However, the double movement speed of the red rock monster ran really too fast. Xia Shallow's shoulder collision actually fell through, just hit the air, a stumble almost unsteady. At this time, Magician Shoulian's magic skill was still being chanted, and it simply couldn't come out. It seemed that no one was able to catch up with that leader-class red rock monster anymore, and could only wait for it to succeed in its escape. At this point, Shanmu's resurrection spell was finally completed, and with a faint angelic chant, Winter Knight was successfully resurrected. However, her resurrection couldn't change anything, and it was impossible for her to catch up with the leader-class Red Rock monster. Everyone had almost despaired. Although the attack magic prepared by Autumn Ryo was powerful, it had a certain distance to work. Once that leader-class Red Rock monster ran far away, her skill could only hit the air. However, Joe was different. In the moment the leader-class Red Rock monster turned to run away, he had already decisively activated the scythe kill skill that came with the Monarch scythe. Even though he had switched to his short sword form and his attributes could only be maintained at 70%, the original scythe kill skill of the Monarch scythe had not been weakened in any way. The LV4 scythe kill skill could increase movement speed by 50% when activated. At the same time, he entered the stealthy state of Subterranean Strike. The LV10 dive strike skill could increase movement speed by 40%. With scythe kill and Subterranean Strike, plus the movement speed added by the thief's passive skill Ghost Steps, Jomo's overall movement speed had increased by a full double. He was just on par with the leader-level Red Rock monster that doubled its movement speed in its berserk state. Just as everyone was staring anxiously, he suddenly appeared behind the leader-class Red Rock monster and lightly dealt it a blow. Ignore defense. 1380. Then, in everyone's shocked gazes, that leader-class Red Rock monster trembled for a moment and turned into a mass of shattered red-colored rock. At the same time, a large MVP appeared on Jomo's head, like fireworks bursting out. He received a message from the game system. Killed the leader-level Red Rock monster with the highest percentage of output damage, awarded MVP. Output damage percentage exceeds 50%, chances of extreme equipment dropping increased. Obtained Red Rock Bracelet Precious Treasure. There were still some drops to follow, but they were nothing compared to the precious great equipment. And at the same time, a message popped up on the game's announcement channel. Congratulations to player Joe for killing the leader-level Red Rock monster and dropping the precious level equipment Red Rock Bracelet Precious. Such a service-wide announcement was received by all the players in the game. Those players who were originally just watching from the sidelines, their gazes instantly changed. After killing a leader-level boss, items would not be dropped onto the ground as if they were small monsters, but would be placed directly into the backpack based on each person's contribution, so what was dropped after killing a boss would often not be clear to those on the sidelines. But this time is an exception. The news are on the game announcement, who cannot be clear. What kind of god was this Joe? Previously, he had already announced that he had obtained a precious great equipment, and this time he had obtained another one? Is he an emperor, or the game's own son? A few people from the Four Seasons Guild were just as unprepared, and Xia Shallow looked at the players on the side whose gazes were starting to become unkind, and shouted in the guild chat channel, Joe, go back to the city first. How much of an attraction a precious great equipment had for a player was anyone's guess. In short, it wasn't wise to be in a dangerous wilderness area at this time. Although those people next to them were Winter Knight suitors, under the temptation of a piece of precious great equipment, they might just wash their hands of the matter from now on, jumping out of Winter Knight's fish pond and starting to work on their careers single-mindedly. Winter Knight also chimed in, Joe, you should go, normally it's fine, I'm afraid even I can't stop them at this time. Hearing Xia Shallows and their words, Joe laughed bitterly in his heart. How he didn't want to go, only the pitiful game system wouldn't let him go. At the very next moment, the game system once again sent out a new announcement. Randomized activity Treasure Hunter opens, duration 1 hour. Player Joe will not be allowed to leave the Red Rock Monster refresh area for 1 hour, the Red Rock Bracelet treasure will not be allowed to be traded for 1 hour, and the carrier will be 100% dropped when he is killed. Player Joe will be given the temporary title Treasure Hunter, and if he still has the Red Rock Bracelet treasure at the end of the event, the title Treasure Hunter will become permanent. At this moment, Jomo's heart was very angry as he realized that the game system seemed to be deliberately targeting him. He had killed a boss and dropped a piece of precious great equipment, so who had he pissed off, and why was he being treated like this? If he was an ordinary player, he was bound to complain to the game officials. However, the situation he was currently in did not allow him to make that choice. Regardless of how the game treated him, there was only one thing he could do at the moment, and that was to get through this crisis and live well. Right now there were only a few of Winter Knight's suitors here, but it was foreseeable that before long, countless players would inevitably flock here. In an hour's time, those players who were too far away might not be able to make it in time, but the nearby players would probably all rush over. And at this moment, Spring Twilight looked at Joe and suddenly spoke in the guild chat channel, Shallow, should we have a fertilizer? Author has something to say. The third shift of the day is here. Chapter 71. Spring Twilight's statement in the guild channel instantly startled the not-so-flexible-brained Autumn Ryo. She mumbled, "Spring Twilight, it's not good for you to be like this. How can I say that we're also in a relationship where we're working together to fight the boss?" Cut. Looking at the unenlightened Liang, Spring Mirror was disappointed. "Just kidding, look at his kind of output, a direct stealth slash can send us back to the city. How do I dare to think of him in a wrong way?" Ever since the game announcement, Joe Mo had subconsciously stealthily left his position. He knew very well that although he was already a member of the Four Seasons Guild, the level of trust between each other wasn't much higher. The boss they fought together had exploded a precious grade equipment on their own, so there was no guarantee that they wouldn't have thoughts in their hearts and strike out at themselves. Although he may not be afraid of the Four Seasons Guild, but still use the submerged attack skill stealth up better, so that you can attack and retreat. At this time, he stealthily stood far away and looked at the guild channel's speech, and coldly smiled. "You do have a sense of self-knowledge." On the guild chat channel, Xiao Shallow ignored this and directly asked, "Do you need help?" Joe Mo considered for a moment and directly said, "There is a favor that can be done. You guys go back to the city right now and collect some rare grade equipment to mail to me." Xiao Shallow was a bit puzzled, but instead just asked, "How much do you need?" Joe Mo, "The more the better." Chunmu came to splash cold water at this time. "Later on, a big pile of players will come over to block you. You're about to be killed. What's the point of taking so much equipment and putting it in your backpack, giving it away as a benefit?" Joe Mo didn't pay any attention to her and said to Xiao Shallow again, "Let's do it this way. If I don't die, this red rock bracelet rare will be given to you. In exchange for this, you will help me to acquire 30 pieces of rare level equipment. Try not to repeat them." Xiao Shallow's emotions didn't fluctuate greatly. She just said, "Good." Then she didn't care about this matter anymore and said to the other few people who approached her, Go back to the city." Winter Knight was a little hesitant. Really not helping him? Xiao Shallow looked at Winter Knight. Her gaze fell to the many players on the other side who were stupidly moving, and said faintly, "Can you help?" Indeed, he couldn't help. These players were Winter Knight's suitors, and not making a move now was just in her way, but this kind of favor wouldn't work very well, and soon they wouldn't be able to help themselves. And with the strength of a few people from their own guild, wanting to help Joe Mo stop the next surging mass of players was undoubtedly a mantis blocking the car. Xiao Shallow added, "Let's go, he's a thief and has stealth skills, so he may not have no chance." After saying that, without caring about anything else, he directly used the city return teleportation stone. A few seconds later, a light flashed, and Xiao Shallow disappeared in front of her. And the three of them, Winter Evening, Autumn Cool and Spring Twilight, also left one after another. In the entire area, only those Winter Night suitors were left. At this time, someone among them finally spoke. "Well, the fact that Winter Night has left means that she is acquiescing to our strikes. It's not good for a few of them to make a move because they're in the same guild's way, but we don't have that scruple." After finding a good reason, the 7 or 8 players began to scan in all directions. There was still some time left before the arrival of the large group of players, and it could be said that it was God's favor for them to coincide with the occasion, so they could not let go of such a great opportunity. "We have to find a way to break his stealth before we can do so, otherwise we can't even see it. How can we fight?" Hearing this, the Soul Physician player smiled triumphantly. He looked at the open space and said, "I just happen to have learned the Eye of True Sight skill, so I can add the True Sight status to you guys. But I'll make a deal. If you guys get the equipment, whether you sell it for money or whatever, I'll get 1/3 of the points." At this time, he was the only one who possessed this ability, and he naturally sat down and raised the price up. The other players naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to argue with him on the spot, but only agreed, hoping that he would hurry up and put the True Sight status on himself. The Physician player laughed and said, "Don't panic, wait for me to put one on myself first." As he spoke, he lifted his hand and used the Eye of True Sight skill to attach a status to himself. A round eyeball that flashed with ghostly light hovered above his head. This Eye of True Sight was really useful, and just after using it, he could already see a translucent figure. That figure was just a meter away from his side. "Eye of True Sight? I've been taught." Joe Mo smiled coldly and had already come out of his dive strike sneaking state, revealing himself and striking the Physician player's body. 1148. More than 1,000 damage numbers jumped up. There was no bludgeon, nor did it trigger ignore defense, but it also knocked out a small half of the Physician player's blood bar. He only had 2,708 blood. And after the manifestation strike was struck, Joe Mo ignored the menace of his appearance in front of the crowd and swung the short sword in his hand again without stopping. Cut. 942. 942. Ignore defense. 1,170. Jomo's attack was so fast that the healer player didn't even have time to use the healing technique on himself. 3 attacks, over 3000 damage, directly emptied the physician player's blood bar, causing him to turn into a soul point of light in shock. Successfully killed player 1000 feathers difficulty, experience value plus 135, current experience value 10,212,000. When he had killed the leader class Red Rock monster earlier, he had also gained a considerable amount of experience value based on his output contribution, only that he could only convert 50% of it under the camouflage state, and in the end, he had only gotten his hands on 190 points. After fighting so hard, the final math wasn't much more than killing a player directly. While Jomo was complaining about the low experience value, the other players beside the physician player finally reacted and attacked Jomo. However, Jomo, who had killed the physician player in a sneak attack, didn't even bother wasting time with them, and directly entered the stealth state again with a dive attack skill. With his current movement speed, he casually retreated back, and those players' attacks simply couldn't catch up with him. Then, Jomo had not far away, waiting for the cut skill to cool down, while thinking carefully in his heart. To say that this activity of treasure hunter, although it made him feel very frustrated in his heart, it could not be said that it was not beneficial at all. He looked at the specific information of the title Treasure Hunter and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Treasure Hunter title, wearing this title, full attributes plus 5%, treasure level and below equipment drop rate plus 5%. With attributes like this, it couldn't be said that it wasn't powerful. Jomo secretly resolved that he intended to transform this temporary title into a permanent one. Since things had turned into what they were now, and he couldn't escape, he can only try to get as many benefits as he could. Let's just hope that after that Xia Shallow returned to the city, he could send over equivalent rare-grade equipment to himself as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to extract as many attributes as possible, raise the Monarch's scythe, and increase his strength. Only with increased strength would he be able to better sustain himself in this treasure hunter event. He had previously tried to directly extract the attributes of the Red Rock bracelet of precious treasure, but unfortunately, he was prompted by the system that this operation was prohibited during the event time. Otherwise, he would have directly extracted this thing and seen what others would still come to grab. Now, let's see how much weight these remaining players have. Before the arrival of the large group of players, would he be able to finish off all of these guys? Chapter 72 Doubtful of Life. After killing the healer player with that Eye of True Sight skill, Jomo could actually be considered invincible at this point. At least, before the new physician player arrived, the remaining players were no longer a threat to him. If he could leave this area, Jomo would be able to stealthily leave now. Unfortunately, because of the treasure hunter event released by the game, he was restricted to this area and could not leave for an hour. It was foreseeable that a large number of players would soon arrive, and by then, his stealth status would not necessarily be a weapon. The few remaining players would probably be contacting people they knew at the moment, seeking a way to break their stealth. No matter which way one looked at it, waiting quietly was not something one should do right now. What he should do now was to bravely move forward and clean up these players. Regardless of whether or not that Xia Shallow would be able to collect enough rare-grade equipment in time, there was still a way to increase his strength in front of him. That was to level up. As long as he leveled up one more level, with the enhanced attributes, he would definitely be much more relaxed. As soon as he thought of it, Jomo didn't hesitate any longer and waited for a few seconds, and when the cutting skill had cooled down again, he touched over to a certain player. At this time, those players also gathered in a group, protecting the 2 fragile wizard players in the center. The 4 warrior players gathered in a group back-to-back, facing outwards, while the 2 magician players stood within the circle they had gathered, several pairs of eyes vigilantly scanning around. Although they couldn't see Jomo in his stealthy state, if Jomo wanted to make a move on them, he would definitely take a great risk. With 4 warrior players surrounding him, Jomo could not pass through, and if he wanted to attack the magician, he would have to kill the outer warrior players first, otherwise, with the distance of his short sword, he would not be able to touch the magician in the center at all. And when Jomo showed up to attack, the 4 warrior players on the outside were able to support themselves for a while without being killed in seconds. At that time, the 2 magicians in the center of the circle could immediately attack Jomo, while a thief player who had also entered the subterranean strike stealth state could take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Jomo's back. It had to be said that these players were worthy of being game veterans and knew the techniques to deal with the thief profession. Jomo, who was in stealth, looked at them who had formed a group and secretly shook his head. The fact that they were acting like this was indeed causing Jomo, who was now disguised as a thief, some trouble. After the Monarch's side switched into short sword form, the attack distance likewise became like a short sword, and could only attack targets that were not far away from the person. If he only attacked with the short sword, there was really no way for him to cross the outer circle of warrior players to attack the magician in the center. But, did he only have a short sword? These few players were not wrong in their thinking, they were wrong in that they did not know enough about themselves. The corner of Jomo's mouth slightly raised, the short sword in his hand violently changed, the sickle change skill was used, and he had already switched back to the original form of the Monarch sickle from the short sword form. The short sword in his hand disappeared, and in its place, a huge black scythe reappeared in the air. The Monarch's scythe returned to its full strength once again. The Monarch scythe that switched to its short sword form could only possess 70% of its attribute strength, while after returning to the Monarch scythe's original form, 100% of its attributes were returned with it. At this moment, Joe-Mo looked at his attribute panel and realized that his physical attack strength had already broken 1,000. The level 22 himself had 260 points of attack, and then the 39 points of strength that he had added once again provided him with 117 points of attack, not counting the equipment he already had 377 points of attack. And how could he not count such a powerful precious great equipment like the Monarch scythe? Adding the 696 points of attack from the Monarch scythe today, his physical attack power reached a terrifying 1,073 points. Then, the treasure hunter title that he was temporarily wearing had been increased by another 5%, and his attack power had even reached 1,126 points. With such terrifying attack power, Joe-Mo directly chose to take the initiative. Ignore defense. 1,126. Ignore defense. 1,126. Strike. 1988. The subterranean strike skill's manifestation hit came out, but what jumped up was a full 6 damage numbers. Including the 2 magicians surrounded in the center, along with the 4 fighters on the periphery, the 6 players who had formed a group were all attacked by Jomo's manifestation strike. The subterranean strike skill's bludgeoning chance and ignoring defense chance were both very high, and with the Monarch scythe's spin-off, each of the 6 damage numbers triggered a considerable special effect. With just one attack, all 6 players lost blood, especially the 2 magicians in the center, who lost most of their bloodstains in one go. They had thought that forming a circle would protect the center magicians, but how could they have thought that Jomo's Monarch scythe, in its original form, was capable of ranged attacks? The 6 players who had gathered in a dense mass were all within the attack range of the Monarch scythe, and Jomo's one skill hit 6 people, which could be said to be a one-book deal, very cost-effective. As a reflex, the first reaction of these players was not to get high to regain blood, but to launch an attack directly at Joe-Mo as originally discussed. 1. 1. 1. 1. The 2 warrior players facing Joe-Mo both used the double slash, and their large broadswords, which looked like door slabs, slashed at Jomo's body. As the classic attack skill of the warrior profession, these 2 warrior players' choices were exactly the same. However, the result nearly drove them insane. They blinked their eyes, somewhat incredulous. Among the entire profession, the output ability of a warrior player was certainly not considered excellent, but as a level 27 warrior player, counting a full set of equipment, their physical attack power had also reached 300 points. No matter how you put it, such an attack power could not be considered a disgrace. The double slash skill also had a percentage damage bonus, so if it was used to hit a thief player, it could still pose a considerable threat to the thief player. But what is this now? A mandatory 1-point deduction? The person in front of him was really a thief, not a shield warrior who specialized in adding points to his physical strength? And even if it was a shield warrior specializing in stamina, he might not be able to make his double slash fail to break his defense, right? These 2 warrior players were a bit skeptical. At the same time, the air in front of them rippled, and a figure emerged in the air. It was the thief player who had ambushed them. He also reflexively launched a surprise attack on Joe-Mo. The subterranean strike skill's manifestation strike struck Joe-Mo. Chapter 73 1 move kills in seconds. Seeing that the thief who was ambushed in the dark also launched an attack, the 2 warrior players who were already skeptical of life gently breathed a sigh of relief. The output of their own warriors was not powerful, but the thief profession was different. The output of the thief profession was naturally much stronger than the warrior profession, and when this thief player showed up, several warrior players opened their eyes wide, wanting to see how much output his manifestation strike could cause when it hit Joe-Mo. 420. As the blow went down, a damage number jumped up on Joe-Mo's head. The thief profession was really different. The thief player's own attack was much stronger than the warrior player's, it was close to 400 points, and the LV-10 subterranean strike skill itself had 480 points of additional damage. With this kind of damage, when it hit Joe-Mo's body, it definitely wouldn't be the same as those warrior players, who couldn't even break the defense. Taking into account the bonus from the Monarch side and the Treasure Hunter title, Jomo's physical defense had already reached 452 points, and faced with the Subterranean Strike skill, which had a very good attacking power, he still didn't suffer too much damage. After the 420 damage number jumped up, the opposite side of the table saw Jomo's blood bar drop just a little bit, and if they didn't look closely, they couldn't even notice it. Is he really a thief? Some players couldn't help but have such questions flooding their minds. Although the damage value of 420 points could not be considered very high, it could not be considered irrelevant when it hit a thief player's body. For a thief of Jomo's level, it was reasonable to say that his blood volume was only 2,000 or so points at most, and after being hit by 420 points, his blood bar would have to drop by a large margin. However, in their eyes, Jomo's blood bar had only dropped a little bit, almost as if it hadn't changed. Naturally, they didn't know that Jomo's current blood level was far beyond their imagination. A level 22 thief's basic blood quantity was 1,600 points, and with the addition of the Monarch side's blood quantity of plus 2,880, his blood quantity was already 4,480 points. And that's not all, LV6 Puppet Disguise can add 10% of his original body's attributes to his disguise. Jomo's original secret puppet Demon Spirit had 5,000 points of blood at this time, and adding 10% was 500 points. Together with the 5% bonus from the titled Treasure Hunter, his blood quantity had now reached 5,229 points. Compared to a level 28 warrior player who specialized in physical strength, he was not far behind. In addition to the thief player's Subterranean Strike, the two magician players in the huddle were also chanting incantations, seemingly intending to attack Jomo with their magic skills. Jomo's physical defense was indeed very good, but his magic defense was a bit worse. He did not foolishly wait for the magicians to chant their incantations, and after realizing that the other party's physical attacks could not pose too much of a threat to him, he extinguished the idea of stealthily retreating immediately. With a swing of the Monarch's scythe in his hand, Jomo directly used the huge black scythe to utilize the cut skill that should have been used with a short sword. 1,224. Ignore defense. 1,463. 1,224. 3 consecutive attacks hit the group of players. The ranged attacking Monarch scythe directly attacked every player in front of him 3 times, along with the thief player who had just shown up. In one fell swoop, several white lights flashed in front of Jomo in unison. The two magicians in the inner circle were still chanting magic incantations, but at this time became the first to turn into white light. They didn't even manage to hold up until the third attack. And after the two of them turned into white light, 3 of the warrior players surrounding their periphery also had their bloodstains cleared and turned into white light. As for the thief player who had just appeared beside Jomo, he was still in a full-blooded state, but under the 3 attacks of Jomo's cutting, he couldn't support himself at all, and resolutely turned into white light. With just one skill, only one of the 7 players was left. Successfully killed player Heartless Battle, experience value plus 135. The beeps rang out in unison. The warrior player who had relatively good luck, who still had a sliver of blood left, looked at Jomo with horror. His mouth was so wide open that he was almost about to close it. What have you done? Killing 6 players in an instant, with 3 of them being warriors with high defense and thick blood, made it a little difficult for him to accept. Looking at this player who had been shocked to the point of being somewhat numb, Jomo was in a somewhat pleasant mood. He smiled faintly and said, "But just sent them back to the city, don't worry, I won't be thick-skinned." Saying that, the Monarch scythe in his hand gently swung again, directly a normal attack hit out. This warrior player, who was already bloodied, didn't even hum, and also directly turned into a soul light point. Another 135 experience points came Indiana. His current experience value was already 11145, 12000. He was very close to upgrading again, and there were only 855 experience points left. If there were a few more fallen players for him to kill, he should be able to successfully upgrade. Having just killed 7 players in one go, Jomo was already quite confident in his strength at this point. For the current him, as long as he wasn't the type of player who had reached level 29 and had changed to a new set of equipment, the other 3 or 5 players in front of him were already equivalent to being left alone. He could completely strike out alone and easily harvest the other party. At this time, the large group of players had yet to arrive, so Jomo idled and glanced at the mail system. However, the mail system was still quiet and no new mails came in. It seemed that although that Xia Shallow had returned to the city, the matter of collecting rare grade equipment might not be that simple and easy. Or perhaps, she didn't actually intend to collect rare-grade equipment for herself? Although it was said that one could not know a person's heart, with Jomo's shallow understanding of shallow during this period of time, she should not be that kind of person. Jomo let out a slight sigh and didn't think too much about it, just walking to the place where those few players were killed and picking up the few pieces of equipment that fell. Having just killed 7 players, 4 pieces of equipment had fallen down. If it was usual, often killing 3 players might not even drop a piece of equipment. This time killing 7 people and dropping 4 pieces was already considered good luck. Oh, if you counted the healer player that was killed at the beginning, it should be 4 pieces of equipment dropped from killing 8 players. It was like 1 piece of equipment dropped for every 2 players killed. Thinking about it this way, it seemed like the chance of equipment dropping was indeed quite a bit higher than the original. Could it be that the titled treasure hunter was working? This title has the attribute of plus 5% drop rate of equipment below treasure level, which seems a bit practical for the current Jomo. Whether it was or not, Jomo had no way to tell. After all, luck was something that could not be seen or touched. He didn't bother dwelling on it much, and while waiting for the large group of players to arrive, he selected these pieces of equipment for attribute extraction. The attributes of the Monarch scythe had once again improved a bit. Looking at the silhouettes gradually appearing in the distance, Jomo narrowed his eyes. Let the storm come a little more fiercely. I don't believe that with this kind of attribute strength, I can't even get through such a hurdle. Author has something to say. Today's third shift is here. Things are busy today. This chapter is a bit late. Chapter 74 Divine Warfare Guild. Although he was quite confident in his current attribute strength, Jomo definitely wouldn't just stand there and wait for someone to hit him. He was still waiting for an opportunity to strike with his dive strike skill. Nowadays, the duration of the subterranean strike skill is 20 seconds, while the cooldown time is only 15 seconds, so it is completely possible to achieve unlimited duration. With Jomo's current mana points, the consumption of the subterranean strike skill was not even on his mind. With his mana auto recovery speed, he was able to supply enough for the use of subterranean strike. After disguising himself as a player, Jomo had once thought of preparing some player recovery pills to put in his backpack to improve his endurance. However, in the end, he realized that when he wanted to use the recovery medicine, the game system prompted him that an unknown error had occurred and the medicine could not be used. Therefore, Jomo's desire to get high to restore his blood was defeated. Perhaps, this was the pitiful fate of being a wild monster. With some thoughts in mind, most of the players who were summoned by the game announcement had already stepped into this area. Although this area wasn't small, with so many players running in, there was almost no clean space left. A player was puzzled. Didn't I say that Jomo was forbidden to leave in this area? Where is everyone? Hey, you wouldn't know that Jomo was heard to be a thief. He probably didn't leave at this time, he's just stealthily hiding on the side. It had to be said that this person was right. Ah, if it's stealthy, then we'll have to wait for the healers to add the Eyes of True Sight. Jomo was planning to go forward and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack, but he suddenly saw a large group of people rushing over, and someone shouted out, "The Divine Warfare Guild's coming." Numerous players cried out in shock, while Jomo was also startled. He also understood the game's leaderboards and knew that this Divine Battle Guild was one of the game's current top 3 guilds. It was said that the Divine Battle Guild was extremely strict in recruiting members, and every member who wanted to join had to reach the current cap level of the game's players in order to do so. In other words, every member of this godly war guild was a level 29 player. Level 29 seemed to be just one level higher than level 28, but Jomo understood that there was a big difference. Because, after changing equipment at level 25, a new set of equipment could be equipped at level 29. Moreover, the attributes of this level 29 set of equipment were much more powerful than the level 25 set. Before a player upgrades to level 30 and completes the second transfer, this level 29 set of equipment can be considered the strongest equipment. Of course, the precious level equipment owned by Jomo was not among them. This was a difference in the quality level of the equipment, and the comparability was not the same. Players of level 28 and below, with Jomo's current attribute strength, he might be able to deal with them easily, but the same could not be said for level 29 players. Honestly, Jomo hadn't really faced a level 29 player yet, and didn't know if his attribute panel would still have an advantage when facing a level 29 player. On the other hand, what the people from the Divine Warfare Guild did when they arrived was greatly unexpected by many players. They didn't join the queue of searching for Jomo like the other players, instead, they stood there, and directly someone came out to voice out, "Today, this activity, we, the Divine Warfare Guild, have contracted it," and the other idle people quickly quit. As soon as these words exploded on the regional channel, the entire group of players in the Red Rock Monster region boiled over. Numerous players all changed color on their faces, and for a time, the group was in an uproar. Immediately, some players couldn't help themselves and sneered, "Your Divine Battle Guild is so powerful. Those who know that you're one of the 3 major guilds. Those who don't think that you're the invincible #1 guild in the world. That's right, you're God War Guild, so what, not allow us to also bump into the luck of the drop treasure equipment? We are so many people here, still afraid of you. A God War Guild is not, we a mouthful of spittle, can you God War Guild drowned? He, it's just that the other 2 big guilds don't happen to have anyone in the neighborhood, or else it's the turn of this Divine Battle Guild to be so arrogant?" Joe Mo, who had been invisible, watched the fun with great interest, and he suddenly realized that this godly war guild seemed to have committed mass anger. This kind of thing was something he had never expected. However, although such a thing caused the anger of many players, Joe Mo was happy to see it. He who had planned to show up and sneak attack a few people immediately suppressed such thoughts. At this moment, the conflict was between the Divine Warfare Guild and the other players. He could not show up at this moment. Otherwise, if he showed up directly, he would immediately attract the attention of many players, and the conflict between the Divine Warfare Guild and the other players would probably be over. Red Rock Monster area is not big, too many players is not in line with Jomo's interests, since the Divine Warfare Guild and other players have a conflict, so why not wait a little while? Anyway, the game system limited the time he could stay here to 1 hour, and now that some time had passed, the more the other players dragged him on, the more he enjoyed it. It's best if they argue until the hour is over, and then they sneak out stealthily and run away and it's over. Joe Mo was clear in his mind, although he needed to hunt players to raise his experience value, there was no need to necessarily do so in this situation. Being surrounded by a large number of people, taking a life to fight for a little bit of experience value, and sneaking and hiding to get experience in peace, Joe Mo was more willing to choose the latter. The man from the Divine Battle Guild did not disappoint him, and directly triggered the whole scene. However, the man from the Divine Warfare Guild sneered, and then said, "If you want to say that we are the invincible #1 guild in the world, in fact, there is nothing wrong with that. The first guild war that is about to start, you guys will shine your eyes and watch. We, the Divine Warfare Guild, are bound to beat all the guilds, and will be standing in the position of the #1 guild." His voice turned, and said, "But today, our God's War Guild has someone here. It represents God's favor. You guys know what's good will obediently stand to the side. Do not know what's good, we will fight until you know what's good." Perhaps this person from the Divine Warfare Guild spoke too arrogantly. The many players in the Red Rock Monster area felt offended and surrounded the Divine Warfare Guild's few people in the middle. Although the Divine Battle Guild was powerful, the ones who were present were only 4 people, so what was there to fear? Looking at the many players who had gathered around, a contemptuous smile swept across the corners of the Divine Battle Guild man's mouth, and a palm-sized golden token was already in his hand. Then, with a gentle shake of his hand holding the token, the golden token erupted into a dazzling light and disappeared into the air. Then, as the scene flashed by, a large number of players teleported over and appeared beside him. A player exclaimed, "It's the guild summoning order. One of these tokens can be exchanged for several sets of the most expensive rare grade equipment. He's really willing to give it up." Chapter 75 Magic Scroll. All the players couldn't help but be startled as they looked at the many members of the Godly War Guild that had suddenly appeared. For members of the Divine Battle Guild might not be scary, but what if there were more than 20? Every level 29 player was what could be called a bigot on a regular basis, and when such bigots appeared in groups, then it would be terrifying. The many players who had already surrounded them all of a sudden showed some hesitation. But the arrow on the string had to be sent. Once the momentum of this common enemy was interrupted, then although there were many players present, they would be reduced to a rabble, and would no longer be able to work together to launch an attack on the people of the Divine Battle Guild. Among the many players, there was no lack of knowledgeable people who hid in the queue of many players and shouted, "What are we afraid of? Our numbers are 10 times theirs." It had to be said that the person who sent out the shout had a very clear mindset. The many players once again had the courage to continue charging towards the Divine Battle Guild's people. Among them, the warrior players rushed at the front, while the other players followed closely behind. As for the magicians in the group, they had already begun chanting incantations, preparing to unleash their magical skills to strike indiscriminately at the Divine Battle Guild's people. It had to be said that facing such an onslaught, if it was an ordinary team of players, I'm afraid they would be powerless to fight back. However, it was the Divine Battle Guild that was facing this kind of onslaught at this time. One could only see that most of the members of the Divine Battle Guild were just standing with a face of contempt, with no intention of making a move at all. Instead, within their ranks, there were 4 magician players who raised the staffs in their hands. Joe Mo looked, but saw the staffs in the hands of all 4 magicians shining with a dazzling light, and the 4 rays of light shimmered and gathered towards the center. In the center of the light, a fiery red scroll was floating in it. But in a short moment, the scroll in the center of that light erupted into infinite fire, instantly turning into ashes. And at the same time, a raging flaming frenzy headed into the air. When it was too late, the many players who rushed over were only a few meters away. The flames erupted in the air, and an endless rain of flames fell from the sky like meteors. The flaming meteor shower seemed to be able to distinguish the target, just smashing towards the periphery, and the many Divine Warfare Guild players in the inner circle were not attacked in the slightest. The number of players, which was more than 10 times the number of Divine Warfare Guild players, were all covered by the flame meteor shower, and were turned into white light under the attack of the flame meteor shower. It's a magic scroll, at least a sub-forbidden spell level magic scroll. A magic scroll like this may not be worth less than precious level equipment. They're crazy. Some knowledgeable players cried out wildly, but they were eventually turned into soul light spots under the attack of the flaming meteor shower. This flame meteor shower covered a wide area, and even if they ran around, it was still difficult for them to escape. In the blink of an eye, the 200 to 300 players that had rushed over were almost emptied by the raging flame meteor shower. What was left on the scene, besides those Divine Battle Guild members, was only 4 or 5 warrior players with good blood and magic defense. Joe Mo, who had used his subterranean strike skill once again in the chaos, had secretly hidden himself near the members of the Divine Warfare Guild. The flame meteor shower had just hit him, causing him 343 points of magic damage in one go, which had startled him. Fortunately, he was not far away from the members of the Divine Warfare Guild, and his reaction was fast, so he directly rushed to the Divine Warfare Guild's area, avoiding the next attack of the flame meteor shower. This wide-range attack magic scroll was indeed somewhat terrifying. In the Divine Battle Guild, one person laughed, "To be able to survive a meteor fire rain, a few of you are at a good level, but that's where it ends." With a wave of his hand, several other archer players bent their bows and quickly shot out arrows, directly harvesting these remaining few warrior players. Although the defense of these few warrior players was good, however, after taking a meteor firestorm hit, their blood level had already bottomed out, so they simply couldn't withstand the attacks of these archer players. At this point, all the other players in the entire Red Rock Monster area had been cleared out by the Divine Battle Guild. 200 to 300 players had attacked more than 20 members of the Divine Battle Guild, but they had all been wiped out without even touching each other. The Divine Battle Guild had disposed of 10 times their own enemy without any bloodshed. The man from the Divine Battle Guild spoke coldly on the game channel. "If I said that my Divine Battle Guild would contract, I will certainly be able to do so. If this hasn't woken you up just now, you're welcome to come back again. The equipment you guys dropped may be poor, but it's barely okay to use it to train our reserve chapter." Joe Mo, who was hidden at the side, felt some trouble as his heart sank. The strength of this Divine Warfare Guild was really greatly out of his expectations. He had easily cleaned up some level 26 or 27 players earlier, and had indeed drifted a bit. These level 29 players who had become organized were really much different. He could see that these Divine Warfare Guild players had attributes to begin with, but the 2 rounds of attack that they had just launched were commanding and highly disciplined. Great guilds were truly terrifying. While Joe Mo pondered inwardly, the man from the Divine Battle Guild turned his head to the 4 magician players who had previously inspired the scrolls and asked, "How about it? Did you just kill that Joe Mo by the way?" One of the magicians frowned and shook his head slightly. "There's too much information about the kill to read, but it shouldn't be. If it was killed, with the rarity of precious grade equipment, it would definitely be highlighted." The one who asked nodded and added, "All right, Peanut, find him out." The one he addressed as Peanut was a level 29 healer player. When the thief was in stealth, the physician player's Eye of True Vision skill could be used to see the opponent in stealth. The physician player raised his hand and started attaching the Eye of True Vision status to himself. Joe Mo looked at his opponent's position and finally gave up his intention to attack him. The physician player was surrounded by more than 20 members of the Divine Battle Guild, so even with the attack range of the Monarch scythe, it was impossible to attack him. Moreover, these members of the Divine Battle Guild were all level 29, each with a powerful attribute, so if he was caught in the middle of the encirclement, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to escape. At this time, it was no longer appropriate to think about stealthy and slow sneak attacks. On the opposite side of the physician just attached the Eye of True Vision state. Joe Mo, regardless of the sneak forward, directly to the nearest player launched an attack. At the same time, a translucent figure appeared in the eyes of the physician player. "Running water, he's next to you." At the same time as the words left his mouth, Joe Mo had already appeared and struck at the player named Flowing Water with a manifestation strike. Chapter 76 Invitation. In the field of view of the healer player's Eye of True Vision, Joe Mo struck the player in front of him with a manifestation strike. The player named Flowing Water was a fighter. As a fighter, his blood and defense were not much lower than that of a warrior, so he was considered a frontline fighter, and it was only natural for him to stand on the periphery. With his level 29 attribute panel, he was confident that even if his opponent had precious grade equipment, he would never be able to kill himself in a short period of time. Therefore, when the physician player reminded him, he didn't retreat, but did the opposite, directly forward to make a fist of fury impact. In his heart, he knew that it was nothing for him to be attacked, as long as he could slow down the other party a little bit, then the support from the guild members would come right away. As a guild that had cooperated on many bosses and monsters, the coordination between the members of the Divine War Guild was quite tacit. Joe didn't understand what was going on in the other party's mind, but his own thoughts were very simple: one by one, try to kill the other party as hard as he could. Other than that, he had no choice. He didn't know if the other party would still have magic scrolls like Meteor Fire Rain in their hands. According to reason, even a big guild like the Divine War Guild would never have too many of those rare and valuable magic scrolls in their hands. But he didn't dare to gamble. All he could do was to try to blend in with the members of the Divine Battle Guild, so that the other side wouldn't be able to use that kind of wide-range attacking magic scrolls. Ignore defense. 1635. This strike directly triggered ignore defense, but it didn't blitz. Even so, it still dealt 1635 points of damage to the opponent. Even for a level 29 fighter profession that had changed into a new set of equipment, their blood level was just over 4,000 points. Jomo's attack still knocked out half of his blood. The gladiator player was shocked, but just directly poured down a bottle of blood pill and screamed, "It hurts, get him." His raging fist punch obviously fell short. Jomo was not in front of him, but appeared on his left side. There wasn't just one healer on the other side, another healer player was already preparing to use his healing spell on the fighter player. However, Jomo had hunted players many times, and had a good sense of the rhythm of the thief's skills. He directly swung his hand to minimize the pause after the manifestation strike, and immediately used the cutting skill again. For a thief of his level, in addition to dive strike, there was only one attack skill left: cut. Although he had fewer attack skills, he had a clear idea of how to use them, and had no difficulty choosing them. Plus 1050. The opposing physician player's maneuvering sense was also very good, directly stuck in the moment before Jomo's attack fell, adding back most of the gladiator player's blood. At this moment, that gladiator player's blood was restored to around 3,500 points, which was very abundant. In their opinion, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for the gladiator player to support the other party's attack for a bit longer. Ignore defense. 1501. 1196. Strike. 2697. However, their thoughts had only just begun to rise when 3 attacks from Jomo's cutting skill had already landed. Jomo, who was lucky, triggered an ignore defense and a blast attack, directly hitting an explosive output, instantly emptying the opponent's blood bar. Looking at the gladiator player who instantly turned into white light, the other members of the Divine Battle Guild were all startled. Running water is gone in a flash? Although the thief profession does have a high burst, but precious grade equipment, is that terrifying? This is too terrifying. 354. 333. All that happened was just between 2 short seconds. The other players were nowhere near enough to launch an attack on Jomo, and only the 2 archers reacted fast enough to each shoot Jomo with an arrow. Jomo was able to withstand both of the arrows from the other archers, but he managed to enter the dive strike stealth state again. After losing their target, the 2 archers stopped attacking, and they all smacked their lips. This guy's defense is also high. With our attack power, we only dealt more than 300 points of damage. It's impossible for a thief to have such defense. It must be the credit of that precious grade equipment. It's not that one, it should be those 2. Don't forget, the game system announcement earlier, he also has a precious grade equipment. This guy is a god. Others can't even see one piece, but he owns 2. Is the European Emperor reincarnated? Jomo just stood not far away, not daring to act rashly. Killing that level 29 fighter earlier had provided him with 145 experience points, and at this time, his experience value had reached 11290, 12000, another step closer to upgrading. At this time, although the other players couldn't see him for the time being, the physician player who had the Eye of True Vision status attached to him was staring at him all the time. Whenever he made the slightest movement, he would be shouted at by the other party. "Peanut, what are you guys thinking about? Hurry up and put Eye of True Sight on us." After being killed by one person, the other guild members were restless. The physician player smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, I'm watching." It's too troublesome to add Eyes of True Sight one by one. I have a good scroll, so let's use it up. Our guild isn't short on money anyway. Joe frowned. The healer player had already pulled out a scroll, and with a wave of his hand, the scroll had turned into ashes. A ghostly firelight floated towards Joe and hung directly above his head. And that physician player smiled and said, "See, it's still this Mind Fire scroll that works well, saving me from having to add Eyes of True Sight one by one." Joe did not understand the other party's meaning for a moment, but realized that the other members of the Divine Battle Guild had turned their eyes towards their direction. Looking at their expressions, Joe realized in his heart, they had obviously seen themselves, and his stealth had failed. This was a big trouble now. The archers of the Divine Warfare Guild began to bend their bows and aim their arrows at Joe. And the magicians among its members raised their staffs. A big battle seemed to be inevitable. It was at this moment that the one who had been speaking earlier raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute." The other members of the Divine Battle Guild then all stopped in unison. Joe couldn't figure out what they meant for a moment, and also stared at the man, on full alert. He could see that this person had a lot of prestige in the Divine Battle Guild, and might be the president of the Divine Battle Guild or something. That person gently smiled, looked at Joe who was not far away, and said, "Friend, I see that your strength is good. Why don't you simply join our Divine Battle Guild? It would also save us from fighting back and forth." "Join your Divine Battle Guild?" Joe was stunned. 1 second he felt like he was going to die and live, but the next second he was inviting himself to join the guild? This guy's brain hole was a bit clear. The man nodded and said, "Not bad, your level is not standard enough, but your strength is good. I can break the rules and let you join our guild." Joe lost his smile and looked at the man. "Are you serious?" Author has something to say. A small partner feedback. This chapter's small bug, I roughly fixed it. Chapter 77, Critical Situation. Facing Jomo's inquiry, the man from the Divine Battle Guild nodded and said, "Not bad." He looked at Joe again and smiled slightly. "However, I have a small condition, and that is, you will contribute that red rock bracelet precious treasure as a reward for this guild war within our guild." Jomo's face gradually turned cold as he said, "Asking me to contribute the precious great equipment, you don't have a problem with that, do you?" The man nodded rightfully and said, "What's wrong with that? I think I've been very lenient. Anyway, you had 2 pieces, contributed 1, and 1 more. Otherwise, if we really had to fight, it would have exploded just as well if you were killed. Maybe it would still be 2 pieces directly." Looking at the self-conscious other party, Joe laughed out loud. "Fine, if you guys have the ability, come and get it." The man from the Divine Warfare Guild frowned slightly and said, "So there's no negotiation?" His words just popped out of his mouth. Joe, who had no intention of discussing with him at all, had already rushed up. Although he was still in the subterranean strike state, he had been put in the flame of the mind state, and the stealth effect had already disappeared. Of course, the acceleration effect of the subterranean strike skill and the special effect of manifestation strike still existed. Joe approached the Divine Warfare Guild's people at high speed, already determined to fight. The person who spoke earlier from the Divine Warfare Guild smiled coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the many guild members behind him launched an attack. The first to attack were, of course, the several archer players. They were long-range attack professions just like magicians, yet they didn't need to chant a spell first like magicians, so their attack speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, several arrows had arrived in front of Joe. Jomo's eyes were filled with the shadows of the flying arrows, and a sudden thought popped into his mind. He suddenly remembered the maneuvering skills of that Xia Shallow from earlier. If it was Xia Shallow facing this scene, how would she respond? He could see that although Xia Shallow was the number 1 fighter, her own level was only 27, and her attribute panel had not reached the current limit of the fighter profession. She was able to possess superior strength, completely defying players of higher levels, relying entirely on her superior operational skills. As for herself, whose attribute panel was even better than Xia Shallow's, when facing the arrow attack, could she also do the same as Xia Shallow and operate in the same way? Thinking about it, facing the flying arrows, Jomo's expression tightened. 1 foot fiercely stomped on the ground. The whole person has been like being hit by a huge stone in general, abruptly rushed out to the right. This maneuver was too large, and Joe was instantly unsteady, almost about to fall. Although the movement was raw and extremely broken, it had to be said that his whimsical maneuver had actually allowed him to dodge the incoming arrows. Those few arrows flew right past him, and although they brought up a violent wind sound, they ultimately fell short and did not cause half a bit of damage to Joe. With such results, Joe could not help but feel joy in his heart. On the other hand, on the Divine Warfare Guild side, no matter if it was the few archer players who shot the arrows, or the other members, they were all a bit dazed. Honestly speaking, before this, they had never seen anyone who could dodge arrows with their maneuvering skills. Or rather, they had never even thought that arrows could still be dodged by relying on maneuvering skills. For almost all of the players in the game, what they were used to was to keep piling up their attribute panels, taking damage with a stronger blood defense, and outputting damage with a higher attack. This set that Joe Mo had learned from Xia Shallow seemed to open the door to a new world in front of them all of a sudden. Joe Mo's sudden idea had indeed startled them, but this was just a small interlude. At the same time, those warrior players had already surrounded them, and at the back of the group, the magic in the hands of the magicians had already begun to flash with light. It was as if in the next instant, Joe Mo was going to be covered by intensive attacks. By this time, Joe Mo was already directly opposite the front row of warrior players from the Divine Warfare Guild. The distance between everyone was no longer more than 2 or 3 meters. Joe Mo didn't care about much. He directly raised the Monarch's scythe in his hand and struck out with a manifestation strike. 1235. 1221. 1197. 1221. This time, Joe Mo's luck wasn't as good as it was originally. The manifestation strike struck out and directly attacked the 4 players in front of him, but none of the 4 attacks were able to trigger the attack effects. The 4 warrior players in front of him all had more than 5,000 blood. Joe Mo's hit only dealt more than 1,000 damage. For these warrior players, the threat was not too great. But at this time, he had no other choice. The Monarch's scythe in his hand was swung, and the cut skill was also struck out. Ignore defense. 1501. 1078. 1078. The cutting skill was okay. One of the 3 attacks triggered ignore defense. With this one skill, the 4 warrior players in front of them were dealt another 3,000 points of damage. Looking at the 4 warrior players with only a small amount of blood left, Joe Mo sighed in his heart and secretly called it a pity. It had to be said, diving strike plus cutting, these 2 skills in a row, is considered to be his current strongest burst. If he couldn't take away his opponent with these 2 consecutive bursts, then he would be in trouble next. Be careful, he has high attacks and the weapon in his hand can also attack at range. Try to spread out a bit. Someone from the Divine Battle Guild was shouting, and before that, the attacks from some of the Divine Battle Guild also landed on Joe Mo's body. 264. 264. 248. 248. 352. 333. The warrior player's attacks coupled with the archer player's attacks were the first to reach Joe Mo's body, and because the attacks were being launched, Joe Mo did not have the means to maneuver at the same time to dodge these attacks out of the way. In just a split second, Joe Mo's bloodstain fell down with a splash, and nearly half of his 5,000-odd blood quantity fell in one go. Joe Mo was startled, his face violently turning white. He could not have imagined that in just a single glance, his blood level would have dropped so much. Based on this calculation, wouldn't it be that if the other side had a few more hits, he would have to die and be accounted for here? The 4 warrior players in front of him had already been beaten by him with only a small section of blood, but the other guild's physician players reacted very quickly, coupled with the warrior players themselves on medication to restore blood, and at this moment the blood has been restored to about half. The opposing party was outnumbered, with archers and magicians attacking remotely, and physician players adding blood to support them, so if this went on, they simply couldn't wear them out. Perhaps, in a few more seconds, he would be lying down. But at this point, Joe Mo had no way back. Even if he turned around and ran away, with mind flame attached to his head, there was no way for him to escape from the line of sight of the people on the other side of the room. Having been forced into such a situation, Joe Mo clenched his teeth, and in his heart, he didn't retreat at all. Directly swinging the Monarch's scythe in his hand, he continued to slash down on the 4 warrior players in front of him. Combo strike. Ignore defense. Side suction. 1154. Plus 577. 1154. Plus 577. Just a single normal attack had triggered the Monarch's side zone combo effect and ignore defense effect. In addition, the passive skill sickle suction that came with the Monarch's scythe was also triggered successfully. The Monarch's scythe was a ranged attack, and this normal attack directly hit the bodies of the 4 warrior players. Along with the side suction special effect, it also worked 4 times at the same time. Joe Mo's blood bar jumped and suddenly returned to full blood. Chapter 78, just one more. Regardless of whether it was the several warrior players who were standing in front of Joe Mo, or the archers and magicians who were launching their attacks from the rear, they were all a little bewildered for a moment. They clearly remembered that just a moment ago, Jomo's blood bar had already been knocked down by half, so how could the other party's blood level be full again in the blink of an eye? Even if he had poured several bottles of special effect gold sore pill at the same time, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. Moreover, Jomo was clearly a thief, and was unable to use the special effect gold sore pill. While their hearts were filled with questions, Jomo's heart was overjoyed at the moment, and a big stone had fallen to the ground. Although the Monarch's scythe had always had the passive skill of side suction, he had almost never used it before and had almost forgotten about the existence of this skill. Because in the battles before this, he had rarely been hit to the point where his blood level had dropped so much. At this time, the sickle suction skill attached to the Monarch's scythe had reached LV3, and when using the Monarch's scythe to attack, there was a 15% chance that it would suck up 50% of the value of the damage. A 15% chance wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Especially if the Monarch's scythe could attack at range, as long as it was successfully triggered, it wouldn't just be a one-time recovery. At the same time as he returned to full blood, the combo effect triggered by the Monarch's scythe in his hand also instantly knocked the several warrior players in front of him to a bloodless state once again. The Divine Warfare Guild certainly had quite a few healers, but they had just used the healing technique on these people, so they always needed some time between uses. Jomo's face was solemn, and he continued to swing the Monarch's scythe in his hand without arrogance or impatience. 475. 467. 486. 475. A normal attack went down and slashed at the bodies of the 4 warrior players at the same time, this time neither ignoring defense nor triggering a bludgeon was triggered. The 4 warrior players' defense was extremely high, and at this time, they were already bleeding, and the defense added by the passive skill base force was even more astonishing. Even though there were only a few hundred points of blood left, Jomo was still unable to harvest them all at once. The 4 warrior players' bloodstains were flickering, as if they would be turned into soul points of light if they were lightly touched again. They did not engage in battle and directly retreated backward, giving way to the position in front of Jomo. And in order to cover their retreat, the other members of the Divine Battle Guild grabbed and launched attacks at Jomo, trying to block him. As for the thief player in the Divine Battle Guild, at this time, he directly showed up in front of Jomo and manifested a strike towards Jomo. In an instant, Jomo's blood level was knocked down by almost half. The blood bar that had just been filled up with the sickle suction skill immediately fell back down again. This blood level was like a fake. Jomo's heart was infuriated, and at the same time, he felt a sense of trembling. Like electricity surging through his body, Jomo knew very well that as long as he didn't recover his lost blood for 2 seconds, he would be killed by the massive attacks of the Divine Battle Guild. At this moment, the recharge of Scythe Kill was finally completed. Jomo didn't even hesitate for a second, and directly turned on the Scythe Kill skill, and together with the acceleration effect of the Dive Strike skill, he staggered past the thief player in front of him. And chased after the 4 warrior players who were retreating. He knew very well that in just a second, the healing skills of the Divine Warfare Guild's physician players would finish cooling down again. At that time, he was afraid that the few warrior players that he had painstakingly beaten into bloodshed would become alive again. This was something he could not tolerate. With these thick-skinned warrior players around, no matter what he did, he would be constrained and would not be able to let go. With the Scythe Kill skill coupled with the Subterranean Strike skill, Jomo's movement speed had doubled. With his doubled movement speed, the players surrounding him simply couldn't keep up with him and were directly drilled by him as he chased after the 4 warrior players. In the blink of an eye, Jomo had already chased behind the 4 warrior players. With his 2-meter-long scythe extended, Jomo directly swung downwards. It had to be said that the LV4 Scythe Kill skill was very powerful, directly giving Jomo a 160% increase in attack speed. With this attack speed bonus, the Monarch's scythe in Jomo's hand danced very fast and completed 2 swings in an instant. The damage numbers jumped up, and the 4 warrior players finally didn't manage to escape, directly becoming the dead souls under the scythe. And after these 2 attacks, Jomo was hit by another attack from the Divine Warfare Guild, his blood bar fell again, and he was already down to only 1/3. It was as if with just one more round of attacks, he would lie down. Jomo was rapidly calculating in his mind. Killing these 4 warrior players had provided him with a total of 580 experience points. Although 2 pieces of equipment had dropped, at this moment, he, who was racing with death, did not have the leisure to pick them up. At this moment, his experience value had reached 11870-12000. There were only 130 experience points left before he could upgrade, and he only needed to kill 1 more player. Joe knew that he didn't have any time to waste, so he used his subterranean strike skill again in a flash of lightning. With Mind Flame in place, stealth was naturally ineffective, but the increased movement speed was something he desperately needed. He was still in the state where his movement speed was increased by 100%, so he dashed up again and rushed towards the closest player. That player stood in front of the Divine Battle Guild's crowd and never made a move, only calmly watching the battle unfold. It was the same person he had talked to earlier. However, that person was a bit far away from himself, and with such a distance, he really might not be able to get close to the other party before his blood bar was cleared. At this time, Jomo's blood bar had already dropped to 1/5, and the blood bar had turned red and was close to blinking up. However, he was still 5 or 6 meters away from that person, and it looked impossible to rush over. In the air, arrows shot in a line, and it was those archer players who used the Arrow of Pearls skill. At the same time, there was also a fireball, a wind blade, and a frost arrow flying in the air. It seemed that both the archer players and the wizard players wanted to complete the last kill. The two thief players who had stealthily stepped aside with their subterranean strike skill must be thinking the same thing in their hearts. They were also thieves, and had also used the subterfuge skill, but because of the Mind Flame state, the other party could see themselves, but they couldn't see the other party. At this moment, Joe suddenly realized that his mail system was flashing. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This should be Xia Shallow sending equipment over. Her speed of collecting equipment was certainly fast enough, but the Divine Battle Guild was too strong and had beaten themselves into a crippled state in 2 or 3 hits, and it seemed like it was too late for him to receive this equipment. Moreover, it seemed like it was a little better not to receive it, that way it wouldn't be cheaper for that Divine Battle Guild after she was killed. The mail system was still flashing, and in this short moment, Jomo's heart suddenly moved. Who stipulated that a stealthy thief couldn't attack? If it was that guy Xia Shallow, how would it work? He would have fought. Between his thoughts, Joe gripped the Monarch scythe with both hands and violently flung it around with his own body as the axis. At the same time, the cutting skill that had already finished cooling down was used in this unprecedented way. Chapter 79 Elite Level Secret Puppet Demon Spirit. Joe rotating and flinging the Monarch scythe with his own body as the axis was not without reason. He recalled Xia Shallow's operating skills all along and realized that she wasn't at all limited by game skills like himself. Regardless of whether or not there were skills like that in the game, as long as she needed them, she was able to whimsically respond in a variety of ways. Joe didn't know why he suddenly wanted to learn from her, but since he had already decided to fight, whether he would live or die would depend on this blow. The Monarch side swept past, and 2 figures appeared on Jomo's side, one on the left and one on the right, and they were the 2 thief players who had stealthily touched his side with the subterranean strike skill, wanting to clean him up with a single blow from their manifestation. However, Joe swung his Monarch scythe first, and used the cut skill in such a way that he attacked them the moment before they showed up. The dive strike skill's manifestation strike was interrupted just like that. However, the next step was not just a simple interruption of the skill. The 3 attacks of the cutting skill came out, and the Monarch scythe rotated and cut around Jomo's body 3 times like a windmill. Ignore defense. 1501. 1178. Blitz. 2356. The 2 thieves, each of them took such an attack. Their blood defense was no match for the thick-skinned warrior player, and it was simply impossible for them to withstand such an attack. With 2 flashes of white light, the 2 thief players failed to attack, and instead sent their experience value to Jomo's hands. Successfully killed player unknown, experience value plus 145. Successfully killed player clearly white, experience value plus 145. Level up plus 1. Current level 23. Current experience 116,000. Level up, status restored, skill cooldown reset. Level up, clear all current statuses. Level up, clear all current bad statuses. As this beep sounded, Joe suddenly realized that the mind flame on his head had disappeared. His heart was delighted, and he instantly used his subterranean strike skill to instantly enter a state of invisibility. At this moment, except for the physician player who had attached the Eye of True Sight from the beginning, the others returned to a state where they couldn't see him again. At this moment, the acceleration effect of the scythe kill skill was still there. Joe didn't care about the battle and directly ran away. He ran that way. The physician player from the Divine Battle Guild reached out and shouted. However, no matter how much he shouted, the others still couldn't see him and could only let Joe run out of the field of vision with a double movement speed. Even the physician player who possessed the Eye of True Sight had lost Jomo's trace in his eyes. Although the eyes of True Vision's state could see through stealth, it did not have the ability to see far. Although the area of the Red Rock monster wasn't very large, with the 10 or so people left in the Divine Warfare Guild, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to find Joe Mo again. Joe Mo, however, was not just trying to escape, it was really because he had just upgraded, the system prompts were densely packed, and the overall improvement was a bit tedious, so he needed to find a place to properly organize his thoughts. At this time, the system's beeps were still ringing non-stop. Condition reached, the level within this race is elevated, promoted to elite level secret puppet demon spirit. Racial appearance has been slightly altered. Gained the elite level wild monster's unique talent, doubling its life value. Gain the elite level secret puppet fiend skill puppet pulling machine, consume 50 mana, consume an illusionary doppelganger, attached to a target with less than 30% of its life value, add 10% to the doppelganger's attributes, and manipulate the target, duration, 120 seconds, cooldown, 20 seconds, gain the elite level secret puppet fiend skill puppet pulling machine. Note, puppet pulling machine can only be used on targets no higher than 3 levels above you. The lower the level of the target, the lower the remaining life value, the higher the success rate of possession. After upgrading to level 23, Jomo's panel attributes had undoubtedly increased greatly. Originally, the cooldown time of Puppet Disguise was 24 hours, but since he had just upgraded, the cooldown time of all his skills had been reset, and his Puppet Disguise skill was in a state where he could use it. After thinking about it, Joe Mo still exited the disguise state and returned to the state of Secret Puppet Magic Spirit. At this moment, he was no longer an ordinary Secret Puppet Demon Spirit, but an elite-level Secret Puppet Demon Spirit. However, when he was an ordinary Secret Puppet Demon Spirit, his attributes were far more powerful than other Secret Puppet Demon Spirits, and now that he had become an elite grade, his attributes were naturally far more powerful than ordinary elite grade Secret Puppet Demon Spirits. Joe Mo, who had returned to his Secret Puppet Demon Spirit state, placed the Monarch scythe into his backpack and opened his original body's attribute panel after a long time. Name, Joe Mo. Race, Secret Puppet Demon Spirit Elite. Level, 23. Life value, 12000-12000. Magic value, 3600 magic value, 3600 Physical attack power, 426 full strength bonus. Magic attack power, 240. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense 150, magic defense 150, magic defense 150, magic defense 150. This was the attribute of the Monarch scythe that hadn't been counted yet, and it was visible to the naked eye that it was much more powerful than the original. And after leveling up, the original 2 racial skills were similarly added to level up to LV7. Puppet Disguise LV7 can disguise as any occupation of the same level, gain 100% of the attributes of the occupation of the same level, and add 20% of the attributes of the original body, duration 2 hours, cooldown 24 hours. Puppet Mirror Image LV7 creates 6 mirror images of yourself. Mirror image has 100% of its own abilities, duration 180 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Theater Puppet Marionette LV7 consumes an illusionary doppelganger, possesses a target with less than 60% life value, and adds 40% of the illusionary doppelganger's attributes to manipulate the target, duration 240 seconds, skill cooldown 20 seconds. Joe Mo, who had risen to level 23, had just 21 spare skill points at this point, and was just able to add all 3 skills to LV7. After the skill upgrades, all 3 skills were strengthened to different degrees. Among them, Puppet Disguise had been strengthened in a moderate manner and was not unexpected. But the Puppet Mirror Image enhancement is a bit surprising. From the original can only split into 4, directly rose to can split into 6, the duration has also increased a lot. Of course, to say that the biggest enhancement, but Puppet Pulling the Machine is none other than, as advanced to the Secret Puppet Magic Spirit Elite to have the skill, the degree of enhancement is very gratifying. The target that could be possessed had increased from less than 30% to 60% of its life value, making the scope of application much wider. The attribute that could be attached to the illusionary doppelganger, on the other hand, was directly increased from 10% to 40%, and its strength could be said to be a quantum leap. Looking at the Divine Battle Guild crowd that was gradually searching over in the distance, Joe Mo frowned and suddenly made a decision. Chapter 80, Congratulations. There were still 20 minutes left before the hour was up. Joe Mo was well aware that if he was disguised as a player profession, and did not utilize enough of the Secret Puppet Demon Spirit's own attributes, it would be difficult to support himself for more than 20 minutes in the hands of the Divine Warfare Guild's crowd. Previously, although he had spelled out a way to live, but it was really dangerous, and once again, he could not guarantee that he would have that kind of luck. If that was the case, why should he be afraid of wolves and tigers when his life was about to be in jeopardy? So what if the secret puppet demon spirit appeared in the area of the red rock monster? So what if others could see that he and the secret puppet demon spirit were using the same giant scythe? Well, it seemed to be a bit dangerous, and Joe Mo didn't want others to associate himself with the secret puppet demon spirit wild monster as a last resort. The other party still had about 10 people left. If he directly charged the formation, the danger level was still very high. Since he had already managed to break away from the opponent's encirclement, it was better not to foolishly charge in again. There was always a solution to things, but before that, it was still necessary to deal with the equipment that Xia Shallow had sent over and maximize his strength. Only at this point did he have time to receive the mail sent by Xia Shallow. Received from player Xia Shallow, Ironwood Hunting Bow rare, Red Rock Broadsword rare, Phantom Short Sword rare. There were 36 pieces of rare grade equipment. In such a short period of time, it was unknown how Xia Shallow had collected them. Along with the equipment, there was also an email message from Xia Shallow. The equipment is for you. I can only receive so much for now. If you still need it in the future, just ask. He only asked for 30 pieces, but Xia Shallow unexpectedly sent him 36 pieces, which was very generous. One must know that this was rare grade equipment, not to mention that it was expensive. Even if one had the money, it would not be a simple task to acquire all of them in such a short period of time. On top of that, there was an updated mail message, which Joe Mo clicked on in passing. Xia Shallow, you went offline? What's wrong, were you killed? Joe Mo then remembered that he had just switched back to his secret puppet demon spirit status, and in the guild members list and the other party's friends list, his name information was going to be grayed out. Joe Mo, who had decided to keep a low profile, was not in a good position to reply to messages directly in the state of the secret puppet demon spirit. And at this time, he realized that in the guild chat channel, it was also starting to get noisy. Spring twilight, so Joe Mo went offline. Was he disheartened after being killed and bursting his equipment? Autumn cool, maybe. Winter evening, the Divine Warfare Guild is one of the 3 major guilds. For him to be able to support himself until now by himself is already remarkable. Asahi, you're looking for his help. Your vision is still there. Spring twilight, but if he's been blown up with precious grade equipment now, his strength should be greatly reduced, right? Can he still help in a guild war? She obviously felt a little sorry for him and said, alas, Shallowa, you're just too moralistic. According to me, earlier we made the first move, internal digestion. Fat water does not flow into outsiders' fields. At this time the precious level equipment does not belong to our guild? Xia Shallow, you can't beat him. Shuan Mu, eh? Xia Shallow, I'll make a trip. Winter night, Shallow, are you crazy? That's the Divine Battle Guild, you alone. Even if you're the #1 fighter, you can't possibly get away with it. Xia Shallow, I have the God of Battle Descent scroll. The remaining 3 all exclaimed in unison at once. Isn't that the card you're saving for the guild war? Now that you've used it, what about the guild war when the time comes? Xia Shallow, what happens at that time? Let's talk about it at that time. That precious grade equipment Joe Mo has already promised to trade it to me. If they kill Joe Mo and take it away, aren't they robbing me? It's only right that I go get it back. The 3 were speechless. In the end, Shunmu clenched her teeth and said, that's just it, we'll go with you. Who asked you to be our Shallow? Win Xiao Xiao. Xia Shallow, you guys don't have the War God Descent scroll. What are you going to do? It's completely unnecessary if you get killed in seconds the moment you venture out. Shunmu, alright, you're always the one to do the handsome thing. Let's just shout for you on the game's public channel. Joe Mo, who was silently observing the guild chat channel, was speechless at this time. However, he was well aware of the power of the Divine Battle Guild, and although he didn't understand what that God of War Descent scroll was, there was really no need to drag Xia Shallow and the others into it. Thinking of this, he once again used the puppet disguise skill to disguise himself as a player. If it was a normal day, he could only use puppet disguise once a day, but today he just upgraded and refreshed the skill's cooldown, so he could use it once more. In the guild member list, his name information instantly brightened up again, signifying that he was online again. He directly spoke in the guild chat channel, saying, I'm fine, you don't have to come. Xia Shallow, you weren't killed and your equipment wasn't blown up? Joe Mo, yes. Xia Shallow, I don't believe it. Joe Mo, really? Xia Shallow, unless you mail me the equipment now, I definitely don't believe it. Air. Joe Mo was helpless. Theoretically, he had already received the 36 pieces of rare grade equipment that the other party had paid for, and according to the previous agreement, the Red Rock Bracelet precious treasure really belonged to Xia Shallow. It was only natural to send it directly to her. The premise was that the game system allowed him to send it. The reality now was that he had no way to do anything with the red rock bracelet precious treasure until the end of the Precious Treasure Hunter event. Seeing that Joe Mo was unable to answer, Xia Shallow nodded and said, "Right, you have nothing to say, you must have been killed and your equipment blown up." "I'm going to get my equipment back, what are you stopping me for?" Well, Joe Mo realized that he still couldn't keep up with Xia Shallow's thought process. He shook his head helplessly and decided to stop talking nonsense to her. Anyway, it was unlikely that she would listen to herself. There was only 18 minutes left now, so maybe the event was all over before she arrived. What was the point of worrying about that himself? He refocused his attention in front of himself and selected attribute extraction for all 36 pieces of rare grade equipment. This was the second time Joe Mo had a large amount of rare grade equipment. The last time, he directly advanced the Monarch scythe from rare grade to precious grade after extracting it. What about this time? Would it advance once more? As it turned out, Joe Mo had overthought it. The 36 pieces of rare equipment were indeed good, as he had specifically instructed that there were relatively few duplicates among them. The 36 pieces of rare grade equipment attributes extracted down did give the Monarch scythe a considerable boost, but I'm afraid that if he wanted to advance to a higher quality again, he was still far from it. After the attribute extraction was completed, Joe Mo looked at the silhouettes gradually appearing in the distance, and his gaze turned cold. He directly used the sickle transformation skill, and the Monarch sickle in his hand was enveloped in black mist, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark bow, and in addition to that, there was also an arrow capsule. Congratulations to player Joe Mo for obtaining the precious grade equipment, the Monarch Dark Bow Precious. Chapter 81 Concentrated Shooting. The moment the game announcement appeared, Joe Mo had a momentary lapse of concentration. It turned out that every time the Monarch scythe increased its form, it would be on the game announcement once, and he himself had overlooked this and was careless. For other gamers, they might think that Joe Mo was properly the game's own son, but Joe Mo himself didn't think so. In his opinion, this game system simply has a grudge against himself, or the kind that won't end in death. The Red Rock Bracelet treasure had already caused himself to be besieged by many players, and the Divine War Guild was still searching for him. Now that there was such an announcement, others probably had the heart to kill themselves. Jomo's prediction was correct. At this moment, the game chat channels were all abuzz, and the players who had previously been chased out by the Divine Warfare Guild were once again excited, returning to this area in droves. If it was just one piece of precious grade equipment, they might give the Divine Warfare Guild face, but now that there was one more piece, how could they possibly give it all up to the Divine Warfare Guild? Why should all the benefits go to them? And at this moment, the Divine Battle Guild's guild chat channel was similarly arguing. It's been so long and your second team still hasn't dealt with it? That's right, those players are going and coming back again. This Joe Mo doesn't know what kind of god he is. He's even monopolizing 3 pieces of precious grade equipment by himself. It's not just your second team's business anymore. Not bad, before, because your second team's people were in the vicinity, we didn't bother to respond to that guild summoning order. Now it seems that we shouldn't take this into consideration. If we don't hurry, the cooked ducks will fly away. The one who initiated the negotiation with Joe Mo earlier was none other than the captain of the Divine Warfare Guild's second team. He shook his head and said in the guild channel, "This is something that our second team has encountered, so naturally, it should be our second team's chance. The president made a promise to me when I joined the guild, and since he's not here today, you guys aren't going to abide by the rules? You'd better do things beautifully. If you miss, let's see how you'll face the president when he comes back." The other squads finally stopped interfering. The captain of the second team then coldly instructed the remaining dozen or so people in the team, "Everyone spread out a bit, search carefully," and the physician took this time to add the eyes of true sight to everyone to prevent him from sneaking up on us. On the Four Seasons Guild side, Spring Twilight was startled and asked in the guild channel, "Joe Mo, you exploded another precious equipment? Tell me honestly, did you secretly open a hang-up?" Joe Mo smiled faintly, "Guess? Chun Mo, any tips on getting your hands on precious grade equipment, can you share?" Joe Mo, just get lucky. Shuan Mu. Joe Mo was too lazy to bull with her any further and directly filled up his attribute points and skill points after disguising himself as an archer profession. For the archer profession, adding points but not just adding strength was enough. As a long-range archer, there was another issue that could not be ignored when compared to a close-range profession: shooting accuracy. Joe Mo didn't have time to think too much about it. Anyway, practicing the way of balance would be the end of the matter, directly distributing the points roughly evenly to the 2 attributes of strength and dexterity. Strength affected how powerful Joe Mo could pull the bow and how long he could maintain his archery speed. Dexterity affected how accurate Joe Mo could shoot an arrow and how long he could maintain his accuracy. After extracting 36 pieces of rare grade equipment, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe at this time were naturally much more powerful than the original. Monarch Scythe Rare, Physical Attack, 1298, Physical Defense, 486, Magic Defense, 328, Life Value plus 4400, Mana, 1650, Physical Strike Rate plus 20%, Ignore Defense Chance plus 17%, Combo Rate plus 13%, Skill Scythe Killing LV4, Skill Scythe Suction LV3, Skill Scythe Changing LV1. Only after switching into bow form, the Monarch Dark Bow's attributes could only have 70% of the Monarch Scythe. Joe Mo did not bother to dwell on this, gripping the present-day Monarch Dark Bow, ignoring all the strife, his sharp eyes stared tightly at a certain direction. That was where the Divine Battle Guild's crowd was coming from. At this moment, those people from the Divine Battle Guild were still 600 to 700 meters away from him. With the addition of the archer's sharp vision passive skill, his eyesight had increased tremendously. Joe Mo hid behind a small tree and took out an arrow from his pouch and attached it to the Monarch Dark Bow. The bow was fully strung and the arrow was in his hand. Joe Mo utilized a skill of the archer profession, Concentration Shot. Concentration Shot LV7, consumes 50 points of mana, enters the shooting state with full concentration, concentrates on storing power for 15 seconds and then shoots an arrow, dealing 150% 350% attack damage, with a plus 20-40% chance of bludgeoning. The longer the time of storing power, the higher the effective range, attack damage, hitting rate, and bludgeoning rate. Cooldown time of 15 seconds. At this moment, those people from the Divine Battle Guild hadn't discovered him yet, so he naturally chose the longest build-up time. His target, however, was the healer player in the opposing crowd. Although that physician player didn't have any offensive abilities, as the sustaining profession in the opposing team, Joe Mo still decided to take care of him first. A few hundred meters away, the physician player in the center of the team suddenly had a heart attack. He raised his head and looked in all directions, but did not see any stealthy lurking figures. There was no one lurking to the side planning to strike at him. He was filled with doubt, but he did not dare to be careless as he called out, "Everyone, be careful, that Joe Mo might be hiding somewhere and staring at us." The archer player in the team laughed, "Don't worry, Peanut, our archer profession has the sharp vision passive skill, which allows us to see every bit of the area within a few hundred meters. I've seen it all, and within this range, there is no place that can hide a person, except for the bushes that are 600 or 700 meters away." Another person also said, "Anyway, we're all on the Eye of True Vision status, so there's no way he can sneak up on us if he wants to be stealthy. My bow and arrow can attack up to 500 meters, so we'll shoot him into a hedgehog before he even rushes over." The two archer players made a good point, and the healer player named Peanut let go of his worries and said, "Then let's speed up our steps. We've surveyed the back, and there's only 700-800 meters left in front of us, so Joe Mo has nowhere to hide." As soon as the physician player's words fell, he suddenly saw a black lightning bolt flying out of the corner of his eye, and then heard a game tone. "You have been killed by player Joe Mo." He turned into white light, not realizing that behind him, where that black lightning bolt had gone, there was also a person who had fallen to the ground at almost the same time, turning into a sole point of light. And at that moment, that damage number only seemed to have just jumped up. Strike. 8,204. Blitz. 4,102. It's an archer sneak attack. The crowd of the Divine Battle Guild exclaimed in shock, all of a sudden like ants exploding in a pot. Author's word. Here comes the third shift today. Chapter 82 Archer. While the crowd of the Divine Warfare Guild was stirring in the distance, 600 to 700 meters away, Joe Mo slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had used the concentration shot skill to launch his attack, storing up his power for 5 seconds, and the attack power of the arrows he shot had reached a terrifying 350%. With the quality of the Monarch's dark bow, and with the long time it took to build up his strength for 5 seconds, his shooting distance far exceeded the imagination of the opposite side of the Divine Battle Guild and the others. Not only did he kill that physician player with a single arrow, but the remnants of the terrifying arrow also dealt half damage to the one behind him. Behind the physician, there happened to be a magician player, and half of the damage was enough to kill him in seconds. The double kill with one arrow really scared those Divine Warfare Guild players a bit. Why are there archers sneaking in? Who dares to go against our Divine Battle Guild? Someone shouted so. In the guild chat channel, the healer player who had become a sole point of light said, "It's Joe Mo. Joe Mo, isn't he a thief profession? Why does he still have archer skills?" Peanut, are you looking at it wrong? The captain of the second team froze, looking somewhat incredulous. "I don't know, help me revive first." Peanut didn't say much, just so reminded the other physician players in the team. In their team, there were 3 physicians, and if they watched over each other, they didn't need to panic even if they were killed by a sneak attack and fell to the ground. However, how could Joe Mo let them revive in peace? He directly scurried out of the bushes and appeared in the field of vision of the Divine Battle Guild and the others. In fact, even if the two parties had gotten a bit closer, the distance between them was still 500 meters away. With such a distance, not to mention those close-range professions, even archers and magicians had no way to attack each other. Thieves stealth up, archers and magicians prepare. The captain of the second team began to make arrangements and said, once we are in range, the archers and magicians will directly launch their attacks, and the thieves will stealthily make up for the attacks to harvest. The two thief players answered in unison, their eyes blazing. They were the ones who attacked Joe Mo earlier, only to be killed by the other party's rotating cut skill, dropping a lot of experience value. Although they were eventually resurrected by the physician player, they could not recover the lost experience value. Therefore, at this time, they were extremely resentful towards Joe Mo in the distance. The two parties began to continue to approach, and it looked like they were about to enter the attack range of the archers. However, this was merely the thoughts of the archer players in the Divine Battle Guild. Joe Mo, who held the Monarch dark bow in his hands, had an attack distance that far exceeded their imagination. While they were still thinking about continuing to approach, Joe Mo had already drawn the Monarch dark bow in his hand. Lianju arrow. The archer's other skill was used, and a series of 4 arrows connected into a line shooting towards the Divine Battle Guild side. The arrows arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye, aiming straight at another healer player. That was the physician player who was using the resurrection technique. When using the resurrection technique, the physician player had to guide for 6 seconds, during which time he could not move, or else the skill would be interrupted. Facing the lightning-like arrows, not to mention that he couldn't move, even if he could move, he couldn't dodge them at all. Not everyone possessed that kind of maneuvering skill. The 4 arrows shot at the physician player's body at almost the same time. 1172. 1172. 1172. Strike. 2344. The Monarch's scythe now had extremely strong attributes, and its own bludgeon rate had already reached 20%, and with 4 arrows shot in a row, the possibility of triggering a bludgeon was naturally extremely high. Without exception, the physician player instantly turned into white light. He was going to resurrect someone else, but he couldn't imagine that he hadn't succeeded in resurrecting someone else yet, and he himself had become one of those who needed to be resurrected. Joe Mo, who had killed the enemy and gained experience value again, looked somewhat satisfied. This archer skill was really good when used for long-range sniping. With his current skill level, the Arrow of Pearls could only send out 4 arrows, but it was already very powerful. After killing the physician player, Joe Mo bent his bow again and aimed at the last physician on the opposing team. There were 3 physicians in the opposing team, and he had already killed 2 of them, so as long as he killed the last one, the opposing team wouldn't be able to resurrect, and there would be 1 less to kill. After being killed by the pearl arrows, the people of the Divine Battle Guild finally woke up from a dream. He really knows the skills of an archer. How is this possible? He's clearly a thief. This doesn't make sense. The captain of the second team grimaced ironically and said, no matter what doorway he is, it doesn't matter now, we have a whole team of people, do we still want to be led by the nose by him? After a cold snort, he once again commanded, magicians launch another wide-range magic scroll for a covering strike. He can't escape such a wide-range attack even if he's slippery. The remaining magician professions in the team nodded, understanding that the captain was planning to spare no expense. At this time, it was meaningless to talk about cost-effectiveness. If they didn't hurry up and clean up that guy across the street, not only would they be ridiculed by the entire game, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up within the guild. By the time the guild war started, this squad was afraid that they wouldn't even get a chance to play. The distance of 500 meters wasn't too far. Joe Mo just shot a few arrows at the remaining healer player, and then he had already entered the attack range of the opposing archer. Although the archer's output was quite high, Joe Mo didn't have any powerful burst skills after using up his concentration shot and pearl arrow. He shot arrow after arrow at the remaining physician player's body, and although the attack power was good, since it wasn't an instantaneous burst, the physician player relied on his own healing skills, and was just barely able to withstand it. 1172. After firing another arrow, the physician player's blood level fell to over 2000 points, and he threw a heal spell on himself, which immediately restored his blood level to plus 1011. Counting the Misty Barrier skill that he had added to himself in advance, his recovery amount was just equal to Joe Mo's normal attack damage. If Joe Mo kept dealing with him with normal attacks, he might never be able to kill him. Unless the healer player's magic value was exhausted. However, that physician player had teammates besides himself. After entering the attack range, the three archer players used the Arrow of Pearls skill in unison. As for the concentration shot, that skill required too much time to build up power, and it wasn't very useful when it wasn't a sneak attack sniper. 86. 86. 86. 86. However, the three arrows in a row skills that were fired on Jomo's body only dealt a total damage of around 1000. Compared to Jomo's current bloodstain, such damage wasn't much of a strain at all. Damn it, his defense has gotten higher again. Before I was clearly able to hit him for a few hundred points of damage. The archer player cried out incredulously, only feeling that the bow and arrow held in his hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. The archer profession he had chosen was really that powerful physical long-range output profession? Chapter 83 Lava Hell. The three archers on the opposite side had each used a pearl arrow skill, but they had only dealt about 1000 damage to Jomo in total. The Monarch scythe had extracted 36 pieces of rare equipment, and its attributes had been greatly enhanced, along with the LV7 puppet camouflage which added 20% of the original body's attributes. Jomo's physical defense was now extremely high, and it was difficult to deal too much damage to him with the attacks of these level 29 archers. And now his blood bar is also much longer. This more than 1000 points of blood hit him, but also just a little bit of the blood bar fell. And finally entering the attack range, the magicians in that Divine Warfare Guild's queue took out another magic scroll and began to inspire it. The magic scroll flashed with a dazzling light, and perhaps the next moment it would explode. The magician professions that had not turned to themselves did not have super wide-range magic skills, and if they wanted to carry out super wide-range strikes, they had to rely on this kind of magic scrolls. And whether the magic scroll was powerful and rare or not, it would affect how powerful the next attack would be. Looking at the dazzling and incomparable light on this magic scroll, looking at them inspired so effortlessly, Jomo, who was watching from afar, was shocked in his heart. This magic scroll, its power must not be inferior to the previous meteor fire rain. Now that he had disguised himself as an archer, unlike earlier when he was a thief, he could stealthily avoid the attack range of the magic scroll. Jomo was nervous in his heart, so he tried to find a way to disrupt the release of the magic scroll. He directly bent his bow and shot an arrow towards the magic scroll above the heads of those magicians. However, how could such a powerful magic scroll be destroyed so easily by an arrow? When the black arrow flew in front of the magic scroll, it was no longer able to advance an inch, and was blocked by the light that shone on the periphery of the magic scroll, and with a slight flash of the light, the arrow instantly turned into broken dust. And looking at the light from the magic scroll, I'm afraid that after 2 or 3 seconds, a horrible magic attack will come. The Arrow of Pearls skill was still on cooldown. Jomo's eyes flashed, his heart had already made up his mind. Bending his bow again, a scattered shot skill was used. When the skill was instantly activated, Jomo quickly drew the string and shot arrows with extreme speed, shooting several rounds of arrows at once. In each round, 12 arrows flew out. With this scattered shot skill, a full 70 to 80 arrows were shot out. Of course, as a game, the arrows in the arrow sack were endless and inexhaustible. If Jomo's own skill was used, there was no way he would be able to shoot so many arrows in a short period of time. However, this scattered shot was a skill designed by the game, and had nothing to do with Jomo's operating skills. As long as the skill was used, a huge number of arrows could be fired in a short period of time. Of course, the number of arrows was amazing, but the attack power was not so good. Each arrow only had 20% of its own attack power. With such a percentage of attack power, and after deducting the opponent's defense, the damage that each arrow could cause was even less. However, when Jomo issued the scattered shot skill, he didn't care about the attack damage. 9. 9. 1. 8. Arrows with a 20% attack percentage only dealt single-digit damage when shot at the bodies of the Divine Warfare Guild. Some of those with higher defenses couldn't even break their defenses, and only dealt the mandatory 1 point of damage. However, this scattered shot skill down, the number of attacks were dozens of times, and all of a sudden, the Monarch's scythe was fully recharged. At this moment, the scythe kill skill was once again in a usable state. Without the slightest hesitation, Jomo directly activated the scythe kill skill. At this time, the magicians in the opposing camp finally finished activating their magic scrolls, and the magic scrolls erupted with intense light and turned into flying dust. Almost at the same time, Jomo could only feel the earth under his feet shaking and cracking, as endless earth fire lava erupted. This skill looked familiar, and was extremely similar to the lava burst used by the leader-level red rock monster that he had fought before. However, the coverage of the one released from the magic scroll was far better than the one used by the leader of the red rock monster. With Jomo as the center, a radius of 200 meters became a lava hell. 542. 542. Boundless lava erupted. Joe was in the middle of it, he couldn't avoid it at all, and was instantly scorched by the erupting lava. At this rate, even if he had over 9,000 points of blood in his current state, he wouldn't be able to withstand many hits. Not to mention, those 3 archer players were still standing outside of the lava hell, bending their bows to attack him once and for all. At this moment, Joe didn't have time to think too much. Fortunately, the scythe kill skill had already been activated. At this moment, his movement speed had once again entered the doubled state, and he was running wildly outside the range of the lava hell in 3 or 2 steps. In the Divine Warfare Guild camp, the several magicians' faces turned white as they gasped. This lava hell is not worse than the meteor fire rain just now. Even if a few of them join forces, their magic value is almost depleted. After spending 2 such magic scrolls, if we still can't take down that Joe, then this wave will be considered a big loss. The captain of the second team was satisfied and laughed. Don't worry, these 2 scrolls are certainly precious, but it's definitely worth it to exchange them for even more than just 1 piece of precious great equipment. After getting the equipment, not to mention the 2 scrolls, even if it's twice as much, Chairman, he definitely won't let the brethren suffer. Get the equipment? You didn't ask me. As soon as the second team leader's words fell, a clear voice came from not far away. With a frown, he raised his eyes. Xia Shallow, the so-called number 1 fighter? At some point, not far to their side, a figure with a flowing ponytail stood quietly. It was none other than the famous number 1 fighter on the career ranking list, Xia Shallow. The captain of the second team coldly glanced at Xia Shallow and coldly said, "Are you also interested in this precious great equipment?" Xia Shallow slowly stepped forward and said word for word, "Joe has already sold this precious great equipment to me, and any of you who want to touch it will have to ask me about my fists first." Hip-hopping voices rang out from the Divine Battle Guild's camp. It was obvious that Xia Shallow's words had amused them. The captain of the second team narrowed his eyes. Really, anyone dares to come and call out to our Divine Battle Guild, after being the number 1 fighter? You really think you're a character? But it's just that the fighter profession's payoffs and benefits are too unequal, and everyone is too lazy to choose it, which is why you've picked up the slack. On one side, he tightly stared at Xia Shallow who was walking over, and on the other side, he lowly shouted, "Keep an eye on that Joe, and pick up the equipment as soon as it drops." However, what answered him was a series of 4 arrows. The 4 arrows swept past within his eyes like black lightning, passing in an instant. In the next moment, a white light flashed through the Divine Warfare Guild's queue, and the only remaining physician player in the group was instantly killed. At this moment, Joe, who should have been waiting to die in the lava hell, was still able to launch an attack. The captain of the second team was at a loss for a moment. Chapter 84, The God of War Descends. In the distance, with the movement speed provided by Scythekill, Joe finally escaped from the coverage area of lava hell after paying the price of half of his bloodstain. At this moment, seeing that Xia Shallow had entered the area and attracted the attention of the Divine Battle Guild and the others, he didn't waste the opportunity and directly launched a pearl arrow attack on the only remaining physician player. The physician player was also focused on Xia Shallow, who had just appeared, and was directly taken away by Joe without paying attention. Of course, even if he had paid attention, I'm afraid he still wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Plus 586. The pearl arrow not only killed the healer player, but also triggered a sickle suction effect, directly giving Joe 586 points of blood back. Of course, compared to his bloodline, which had already dropped by half, this amount of recovery was still not enough. At this moment, Xia Shallow looked at Joe from afar and was somewhat surprised. "You didn't die?" "Of course." Joe was helpless and said, "I didn't die just now either, you won't believe me if I say so." Xia Shallow looked at Joe, nodded solemnly and said, "Good, then you try not to die next as well, and take my precious equipment." Having been killed by Jomo's sneak attack on another fellow physician, the Divine Warfare Guild's second team leader's face was ugly as he looked at Joe and Xia Shallow in front of him and said, "I'm afraid this is not up to you." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and there was already a golden shining token in his hand. It was the guild's summoning order that he had used earlier. When he used it earlier, the other squads in the guild gave him face and didn't follow him. This time, he took out the guild summoning order again, but he realized that with the remaining people in his second team alone, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to solve Joe in a short period of time. Jomo's strength was far beyond his expectations, and his precious great equipment was just too strong. At this time, he was too lazy to think about why Joe had turned into an archer profession. What he wanted was to summon a large force from the guild to come and finish this Joe off in a steady manner. As for Xia Shallow, who was blocking in front of him, he didn't take it seriously at all. First fighter, what the hell? The token began to shine and was soon going to shatter apart. Once the token shattered, then the members of the other teams in the Divine Battle Guild would come in response to his call. At that time, dozens or hundreds of level 29 players would descend, then Joe Mo, even if he was stronger, would definitely not be able to support himself any longer. The token was still shining. The captain of the second team hesitated a little. He understood that once he officially summoned and the members of the other teams came, then his action of besieging Joe Mo would be declared a failure. The second team leader of the Divine Battle Guild, with 20 to 30 squad members, was unable to even solve an ordinary player. Such a story, I'm afraid, would make him completely unable to raise his head in the guild. While he was still hesitating, Xia Shallow, who was in front of him, wasn't going to wait for him to actually make a decision. Xia Shallow naturally recognized the guild summoning order, and she knew very well that once the other party actually summoned the Divine Battle Guild's large army, she and Joe Mo would have absolutely no chance. The precious great equipment would naturally have to be surrendered. This was something that Xia Shallow absolutely could not endure. Therefore, at this moment, she stomped on the ground with both of her feet, and her entire person had charged forward like a violent beast. Don't know how to die. The captain of the second team sneered coldly, holding the guild summoning order in one hand, raising his broadsword with one hand, and slashing straight down towards Xia Shallow. As the captain of the second team, he himself was a level 29 warrior. At the same time he struck, the magicians behind him also threw out a few small magic spells, which also struck at Xia Shallow. Although the several magicians had thrown out Windblade, Fireball, and such small magic that could be released quickly, for a fighter, such small magic was also not easy to bear. A few small magic combined with the broadsword chop of a level 29 warrior, even Xia Shallow, who was known as the number 1 fighter, was afraid that he would never be able to take it, and would have to lose most of his life without dying. But Xia Shallow, who had always been the best at using operational techniques, did not make any sharp maneuvers at this time, but just rushed straight ahead. When she was in mid-air, her eyes flashed, and she had already stimulated the scroll that had just appeared in her hand. War God's Descent was the name of this scroll. Unlike Meteor Fire Rain and Lava Hell, that kind of wide-range attack magic scroll, the magic sealed in the God of War Descent scroll was a status-type magic that only worked on itself. It was very simple to activate, and did not require several magicians to provide magical value to open it. When the War God Descends scroll was opened, it instantly turned into flying dust, while Xia Shallow's body had an additional layer of misty golden light. When the golden light had just risen, the several small magic spells had already flown to Xia Shallow's side. However, just like a snowflake falling into water, those few small magic touched the golden light and silently dissolved into nothing, as if they had never existed. Whether it was a fireball spell, a wind blade spell, or anything else, none of them stirred up the water at all. This was one of the terrifying special effects of the Descent of the War God scroll, Magic Immunity. In addition to magic immunity, Descent of the God of War also had other special effects. First, physical damage immunity plus 70%. Second, the attribute value increased to 300%. Then, the cooldown time of all his skills was reduced by 70%, and his magic value was unlimited. This was a scroll that Xia Shallow had struggled to get his hands on, originally prepared for the First Guild War, but at this time, it was used here. According to the mysterious player who sold the scroll to Xia Shallow, this God of War scroll is the only one in the game. Joe Mo originally didn't know about this, but he couldn't help but let the chatty Chun Mu talk non-stop in the guild chat channel, so he realized the details. According to Chun Mu's words, since Xia Shallow used the Descent of the God of War scroll in order to save Joe Mo would need to offer his life and sacrifice and die in order to return the favor. For example, start by paying tribute to 2 or 3 pieces of precious great equipment. Xia Shallow didn't pay any attention to Chun Mu's nonsense. Before she was ready to activate the Descent of the God of War scroll, she already said to Joe Mo in the guild chat channel, "My Descent of the God of War status can only last for 180 seconds, after that time, the rest is up to you." After that time, it's up to you. Joe Mo didn't feel surprised. If the War God's Descent was really as strong as they said, then it was only reasonable that it could only last 180 seconds. Otherwise, if such a horrible state continued, no one else would need to play. Therefore, when he saw Xia Shallow's body glowing with golden light, Joe Mo knew that a rare opportunity had come, and he had to seize it. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. When those few small magic spells dissolved in front of the golden light, the second team leader's broadsword had also slashed down. Xia Shallow, however, did not dodge. Her expression was as calm as water, but her body was already spinning in the air. Unbelievably, she kicked on the spine of the opponent's large broadsword, kicking the large broadsword backward, while her other foot kicked the second team captain's other wrist at the same time. 1578. With a loud dang sound, the captain of the second team was kicked to the point that the bones of his hand were in severe pain, and the token flew directly out of his hand and fell to the ground. The author has something to say. Today's third shift came code a little tired, so decided to grab this supreme throne. By the way, suddenly realized that I grabbed this super stable, very few people robbed me. Chapter 85, Summoning is Impossible. The shiny guild summoning order fell to the ground. With a sharp pain in his wrist, the captain of the second team suddenly realized that he had underestimated the first fighter. After using the scroll, the first fighter's attack power had reached a terrifying level, and with his own defense, he had received more than 1,000 damage from a kick to the wrist. Logically, such a thing shouldn't have happened. A level 29 warrior player was surprised to be kicked by a level 27 grappler for more than 1,000 damage, and would be laughed at when told. Even if the other party was the so-called number 1 fighter. And seeing that the attacks of several magicians landed on Xia Shallow and did nothing at all, the captain of the second team trembled in his heart. He had not seen the God of War Descent scroll used by Xia Shallow, and did not know how it worked, but seeing Xia Shallow so powerful, he already understood that the current situation was not good, and he could not hesitate any longer. He leaned down and directly pounced towards the token on the ground, intending to pick up the guild summoning order and summon the other teams of the guild. But of course, Xia Shallow couldn't let him succeed. He was fast, but Xia Shallow was even faster than him. Under the additional War God Descent scroll, not only did her attack, defense, and blood volume rise to 300%, even her speed was also increased to triple the state. In an instant, like a phantom flash, Xia Shallow had already come to the token first. She didn't bend down to pick it up, she just kicked it out directly, and the token received a strong force and flew directly towards the range of lava hell. In just a moment, the guild summoning order fell into the range of the lava hell, and was melted cleanly. At this time, the captain of the second team had just arrived in front of Xia Shallow. Xia Shallow did not dodge, her figure was short, her body was sideways, and her right shoulder had already hit the body of the second team leader. 2454. This strike slammed into the body of the second team captain, and it was even more powerful than the previous strike that kicked at the wrist, causing even more intense damage. The second team captain, who had over 5,000 points of blood, only had a small half of his blood bar left at this point. There was no longer a physician player in the team, no one could give him a blood replenishment, and while he was in the air, he had already chosen to pour down the special effect Gold Sword Pill. The recovery speed of the special effect Gold Sword Pill was indeed good, but it was impossible to keep up with Xia Shallow's attack output. When the second team leader's body was knocked into mid-air, she had already stomped on the ground with both feet and violently leapt up, following her like a shadow. Ping! Another punch, straight at the second team captain's jaw, sending his entire body flying upwards. It was precisely one of the fighter's skills, the Rising Dragon Fist. 1895. This punch was considered to be the first proper fighter skill that Xia Shallow had used so far in his fight with the opponent, and the damage was very notable. The second team's captain's blood bar had begun to flicker, and he was afraid that Xia Shallow's next attack would be able to take him away. The other members of the second team, one after another, attacked Xia Shallow, intending to surround him. The 3 archer players all shot arrows at Xia Shallow, and the other warrior thieves and whatnot also surrounded them. Only the few magicians were a bit dumbfounded, not knowing whether they should pretend to fish in the water or simply stand and watch the show. When they encountered such an orphan state as magic immunity, they could only say oh no, and then did nothing about it. The Divine Warfare Guild had a large number of players on their side, but when it came to Xia Shallow, who had used the Descent of the God of War scroll, they simply weren't good enough. Xia Shallow's maneuvering skills were already very impressive, plus after her attributes had increased to 300%, she moved like a phantom, so although there were a lot of people on the side of the Divine Battle Guild, they couldn't even touch her at all. The captain of the second team who landed on the ground frowned tightly and secretly retreated backwards. Although the other members might not be able to pose a threat to Xia Shallow, they at least attracted her attention, allowing themselves to retreat from the battle circle. The captain of the second team was in a bad mood, being dragged down by a Zhouenmo until now was no big deal, but as a result, a random Xia Shallow came over and was able to pose a horrifying threat to his own people. When did the Divine Warfare Guild fall to the point where anyone could be beaten? The very embarrassed captain of the second team once again took out a token from his backpack. Looking at the guild summoning order in his hand, he smiled grimly. Xia Shallow certainly has a keen sense of touch. First step will be his own token fly, stopping himself once. But who said that he only had that one token left? Although this state of Xia Shallow's was powerful, the duration was bound to not be too strong, and by the time he gathered the various squads over, he would always be able to run out of time for the opponent's scroll. Once the scroll status is gone, the number 1 fighter in the district can still be destroyed at the drop of a hat. He pinched the guild summoning order in his hand, the token began to shine, only 2 or 3 seconds will be able to start, then thousands of horses to meet, what the first fighter, what Joe Mo, are not a problem. Wait, Joe Mo? The captain of the second team then realized that he had just been knocked out by Xia Shallow, and had forgotten that there was another Joe Mo in existence. With that Joe Mo's treachery and cunning, how could he let himself use the guild summoning order so easily? Such a thought only flickered in his mind, and then he saw black lightning reflected in his pupils, and then rapidly enlarged. 21:16. White light flashed, the second team leader was directly killed, and the guild summoning order fell down. He tried to use the guild summoning order twice in a row, but in the end, he was unsuccessful. Joe Mo had long been watching him, and when he wasn't paying attention, he directly used his concentration shot, which had already cooled down, to give him a fatal blow. Of course, for fear of being too late, Joe Mo didn't build up his power for the full 5 seconds. Even so, it was more than enough to kill a bloodied second team leader. Team 2s, how's the situation? Why aren't you pulling us over? Yeah, don't hold on if you can't, don't waste a great opportunity. In the Divine Warfare Guild's guild chat channel, the members of each squad bickered. But at this time, the captain of the second team, who had already been killed and turned into a sole point of light, was full of bitterness and was not in the mood to speak at all. The entire second team, there were still a dozen members left, but the second team captain knew that with these people, if they wanted to leave Xia Shallow and Joe Mo behind, I'm afraid that it was no longer possible. In the area of the red rock monster, Xia Shallow's god of war state was in her body, and it was as if she had transformed into a god of war, traveling across the country, invincible. Her maneuvering skills were incomparably powerful, and with her 300% attribute panel, her punches and kicks were surprisingly powerful. Once she used the more powerful skills, the opposite player was injured if he bumped, and died if he touched. A god of war like Xia Shallow was already terrifying, not to mention Joe Mo, who had transformed into an archer. He had activated the sickle kill skill of the Monarch scythe at this time, increasing his attack speed by 160%, and was able to shoot 2 or 3 arrows a second even with normal attacks. Together with Xia Shallow, who was charging left and right in the pile of people, he killed the dozen or so members of the Divine Warfare Guild. Chapter 86. He panicked. Time passed quickly, but in just 2 minutes, in this area, there were only 2 people still standing. Looking at the equipment that had fallen to the ground, Xia Shallow looked at Joe Mo, who had walked in front of him, somewhat unfulfilled. 180 seconds of God of War descent time is surprisingly more than enough, a big loss. Joe Mo rolled his eyes. This Xia Shallow's brain hole was never something he could easily keep up with. No, it should be said that everyone else in the entire 4 Seasons guild had brain holes that he couldn't keep up with. Joe Mo looked at the game's system time and said, "There's still more than 10 minutes until the restriction is lifted, so you should go back first. Without these people from the Divine Warfare Guild, the others won't be able to do anything about me even if they come in again." Xia Shallow glanced at Joe Mo and said, "It's good, you're still pretty strong, you shouldn't die easily. These remaining dozens of seconds of God of War descent can't be wasted, I'll brush the monsters for a while before leaving." Joe Mo. He walked around and picked up the equipment, while asking, "These things, do you want them?" Landlords like Xia Shallow, naturally, did not care about these. She shook her head while fighting the monsters and said, "Just take them all if you want. No, don't you have rare level equipment? What's the point of picking up all this crap?" The rare grade equipment used by a level 29 player was called rags? Joe Mo shook his head greatly and said, "I have my own use for it, besides, it's just good to take it and exchange it for money. A mosquito is meat even if it's small." He was just saying it casually. I didn't expect Xia Shallow to take it seriously. She looked back at Joe Mo, said, "You lack of money? Early to say it, still owe you rare level equipment or I directly convert it into money to you? Game currency or real money is fine." Although it was nice to have someone send money, at this time, Joe Mo just shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No need, you'd better hurry up and go." Xia Shallow stopped after fighting a few red rock monsters. She sighed with lack of interest. "Hey, forget it, this red rock monster level difference is too much. The experience value gain is only a third of what it was earlier, too lazy to fight." And at this time, Joe Mo had already picked up all the equipment that had fallen on the ground. Xia Shallow glanced at the many players that were popping up in the distance and asked, "These guys don't seem to be dying yet, do you want me to help you top them off?" Joe Mo quickly shook his head. "No need, there are still 8 or 9 minutes before the restrictions are lifted. I'm on my own for easy hiding. By the time they find me, I guess I can already leave." Xia Shallow looked deeply at Joe Mo, finally nodded and said, "All right, then you are busy, I will return first." After saying that, she really didn't drag her feet and directly chose to go back to town. A few seconds later, the city return stone was successfully triggered, and between the flashes of light, Xiaoshallow lost sight of her in front of Zhou Mo's eyes. Only at this point did Zhou Mo let out a long breath and put his heart down. He was really worried that Xiaoshallow would not leave, and then he would be in big trouble. Because, not only was the time limit for the treasure hunter activity coming to an end, but also the time limit for his puppet disguise was coming to an end. If Natsuya was still with him when his disguise expired, then the problem would be very serious. If she saw him disguised as a secret puppet demon spirit, then what? To kill and silence her? The problem was that in this game, players could still be resurrected if they were killed, so killing people to silence them was useless. Luckily, although Xiaoshallow's brain hole made people unable to guess, at least he wasn't a person who dragged his feet. And at this time, seeing the large group of players slowly approaching outside the red rock monster area, Zhou Mo chose to retreat and hide. He hid directly in the bushes from earlier and took the opportunity to extract the attributes of the equipment he had just picked up. It had to be said that although these rare grade equipment were so-called rags in Xiaoshallow's eyes, they were some of the better equipment Zhou Mo had gotten so far. Of course, the rare grade didn't count. These equipments were dropped by the members of the Divine Warfare Guild, and they were all level 29 equipments that could only be worn, and their attributes were a lot more powerful than the rare grade equipments that Zhou Mo had gotten earlier. The beauty of it was that the quantity was a bit less. Over 20 members of the Divine Warfare Guild had only dropped 8 pieces of equipment. After extracting all 8 pieces of equipment, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe increased a bit more. At this point, the attributes of the Monarch Scythe were already Monarch Scythe Precious, Physical Attack, 1438, Physical Defense, 576, Magic Defense, 388, Life Value plus 5400, Mana Value, 2450, Physical Strike Rate plus 23%, Ignore Defense Chance plus 19%, Combo Rate plus 15%, Skill Scythe Kill LV4, Skill Scythe Suction LV3, Skill Scythe Transformation LV1. Although the attributes had improved a lot, there was still no sign of advancing again. Moreover, because it was currently in the state of the Monarch Dark Bow, it could only have 70% of its attributes for the time being. The boost wasn't as great as imagined. If the dissatisfaction in Zhou Mo's heart was known to other players, they would definitely scold him for being full and not knowing how hungry he was. Other than that, this Monarch Scythe alone, its attributes were already better than a whole set of equipment from the next person. Only this was something that couldn't be helped. Zhou Mo realized that even if he was disguised as a player form, there were still some places that were different. Other than this Monarch Scythe, he still couldn't wear any other equipment. Otherwise, that red rock bracelet precious treasure he would have worn it himself. Where would he have brought it to trade with Xiaoshallow? At this time, the Scythe Kill skill had already passed its duration. Zhou Mo actually did not intend to continue to fight with those players. Anyway, there are still a few minutes of activity time will be over. His own good hiding in the side, peacefully through the crisis, he does not smell? There was no need to go against the players. After all, although the players coming in now were not as strong as those from the Divine Warfare Guild in terms of level, they were large enough in number. As long as if one is not careful, by these players' long-distance attack grinding to death, that really is crying have no place to cry. These players had been sent back to the city by the Divine War Guild's Meteor Firestorm, but now that they heard the system announcement that Zhou Mo had won another piece of precious equipment, they couldn't help but come back to kill again. Moreover, after these players came back, they suddenly realized that the situation was great. Those Divine Warfare Guild people are gone. Did they already kill Zhou Mo and end the event? Impossible. If they had killed Zhou Mo and snatched the precious great equipment, the game system would have made an announcement. Not bad. Now that there's no announcement and the Divine Battle Guild's people have disappeared, there's only one truth. The Divine Battle Guild's people were all killed by that Zhou Mo. The noisy regional chat channel became quiet all of a sudden. These players in the Red Rock Monster regional chat channel suddenly realized that if that Zhou Mo could take out so many people from the Divine Battle Guild with just his own strength alone, then what would they, the minions who were sent back to the city by a scroll from the Divine Battle Guild, take to fight with each other? Let me say one thing, you guys guess, could it be that after that Zhou Mo spelled out the Divine Battle Guild's people, he himself is bloodied and dying? A player said so. Zhou Mo, who could also see the regional chat channel, expressed his helplessness. Classmate, if you're so good at thinking, why don't you go to heaven? Another player raised a question. Even if he's dying, after so much time has passed, he should have remedicated back to full blood. Good, there was a sober person. The previous player spoke up again. What if the blood pills in his backpack just ran out? Scary, this guy's random ramblings were so close to the truth. It wasn't that he had run out of blood pills at all, but that he was simply unable to use them. However, even though he had lost a large portion of his bloodstain earlier, the sickle suction skill that came with his weapon had allowed him to draw back blood during the process of killing the Divine Warfare Guild's people with Xia Shallow. Joe Mo decided to speak on the regional chat channel to dispel their urges. Don't guess, I'm not dead, and I'm not bloodied, but full-blooded. Joe Mo, see, the living Joe Mo. Brothers, he panicked, see, he panicked. Not bad, if he was in a full-blooded state, he wouldn't have made a sound at all. The fact that he intentionally made a sound means that he wasn't in a full-blooded state at all. The previous brother's guesses were correct, he must be bloodied and used up his blood pills, so he wants to scare us off. Brothers, are we the ones who will be scared off? Impossible, don't even think about it. Brothers, charge. The precious equipment is just around the corner. Joe Mo. Chapter 87 The Handsomest Cub. For these hot-blooded players, Joe Mo was helpless. The number of these players was around a few hundred, and if they were hostile, even Joe Mo, whose attributes had improved, might not be able to handle it. Fortunately, the treasure hunter event was only a few minutes away from ending. Joe Mo thought that as long as he kept a low profile, he would have no problem dragging himself through these few minutes. In fact, he did just that. After disguising himself as an archer, with the bonus of sharp vision, his range of vision far exceeded that of an ordinary player. Perhaps the Monarch's dark bow itself also had a hidden enhancement in this area, so his range of vision even surpassed that of a normal archer. Therefore, basically, before the other party could even see him, he was already able to detect them first. With this range of vision, the enemy advanced and I retreated. Joe Mo dragged the event to the last 3 minutes without any danger. These players didn't even manage to meet up with him. At this point, he finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just a little bit more, just hold on a little bit longer, and this life-threatening event would have passed. However, what Joe Mo could not have imagined was that the game system had once again paid attention to him. There are only 3 minutes left in the treasure hunter event. Please hurry up if you are participating in the event. In the last 3 minutes, the position of player Joe Mo will be publicized in real time. Joe Mo? He issued these 3 question marks, not because he had a problem, but because he felt that the game system had a problem. What was going on here? The game system was at war with himself. He hadn't been killed in the event and had made the game system lose face? If he were to know who had sent out such an announcement, he would have greeted the other party properly. Somewhere in a location unknown to Joe Mo, at the game's official headquarters, a technician suddenly sneezed. He helplessly turned back to the leader behind him and asked, "Mr. Lee, is it really in order for us to do this?" Mr. Lee let out a cold snort and grimaced ironically. This one called Joe Mo has obtained jumbo-grade equipment 3 times. I suspect that he has used some sort of illegal means. Mr. Lee, didn't we check that there is no abnormality? Just because it can't be checked doesn't mean it's not there. If this activity still can't get him, you help me contact him. Mr. Lee, we don't have the authority to check the player's real identity. Not in reality, just help me contact him in the game. I want to see what kind of character dares to disrupt the balance of the game. Mr. Lee, this is all something without evidence, you can't talk nonsense. Let's cooperate, just listen to my arrangements, other things, don't need you to teach me. On the area of the Red Rock Monster, Joe Mo naturally did not know that this event was opened by the officials intentionally targeting himself. At this moment, he suddenly realized that a firework shot up into the sky and exploded above his head. The sound was loud and the color of the light was eye-catching. Then, Joe Mo realized that the colorful firework stayed motionless above his head. He tried to take a few steps to the side, and realized that this firework also moved a few steps right behind it, not missing a beat. Cam. Even Joe Mo couldn't help but feel the urge to curse. What kind of grudge did the people from the game officials have against themselves, as to pit themselves like this? However, there was no point in thinking about this now. Joe Mo had planned to mix the last few minutes in a low profile, but unfortunately, the game system wouldn't let him have a good time. A few hundred meters in front of him, the many players who had been searching for him had received the game system's announcement, and had also seen the colorful fireworks. With such a colorful fireworks, Joe Mo was the most beautiful cub in this area, shining wherever he went. Others couldn't even think of not noticing him. There he is, don't let him run away. Ha, powerful, the game system is too powerful, directly marked out for us. That's right, this kind of unreasonable Ouyang like him, even the game officials can't stand it anymore. They want us to come and collect him. Hold on tight, there's less than 3 minutes left. Joe Mo was helpless, but he also knew that escaping would no longer solve the problem. There were many players entering this area, and there was no way for him to avoid them all. He had also envisioned directly finding a place to hide from the crowd, directly cancelling his camouflage state and returning to his secret puppet demon spirit form. But that would be very risky. First of all, a secret puppet demon spirit appearing in the area of the red rock monster would definitely attract the attention of players, and if some good players reported it to the officials, then he would be investigated by the officials. Secondly, he had a colorful flame on his head, and it would be funny if the flame was still hanging on his head after he switched back to his secret puppet demon spirit form. In that case, there would be no need for players to give feedback, and the officials would directly trouble themselves. If the official directly deleted this abnormal data, would he or she just disappear? After sorting out the stakes in his heart, Joe Mo could only choose the relatively low-risk approach. Right now, it seemed that the lowest risk approach was to single-handedly challenge the hundreds of players. One person alone against hundreds of players, is the risk small the hell ah. I'm afraid this risk is only second to direct suicide. Hundreds of players rushed up with hoots and hollers. Joe Mo almost went black before his eyes and also hurriedly ran backwards. However, the players weren't coming in the same direction, and if he just kept running, the end result would only be being surrounded by players. In all directions, there were a large number of players rushing over, and at first glance, there were dozens of them in every direction. As for the closer places, whether or not there were thieves stealthily among them, that wasn't something Joe Mo could know. After all, he didn't have the eye of true sight of the healer profession. He clenched his teeth and pulled the bowstring in his hand. The scattered shot skill had already been utilized, attacking the players in one of the directions. Jomo's current scattered shot skill could send out 6 rounds of 72 arrows, like a swarm of locusts pressing in the same direction. 97. 89. 99. 112. This wave of arrows shot over, surprisingly causing notable damage. A few people in the front endured a large number of arrow attacks, and surprisingly, 3 of them directly turned into white light. Joe Mo was a little stunned, and only then did he realize that he had subconsciously overestimated the many players in front of him earlier when he was hostile to those members of the Divine Battle Guild. Those of the Divine Warfare Guild were all level 29 players, with attributes, equipment and skills that comprehensively crushed ordinary players. These players in front of them, most of them are level 26 or 27, there are even some level 23 or 24, the attribute panel is simply not comparable to those of the Divine Warfare Guild. The scattershot skill that was equivalent to scratching an itch on the members of the Divine War Guild could cause considerable damage when it hit these players. Moreover, after killing the members of the Divine Warfare Guild, his Monarch scythe had gone through attribute extraction to increase some of its attributes. With just one scattered shot skill, he had directly killed 3 players, and also reduced the players in front of him to half blood. Current experience value, 3,435 16,000. After killing the Divine Warfare Guild's players earlier, along with these 3 players, Joe Mo had gained over 3,000 experience points after upgrading. However, it was not his intention to kill the enemy with the scattered shot skill, his intention was to use the multiple attacks of the scattered shot skill to recharge the Monarch scythe. Now, the Monarch scythe had already been recharged. The scythe kill skill was ready to be launched. With the scythe kill skill in his hand, Joe Mo's mood immediately calmed down a lot. The 3rd chapter of today's story is here because it's a bit late, so if you've already gone to bed, just wait until tomorrow to read it. As for the sofa, I'm sorry, I grabbed it, the coconut cake can't stop me. Chapter 88, maybe we can fight hard. After killing 3 players with a scattershot skill, the pressure on Joe Mo's heart immediately decreased, and his fear of the hundreds of players was also reduced. After the scattered shot skill, the Monarch scythe was recharged, and the scythe kill skill was in a waiting state. However, he didn't rush to use scythe kill for the time being, instead, he directly shot out a pearl arrow. The scythe kill skill could only last for 50 seconds, and with more than 2 minutes left, Joe Mo decided to put it to good use. 1,345. 1,345. 1,345. 1,345. Even though the Monarch Darkbow state could only possess 70% of the original state's attributes, the current Joe Mo's overall physical attack power still reached over 1,500 points. The level of these players was generally lower, and their equipment was far worse than that of the Divine Warfare Guild's people, so a single pearl arrow skill directly took away another one. While gaining experience, Joe Mo pulled the bowstring again. There were people in the front, back, left and right directions, so he didn't bother backing up and simply stood in place, performing normal attacks 1 arrow at a time, killing as many as he could anyway. Soon, 20 seconds had passed, and the large army of players in the front, back, left and right were already only 200 meters away from him. And in the process, Joe Mo killed 5 more players. As for himself, he was similarly attacked by the archers among those players. However, the result was out of everyone's expectation. Half of those archers' attacks that hit Jomo unexpectedly failed to even break defense. 1. 19. 22. 15. Among the several hundred players, there were roughly dozens of archer professions, yet out of these dozens of archers, only half of them were able to deal double-digit damage to Jomo. Dozens of archers shooting arrows at the same time, the total added up surprisingly only dealt a few hundred points of damage to Jomo. With Jomo's current blood level of nearly 10,000 points, a few hundred points of damage was not worth mentioning at all. The cooldown time of the pearl arrow was ready again, and he flipped his hand and shot out 4 arrows that were connected in a line. 1,345. Sickle suck. Plus 672. 1,345. 1,345. 1,345. A player turned into white light in response, and the sickle suction effect that was triggered directly brought Jomo's bloodline back to full. Jomo blinked his eyes, somewhat incredulous. These players were so weak? In that case, wouldn't he be able to directly fight against them? However, in the next moment, Jomo realized that he couldn't float too much. Several consecutive explosive flames exploded on his body, knocking out a considerable amount of his blood. 455. 467. 387. 329. Explosive Flame Bomb, as a better magic skill than Fireball, was basically the strongest single attack skill for first-turn magicians. Jomo's magic defense was much worse than his physical defense, and this Explosive Flame Bomb was a better magic skill than Fireball, which instantly caused him a lot of damage. Fortunately, this Explosive Flame Bomb as a powerful skill, the release speed is not fast, Jomo can slow down his strength. Jomo's blood level, which was close to 10,000 points, had been knocked down by 1/10 at this time. Jomo, who did not dare to be careless, instantly opened the Scythe Kill skill. At this point, he couldn't hide it anymore. The number of players besieging is huge, although his blood is high and his defense is thick, he can't help but bite the elephant even if there are a lot of ants, so if he's not careful, he might just flip his boat in the gutter. Scythe Kill skill has just been opened. Jomo will see the air in front of a ripple, a few silhouettes appear from the air. It was the thieves amongst the players who had sneaked up on him with their sneak attack skill. Jomo, who had disguised himself as a thief, naturally understood his opponent's intentions. However, at this time, he had no choice but to be directly hit by these people's manifestation strike. 213. 146. 231. 221. It was okay, manifestation strike was a physical attack, and with his own physical defense, the damage dealt wasn't much higher. However, the blood bar had already dropped by 1/10, when it took damage, it instantly made Jomo's already insufficient blood bar even worse. If he was right, these thief players would definitely follow up with a cutting skill, causing his blood level to drop even more. This kind of thing could not be tolerated. The distance was too close, so bending the bow and arrow might not be a good choice. Jomo directly held the Monarch dark bow in his hand and swung it in a circle. The several thieves who had wanted to continue attacking were all stunned in unison. What kind of operation was this? They were certain that there was definitely no such skill in the archer profession. If they thought about it, they would know that there were no archers who directly used their bows to smash people. However, not having this kind of skill did not mean that Jomo could not do this. This kind of operation was still the inspiration he got from Xia Shallow. It was about not being too limited by the scope of the profession, and coming up with whatever he wanted. It had to be said that the quality of the Monarch dark bow was awesome, and after swinging it around like this and smashing it into someone, there was no need to worry about it breaking. But the attack power was not to be complimented. 548. 536. 552. 529. With such a swing away, it only dealt more than 500 points of damage to each of the several thief players. For Jomo, whose attack power was currently at over 1,500 points, such an attack was extremely low. This was also the game's limitation for the profession of archer. In the game settings, if an archer player didn't shoot arrows, but instead launched a direct melee attack with their weapon, their attack power was halved. If Jomo's own attack power wasn't high enough, I'm afraid that with 50% attack power alone, he wouldn't even be able to break defense. After all, the requirement for archers in the game setting was to shoot arrows properly. Jomo also felt this. Therefore, after a few thief players were subconsciously forced back a few steps by this swing, he violently drew the Monarch dark bow in his hand. Swoosh! Before the several thief players could react, he had already pulled the bowstring and fired several arrows in succession. Under the special effect of the scythe kill skill, his attack speed had increased greatly, far surpassing that of ordinary players. Continuously and rapidly drawing his bow and firing arrows, the thief player in front of him was simply unable to dodge, and was directly hit by several arrows, turning into a white light. At this time, Joe bent his bow again and aimed at the three thief players in the other direction. By this time, these three thief players didn't dare to come up and attack, so they directly used their dive attack skill again. The three of them instantly entered a state of invisibility and disappeared from Jomo's field of vision. Want to go? Joe snorted coldly, gave up his normal attack, and used the scattered shot skill, which had already cooled down, according to the general direction in his memory. In an instant, a large number of arrows flew out in a fan shape. Chapter 89 Another Covering Strike. Not far in front of Joe, there was nothing in the open space. However, Joe had disguised himself as a thief, and knew that the dive strike skill only made the user invisible, but didn't make them disappear into thin air. As long as the user hadn't left their original position, then even if they couldn't be seen, the other party would still be in their original position. That's why every thief player would quickly leave their position after using the sneak attack skill. As long as the enemy's reaction was a tiny bit slower, it would be impossible for them to guess where the thief was. However, Joe did not slow down. The moment the opponent disappeared from his sight, he had already sent out his scattered shot skill. A large number of arrows rushed out, sweeping through the area like a cascade of water. Combo strike. 98. 98. 78. Strike. 172. 78. Strike. 202. 98. Ignore defense. 304. Dense swaths of damage numbers jumped up. Even though they couldn't see the enemy's figure, Jomo's attacks were still landing on their bodies. Most of the 72 arrows sent out by scattered shot had hit, and each one of them was feared to have endured more than 10 or 20 attacks. Moreover, because of the high number of attacks, many of them also triggered special effects such as blitz, ignore defense, and combo. The three thief players themselves were not full-blooded, and their blood levels were not extremely high, so they were directly killed by Jomo's scattered shot skill. They were still in the stealth state of subterranean strike, but they had already been turned into soul points of light. At this time, Joe didn't care about anything else, and then attacked the magicians among those players. In his opinion, no matter how many other physical attack professions there were, in front of his own extremely high physical defense, they simply couldn't do much damage to him. On the contrary, those magicians, every skill released, can hurt themselves greatly, must be the first step to solve. Joe, who had entered the scythe kill state, was undoubtedly equivalent to opening the hunting mode, increasing his attack speed by 160% and movement speed by 50%, so the other players simply couldn't catch up with him, and could only be kite by him all the time. Those archer players who could attack him did not deal as much physical damage as they would have liked, while the magician players who could pose a greater threat to Joe were killed one after another by Joe with a single point. With his attack power and attack speed, he didn't need to use skills at all, he could directly take away a magician player with 2 or 3 normal attacks. If he triggered the blitz effect, he could kill in seconds, and it was too late to even add blood. Time slowly passed. In the sickle kill 50 seconds time, he killed more than 30 magician players, while their own blood dropped by the attack, but in the sickle suck effect, has always maintained a full blood state. It seemed as if he was able to continue indefinitely. The problem was that the scythe kill skill had a 2-minute cooldown. Now, there was still 1 minute and 30 seconds until the end of the event, so there was no way to wait for the next scythe kill skill to arrive. The current situation was that he had to hold out for 1 minute and 40 seconds without the help of the scythe kill skill. Fortunately, during the duration of the scythe kill skill, he had basically killed all the magician players in the player queue, and there were no more people who could deal a lot of explosive damage to him at this time. Current experience 8,735 16,000. It had to be said that although it was very treacherous, this event was an excellent opportunity to brush up on his experience value. In a short period of time though, he had brushed up another 5,000 plus experience points, more than he would normally do in a day of hard work. The prerequisite was that he was able to survive the event. Without the bonus of the sickle kill status, Joe immediately became a bit abashed. He had just killed a lot of players, and of course, a lot of equipment had fallen, but they were all killed remotely with bows and arrows, and as the stuff fell in the large army of players, Joe didn't dare to rush in and pick it up. But at this time, the situation is really a bit bad. The number of players does not seem to be much less. Previously, Joe Mo utilized the movement speed bonus of the scythe kill skill to kite these players, dragging them all over the place, but now that the scythe kill state is over, he was instantly surrounded again. There were still 300 to 400 players left, surrounding Joe Mo who didn't have the sickle kill skill. Joe Mo could not help but smile bitterly. In this situation, he only had one choice. If he wanted to survive, he could only switch back to his secret puppet demon spirit form, otherwise, with his current attributes as an archer, it might be difficult for him to hold on. However, transforming back into a secret puppet demon spirit in full view of everyone was simply tantamount to chronic suicide. Even if he escaped, the next investigation by the game's officials would make him disappear. All sorts of thoughts were turning in Joe Mo's mind. He had no way to make a choice for the time being. He just kept attacking the players surrounding him with his bow and arrow. After another 10 seconds or so, he had killed 3 more players, but the large army of players had already surrounded him, surrounding him within a radius of only 5 meters. Because he didn't have the bonus of the scythe kill skill, his attack speed was much slower, the frequency of his normal attacks was greatly reduced, and the chances of triggering the scythe suction were naturally lower. He was not able to maintain a full blood state all the time, and now he had been knocked out of more than 2,000 blood, leaving him with only 7,000 points of blood left. At this rate, he would always be worn down at some point. With a sigh, Joe Mo intended to switch back to his secret puppet demon spirit state. Although he would be investigated by the game officials afterward, it was better than dying right in front of his eyes. However, before he could actually start switching, the scene had already changed again. Endless flames descended from the sky, falling towards the heads of the player group. And Joe Mo, who was in the middle of the player group, was similarly enveloped in it. Joe Mo had seen this kind of attack before. It was the powerful magic scroll that the Godly War Guild member had used earlier, Meteor Fire Rain. Just like Joe Mo, the other players were also impressed by this Meteor Fire Rain. They had already been killed by this magic once before. On the regional chat channel, the captain of the second team spoke out grimly. My Divine Warfare Guild said that the field is a field. What are you guys, and you dare to come and pick up the pieces? Earlier, he was killed by Xia Shallow in conjunction with Joe Mo, taking out the entire second team, which made his mood extremely depressed. The cynicism in the guild channel even more nearly caused him to gnash his teeth, and after returning to the city to resurrect, he didn't care about anything else at all, and directly ordered all the men to return to the Red Rock Monster area once again. This time, he did not care about the cost of blood. The last Meteor Fire Rain magic scroll out of the bottom of the box directly let the magician in the team to catalyze, to sneak into the Red Rock Monster area of the player army to launch an attack. As a sub-forbidden spell level magic scroll, the attack range of Meteor Fire Rain was terrifying, directly covering a whole radius of 200 meters. Endless heavenly flames descended from the sky like meteors, smashing into the bodies of the people below. Each meteor fire was equivalent in power to a fireball spell, and this falling meteor fire lasted a full 30 seconds. Most of the players below had turned into white light within 10 seconds, and only a few players with longer bloodlines, or those who were lucky enough to endure fewer crashes, lasted until 20 seconds. Until the 30-second meteor fire rain finished falling, the hundreds of players below were already left. The last meteor fire fell, smashed in a few survivors to support the translucent barrier. The barrier ping a moment shattered. Support this defense barrier is a few physician players. They also use a magic scroll. This magic scroll is a defensive type. The level is naturally not compared to that meteor fire rain scroll, but the meteor fire rain is a wide range attack. They are only a little defense, or can fight a comparable. After the barrier was broken, several physician players looked at the person who messed up in their lineup and froze a bit. Joe Mo? Joe Mo, who was hiding in this defense barrier and had easily avoided the meteor fire shower, appeared to be in a good mood. He looked at these few people and said with a smile, "This defensive magic scroll is really useful. A few brothers are so eager and helpful, thanks a lot." Chapter 90 Help me add blood. Looking at Joe Mo, who had appeared in his side's lineup, the several physician players looked helpless. Helping people and whatnot, there was no need to even think about it. Earlier, several hundred people on their side had surrounded Joe Mo, so how could they be so kind as to help him with his defense now? It was simply impossible. This one called Joe Mo, taking advantage of the fact that several of his own people were not paying attention, sneaking into the defense barriers, was simply too shameless. Joe Mo, however, did not even feel self-conscious as he looked at the Divine Battle Guild and the others a few hundred meters away and asked the few people in front of him, "Are they annoying?" The few physician players did not answer, but looking at their indignant looks, it was obvious that they did not have a favorable impression of the people from the Divine Warfare Guild. Joe Mo then asked again, "Can you guys still beat me now?" The few people were silent. They had already seen Jomo's previous performance, several hundred people chasing him had made him hold out until now, not to mention their own physicians who didn't have much output ability. Jomo asked again, "Can you guys beat the Divine Battle Guild?" The few people remained silent. Jomo then spread his hands, "The Divine Warfare Guild is bullying you guys, are you willing to let them get their hands on the precious equipment easily?" The few people were of course unwilling. Jomo said solemnly, "If you guys are willing to blood me, I can guarantee that I will make these arrogant guys pay a painful price. After all, they bullied you guys, but I'm the one being bullied by you guys." After saying that, he no longer cared about these few people and directly withdrew to the side. In the time it took to say a few words, the Divine Battle Guild's people had already approached within 100 meters. The archers in their queue had already bent their bows and arrows to attack Jomo, but the magicians, because they had just activated the Meteor Fire Range scroll, were in a state of magic overload, and had no way to use their magic for the time being. After receiving a few attacks from the archers, Jomo was not seriously hurt, but his blood level dropped from 700 points to more than 6,000 points. Now that there were still 45 seconds left in the event, Jomo headed towards the junction between the Red Rock Monster area and the Secret Puppet Demon Spirit area. Regardless of whether those few healer players were willing to help or not, he was going to act as such. When the time came that he really couldn't support himself, then he would have to directly transform into a Secret Puppet Demon Spirit. The closer to the area of the Secret Puppet Demon Spirit, the lower the risk of transforming. While retreating, Jomo also bent his bow and strung an arrow, shooting out a pearl arrow that landed on the side of the Divine Battle Guild. The 4 arrows shot at the physician player's body at almost the same time. 1322. Sickle suck. Plus 661. 1322. 1322. 1322. After extracting the attributes of the Monarch side had increased quite a bit, and this pearl arrow, even though it didn't trigger any attack effects, still directly took away an archer player. Now he didn't bother to target the other party's healer player, instead, the other party's archer player who was able to attack him was his key target. Otherwise, while retreating, he was consumed by the archers, and I'm afraid that the sickle suck special effect that was occasionally triggered wouldn't be able to last. Moreover, the opponent's thief player, who was already stealthy at this time, would soon be able to reach his side and unleash a powerful blow on him. Clear out the idle people. As the Divine Battle Guild's queue advanced, the second team's captain glanced over and frowned when he saw the several physician players who were with Jomo earlier. Although these physician players were not blocking his way, he was still unwilling to have other people standing around and prying. Upon hearing his order, the archer players in the queue reacted very sharply and directly turned the bows and arrows that were supposed to be used against Jomo and aimed them at the several physician players. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The feathered arrows flew out, and one of the physician players was shot on the spot, directly turning into a soul light point. The remaining few physician players were shocked and furious, and one physician player called out on the regional chat channel, "Divine Warfare Guilds, we're giving up the activity, and we're not delaying you. So what are you still attacking us for?" However, in the face of this physician player's questioning, the captain of the second team smiled coldly. "Do I need a reason to attack you guys? If I have to say it, it's just that I don't see you guys as good. Since you guys dared to feel your way in and didn't take our Divine Battle Guild's words seriously, you should have expected this kind of ending." Saying these words, the captain of the second team was greatly pained in his heart, and all of the resentment and anger that had built up from being killed by Xia Shallow and Jomo earlier was vented at this moment. "Let's go back to the city ourselves, we're not participating," the physician player shouted up. "No need, give them a ride." The captain of the second team beckoned, and another arrow flew this way. Only this one archer's attack was a bit worse, only hitting a certain physician player to the point of being bloodied, and not being able to directly kill him in seconds. These few remaining physician players finally realized that reasoning with the people of the Divine Battle Guild was simply not going to work. They looked at each other and suddenly all made up their minds. Each of them raised their hands, and a single healing spell landed on Jomo, who was not far away. Plus 1024. Plus 985. Plus 1085. After a few cure spells, Jomo's bloodline instantly recovered and returned to full blood. "You guys are looking for death," the captain of the second team said coldly, and without any further instructions from him, the archer bent his bow again, intending to kill the physician players first. However, that archer player had only just prepared to shoot when 4 arrows flew in a row, directly knocking him into white light. Jomo's arrow of pearls had completed its cooldown and sent it out again, killing another archer from the Divine War Guild. At this point, there were only 2 archers left in the Divine War Guild's queue. However, at this time, the Divine Warfare Guild's physician player was still there, and only needed to spend some time to use the resurrection technique, so the slain archers would still be able to get up and continue fighting. However, looking at Joe Mo, who was gazing at them from afar, the physician players temporarily dismissed this idea. The resurrection spell requires 6 seconds of continuous casting and will be interrupted once attacked, so in front of the archer Joe Mo, how would they dare to use it? Several physician players on the non-godly war guild side were satisfied with Jomo's return of favor, and one of them spoke, "Hey, Joe Mo, you're much more conscientious than the godly war guilds. I've decided not to rob your equipment." Although he thanked the other party for adding blood to his body, Joe Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard such words. This guy, talking as if you really snatched it. At this time, there were only 30 seconds left in the event time. With the help of a few healer players, Joe Mo suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to get through it without returning to his secret puppet demon spirit form. The prerequisite was that these few healer players gave some effort and didn't die so quickly. His thoughts had only just risen, when suddenly there was a flash of silhouettes in the distance, and 3 thieves had already appeared in the air, unleashing a manifestation strike on the healer players. After careful consideration, they gave up sneaking up on Joe Mo, who had thick blood and high defense, and instead chose to directly attack the physician players who were able to add blood to Joe Mo. It had to be said that their choice was quite correct. With a single slash, a certain physician player who had already been bloodied earlier was directly seconded and turned into white light. The author has something to say. Third shift today. Chapter 91, Cooperation. There were only 3 physician players in the first place, and with this slash, one of them was instantly killed in seconds, leaving only the last 2. And the other 2 remaining thieves, each showed up to attack towards the other physician player. 854. 821. The damage numbers jumped up. The attack power of these 2 thieves was still much worse than Joe Mo. Even if the 2 of them joined forces and combined their attacks on a physician player, they only knocked out half of his blood bar, and there was no way to do a direct second kill. But Joe Mo, who had been a thief, knew very well that the next skill they were going to use, cutting, was the main event. If there were no accidents, under the next 2 cutting skill strikes, the physician player who only had half of his blood left would definitely not be able to withstand it. Since he was already in the same boat, Joe Mo naturally wouldn't let the 2 remaining physician players be killed easily. With a bow in his hand, the arrows in his hand were already fired when the 2 thief players just showed up. Strike! Combo strike! 2622. 2622. After many attribute attachments, the Monarch side's attributes were getting stronger and stronger, and the chances of triggering various special effects were also getting higher and higher. This time, with just a normal attack, it directly triggered both blast and combo effects, directly taking away a thief player. The remaining thief player, with his short sword in his hand, had already used the cut skill. 589. 589. 589. A series of 3 attacks hit the physician player's body, but the physician player also subconsciously raised his hand and added a heal to himself. Just a little bit short, the physician player's bloodline turned red, but he still wasn't taken away. Joe Mo's attack arrived again. Swoosh. 1332. This time, it was still a normal attack, but there was no luck to trigger an attack special effect. The thief player's blood bar only dropped by a third, but in an instant, he turned into a bird of prey, and hurriedly used a dive strike skill to enter a stealthy state. After instantly entering the stealth state, the thief player gently breathed a sigh of relief and slightly put his heart down. As long as he hurriedly left his position, it would be impossible for Joe Mo to capture his position. In that case, no matter how high his attacks were, he would not be able to do anything about it. In his stealthy state, the thief player quickly left his position and switched to a different location, getting high on medicine to regain blood. This approach of his was indeed causing Joe Mo a certain amount of trouble. While the thief player was stealthily sneaking around, Joe Mo wanted to attack but was unable to do so. The thief player had entered stealth next to the physician player, so if he were to repeat the trick of attacking with the scatter skill, he would inevitably bring the 2 physician players into the attack range as well. In that case, maybe the thief player he wanted to kill didn't die, while the physician player he wanted to save fell first. While he was helpless, the physician player who had recovered his life seemed to see his helplessness and directly raised his hand, placing a skill on his head. An eye that flashed with a ghostly light appeared above Joe Mo's head. Eye of True Sight. Joe Mo was ecstatic in his heart, and by this time, he had already seen the translucent figure not far away from the two physician players, and it was the thief player who had just entered a state of invisibility. At this moment, he had merely changed his position and touched the other side of the two physician players. It was assumed that he didn't intend to leave at all, but instead planned to look for an opportunity to attack again and take the physician player away. Unfortunately, he hadn't thought it through well enough and hadn't considered this at all. With the help of the Eye of True Sight, Joemo was no longer affected by his opponent's stealthy state and directly bent his bow and arrow, shooting at the stealthy thief player. 1332. It was still a normal attack that didn't trigger an attack effect, but it was still very painful when it hit the thief player's body. The Pearl Arrow skill hadn't cooled down yet, but relying on simple normal attacks was enough to suppress the opponent. If the scythe kill state was still there was no need to burst skills, directly carry out normal attacks. With the extremely fast attack frequency, it was also enough to clean him up. Alas, it's a pity that there's no scythe kill acceleration now. As if he heard Jomo's inner sigh, another idle healer player raised his hand and directly placed a skill on Jomo's body. Joemo instantly felt his body become lighter, whether it was moving or attacking, it was much faster than before. This was one of the physician player's auxiliary skills, acceleration. Physician players also had different choices, some specializing in the path of blood boosting and replying, while others preferred all sorts of strange additional statuses. In short, at the stage of the first turn, different players have their own different choices, will be their limited skill points to the favorite skill route. Waiting for the second transfer, these various differences can only be differentiated according to the different transfer routes. Joemo didn't know how many levels this physician player's acceleration technique had reached, but he roughly felt it, and felt that his attack speed and movement speed seemed to have doubled. This acceleration technique, the increase in attack speed provided was only 100%, which was not as good as his own scythe kill skill, but the increase in movement speed provided was also 100%, which was better than his own scythe kill skill. Sickle Slayer skill. With such acceleration, the bowstring of the Monarch dark bow in Jomo's hand sounded repeatedly, the stealthy thief player simply couldn't escape, and in the instant he turned around, he was killed by Joemo with a normal attack. And at this time, the captain of the second team, who had already run to within a few dozen meters, had an iron face and coldly said, "Concentrate all our strength, and do away with these two meddlesome ones first." He could sort of see that these two physician players were determined to mix with Joemo. With Jomo's formidable strength, if he added another physician to add blood and another physician to replenish statuses, if his side wanted to clean up Joemo, the difficulty would inevitably be doubled. Once the Divine Warfare Guild decided to attack the two physician players with all their might, it would no longer be possible for them to hold out. They weren't Joemo, they didn't have Jomo's high blood defense, and between just 2 or 3 shots, they turned into soul points of light. The moment before they were killed, an endeavor was added to Jomo's body. "Go for it, get them!" Shouting out his last words, the physician player collapsed. The endeavor skill, which was also one of the supporting skills of the physician profession, could boost the target's attack power. Joemo felt it, and this boost was around 10%, which was considered good. At this point, 2 physician players had been killed in action, and he still had 1 acceleration effect with 17 seconds remaining, and 1 endeavor effect with 20 seconds remaining. Only 21 seconds remained until the end of the event. It's a sure thing. With the increased movement speed of the acceleration technique, Joemo quickly retreated, and the bow and arrow in his hand struck again and again. "Come on, let's show you guys what it means to fly a kite." Of course, there were physicians in the Divine Warfare Guild who knew the acceleration technique, but the question was, with the addition of the acceleration technique, would those 2 or 3 people dare to break away from the large group and chase Joemo to the front to come face to face with him? Joemo would welcome it. Chapter 92, End of Activity. With the status boosts of acceleration and endeavor, Jomo's kite flying operation went smoothly, and even after the acceleration time expired, the Divine Battle Guild side did not manage to catch up with him. And in the process of leading these people from the Divine Warfare Guild in circles in the Red Rock Monster area, a few more people were killed by him. On the Divine Warfare Guild side, only long-range professions like archers and magicians were able to attack Joemo, but against Joemo, who had a very high blood defense, they were not much of a threat at all. Often, it was not easy to knock out some bloodstains, but in the blink of an eye, they were sucked back by the sickle suck special effect. There were only 4 seconds left in the event. Joemo was already subconsciously approaching the area of the secret puppet demon spirit. Finally, the game system's announcement rang out. Treasure Hunter event time is over, player Joemo was not killed at the time of completion, the Red Rock Bracelet treasure is still in his possession, and the title of Treasure Hunter has been permanently awarded. Upon hearing this announcement, the people on the Divine Warfare Guild side were all grimacing, while Joe Mo laughed triumphantly. He spoke on the regional chat channel. "Alright, the event is over, so you all don't need to send it off. We're all at peace with today's events, huh? Goodbye is also a friend. Restrictions lifted, no restrictions on leaving the region from now on. Dispose of the red rock bracelet precious treasure without restriction." Joe Mo nodded in satisfaction and headed back towards the secret puppet demon spirit area. However, those members of the Divine Warfare Guild did not intend to let him go at all and continued to chase after him. Joe Mo frowned. "Isn't the event over? What else do you guys want to do?" The captain of the second team smiled coldly. "The event time is over, yes, but who stipulates that you can't be chased after if you're not in the event?" Joe Mo couldn't imagine that the other party had such thoughts in mind. He couldn't help but laugh a little in his heart. "Just based on these crooked guys of yours? You couldn't even kill me when you were restricted for an hour. Now that there is no restriction, you guys really dare to think." "Then what's there to dare to think about? You don't really think that our Divine Battle Guild is just this many people?" The captain of the second team smiled grimly, and Joe Mo then realized that there were suddenly many more people in all directions. "Second team, I told you to use the guild summoning order a long time ago, but as a result, you insisted on eating alone. Now it's good, the activity time has passed and it's not even finished. It's a disgrace to the family." "Forget it, anyway, now all 5 of our squads are here. Surround him and kill him as a blank slate." "Not bad, although it can't be dropped 100% after the event time, but kill it a few more times, it will always be dropped." The captain of the second team reddened his face, but was unable to refute. What they said did make sense. If he hadn't been thinking of taking soul credit at the beginning and pulling the other squad members over as well, this one called Joe Mo would have been laid down a long time ago, and wouldn't have been unfinished until the event time was over. But when he figured it out and was ready to summon them, he was hit by Xia Shallow and Joe Mo, and lost the remaining 2 guild summoning orders. By that time, he couldn't summon them even if he wanted to, and the other squad members still took advantage of the event time to rush over from other areas. Even so, they didn't arrive until the end of the event. Of course, those who arrived at the scene still weren't all the members of the Divine Battle Guild. There were still quite a few members who couldn't make it from even further away, or even from other main city areas. However, it was only necessary for some of them to arrive. Among these people, some had already taken out their guild summoning orders and were ready to summon all the members over. At this time, facing 100 times the number of level 29 players, Joe Mo could only retreat with a grave expression on his face. He really couldn't imagine that these people from the Divine Battle Guild would be so shameless that they didn't even intend to let themselves go after the event. It seemed that his earlier performance had caused these people to become greedy. Of course, they didn't know the exact source of their strength, and would only think that their strength came from the precious grade equipment, which was why they were even more determined to get the precious grade equipment on their bodies. Anyway, after the event time, there is no restriction. Of course, Joe Mo is also able to directly mail the precious equipment to others, as a way to escape being killed and dropped. But these people from the Divine Warfare Guild asked themselves, if they had a piece of precious grade equipment, would they really be willing to send it to someone else? Even if the intention was to temporarily store it with someone else, who could guarantee that they would be able to get it back afterward? Therefore, no matter what, Joe Mo's chances of keeping the precious equipment on himself were the greatest. In this way, the rest is simple, just need to round up Joe Mo and kill him, all the way to wash into a white plate. In this way, not only would they be able to obtain the precious grade equipment, but they would also be able to significantly weaken Joe Mo and prevent him from retaliating afterward. Joe Mo naturally understood their thoughts and took advantage of the time when they were gathering their members to quickly retreat backward. As for the red rock bracelet precious treasure in his backpack, he wanted to choose mail to send it to Xia Shallow, but he also did not have the time for the time being. After all, sending mail was different from receiving mail. Sending mail required a few seconds of absolute serenity time, and right now, he couldn't even squeeze out a few seconds. Soon, in the midst of the Divine Warfare Guild's chase, Joe Mo stepped into the area of the secret puppet demon spirits. In front of him, secret puppet demon spirits began to roam back and forth. Joe Mo no longer waited and rushed to the back of a large tree, avoiding the line of sight of the Divine Warfare Guild's crowd. Then, he directly took the initiative to exit his camouflage state and switched back to his secret puppet demon spirit form. Immediately, an elite-level secret puppet demon spirit appeared in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. 3 seconds later, several thieves from the Divine Warfare Guild chased after the tree with their subterfuge skill. "Huh, he's gone. Yeah, I clearly saw him hiding behind the tree too. There's nothing but secret puppet demon spirit wild monsters, don't be going back to town, right? Impossible, such a short period of time is simply not enough to inspire a city return stone. In the guild chat channel, the heads of the various squads of the Divine Warfare Guild frowned. The most impatient second team leader asked, "What about Joe Mo, did you see him?" "No, I clearly saw him hiding behind the big tree, but there are only a few secret puppet demon spirits over here right now, and one elite level 1. The captain of the second team got angry. "What do you care about elite level wild monsters at this time? Hurry up and spread out to look for them. If we let him have time to go back to the city, it'll be all for naught." Okay. Anyway, with the stealth status of Subterranean Strike, the several thieves didn't need to worry about being actively attacked by the secret puppet demon spirit, and began to spread out, searching in all directions. At this time, Joe Mo, who had already switched back to his secret puppet demon spirit form, secretly put the Monarch dark bow into his backpack. At this time, the Divine Warfare Guild's large force rushed by with a crash, ignoring him as an elite-level secret puppet demon spirit. If it was a normal day, the elite-level secret puppet demon spirit was considered a mini-boss that they were more than willing to fight, but now compared to the precious level equipment, this elite-level mini-boss was unattractive. Joe Mo gently exhaled, suppressing his urge to hit someone for an upgrade, and watched the members of the Divine Warfare Guild disperse far away. He slowly calculated in his heart. Chapter 93, Holding the Machine. Various squads from the Divine Battle Guild came, and almost the entire guild entered the secret puppet demon spirit area. However, it was as if Joe Mo had disappeared into thin air, never showing the slightest trace again. While the Divine Warfare Guild's people were bouncing around, the game's official headquarters, however, someone said, "The event is over, help me contact the Joe Mo." After a while, an eek came out. "What's wrong?" "Mr. Lee, he went offline." "Send him the message first, and when he comes online next time, contact him first." And other than certain people from the game's official headquarters, those who still knew that Joe Mo had gone offline at this time were the people from that Four Seasons Guild. In the Four Seasons Guild's guild chat channel, Spring Twilight was the first to speak out. Shallow, he went offline." "Aha! Just like that? Or else?" Spring Twilight seemed to have discovered some unsettling secret, and lowered his voice. "Shallow, you can be careful, maybe the Joe Mo took the large amount of equipment you gave him, and doesn't even intend to give this red rock bracelet precious treasure to you anymore." Shallow's tone remained calm. "He told you?" Spring Twilight, that's not true, but you even used the Descent of the God of War scroll to save him, yet he didn't send the precious equipment to you the first time the event ended, so who knows if he's spinning some bad thoughts in his heart. Autumn Cool, Spring Twilight, Joe Mo is also a member of our guild now, it's not good to badmouth people behind their backs like that. Spring Muir, Little Autumn, you are unaware of the viciousness of the human heart. Shallow ended this conversation in the guild and said, "Alright, I'll look for him when he comes online." And at this time, Joe Mo, as an elite-level secret puppet demon spirit, stood on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. Listening to the conversation in the guild chat channel, Joe Mo smiled helplessly and bitterly. Since he had promised to trade the red rock bracelet precious treasure to Shallow, he naturally would not go back on his word to keep it for himself. It was just that his sudden going offline at the end of the event did tend to arouse suspicion. After all, although he had joined the Four Seasons Guild, he still didn't have a lot of friendship with the Spring Twilight girls, and the level of trust between them wasn't that high. If one had to say who they were familiar with, then it was only Xia Asahi. Shallow took the initiative to come to the Red Rock Monster area to help out, and honestly speaking, Joe Mo was a bit grateful. If it wasn't for her timely appearance and use of the Descent of the God of War scroll, he probably wouldn't have been able to sustain himself, and would have had to reveal his identity as a secret puppet demon spirit. As the saying goes, return the favor. Of course Joe Mo would not be able to ignore a single piece of precious great equipment. However, in the eyes of the rest of the Four Seasons Guild, he was currently in an offline state, so naturally, he wouldn't expose himself by speaking in the guild chat channel. The mail system flashed up, but Joe Mo restrained himself from opening it. In his friends list, there was only one person, Shallow, and the one who sent him a message now was probably her. Looking at those members of the Divine Warfare Guild who were far away in his gaze, Joe Mo smiled coldly and did not intend to stop there. With his elite-grade secret puppet demon spirits a tribute panel, facing these members of the Godly War Guild would definitely be much more relaxed. However, I'm afraid that it might not be possible if one wanted to form an overwhelming advantage. If all the members of the entire Divine Warfare Guild were to surround themselves, I'm afraid that even the secret puppet demon spirit in its state might not fare well. After considering for a moment and looking at the numerous secret puppet demon spirits around him, Joe Mo suddenly had a bold idea. He remembered a new skill that he had mastered when he advanced to the elite-grade secret puppet demon spirit, Theater Puppet Marionette. After making up his mind, Joe Mo began to walk forward. After spending so much time in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, he knew the situation in the outskirts of this Nightmare Forest very well. Before long, he arrived at a certain location. And here, there was a leader-level secret puppet demonic spirit. This leader-level secret puppet demon spirit was exactly the target of Jomo's trip. What was lacking was that after being in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest for so long, he still hadn't found a Monarch-level secret puppet demon spirit, and he didn't know if it was because the game hadn't opened up, or for some other reason. However, being able to find an alpha-level secret puppet demon spirit at this time was already satisfying enough, and one shouldn't ask for too much. The leader-level secret puppet demon spirit was also a very powerful boss for these players from the Divine Warfare Guild, so they did not come close to this place during their pursuit of Jomo. The thief player stealthily passed by and searched for it once, and then led the large group around. Jomo didn't wait too long, and directly used the puppet mirror image skill to split into 6 mirror image doppelgangers. With his current LV7 playing doll marionette skill, he could already split into 6 doppelgangers with 100% of his own attributes. As soon as the 6 doppelgangers appeared, Jomo raised the Monarch scythe in his hand and surrounded the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit in the center. The current Jomo's attribute panel was stronger than the other elite-grade secret puppet demon spirits by more than half a point. However, compared to the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit, I'm afraid that it was still a bit inferior. However, because of Jomo's own identity as a wild monster, in the current game settings, wild monsters did not attack each other. Jomo, who possessed a human mindset, surrounded the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit that did not fight back at all, attacking it one by one. It could be said that this was the easiest fight against a chieftain-class boss since the game opened. It didn't take long for the blood bar of the chieftain-level secret puppet demon spirit to be knocked down to below 60%. Jomo attempted to use the puppet pulling machine skill on the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit, only to see one of Jomo's mirror doppelgangers trembling violently. Finally, after a short second, the mirror doppelganger blew up into the air, and the playing puppet pulling machine skill did not succeed. Jomo frowned slightly, and realized in his heart that perhaps the remaining blood of the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit was too much, and the chance of success was a bit low. As for the level, the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit was 3 levels higher than the elite-level Jomo, and was still within the range of the puppet pulling machine skill. Jomo grasped the time and continued, finally bringing the blood bar of the leader-level secret puppet spirit down to about 51%. When the blood level of an alpha-level monster dropped below 50%, it would trigger a Clan Guardian talent skill, and Jomo wasn't willing to let it do so at this time. He once again utilized his puppet pulling machine skill. This time, his luck was good, as one of the mirrored doppelgangers trembled, became illusory in the blink of an eye, and then possessed the body of a leader-level secret puppet demon spirit. Jomo suddenly realized that one of his perspectives had changed. Looking at his own body and the other several mirror image doppelgangers, he was delighted in his heart and realized that he had successfully controlled the alpha-level secret puppet demonic spirit. With great satisfaction in his heart, he directly manipulated the leader-level secret puppet magic spirit to use the puppet mirror image skill. In an instant, 6 more leader-grade secret puppet demon spirits appeared in front of him. At this moment, beside Jomo, in addition to the 4 remaining mirror image doppelgangers, there were still 7 leader-grade secret puppet demon spirits. He looked at the members of the Divine Battle Guild who had failed to search ahead and began to return this way, and with a cold smile in his heart, he directly surged forward. Author's word. Chapter 3 is here today. It's a bit slow to write because the event just ended and the plot twisted. Chapter 94 Grass Cutting Mode begins. On the other side of the jungle, a large number of Divine Battle Guild members began to return. After spending quite a bit of time, none of them were able to find any trace of Jomo. Even though they were burning with rage, these members of the Divine Battle Guild probably all understood that Jomo, I'm afraid, had already gone offline. Although because of the game's restrictions, players needed to be out of combat for 15 seconds before they could choose to go offline, but after such a long period of time, these people had not been able to find him, so he must have indeed gone offline. At this time, the members of the Divine Warfare Guild who hadn't found Jomo didn't directly choose to go back to the city and leave. Among the several squads, the captain of the 4th team said, "It's rare for everyone to gather together like this, so don't make a trip for nothing. When I was passing by, I saw that the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit had been refreshed, so why don't we just raid a boss on the way? If we're lucky, we might be able to pop out a piece of precious grade equipment as well?" Hearing the words of the captain of the 4th team, the captains of the other several squads looked slightly better. Originally, because of this matter, the people of several squads had already been quite opinionated towards the 2nd team captain, and the 4th team captain, who had always had a good relationship with the second team captain, said a few words like this, which was also considered to be helping the second team captain to relieve himself. Good, it's rare to come all the way here, so let's raid a leader level secret puppet demon spirit. Fortunately, our luck isn't too bad, we can just happen to run into an alpha level secret puppet demon spirit refreshing even if we casually pass by. Last time, a few guilds had a fight over this boss, but today we have almost the entire guild here, so who else can steal it from us? The members of the Divine Battle Guild chatted cheekily as they marched after the 4 team leaders. The earlier unpleasantness had gradually all been forgotten. Just like that, they followed the 4 team captains to a point not far from the refreshment point of the leader level secret puppet demon spirits, and ran head on into a large troop of secret puppet demon spirits controlled by Zhou. What's going on? 7 leader class secret puppet demon spirits and 5 elite class secret puppet demon spirits. Someone exclaimed in shock while his teammates laughed and scolded. Lesser known, secret puppet demon spirits have split skills, what's so surprising about that? In that case, I'm sorry, because I practiced up in another wild monster area and haven't been to the outskirts of this nightmare forest before. Zhou, who was controlling a large group of secret puppet demon spirits, didn't even bother to wait for them to react and directly charged up. Among the many mirror image doppelgangers he manipulated, the 7 bodies associated with the leader grade secret puppet demon spirits were particularly strong. As an elite level secret puppet demon spirit, his own basic blood quantity was 12,000 points at level 23 right now. With the addition of the Monarch scythe and the 5% bonus of the Treasure Hunter title, his blood quantity had now reached 18,270 points. Compared to the average elite level secret puppet demon spirit, his life value was already considered extremely high, but compared to a leader level secret puppet demon spirit, it was still a lot worse. Because of the King's Fate talent, this level 26 leader level secret puppet spirit had a life value of 35,000 points. Even after being hit by Zhou to more than half of its remaining points, it still had around 18,000 points. The LV7 puppet pulling machine skill could attach 40% of Zhou's attributes to the possessed target, so the current life value of the leader level secret puppet demon spirit seen by these members of the Divine Warfare Guild was more than 25,000 points. Of course, compared to the life value, the enhancement in attack ability was even more impressive. The leader grade secret puppet demon spirit that Zhou was controlling had 40% of Zhou's attributes attached to it in addition to its own attack power, and then the various special effects and skills of the Monarch scythe were all universal. Zhou had already activated the sickle kill skill of the Monarch scythe in the first place as he charged towards the Divine Warfare Guild's people. At this moment, Zhou didn't have any thoughts of retaining his strength at all. After being blocked by the Divine Warfare Guild's people in the Red Rock Monster area for an hour, his heart had long since built up a fire. At this moment, what he had in mind was not to keep a low profile, but to vigorously abuse these godly war guild members over and over again. Together with Zhou's main body, 7 leader level secret puppet demon spirits and 5 elite level secret puppet demon spirits rushed towards the Divine Battle Guild's large force with a greatly increased movement speed. With such a movement speed, the Divine Battle Guild's crowd was simply unable to dodge it. Of course, they did not think of dodging either. Just like Zhou, although they were the ones who took the initiative to surround and kill in the Treasure Hunters event, their eventual defeat had also left them with a fire in their hearts. They also needed a place to vent their anger. The two sides of the crowd immediately agreed. The short soldiers exchanged blows. A certain leader-level secret puppet demon spirit took the lead, ignoring the attacks that landed on his body, and raised his 2-meter-long Monarch scythe, directly sweeping out. 1456. 1456. Blast. 2912. Side suction. Plus 1456. Ignore defense. 1727. Several players in a small area were hit at the same time, and a large swath of terrifying damage numbers jumped up. If it was just an alpha level swing with over 1,000 damage at once, these warrior players with a general blood level of around 5,000 points would be able to withstand it. However, how was that possible? Almost at the same time, the other 6 alpha level secret puppet demon spirits also swung the Monarch scythe in their hands. The same terrifying damage numbers descended. How high was the attack power of an alpha level secret puppet demon spirit? The captain of the 4 teams who had raided more than once thought that he had the qualifications to speak. According to previous experience, the attack power of a leader-level secret puppet demon spirit was only 800 or 900, and a high one was no higher than 1,000. After deducting the defense of a level 29 warrior player, an attack would only cause 400 or 500 points of damage. The trouble is that it has a long blood bar, high defense, and the ability to split. It was true that it would take a long time to fight, but with the physician profession adding blood to recover, the danger wasn't really that high. After all, the secret puppet demon spirit, this wild monster community, its own setting is not any explosive output skills. As long as the player's level equipment kept up, blood defense in place, basically there will not be a situation of being killed in seconds. But what was going on now? The 7-leader level secret puppet demon spirits swung their swords at the same time, and an area in front of them was instantly cleared. The ground was filled with soul light points glowing with white light. Was this still the Divine Battle Guild that was known as the top 3 guilds in the game? Looking at this miserable appearance, it was like a budding player who was new to the game had gone to fight a boss without knowing the high ground and was directly cleared out in one go. In an instant, it was 7 players who lost their lives. In this area, the fastest ones were almost all warriors with thick blood and high defense, but they still didn't manage to survive a single shot and were directly cleared. Among them, the captains of the 4 teams were also included. Listening to the densely packed experience value gain beeps, Jomo's heart was overwhelmed with pleasure, and he was also temporarily too lazy to pay attention to it, and the several mirror image doppelgangers of the elite level similarly stepped forward. Raising his scythe and swinging it down, white light flashed and the experience value was collected. Jomo laughed wildly in his heart. What does it mean to be refreshed? This was exhilarating. What does it mean to have a good time? This was enjoyable. The resentment of being surrounded and killed by the Divine Warfare Guild was swept away. Perhaps, this is the joy of mowing the lawn. Chapter 95. One man hunts a group. The members of the Divine Battle Guild were somewhat skeptical at this moment. According to their earlier thoughts, they had originally come here to raid the leader-class secret puppet demon spirit, but now the situation seemed to be a little different. Right now, it seemed like the leader-class secret puppet demon spirit was raiding them. No, saying raider seemed to be sticking it in the faces of their own people. Where was this considered a raider? It was simply a lopsided, mindless slaughter. The 12 secret puppet demon spirits holding up the Monarch scythe rushed to and fro, going to and from no one, and a large amount of white light flashed by between their easy swings. In the secret puppet demon spirit state, Jomo's blood volume and defense were both strong to a considerable degree. Even a level 29 player would be hard-pressed to inflict threatening damage on him. With the scythe kill skill's attack speed bonus, whenever Jomo lost some blood, it would immediately be sucked back by the scythe suck special effect. Originally, Jomo's leader-level secret puppet demon spirit only had about half of its blood remaining, but after fighting for a while, its blood bar increased instead of decreasing, and instead, it was sucked back up to its full strength. The duration of puppet pulling machine was 240 seconds, and now only 40 seconds had passed, and the members of the Divine Battle Guild had already been killed to the point of crying out. How could a leader-level secret puppet magic spirit be this strong? It's impossible, this must be a bug. Retreat, retreat, let's not fight today, go give feedback to the game officials. The members of the Divine Warfare Guild were in chaos as they began to flee outside of the secret puppet demon spirit area. At this point in time, going directly offline was undesirable. Not to mention the fact that going offline required 15 seconds out of combat, which wasn't currently allowed. Even if they could really go offline, they would never want to choose that way. After all, going offline didn't mean that everything would be fine. Until the next time they went online, the person would still appear in the same place. If at that time they still encountered this leader-level secret puppet demon spirit, then it would be a big deal. At this moment, they have understood that this leader-level secret puppet magic spirit cannot be defeated, have lost the courage to fight, just desperately fleeing to the outside. At this time, the players who were thieves were more advantageous. They used the sneak attack skill to stealth up and sneak out of the place where Jomo couldn't see them. The Divine Warfare Guild's people retreated all the way out, while Jomo chased them all the way. Along the way, white lights were constantly flashing as member after member was killed one after another. Since the founding of the Divine Warfare Guild, this was probably the biggest calamity they had ever encountered. Level 29 players, who were usually called Big Brother by the players in the game, now hated that their parents had 2 less legs. Finally, some of the members of the Divine Warfare Guild managed to escape from the secret puppet demon spirit area. Jomo looked at those players and pondered in his heart. At this moment, they had already rushed past the border between the secret puppet demon spirit area and the red rock monster area. If they continued to chase after them, it wasn't impossible, but they had made enough of a splash today, so there was no need to continue stepping on mines. Moreover, the duration of the puppet pulling machine was about to expire. He coldly watched the remnants of the Divine Warfare Guild go away, smiled coldly, and began to head back to the secret puppet demon spirit region. On the way back, Joe Mo sorted out his harvest. The players on the road who had turned into soul points of light had all chosen to return to the city to revive, and on the ground at the moment, equipment was dropped all over the place. These were all rare equipment used by level 29 players, and their attributes were quite good, so of course Joe Mo would not let them go and pick them all up. However, the types of rare equipment he had obtained were already large enough, and many of these equipment were duplicates, so the effect of extracting them again wasn't good. Even so, after extracting the attributes of all these equipments, the attributes of the Monarch scythe had still increased somewhat. Only, compared to the beginning, the Monarch scythe's rate of increase had now slowed down. As Joe Mo obtained more and more rare grade equipment and the styles became more and more complete, in the end, it was feared that the Monarch scythe would no longer be able to receive any boosts from rare grade equipment. Monarch scythe rare, physical attack, 1622, physical defense, 654, magic defense, 512, life value plus 6900, mana value, 3150, physical blitz rate plus 25%, ignore defense chance plus 21%, combo rate plus 17%, skill scythe killing LV4, skill scythe suction LV3, skill scythe transformation LV1. At this moment, the attributes of the Monarch scythe had increased quite a bit more than the original. On the surface, it seemed that after many additional attribute extractions, the attributes of the Monarch scythe had grown to an extremely powerful level, but up until now, there was still not the slightest sign of advancing to the next level. Were the additional attributes not enough? Or was it that merely extracting rare grade equipment wasn't enough, and that higher quality equipment, such as precious grade equipment, needed to be upgraded? Thinking of the red rock bracelet rare treasure in his backpack, Joe Mo smiled bitterly. This was what he had promised to trade to Xia Shallow, so he really couldn't sneakily use it to extract it himself. Although it is true that he has transformed into a wild monster, Joe Mo can't be completely inappropriate, credit and so on, still needs to be guarded. The time for the puppet pulling machine had finally arrived, and the illusory doppelganger that had possessed the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit shuddered and disappeared without a trace. Joe Mo also instantly realized that he had lost control over the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit. He looked towards the leader-class secret puppet demon spirit, and sure enough, he realized that the leader-class secret puppet demon spirit was returning to its habitat on its own. And the 6 mirror image doppelgangers that it had separated for the second time under its own control had also returned along with its main body. Only, the time of these mirror image splitters had also basically come to an end, and halfway there, they trembled and disappeared into the air. Thus, Jomo's journey of hunting the entire Divine Battle Guild by himself came to an end. While Joe Mo was organizing his gains, he found that he had unexpectedly risen another level to level 24. The experience value at this time was 3,355 20,000. In just a short period of time, he had actually gained 7,000 to 8,000 experience points. Mowing the grass and all that, upgrading was really fast to the extreme. It was just a pity that those people from the Divine Warfare Guild ran a bit too fast, or else he could still harvest on his own. As for the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, in the secret puppet demon spirit area, because of the Godly Battle Guild's dominance, the other players had also been cleared out long ago. Therefore, at this moment, there was not a single player left in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, except for the wild monsters. Joe Mo, who was in the form of a wild monster, had no way to gain experience value from killing the secret puppet demon spirits that were also wild monsters, so he could only helplessly stop his upgrade path for the time being. As for disguising himself as a player, he would have to wait until tomorrow when the puppet disguise skill had finished cooling down. While Joe Mo was staying in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, he was bored and logged onto the game's official forums when he realized that a major event related to him was taking place. Chapter 96 Crisis. At this time, no one had entered the secret puppet demon spirit area, so Joe Mo, who had nothing to do, went to the official forum to fool around. For him, this was a good channel to receive information from the outside world. However, after logging onto the game's official forums, he realized that the treasure hunter event had only passed a short while ago, and he was already famous on the forums. How strong is treasure level equipment? The Divine Warfare Guild was surrounded and killed by 1 against 100. This was the title of a certain hot post, sensationalizing the situation. And below this hot post, there were all sorts of posts, and looking at their titles, they basically had nothing to do with this matter either. For example, relying solely on precious grade equipment, one player hanged 100 times his enemy, the game balance is questionable. Shocking. Player exposes himself as the game's own son, 3 pieces of precious level equipment entryway is not enough for outsiders to know. Breaking news. Players are sometimes thieves and sometimes archers. Is there a big bug in the occupation system that no one knows about? The list goes on and on. Honestly, Jomo's heart was a bit flustered. He had guessed that there would be lemon essence when the game's various announcements prompted him to obtain precious grade equipment, but he hadn't expected there to be so many lemon essence, and things had gotten so big. If the precious grade equipment had changed hands and fallen into the hands of the Divine Warfare Guild during the Precious Hunter event, the attention might have shifted to the Divine Warfare Guild. However, no one could have imagined that the Divine Warfare Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in the game, would fail to hunt Jomo and be educated by him alone. In the eyes of most players, the Divine Warfare Guild that was made up of many level 29 game bigots, usually encountered by practicing, are the existence of the need to retreat. And such a big brother, piled up to deal with a player, even by the other party to 1 against 100, all killed? This precious grade equipment was so strong? Why didn't they get it themselves? Moreover, what's with the announcement calling round after round? The very best equipment that you people couldn't get one piece of, others got one piece after another? So lemon essence appeared. In fact, Jomo had been blocked by the Divine Warfare Guild in the Red Rock Monster area, and what he had faced was merely the 20 to 30 members of the Divine Warfare Guild's second team, not 1 against 100 as the forums had said. But the audience didn't care what the truth was, they could only see what they wanted to see. It wasn't clear who had sent out these posts, but their purpose was simple. They wanted to bring this matter to light and make things difficult for Jomo, who had gotten the precious grade equipment. Preferably, the game officials would be pressured to reclaim the precious grade equipment that Jomo had obtained, and that would be perfect. The other top posters, who were only concerned about the chaos in the world, also had such thoughts in their hearts. For Jomo, this matter was very serious. As for the other matter, his incarnation as a secret puppet demon spirit, hunting members of the Divine Warfare Guild on the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, there was no news to be seen. Perhaps the failure of the Treasure Hunter event had already caused them to lose face, and being hunted by the secret puppet demon spirit would cause them to lose face even more, so they naturally wouldn't take the initiative to expose it. The discussion about this matter on the forums became more and more intense, and finally the game officials couldn't help themselves and gave a reply of "We'll investigate carefully." Seeing this, Jomo's heart thumped, finally realizing that the worst had come. He had finally attracted the attention of the officials, and in his current situation, he really couldn't figure out how the officials would treat him. Remembering that he had searched the forums earlier, but had not been able to find anything about the game's accidents, it could be guessed that the game's officials were afraid that they were accustomed to adopting the tactic of suppression and erasure when dealing with this kind of thing. If they discovered their own abnormalities, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have a good conversation with themselves, but would directly erase such abnormal data. By this time, Jomo was really nervous. He began to fidget. Strictly speaking, his current self was merely a piece of data, and if he was discovered and directly erased by the game officials, he would most likely really disappear without a trace. And at this point in time, if one wanted to have a way out, I'm afraid that one would still have to contact one's body in reality first. However, one did not have the means to have an impact on the real world. It was imperative to find a way to be able to contact the real world. At first, Jomo did not dare to expose his specific information for fear of being detected by the game officials and thus posing a threat to himself in the game world as well. Although many days had passed and he was worried about his body in the real world, there were priorities, and it was most important to ensure the safety of his consciousness in the game. And he was not alone when he was playing the game in the real world. In theory, if one had a gaming accident, such a thing would absolutely be exploded on the game's official forum. But there was no news on the official forum, so there was only one possibility. It must be that after his accident, the game officials looked for him and utilized their own means and influence to suppress this matter. But no matter how much conjecture was made, before actually obtaining the information in the real world, all of this could only be conjecture. After exiting the official forum, Jomo patiently waited for the cooldown time of the puppet disguise skill to pass. Finally, one day later, the skill had finished cooling down, and Jomo disguised himself as a player once again. After disguising himself as a player, he opened the mail system first. When the shiny and throbbing mail was opened, Jomo was stunned. This mail was not from the expected Xia Shallow. The sender's signature column was clearly labeled with the words "Game Officials." The message was polite: "Hello dear player, I am the game official Xiao Fong. There are important matters related to the game that need to be confirmed with you. Please reply as soon as possible after receiving the message." Jomo's heart was cold. Coming to the door so quickly? The game official's movements were unexpectedly fast. In the next moment, he noticed the sending time of the email and realized that it was not sent after the rise of the official forum's hot posts, but when the Treasure Hunter event had just ended. In other words, even without the hot post on the official forum, he had already aroused the suspicion of the game officials? Jomo's heart was pounding violently, and he was so nervous that he could hardly breathe. It was only after a long time that he came back to his senses. Because in the Four Seasons Guild's chat channel, the ever-talkative Chun-Mu spoke again. "Yo, Jomo's great hero, you're finally online. I thought you'd absconded with your treasure." Chun-Mu's words were sarcastic, but Jomo didn't care. He looked at Xiaoshallow, who was also showing online status, and directly sent an email to Xiaoshallow. In the mail, naturally, it contained the red rock bracelet precious treasure that had been promised to her long ago. And in addition to that, there was also a sentence: "I have an important matter I want to ask for your help." Author's word. Here comes the third shift of the day. Chapter 97, Helping Out. Xiaoshallow was also online, but she did not open her mouth to urge Jomo as Chun-Mu said. Receiving the red rock bracelet precious treasure sent over by Jomo, she didn't say much and naturally accepted it. Then, she said to Jomo, "What is it?" Jomo was a bit hesitant all of a sudden. When it came down to it, he couldn't help but still have some difficulty in making a decision. However, as soon as he remembered that the official people had already approached him, he could no longer remain calm, so he said to Xiaoshallow, "Which area do you live in reality?" It had to be said that in the matter of chatting, Jomo's skills weren't exactly deep. He really wasn't good at chatting, and it was often easy to talk the sky to death as soon as he exited. Xiaoshallow was instantly on guard. "Why, what do you mean by asking this? There's no need for us to meet in reality as well, right?" Being misunderstood. Jomo hurriedly explained and said, "No, I want to ask you to help me go find someone." It took a long time before Jomo made things clear. Of course, he didn't dare to directly indicate that it was his own business. He just said that he had a friend who suddenly lost contact, and he didn't live in the Eastern District, so he didn't have the means to travel to explore and find out. He told Xiaoshallow the address information, requesting her to help him travel to go and find out a bit. "That person is your friend, also called Jomo?" Listening to Xiaoshallow's tone, it was obvious that she was very puzzled. Jomo's heart pinched a cold sweat, and he could only helplessly reply, "Not bad, in fact, I'm on good terms with him, and saved up to joke around with him, that's why I took a game ID with the same name as his." Although he himself got along okay with Xiaoshallow, in the end, the friendship wasn't deep enough to pull out his heart. Of course, it was impossible to directly tell her that the friend he was talking about was actually himself. If he directly indicated his real identity, when Xiaoshallow went there and found the abnormal situation of Jomo in reality, wouldn't he be suspicious of his own situation in the game? That would be an absolutely unfavorable thing for himself, and he needed to avoid it as much as possible. Jomo had already decided that if Xiaoshallow didn't believe him and continued to ask questions, then he would throw out the big killers that he had already prepared. However, on his side, he was waiting, but on the other side, Xiaoshanaya did not ask any more questions. Xiaoshallow just for a moment, and then asked, "Is it urgent?" Jomo was in a hurry in his heart, but on the surface, he just sent a message and said, "Well, if it's convenient for you, of course, the faster the better." Good. After saying these words, Jomo suddenly realized that Xiaoshallow's name message darkened. He froze for a moment in his heart. Just like this? He thought that he would have to be very difficult to convince the other party, but it turned out that Xiaoshallow went straight offline like this? Did she go to deal with the matter she had asked for? Honestly speaking, even if Xiaoshallow directly refused to help, Jomo wouldn't be surprised. After all, although he himself had joined the Four Seasons Guild, it had only stemmed from a single transaction. Of the few people in the Four Seasons Guild, several of them were obviously acquainted and even had a not-so-shallow relationship in the real world. There was only one of himself, who was completely bonded by interest. Therefore, Xiaoshallow chose to help without saying a word, quite out of Jomo's expectation, and it also brought some gratitude to his heart. Right now, he was the equivalent of a drowning man, with pitifully few straws to grab onto. Xiaoshallow was the only person he could ask for help at the moment. In a student apartment on a campus in the Eastern District. A Stardust game connecting instrument stopped running, and a young girl opened her eyes and sat up from the instrument recliner. The young girl, dressed in a clean white short outfit with a casual ponytail, fumed slightly before walking to the side, picking up a light gray duffel bag and loading things into it. The sound of a door opening came from outside, and a person walked in through the living room. "Asahi, why did you quit the game?" The young girl was none other than Xiaoshallow, who said indifferently while loading her things, "I'm going out." "Going out at this hour? Where are you going?" "Looking for someone." "Looking for someone? Male or female?" "Male." Xia Xiaolo's tone was still calm. However, Chuanmu, who heard this sentence of hers, looked very unsettled. As if she had discovered a new continent, her voice was a full octave higher. What, you're going to find a man? Xiaoqiu, late, come quick, heavenly thing, Xiaolo is going to find a man. After a long time, a lazy voice came. Winter Evening appeared at the door of the room, slowly said, isn't it just to find a man, what's the fuss, Xiaolo should have gotten the hang of it a long time ago. She swept her eyes, suddenly frowned. Hey, how is this still carrying a grey bag, or a duffel bag, are you serious? Xia Xiaolo was very serious. She looked at Winter Night and said, this backpack is much more convenient, no matter if it's for fighting or running. Fight. Xiaoqiu, who had been standing by the door without saying anything, instantly widened her eyes. Xiaolo, you're going to fight again? Don't go, don't ever go. Spring Twilight smugly laughed and said, Ha, Asahi, tell my sister, who are you going to see, are you going to clean up the scum? No, just to be prepared. As if she didn't even get the point of Chuanmu, she still said calmly. Spring Mirror was all smiles, you really don't want to bring your sister along? Sister, I'm a professional at teaching scummy guys a lesson. Winter Evening laughed coldly, not at all mercilessly demolished her. Where are you a professional to teach a scummy man? You are obviously a professional to be dumped by a scummy man. At the same time as Spring Mirror face became ugly, Winter Evening stared at Xia Xiaolo and added, you are not poor in money, why do you only have such a bag? Calling it a bag is simply insulting the word bag. Staring at Xia Xiaolo for a long time, she finally shook her head helplessly and said, it's just that, you carry my bag to go, the style is you pick. Forget it, you can't pick anything, from clothes to bags to shoes, I'll help you to rematch a body. However, when the Winter Night from their own collection to bring a set of beautiful dresses and bags, only to find that Summer Xiaolo has long disappeared. With an ugly face, she squeezed her voice out from between her teeth and asked, where is she? Chuanmu spread her hands and retreated outside. And Xiaoqiu secretly take eyes at the Winter Night, voice as thin as a mosquito call. Xiaolo left, she said these bags are not good, cannot hold much stuff. Winter Night angry to the precious clothes and bags smashed into Xia Xiaolo bed, hands and feet are trembling up. Good, the bag is used to load things? In the apartment, Winter Night fury, Xia Xiaolo naturally cannot hear. At this time, she was carrying a shoulder bag on her shoulder, wearing sneakers under her feet, walking like she was carrying the wind, very light and cozy. Number 75 Xi'an North Road, East 37th District? Xia Xiaolo muttered, it's a bit far, I'll have to have someone send a car. Chapter 98 The Accident. A car stopped at the side of the road. Xia Xiaolo opened the car door and walked out. The driver also walked out in a hurry and stood respectfully in front of her. Xia Xiaolo waved her hand and said, you go back first, I will go back myself after I finish my business. The driver didn't say much, just answered yes and returned to the car. The car was far away. Xia Xiaolo looked at the dilapidated house in front of him, a little surprised, and whispered, I can't imagine that there is such a place. Number 75, this should be the right place. She walked up to this equally dilapidated low bungalow and forcefully tapped on the door. Anyone home? Words as unusual as walking through a house came out of Xia Xiaolo's mouth. Who is it? After a long time, a voice came from inside, the door of the room was opened, and a wonderful woman poked her head out. The woman looked at Xia Xiaolo in front of her and frowned, who are you looking for? Is Zhou Mo home? Xia Xiaolo looked at the woman in front of her with a calm gaze. In the midst of her calm gaze, the woman's face changed from impatience to trepidation, and she subconsciously tried to shut the door again. Boom! Xia Xiaolo braced herself against the door with a slap, and the rusty iron door trembled violently, but it was braced against her and was not slammed shut. The woman in the house desperately tried to force the door shut, yet the iron door did not move. The superficially weak-looking Xia Xiaolo was surprisingly powerful just by holding it up with one hand. The woman forced herself to calm down and drank. What are you doing? If you do this again I'll call someone. Xia Xiaolo calmly said, I'm looking for Zhou Mo. The woman's eyes flickered and said, there is no one named Zhou Mo here, you are looking for the wrong person. In the middle of the stalemate, another voice came from inside, what's wrong, who is it? A man walked out. The man's face was full of fatigue as he looked at Xia Xiaolo outside the door and asked, who are you and what are you doing here? Xia Xiaolo continued to repeat, I'm looking for Zhou Mo, are you 357? The man's face changed and he finally let out a long sigh. He pulled away the woman blocking the door and said to Xia Xiaolo, come in. Everyone sat down. The woman from earlier had a cold face, sitting sideways to Xia Xiaolo, but a pair of ears were perked up, obviously very concerned about the conversation that was about to unfold. The man let out a bitter smile and said, I have yet to ask, what is your relationship with Joe Mo, and what are you doing here to find him? Xia Shallow stared at the man, not letting go of the slightest change of color on his face, and said, I'm Joe Mo's friend in the game. I haven't seen him online for a while, and I'm worried that something has happened to him, so I came over to take a look. This was what she and Joe Mo in the game had prepared in advance to say. Her gaze swept towards the house and asked, where is he? The man was a bit embarrassed, but in the end, he said, not bad, something happened to him. This matter I originally promised not to spread it out, but since you know my 357 name, and Joe Mo's relationship is naturally not shallow, there is no harm in telling you, only you have to promise me that you can't let more people know about this matter. The so-called 357 name, Xia Shallow actually does not understand the meaning of it, but only according to what Joe Mo said to do. At this time, she was eager to know the information of Joe Mo, so she nodded and said, don't worry, I'm not a talkative person. Verbal promises were always the most unreliable, and the man also knew that there was no guarantee, but he still couldn't help it. This matter was pent up in his heart, perhaps he should always find someone to talk to. Joe Mo and I have known each other for a long time. In the last game, we were already very good comrades. 357 was the ID I used in the last game. The man spoke slowly. I ran away from home, and he also seems to have no family. We hit it off right away, and while Stardust was open, we planned to work together and create a career. Unfortunately, the fervor of Stardust far exceeded our expectations, and with our conditions, we didn't get the equipment for the game until almost 2 weeks after the game officially opened. It doesn't matter if it's a little slow, we're all old players, confident that as long as we spend more time, we can always catch up and won't differ from others too far. The man seems to be immersed in memories, but Xia Shallow was not in the mood to listen to these. She directly asked, what happened later, what happened to Joe Mo? Being interrupted in his memories, the man was helpless. He looked at Xia Shallow in front of him and could only go straight to the point, saying, later, one day when playing the game, the equipment Joe Mo was using suddenly sent out an alarm signal. I followed the instructions to forcefully shut down the game equipment, but he wasn't able to wake up. The man's face still wore a look of fear. I had no choice but to contact the game officials. The game officials came very quickly, but they weren't able to save Joe Mo on the spot. They just said that the equipment had a slight malfunction and needed to be recalled for repairs, and the sleeping Joe Mo, they also took away, saying that they would contact a specialized expert to save him. Wait. Hearing the man's words, Xia Shallow couldn't help but interrupt him. You just let them take the person away? The man's face was ugly, or else, he doesn't have a guardian, and there's no way for me to save him if he stays. Xia Shallow gave the man a cold look and stood up. Are you sure he really let the game officials take him away? Not bad, since there was an accident in the game, then the game official will naturally be responsible. Xia Shallow nodded silently and said, good, then I have no more questions, thank you for your answer. After saying that, she turned around and left. Shortly after she got up, the man woke up as if in a dream and shouted, remember what you promised me, absolutely do not spread this matter out. Xia Shallow was already far away. The man sat paralyzed in his chair, his face gloomy. The woman on the side finally turned her face at this time, looked at him, and said, let's move. Move? Move where? The man muttered, where can we move? The woman laughed out loud and said lightly, where can we not move to? Didn't you take the hush money? You used to say that Joe Mo didn't have a single friend, but what happened? Isn't there someone looking for you now? If you stay here, who knows how many more will come to your door in the future? The man was a bit hesitant. Do we really have to move? But if that person knows about it, she won't tell anyone, right? The woman laughed coldly. Who told you not to control your own mouth? You want to get money and want to take care of your conscience. There is no such thing as a good thing. The man got annoyed. What are you babbling about? I don't want anything to happen to Joe Mo. Him being taken away by the game officials is good for his salvation. Yes, yes. The woman spread her hands. Move away, less annoyance is better than nothing. Fine, move. The man muttered, I only agreed not to stir up the matter online. They are willing to give me money, I still can't refuse. How come it's like I've become an evil person? Chapter 99, Biting Back. Xia Xiao walked on the road, her brows furrowed. She promised the Joe Mo in the game to find the Joe Mo in reality, but now she has come, but she hasn't seen the face of Joe Mo. So, the thing that she promised the game Joe Mo, is it accomplished or not? There was only one thing that concerned her. Stardust Game Company's game equipment could malfunction? Wasn't it publicized at the beginning that the equipment had gone through rigorous testing and the failure rate was 0? After thinking about it, Xia Shallow, who couldn't figure out how to do so, simply shook her head. Forget it. Anyway, the other party called himself to come and take a look. He has already come to see, can also be considered to deliver. Does he still have to help him deal with the subsequent things? Thinking like this, but when returning to the apartment, Xiaoshallow still looked for the other 3 roommates and asked, "Is there anyone in your family who is related to Stardust Game Company?" Winter Night shook her head. "This Stardust Game Company is very strange, like it appeared suddenly, no one in the circle knows where it originated from and what kind of background it has." On the other hand, the Spring Twilight on the side shouted, "Shallow, you finally got the hang of it, you're going to spend money to find someone from the game official to cheat? However, I've heard that the game officials are so hardcore that they won't give face to anyone. Last time, the Lee family's kid asked someone to buy a piece of high-level equipment, and he was directly disliked." Xiao Chou also nodded and said, "Until now, Stardust can be called the fairest game, no matter who, no matter how rich or energetic they are, there is no way to get the slightest bit of favorable treatment from the game officials. Perhaps it's because of this insistence that the game has caught fire to such an extent." Xiaoshallow frowned. Spring Twilight, however, suddenly called out, "That's not right, didn't you go out to meet a man? Why did you come back so early? How is it? Tell your sister about it." Xiaoshallow glanced at her and calmly said, "Didn't see." "What? How dare someone put our family Shallow's pigeon?" Xiaoshallow was too lazy to pay attention to the fussing Spring Twilight and went directly back to her room and entered the game again. But Zhou was already offline again. After asking for Xiaoshallow's help, he quickly switched back to his secret puppet demon spirit form, disguising himself as offline. After all, he hadn't replied to the message sent to him by the game officials, and he didn't know how to reply to it for the time being. Therefore, he could only be an ostrich for the time being, avoiding the situation for a while and dragging things out a bit. And on the forum, the heat of the incident remained undiminished. Soon, another day passed, and Zhou went online again and opened the mail system. Xiaoshallow did send a message. Zhou trembled as he opened the mail, and the content inside made his heart sink to the bottom. According to what Xiaoshallow had said, the matter of his accident in the real world had indeed been suppressed by the game officials. And the 3.5.7 who had some friendship with him in the past, had sold himself at a good price. No wonder there was no news about his accident on the internet. Anger may be there, but at this time, the more important thing is not to condemn 357. At this time Xiaoshallow was not online. Zhou read the message in the mail, directly replied to the email to express gratitude, and then dropped his eyes to another email. It was from game official Xiao Feng. After the previous email, the other party had urged them once more. It could be seen that they seemed to be a bit anxious. Now that the matter had come to a head, there was no use in continuing to avoid it. Zhou's mind cleared up all of a sudden, pondering over the stakes. After a day, he had gradually figured it out. The game officials were bound to not have noticed their data anomalies, at least, they didn't have any evidence yet. If they had really realized it, or if they really had evidence, why would they need to ask themselves? Directly deleting or repairing the data would be the end of the matter. Moreover, unlike the previous situation where he had lost his head, by this time, Zhou, who had calmed down, realized that what the game officials had been trying to ask about wasn't actually the fact that he had transformed into a wild monster. Or rather, they simply didn't know such a thing. What they wanted to ask about was actually only the matter that was hotly discussed on the forums. Was the precious grade equipment in their hands from the right place or not? Why did he get 3 pieces of precious grade equipment at once? Only Zhou himself knew that from start to finish, in addition to the Red Rock bracelet treasure that had popped out of the leader-level Red Rock monster, there was only one Monarch scythe in his hand from start to finish. What was broadcasted on the game announcement was actually just 2 variations of the Monarch scythe. But all of this, the game's official people didn't know either. Although he didn't know how he, as a piece of data within the game, had managed to hide it from the game officials, Zhou at this time found that in this matter, there seemed to be room for him to maneuver. What is it? Trying his best to calm himself down, Zhou replied to the game official Xiao Feng with this message. Almost instantly, the other party received the message and replied to the email at the first time. Zhou was a bit dumbfounded. As the game's official technician, could it be that the other party works 24 hours a day and doesn't need to take a break? However, after seeing the content of the message sent by the other party, Zhou couldn't help but get angry in his heart. The message was, "Hello dear player, in light of the fact that you have been acquiring precious level equipment more frequently, could you please describe the specific way to get the equipment?" Zhou smiled coldly. This was close to directly saying that he had cheated. He forced himself to hold back his unhappiness and directly replied, "Why do you want me to provide the specific ways to get the equipment? Can't you game officials directly inquire about it? If there's any doubt, why don't you guys check the data yourselves?" After sending out this message, Zhou's heart was on the verge of being raised to his throat. However, the next moment, the other party's reply came, "I'm sorry, dear player, we still need to trouble you to provide it. We'll use it as a reference on our side." Joanmo was almost about to burst out laughing. Although the other party's words were veiled, he was finally able to determine it. The other party simply couldn't find out about his data anomalies. In this way, he was much more relaxed. Where would he be foolish enough to step into the other party's trap? He ignored the other party's question and simply sent a message asking rhetorically, "Speaking of which, I do have something to ask your party. I obtained a red rock bracelet precious treasure, so why would I trigger such an unorthodox activity as precious treasure hunter?" Jomo's tone became heavier and heavier. "I wonder what kind of mentality your party had in mind when they came up with this kind of activity? Is it that I don't deserve to have precious grade equipment, or is it that everyone who obtains precious grade equipment needs to be hunted down by a large group of players for an hour like this? If that's the case, I'll have to go to the major forums and share a guide, so that everyone who explodes precious grade equipment should never be too happy too soon, because the next thing that's going to happen is that they're going to be hunted down by hundreds of people." On the opposite side of the message, Xiaofang's face turned green. He looked back at his leader, a little flustered. "Mr. Li, what should we do? I told you that this is against the rules. If he really explodes to the major forums, what should we do?" Mr. Li was also green in the face, sniffed coldly and said, "How do I still need to teach you? Just say that only the first piece of precious equipment that explodes will trigger the hunter-killer mission." "But Mr. Li, this isn't the first piece of precious grade equipment either, he had it before." "Then let's just say that this is a random quest of the game that exists as an egg, and it's up to luck whether or not you can stumble upon it." Mr. Li was already a bit furious. As he said this, a call suddenly came from outside the door. "Mr. Li, the Bronze Gate site is asking you to go over. Author has something to say. Here comes the third shift today." Chapter 100 Bronze Door. Mr. Li went all the way forward, not knowing how many portals he passed through, and finally saw a strange door from afar. The door seemed to be made of bronze, with various complicated patterns engraved on it, including flowers, birds, insects and fish, sun, moon, mountains and sea, etc. Every time he saw this door, Mr. Li saw it. Every time he saw this door, Mr. Li would feel very strange. According to reason, in such an era, in such a high-tech company's headquarters, this kind of bronze door should not appear suddenly. But the bronze door appeared here, as if it should have been here in the first place. Mr. Li shook his head violently, drove away the inexplicable thoughts in his mind, and walked into the bronze door. The bronze door cracked noiselessly on both sides, and he took a deep breath and walked in. Eventually, he arrived inside a bright conference room. The conference room was already filled with people, each one sitting upright, most of them looking at the door with cold eyes, as if they were waiting for him to come and about to start criticizing. Mr. Li had just entered the conference room. The person sitting in the first place had already waved his hand and said casually, "Ah, little Li is here, sit down." After greeting Mr. Li to take a seat, the person in the first place never made a sound again, just leaning on the back of the chair, both eyes slightly narrowed, a look of all things do not care. But besides him, the others didn't have such a good attitude. One person spoke up, "Old Li, I heard that there was quite a ruckus on the forum?" Mr. Li didn't know what he meant, but just replied, "They have some opinions about the drop situation of precious grade equipment, and I'm already working on it." "Working on it?" Another person spoke, "Your so-called solution is to start an event with no end in sight?" Mr. Li frowned and said, "I don't understand what you mean. I organized this event because I suspected that player of using cheating tactics, and wanted to try him out and find some evidence in the meantime." "What about evidence?" A man glared at Mr. Li and sneered, "Don't forget, the company invited you here just for you to assist in the operations, not for you to arbitrarily meddle in changing the course of the game." The argument in the conference room intensified. Finally, the person sitting in the first place let out a slight sigh and slowly raised his eyelids. "All right, let's end this matter here." He glanced at Mr. Li and then said, "Little Li, you don't have to worry about players cheating or anything else. The operation of the game has its own he to deal with, you just need to do your part." Mr. Li had some respect for the man at the top of the table, and asked, "But that player's frequency of acquiring precious equipment is obviously too high, and it seems that there are also some problems with the career system. The one you're talking about him, did he really pay attention to things like that?" The first one smiled and waved his hand, "Existence is reasonable, little Li, he is not something you can imagine. Everything in the game can't escape his eyes, so don't worry about it too much, just go back and do what you need to do well." Since even the man at the top had said so, Mr. Li had no choice but to leave. When Mr. Li walked out of the bronze door, voices gradually resounded in the conference room. "Elder Wang, who exactly is he that you are talking about, and how come we have never seen him before?" In response to such a question, the man in the first place just smiled faintly and said, "When the time is right, you will know. If there is nothing else, then disperse." The man at the first place slowly said and closed his eyes again. When the crowd left the conference room in a line, Elder Wang still had his eyes closed and said leisurely, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Inside the conference room, besides Elder Wang, there was another person who also stayed behind. In the earlier incident, he had not expressed any opinions. And at this time, he finally couldn't help himself and asked, "Elder Wang, that person still hasn't woken up, what should be done?" Elder Wang finally opened his eyes and sighed for a long time before saying, "Try again, if there is still no change, send it to the innermost." Joe Mo was naturally unaware of what was happening at the game's official headquarters. He only knew that after he sent over a threatening sentence, the game official Xiao Feng on the other side even disappeared, not even giving him a word back. Joe Mo was a bit puzzled for a while. What is this? Was he scared, intimidated by his own threat? Is it so magical? After waiting for a while again, there was still no reply. Joe Mo couldn't wait in vain, so he simply practiced and fought monsters on the outskirts of the nightmare forest. Anyway, now that he was disguised as a player, he was able to kill wild monsters with a 50% gain in experience value, so his time couldn't be wasted. Especially now that players didn't dare to enter the outskirts of the nightmare forest, he could only rely on killing wild monsters to barely make ends meet. And taking advantage of the fact that the players were all afraid to enter the outskirts of the nightmare forest, Joe Mo had quite a big appetite and targeted the big boss in the secret puppet demon spirit group, the leader level secret puppet demon spirit. Joe Mo hadn't seen a monarch level secret puppet demon spirit for so long in the outskirts of the nightmare forest anyway, and this leader level secret puppet demon spirit was considered the strongest boss of the secret puppet demon spirit group. With the secret puppet demon spirit's own racial level that surpassed that of the red rock monster, this leader level secret puppet demon spirit was even stronger than the leader level red rock monster that had been rated earlier. Relatively speaking, the benefits that could be gained from killing this leader class secret puppet demon spirit were also far superior to that of a leader class red rock monster. Of course, just because an alpha level red rock monster was able to pop out precious grade equipment, it didn't mean that an alpha level secret puppet demon spirit would necessarily be able to pop out precious grade equipment as well. This was a matter of luck. The attack and defense attributes of the leader level secret puppet magic spirit are much stronger than the leader level red rock monster. At that time, the entire 4 Seasons guild teamed up to raid the leader level red rock monster. It was not easy. If it was an ordinary player wanting to raid the leader level secret puppet magic spirit by himself, it is simply impossible to do things. But Joe Mo was different. Because of the game settings, when he attacked a wild monster, the opponent would not return the favor and counterattack. For the current Joe Mo, this was simply a big bug in the game system, and it was still a bug that was fully beneficial to him. With Joe Mo's current situation, when he encountered such a bug, of course he didn't choose to report it, but to utilize it properly. Moreover, this setting of wild monsters not attacking each other was not known to be changed in the future, so if he was able to utilize it now, he should hurry up and take advantage of it. Now, he was disguised as the most familiar thief profession, and he didn't care about anything else. He directly rushed forward and directed at the leader level secret puppet demon spirit with a dive strike plus cutting 2 consecutively. The leader level secret puppet demon spirit really stood stupidly, passively taking his attacks. The next thing was simple. With the output of the thief profession, and with Jomo's current attribute panel, letting go of an attack on a leader class secret puppet demon spirit, it didn't take much time at all to beat the leader class secret puppet demon spirit down to half-blood. The half-blooded secret puppet demon spirit triggered the community guardian talent, summoning a large group of elite secret puppet demon spirit and ordinary secret puppet demon spirit. Joe Mo naturally smiled at it, and didn't intend to let go of any of them. Soon, the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit was emptied of its bloodstain and fell. Killed the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit with the highest percentage of output damage, awarded MVP. Output damage exceeds 50%, the chances of falling the most valuable equipment increases. Output damage percentage reaches 100%, the chance of dropping the best equipment is greatly increased. Obtains secret puppet ring precious. Then, the game announcement rang out again. Congratulations to player Joe Mo for killing the leader level secret puppet demon spirit and dropping the precious level equipment secret puppet ring precious. Joe Mo? All players? How can this still be fun? Chapter 101, the official's helpless endorsement. While the announcement rang out, not only were the other players confused, Joe Mo himself was also confused. Honestly speaking, Joe Mo didn't feel that he could obtain another piece of precious equipment, and he didn't wish that he could obtain another piece of precious equipment either. Strictly speaking, it wasn't that he didn't wish for it, it was a bit too pretentious to say that. The truth was that at this juncture, Joe Mo thought that he needed to keep a low profile more than making announcements over and over again. But the game system didn't seem to be able to hear him, and only wanted to hold him up high, letting him be in the limelight, as if it wanted to play him to death. However, Joe Mo had no choice but to pretend that he didn't know about the serious consequences of this matter and continued to count his harvest. This time, the experience value gained from raiding the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit, along with the elite and normal level kills, totaled 1,785 points, which was quite a good harvest. At this time, the experience value was 6,040 20,000, a small step closer to ascending to the next level. And in addition to that, Joe Mo noticed that there was a special piece of loot. Kill a high-grade existence of the clan and obtain a racial bloodline fragment 1. Racial bloodline fragment, chance of being dropped by wild monsters above the chieftain level. Fusion of a certain amount of bloodline fragments will generate a randomized complete racial bloodline that can be used to extract part of the race's abilities. The general role of Joe Mo was sort of clear, although he couldn't use it for the time being, it was still a good thing to put away for now. The focus of the question now was what to do about the announcement that he had obtained another piece of precious grade equipment. Joe Mo could guarantee that the source of this piece of precious grade equipment was completely fine. The question was, how did he kill the source of the precious grade equipment, the leader grade secret puppet demon spirit? For a single person to be able to single-handedly kill an alpha grade secret puppet demon spirit, I'm afraid that the game's officials wouldn't be able to accept such words. The rest of the large number of players probably couldn't be convinced either. He was torn on his side, not realizing that at the game officials' headquarters, there were also people who were just as torn as he was. Mr. Lee, what did the bronze sec side say? Are they going to officially launch an investigation into that player? Mr. Lee had an ugly look on his face, but he could only say, that side has investigated, there is no problem with that player, so let's leave this matter at that. Okay no, that player obtained another jumbo level equipment, that's impossible, that's obviously a problem, Mr. Lee, I agree with you, that player must have cheated, let's file a report application over there and ask that side to conduct a thorough investigation. If it was in the past, Mr. Lee would be very happy that Xiao Fang was able to think with him, but now, Mr. Lee was tired of it. It's all been said, this matter ends here. He coldly glanced at Little Fang and added, think of a way to bring this back, don't let the other players speculate blindly. Soon, on the game's official forum, there was another hot post. Frequently obtaining precious equipment, who is the player Joe Mo, 10,000 people's blood letter asking the official to investigate thoroughly. The title was still considered friendly, and inside the post, a large number of players replied with top posts. This still needs to be investigated, at a glance, I know it's a plug-in cheating. If the official doesn't give a reasonable answer, we'll quit the game. Right, garbage game, not fair at all, quit the game and add me. +1. Seeing this post, both Joe Mo and the official Xiao Fang were covered in cold sweat. Joe Mo's worries naturally went without saying, but Xiao Fang was equally helpless. With the winds blowing in this direction, what exactly was he going to do to round things back up? Soon after, the official forum topped an announcement. Dear players, in light of the fact that individual players have been frequently obtaining precious grade equipment recently, the official has done a thorough data check and concluded that there are no data anomalies. The jumbo level equipment obtained by this player are all in accordance with the game's regulations, and there is no cheating behavior as speculated by some players. With our company's technical means, any cheating behavior will have nothing to hide, and we would like to advise some players not to take any chances. For some players do not understand, this official special to do a time to explain, at present jumbo level can only be dropped by the chief level or above wild monsters, the odds of 0.5% on the boss damage caused by the proportion of enhancement, can be correspondingly enhance the drop rate. The title of Treasure Hunter can increase the drop rate by 5%, and this drop rate increase can be shared by a group. The next first Guild War, there will be this title issued, please pay attention to the players, wish players happy game. And seeing such a game announcement, Joe Mo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, according to the meaning of the announcement, this matter was considered to be over, and the game officials shouldn't be looking for trouble from themselves anymore. And the mail system flashed as an email was sent over. The game official, Xiao Fang, thank you for the players' cooperation, a small compensation, please receive it. Attachment, double experience value scroll 1. Looking at this double experience scroll that could last for 2 hours, Joe Mo lost his smile. This game official's people seem to have conceded defeat, but the compensation given was also too petty. Although he didn't know why the game officials let it go gently, Joe Mo was still satisfied that the crisis caused by this incident had passed. As for his body in reality being taken away by the game officials, that matter was not in a hurry for the time being. With his current abilities, there was really no way to make any response. It was better to feel at ease and take care of things in the game first. And at this time, after the game's official announcement came out, on the forums, in the game, the talk turned sky high. Since it's not hanging and cheating, then this Jomo's luck is too good to be a proper European emperor. Yeah, it makes me want to go and hug Euro Emperor's thighs. Che, he's a European emperor, can he still give you half of his luck? Don't say it, it's really possible. Don't you see, treasure hunter title drop rate increase can be shared in a group. If we team up with Jomo to fight monsters, won't we also indirectly become a European emperor? Right, the drop rate of precious grade equipment itself is only 0.5%, even if the output percentage is higher, the drop rate will reach 1% at most, and compared to the 5% of the precious hunter title, it's simply not worth mentioning. I kind of know that Jomo was able to obtain so many precious grade equipment, and this title is unrelated. They all thought that precious grade equipment was valuable, who knew that this title was the real treasure. Jomo, is Big Brother Jomo there? Please add a friend. Is Big Brother's thigh still missing a pendant? I can. Jomo suddenly realized that the wind direction had changed all of a sudden. Because of the title of treasure hunter, he had changed from a street rat that everyone was shouting it into a meat and potatoes. The friend system was flashing non-stop. There must be a large number of players wanting to apply for a friend at this time. And on the guild chat channels of all the major guilds, content like this began to appear. Do whatever it takes to win the guild war and earn the title of treasure hunter. We all know that if treasure level equipment is a golden egg, then the treasure hunter title is the old hen that only lays golden eggs. Chapter 102, People are stupid and have a lot of money. The matter of the precious grade equipment was left unsettled, and Jomo discovered that he could change professions. The officials didn't know if they hadn't found out or if they had intentionally not said anything, but in any case, they just covered it up. Now, everyone's attention was basically not on the precious grade equipment, but on the precious hunter title. The friend requests in the friend system were flashing non-stop, and on the game's public chat channel, there were tons of players trying to convince Jomo. There were those who invited him to add friends, and those who invited him to join the guild, naturally for the sake of being able to share the title's equipment drop rate bonus when teaming up with him to fight monsters. On top of that, on the public channel, there were also quite a few people who wanted to ask him to buy the secret puppet ring precious that he had just gotten his hands on. This was even more usual, everyone wanted good equipment. Especially at this time of the year, the first public war was about to start, everyone was preparing for the war. Being able to get their hands on a precious grade equipment would be of great benefit to the individual and even the guild's strength enhancement. The prices offered by the few people who wanted to purchase the equipment were all a bit high. Some even said that if Jomo wasn't interested in in-game wealth, he could even offer him a house in reality just in exchange for the secret doll ring precious equipment. This asking price was a bit scary. The official Stardust game didn't prohibit players from trading their real-life money, but to directly offer a set of houses like this was still a bit scary. Many of the people who were bidding couldn't help but stop. They asked themselves, if they had gotten such a precious piece of equipment, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of a house. However, something that made most of the players fall through their eyes happened. In the face of such attractive conditions, Jomo didn't even think about it and directly chose to reject it. Not even bothering about a set of house, this Jomo, I'm afraid he's also a rich man in reality. Inevitably, otherwise where would he be so capricious? The one who just bid seems to be the second warrior on the profession ranking, right? He has been pressed by the first warrior, and has been holding his breath in his heart for a long time, so I guess he wants to trade for this precious equipment at any cost, in order to compare the first warrior to the first warrior. Isn't the career ranking ranked by level? Even if he got this equipment, he can't grab the ranking. You're too misinformed. After the first guild war next week, the game will usher in a major version update. By then the days of ranking according to level will be gone, and the career rankings will be ranked by strength. How does the game system determine who is higher and who is lower? Where the game system to determine, when the time will temporarily maintain the current ranking unchanged, but the players behind the ranking can choose to launch a challenge to the players in the front row. Once the victory, you can take over. Clam, really? Big brother, how can you know so much inside information? I won't lie to you, I have a cousin who is an insider. Well, without further ado, those who understand understand. On the public chat channel, that second warrior was not in a very good mood as he asked Jomo, why? Facing the other party's question, Jomo was also helpless. If it was in the past when he hadn't transformed into a wild monster yet, if there was such a good offer, Jomo would have agreed without saying a word. A piece of precious equipment for a house, how could he possibly refuse such a good thing? After all, this kind of thing where people are stupid and have a lot of money is not something that can be encountered every day. But on the contrary, he had now transformed into a wild monster, and his real body had been taken away by the game officials. In this situation, with his body gone, what use did he have for a house? However, in this current situation, his refusal made that second warrior very dissatisfied. The second warrior obviously reddened his face and spoke on the chat channel. Are you not satisfied with the price of a house? How much do you want? Just mention it and I can fulfill it. You may think that I'm an ingrate, but I'm not. I'm just desperate for this equipment. Just treat me as an ingrate and slaughter hard, it doesn't matter. Surprisingly, someone took the initiative to be an ingrate. Joe Mo was very shocked. However, it wasn't that Joe Mo wasn't willing to slaughter the wrongdoer, it was really that everything in reality was simply meaningless to him now. Not bothering to listen to the nonsense of the players on the chat channel, Joe Mo was about to extract the attributes of the secret puppet ring precious treasure. This equipment was obtained for the first time. The current extraction percentage is 50%. This equipment is a precious grade equipment. After extracting the attachments, the Monarch's scythe will no longer be able to attach any attributes of equipment below the precious grade. Hearing such a beep, Joe Mo stopped in a hurry. He secretly screamed in his heart that he was in danger. Although extracting equipment below the fine grade could no longer provide attributes now, extracting rare grade equipment could still have some. Even though it wasn't much, Joe Mo didn't intend to completely give up on it. As the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is meat. Joe Mo still planned to extract rare grade equipment until it couldn't be extracted anymore, then he would consider extracting precious grade. Anyway, there weren't any hunting activities right now, and he wasn't worried about being blocked and besieged again, and it didn't seem to be much of a danger to have a piece of rare grade equipment in his game backpack. A week later was the first guild battle, and although the specific rewards hadn't been fully announced, all sorts of gossip had been flying around. Joe Mo felt that he needed to work hard to prepare for this guild war. Xia Shallow had helped herself to a trip to reality, so she had to return the favor. Moreover, unlike the other players, even if he participated in the guild war, he was afraid that he would die without resurrection. Therefore, one had to make sure that he survived the first guild war. Then, in addition to improving his own strength, the Four Seasons Guild's strength couldn't be left behind either. Xia Shallow's strength. Joe Mo was not worried. With her operation, she was already terrifyingly strong in her own right, and now that she had gotten the red rock bracelet precious treasure, I was afraid that she would take off even more. But the remaining three guys are different. Spring Twilight is the first to say, as a healer player, straight-hearted, but I'm afraid that the fighting sense is still a little poor. Blood-boosting skills thrown is not as fast as her words. As for Autumn Cool and Winter Evening, as a magician and warrior, they could only be described as moderate. With a level like Xia Shallow, it was reasonable to say that she shouldn't stay in such a salty guild, but I'm sure that the previous encounter with the Cold Autumn Guild had left a grudge in her heart, and it was already hard for her to trust other people's guilds. However, the matter of the guild war, could it really be accomplished by just these few people? Joe Mo's worries were not unreasonable, and right at this moment, in the guild chat channel that had been quiet, Winter Knight suddenly bubbled up. Winter Knight, Shallow, Joe Mo, they want to join our guild, what do you think? Joe Mo understood very well what this they was referring to. It was undoubtedly Winter Knight's large group of suitors. However, he was a bit curious. If someone wants to join the guild, it's normal for you to ask the chairman, but what's the point of asking me? Could it be that we need to vote on new recruits for our guild? Winter Evening said without a trace of anger, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending? If they want to join the guild at this time, they are naturally coming for you, so what's wrong with me asking for your opinion by the way? Chapter 103 Vice President. Listening to Winter Knight's words, Joe Mo was happy in his heart. Those guys had come up with this kind of curved approach. It was a bit interesting. As a matter of fact, he was feeling a bit worried about the issue of the Four Seasons Guild's strength. These people, regardless of their purpose, had no problem with joining the guild itself if they wanted to. Last time when he raided the leader-level Red Rock Monster, he saw that those people's leveling equipment level was not bad. Even if it was not as good as the members of the Divine Warfare Guild, they were considered to be the forefront players in the game. As for the fact that these people joined the guild because they wanted to rub off on the efficiency of the treasure hunters, Joe Mo said that it was perfectly acceptable. He had also planned to make good use of the Treasure Hunter title to help the Four Seasons Guild improve its strength. It would be best if everyone in the Four Seasons Guild could have precious grade equipment, in which case, the attention that had been gathered on him due to the consecutive acquisition of several pieces of precious equipment would be able to be diverted away from his own body. I don't have a problem with it, just do what you guys think is fine. But Xia Shallow, after thinking for a long half-day, suddenly gave this reply, evening, you tell them that it's fine if they want to join the guild, but I have the final say in all matters of the guild. Anytime, any matter, but whenever there is a difference of opinion, everything will be based on my ideas. This was too overbearing. Even Joe Mo let out such an exclamation. But Xia Shallow still said unto herself, you tell them, if they can't accept it, there's no need to join. Joe Mo also probably understood that Xia Xiang actually had her own considerations when she said this. She was inexperienced at the time and was fooled into that cold autumn guild. As a result, she ended up getting into trouble because of the interpersonal relationships in the guild, and was also blocked by people leading a team that wanted to be cleansed as a blank slate. If not Joe Mo just happened to bump into to help a not so small favor, now she still cannot be the first fighter, do not know it. But a few moments later, I don't know how Winter Knight communicated with those people. In short, Winter Knight replied that they agreed. Joe Mo was a little surprised. Xia Xiao these requirements although said that there is a reason, but it is also considered to be an unequal treaty. I cannot imagine that those people can really accept. Is it for the sake of their own treasure hunter title and bear the humiliation, or for their heart of the goddess Winter Knight and compromise? Joe Mo didn't know. The only thing he knows is that not long after, the guild channel frequently sent out notifications. XX joins the guild, welcome welcome welcome. XX joins the guild, welcome welcome welcome. In the blink of an eye, the guild was nearly full. The current Four Seasons guild was the lowest level 1-star guild, with a limited quota of 20 people, and just now, in one go, a dozen people had joined. Adding the original 5 people, it went straight to 19 people, just one short of being full. Joe Mo was shocked beyond words, and for a moment he couldn't help but say in the guild chat channel, wasn't there only 7 or 8 people, how did a dozen come all at once? Winter Knight was unimpressed. Who told you there were only 7 or 8 people? It's not that our guild level is low, I can still pull in dozens of people. Well, Joe Mo was convinced. He originally thought that this Winter Knight only has a fish pond, now it seems that he underestimated her. She is afraid that she is a sea king, perhaps also in charge of the 7 oceans. The people who had already joined the guild at this time were naturally able to hear the words in the guild chat channel, but they all tacitly remained silent. After waiting to add all the people in, Xia Shallow began to speak, everyone's here, right? I think Winter Knight has already made it clear to you guys that in this guild, I'm in charge. Air. Jomo's head is full of cold sweat, although the reason is that this reason is not wrong, but Xia Shallow said this with great fanfare, not the slightest to give people face, so it is directly to people's face to throw a slap, which in any case cannot stand off. Anyway, Joe Mo asked himself, if he were himself, it is impossible to stand this kind of anger. But what made him fall through his eyes was that these people actually had no intention of objecting and agreed. Listen to the president in everything. We're new here, if there's anything we don't understand, please ask the president and a few of you to bear with us. Joe Mo felt that this world was a bit unreal. For a mere increase in the drop rate of precious equipment, was it necessary to go to such an extent and posture so low? However, people have their own aspirations, and Joe Mo could not say anything about other people's choices. Anyway, the guild's strength has increased, and the chances of winning in guild wars have increased, which is better than anything else. Other than that, all sorts of bull. Joe Mo was lazy and didn't intend to pay attention. Doesn't everything have to be handled by Xia Shallow as the president, and if not, Winter Knight as the Sea King can always play a deterrent role. After everyone joined, Xia Shallow then spoke again, good, taking advantage of the fact that there are all the people today, our guild will also be on track, let's arrange the affairs of each position today. First of all, our 1-star guild can have a president, 2 vice presidents, and 4 captains, but right now there aren't many people, so the captains won't be set up for now, it doesn't mean much. I'll be the president and Winter Knight will be a vice president, do you guys have any opinions? After Xia Shallow spoke, Spring Twilight and Autumn Ryam all expressed their approval, after all, they were all considered to be their own people, whoever was the vice president was actually the same. As for Joe Mo, there was nothing he was unwilling to do. He could see that the new dozen or so people had all come in through Winter Knight's connections. Having Winter Knight be a vice president would actually clamp down on them better. Xia Xiao looked like she was arranging it arbitrarily, but she must have taken this into consideration as well. As expected, this arrangement was very much recognized by the dozen or so people who all expressed their approval. However, with Joe Mo's understanding of Xia Shallow, even if they didn't agree, Xia Shallow would inevitably be bent on having her way. Very well. Xia Shallow continued, there is also a vice president position, I think we can let Joe Mo take it, what do you guys think? Him as vice president? Well, the current him is also considered a special type of talent, this kind of meat and potatoes tied up with a vice president position is fine. Spring Twilight was a bit surprised, and after thinking about it, he eventually accepted. Autumn Raya had no opinion no matter what, and the dozen or so people who had just joined, who were originally rushing towards Joe Mo, were even more quick to express their approval. The matter of Joe Mo being the vice president was surprisingly more embraced by them than Winter Night. Joe Mo couldn't help but wonder about their purpose for a while. You guys stay in the fish pond properly, how do you feel like jumping out of the fish pond and focusing on your career? Xiao Shallow, Joe Mo, what about yourself, are you willing? Joe Mo was originally unwilling, but Xiao Xuan asked, where can he say no? The so-called take the hand short, how can he say no? The so-called shorthand, how Xiao Shallow also helped him a great deal, he really cannot not give a face. However, he still had his own concerns and said, it's not impossible to be the vice president, but I'm a lazy person, so I probably won't be able to help with the guild's management. Moreover, I have a lot of things to do, and I can only have 2 hours of gaming time a day for the time being, so I won't be able to participate in the guild's activities for the rest of the day. His words had only just left his mouth when the entire guild expressed that they had no problem with it. As a matter of fact, those who had just joined the guild needed him, but only needed a mascot that could provide a precious equipment drop chance of plus 5% status. As for the rest, people didn't really care. These people who had just joined the guild immediately charted, President, Vice President, when are we going to start teaming up to raid the boss? Chapter 104 Preparing to raid the Monarch level. The newly joined one asked such words, and the Xiao Shallow few were quiet to see how Joe Mo would reply. In fact, a few people knew exactly why these people had come. On the surface, the one they asked was the president and vice president for this matter of raiding bosses, but in fact, the one they really wanted to ask was only Joe Mo. There was no way the title of a treasure hunter was only held by Joe Mo. Whether or not you want to fight the boss, whether or not you can fight the boss, one of the things you need to look at is Joe Mo's face. Without Joe Mo, of course, can also hit the boss, but without Joe Mo's treasure hunter title edition, hit the boss can easily burst out of the best equipment? What is a boss that can't drop top quality equipment, and what's the point of fighting such a boss? This kind of thought was almost all that was in the minds of the newly joined members. However, some of them had previously coveted Joe Mo's red rock bracelet treasure and had also struck out at Joe Mo. Although they ended up being educated by Joe Mo instead, they were not sure if Joe Mo still held a grudge in his heart. Therefore, the current mood of them was apprehensive. Looking at the suddenly quiet guild chat channel, Joe Mo was amused in his heart. As a matter of fact, he had planned to go team up with the people in the guild to raid the boss, so that all the people in the guild could use the extreme equipment. The more people who had precious equipment, the safer he could be and not be noticed because of several announcements of obtaining precious equipment. But not now. Right now he only had 2 hours a day to disguise himself as a player, he couldn't afford to just waste it. Now that most of the disguise time had passed, if he started heading to raid the boss now, it was likely that he would have to transform back into a wild monster halfway through the fight, which was very inappropriate. So he spoke on the guild chat channel, raiding the boss is fine, but I happen to have something going on right now, so let's do it tomorrow. Guildmaster, you and everyone else should agree on which boss to fight first. I only have 2 hours of gaming time a day, so I have to make the most of it. Alright, see you at this time tomorrow. After saying that, Joe Mo didn't even give them a chance to react and directly switched back to his wild monster form. Although he had agreed that he could team up with them to raid the boss, Joe Mo did not intend to get too close to those people. It was necessary to keep some distance so that others wouldn't take it for granted that the team would share the title of treasure hunter. Oftentimes, only by deliberately keeping some distance and not letting people think that it was too easy to get, could you gain the respect of others? Joe Mo's move to go offline directly did make the rest of the Four Seasons Guild a bit dissatisfied. Spring Twilight was a bit angry. What's wrong with this Joe Mo? He went offline after he finished talking to himself. Does it mean that our entire guild has to revolve around him? Winter Night was not as angry as she was, but instead saw clearly and laughed. That's not true, now it's supposed to revolve around him. Otherwise, according to the role of the treasure hunter title, a large number of great guilds would be begging for him. Spring Twilight let out a humph and sulked. The newly joined members didn't know what they were thinking inside, and Xiao Shallow didn't care. She directly arranged it. Since there are more people in our guild, we can look for a more strengthened boss to kill tomorrow. We don't need to focus on the leader class only. She paused for a moment and said, then let's raid the Monarch class Red Rock Monster. The last time we raided the Chieftain class Red Rock Monster, it exploded precious equipment. This time we raid the more advanced Monarch class Red Rock Monster. We might be able to inherit the same luck and explode extreme equipment again. As a matter of fact, Xiao Shallow had a reason for this arrangement. Joe Mo had secretly sent her a private chat message before going offline. Its content, presumably, was that he wanted Xia Shallow to try to find bosses near the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest. According to Jomo's words, it was to say that his current location offline just happened to be near the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, so if he chose a nearby boss, then he wouldn't need to spend a lot of time rushing when he came online, and he could try to utilize the 2 hours of gameplay as much as possible. Xia Shallow herself didn't have any special ideas, so she naturally accepted Jomo's proposal. After all, what Spring Twilight and Winter Night said wasn't wrong, it was indeed the right time to revolve around Jomo. The Treasure Hunter title could increase the drop rate of treasure level equipment by 5%, such a good thing fell on the Four Seasons Guild. If these people didn't know how to make good use of it, then it was really a little cute. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of it. Which boss to fight this kind of thing? Xia Shallow is the president of the speech, the other members can only choose to agree. Anyway, whichever boss is fought, as long as there is Jomo's title bonus, it will be fine. Time passed very quickly. Jomo, after transforming back into an elite-grade secret puppet demon spirit, had been fooling around in the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest for a day, and had not been able to hunt many players, and the harvest of experience value was also very little. Since the previous incident, fewer and fewer people were coming to the secret puppet demon spirit area to practice leveling, and Jomo was almost in the predicament of having no players to hunt. And today was the date of the raid boss that had been arranged with the guild. By the time Jomo reused his puppet disguise, the people in the guild had already finished preparing for the battle and were ready to try. Xia Shallow, the only one who had added him as a friend, also sent a message at this time. Jomo, are you online yet? We've already arrived at the Red Rock Monster area, and we're planning on raiding the Monarch level Red Rock Monster today. Okay, wait, I'll be right there. Jomo, who had already disguised himself as a player, carried the Monarch's scythe and rushed towards his destination. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the location that Xia Shallow had mentioned. Visible to the naked eye, a Monarch-class Red Rock Monster was roaming around a few hundred meters ahead. All the people from the Four Seasons Guild had already arrived, a full 19 of them, standing in a ball. However, upon closer inspection, one could still see that it was clearly divided into two small groups. Summer Shallow Autumn Cool and a few other guild elders were gathered together, while the newly joined 14 people stood a few meters apart. Having only just joined the guild, and being male and female, it was of course impossible for them to fight with the original few so quickly. Looking at Jomo, who rushed over with a huge scythe, Xia Shallow asked in a low voice, "What occupation did you switch to today?" Jomo looked at Xia Shallow and grinned, "Physician." "Physician?" Xia Shallow was a bit dazed. "Your attack is so powerful, you're not going to output today?" Jomo hemmed and hawed and said, "There are so many people, where else do I need to output? And having just gotten the Red Rock Bracelet precious treasure, don't you want to try out how strong this equipment is?" Xia Shallow nodded at that and said, "Alright, that's fine, anyway, you'll just provide a drop rate status and pay attention to your own safety." In fact, Jomo had his own considerations when he switched to the physician profession. When raiding a boss, the higher the output percentage, the higher the chance of dropping extremely valuable equipment. With his own attack, if he attacked with all his might, I was afraid that no one in the guild would be able to rob him. Then this would go against Jomo's intention. He was hoping that someone else would be able to obtain the precious great equipment. In order to take everyone's attention away from himself, Jomo could be considered to have spared no effort. Anyway, if he switched to the healer profession, he wasn't worried that others wouldn't be able to steal his output. Chapter 105. Just want to be a support today. Since Jomo was here, it was time to start when everything was prepared and stopped. As the mascot of this raid boss, it didn't really matter how much output Jomo could produce, what mattered was his title. Xia Shallow, as the captain, had already opened a team, and at this time, pulled Jomo in as well. The entire team, a full 19 people. The maximum number of people in a team was 20, and the Four Seasons Guild wasn't big, so there were only 19 people in total, so it was just that everyone could enjoy the bonus of the Treasure Hunter title. Let's begin. As Xia Shallow gave this greeting, everyone headed towards the Monarch-ranked Red Rock Monster and surrounded it. Before the Monarch-level Red Rock Monster was raided, it was only natural that the surrounding small monsters were cleared first. At this time, Jomo, who was a physician, stood back and watched comfortably. As a member of the team, this was the first time he was able to harvest experience values while standing still, a very different experience. Although it was said that the experience value of an ordinary Red Rock Monster was not high, it was better than nothing. At this time, not having officially started attacking the Monarch-level Red Rock Monsters, Jomo even had the leisure to slowly check his skills and equipment. Skills aside, in terms of equipment, there was actually still only one Monarch scythe. This time, he didn't use the sickle change skill to switch the Monarch scythe. He had already had enough of that game system that only wanted to see the world in chaos. Obviously there was only one Monarch scythe from beginning to end, but every time he switched forms, the game system would have to send out an announcement. The hate value was pulling itself all over the place. This time, let yourself be a salted fish. If you want to fight monsters in charge, just leave it to the others who are full of energy. At this time, the attributes of the Monarch scythe had actually risen a bit more. However, Joe Mo found a very helpless thing. This Monarch scythe attribute, although powerful, was only a physical type of equipment. The magic attack power was not there at all. This is a bit helpless. The physician profession is best at healing and other blood boosting skills. Its blood boosting amount in addition to the impact of the skill level will also be subject to the magic attack power of the additive. That is to say, Joe Mo, whose magic attack power was only a tiny bit of his own profession's own, was far less effective than an ordinary physician player when using a skill like healing art. Therefore, after a moment's consideration, Joe Mo gave up on the blood boosting skills such as healing art and chose to take another support route. At this time, his teammates in front of him had already started to attack the Monarch level Red Rock Monster. The level of the Red Rock Monster itself was level 18, while the level of the Monarch class Red Rock Monster was level 27. In terms of level, the Monarch class Red Rock Monster didn't manage to outsmart the players of the Four Seasons Guild. But as a Monarch class wild monster, its strength certainly couldn't be differentiated by its level alone. In terms of blood alone, this Monarch class Red Rock Monster had a full 30,000 points, not to mention its attack and defense attributes, which were also much better than other Red Rock Monsters. The leader class Red Rock Monster that a few people had rated earlier could only be considered a little brother in front of this Monarch class Red Rock Monster. There were quite a few warrior professions among the newcomers to the guild, and two of them directly charged up with their shields. They were the ones in the warrior profession with the main shield system skill, and their blood defense was even better than the average warrior player. At level 28, their defense and blood quantity alone was already very good. In response to their provocation, the Monarch level Red Rock Monster certainly wouldn't tolerate it, and directly raised its rocky giant fist and slammed it downwards. 889. 903. Shield reverse. 444. Shield reverse. 451. The Monarch class Red Rock Monster's fist was huge, and a single smash would be considered a small attack. The Monarch class Red Rock Monster's attack was obviously much more powerful than that of the Chieftain class, and even though the two warrior players had utilized their shield guard skill, they were still dealt 800 to 900 points of damage. Their maximum blood volume was just over 4,000 points. Their shield counter skill directly counterattacked and dealt a few hundred points of damage, but for the opponent's 30,000 point bloodline, it had almost no effect. Moreover, in addition to the amazing length of its blood bar, the Monarch level Red Rock Monster's automatic recovery speed of its life value was also very fast, and after just a few hundred points of damage from the counterattack, its blood level was recovering at a rapid pace. Looking at this speed, I'm afraid that every second it would be able to automatically recover a couple hundred points of life value. If the output from the back didn't keep up, its blood level would soon be full again. Moreover, the shield counter skill had its damage limit, and once the damage value reached the critical point, it could no longer counterattack. Therefore, if you want to rely solely on the shield system warrior player to use the shield counter to kill the boss, it was simply impossible. At this time, the physician players behind them had already cast various healing and recovery skills on them, while the other archer wizard players were also ready to attack. Our old players know very well to fight the boss cannot rush, must wait for the front row of players to pull the boss hate value, the back row only good output. At this time, as a physician Joe Mo did not give the front row of warrior players to add blood. He knows his own business, his magic attack is too low, if he uses healing skills, he can't add much blood at all, so he doesn't get involved. In the middle of his gaze, Xia Shallow had already rushed out. As a fighter, her blood defense was of course no match for a warrior player, but her attack explosiveness was far superior. She stomped her feet on the ground and leapt up, and while she was in mid-air, one of her legs slashed down like a battle axe, chopping at the body of the Monarch class Red Rock Monster. Heavy strike. 1235. Even if it was a Monarch class Red Rock Monster, Xia Shallow's strike surprisingly dealt an extremely high amount of damage. The other players who had newly joined the guild were instantly shocked, and then they became envious and jealous. As a level 27 fighter, Xia Shallow's attack was certainly unusual, but thinking about the fact that she had obtained the Red Rock Bracelet treasure, it all seemed to make sense again. Outsiders thought that the Red Rock Bracelet precious treasure had been used by Zhou Mo for his own use, but the people of the Four Seasons Guild naturally knew that he had traded it to Xia Shallow. After joining the guild, these people might not have some kind of thought in their hearts, even if they were really so unlucky as to not be able to pop out the precious great equipment. In the future, these people, as members of the same guild, would be able to ask Joe for precious equipment. Wouldn't it also be closer to the water than outsiders? Of course Joe didn't care about their thoughts. He saw the damage numbers that Xia Shallow had dealt and secretly nodded his head. That red rock bracelet precious was indeed worthy of being a precious level equipment, although it was not as good as his own Monarch scythe. The strengthening of Xia Shallow was also visible to the naked eye. Heavy Strike, an attack effect that came with the red rock bracelet jumbo, was able to boost attack damage by 50%, with a 15% trigger chance, which was considered pretty good. Although it wasn't as strong as Strike, it was still a very practical special effect. Seeing Xia Shallow's bravery, Jomo's heart moved, and he raised his hand and threw an acceleration technique onto Xia Shallow's body. Then, he didn't stop, and immediately threw another endeavor skill on. Since his magic power wasn't superior, he gave up adding points to the healing skills and just chose these status-type auxiliary skills. The power of these skills was only related to the skill level, not the magic attack power. Author's words. Here comes the third shift today. Chapter 106, rating the Monarch level Red Rock Monster. Xia Sha was attacking the Monarch level Red Rock Monster when she suddenly felt a lightness in her body, and an acceleration spell had been thrown onto her body. At this time, the Monarch level Red Rock Monster ate her attack, and was about to counterattack. The huge rock fist smashed down, but she dodged it with a light jump. It looked like it was just a light jump, but the method of exertion in it was not simple, and very few ordinary players were able to do it. Even if it was Xia Shallow, if she wanted to dodge the opponent's extremely fast fist smashes, she would need to be fully concentrated. But with the addition of the acceleration technique, she was able to maneuver more like a fish in water, and even dodged it with ease. Then, Jomo's other auxiliary skill endeavor was released on her. The Four Seasons Guild was only a small guild, and even with the dozen or so new recruits, there weren't very many healer players. Among these physician players, there were even fewer who gave up their blood-boosting skills and chose auxiliary skills like acceleration and endeavor. Because of the special nature of physician players, it was difficult to level and fight monsters alone, and it was necessary to team up with other players to rub experience value from others. And as a physician player, what other players would prefer to get from a physician player is the help of blood replenishment. Therefore, if there was no specialized team to lead the leveling, a physician player who had given up his blood reinforcement skill would find it difficult to even form a leveling team. Of course, Joe didn't need to worry about such things, as he could easily switch between his puppet disguise skill. At this time, with Jomo's acceleration and endeavor, Xia Shallow seemed to be on fire, running around with an even stronger aura. When the Monarch level Red Rock Monster turned to the left to attack, she had already twisted her body and flashed to the other side of the Red Rock Monster. This time, the Monarch level Red Rock Monster's movements were a bit stiff, so Xia Shallow directly used the continuous punch skill. 345. 345. 345. 345. With the addition of the Red Rock Bracelet, a treasure, and the Endeavor skill, Xia Shallow's attacks were indeed much more powerful, and even when fighting Monarch level Red Rock monsters, the damage was very good. Joe on the side could really see that although Xia Shallow was a fighter, her operating habits were different from most fighters. Unlike other fighters, or most other players, Xia Shallow did not rely excessively on professional skills. The so-called skills, in fact, is the game design encapsulated a series of attack movements, plus some damage coefficients, then ordinary attacks is naturally much more powerful. But compared to it, because it is designed to encapsulate the attack action, its use is not flexible enough. A skill out must be used up to make the next. In actual combat, players need to consider the best time to control the release. But this point, not everyone can do well. Xia Shallow went in a different direction. She did not overly rely on skills, and almost most of the time, she just used normal attacks to fight. But under Jomo's observation, he realized that this kind of normal attack of hers was different from the kind of silly normal attacks of ordinary players. Xia Shallow's physical quality and even her combat reactions were excellent, and she didn't need to rely on skills. She was able to make a variety of attack maneuvers with her own maneuvers alone. Like jumping up in the air, spinning around and chopping down with a foot. Like Joe would not dare to think about this kind of operation. She did it like eating and drinking water, as simple as that. And this kind of kick chop was not any skill of the current fighters, but its attack power was far better than normal attacks and not inferior to certain attack skills. Her maneuvering skills were already outstanding, and with the help of Jomo's acceleration technique, her attack speed and movement speed had both increased by 100%. And with the addition of Endeavor, her attack power had also increased by 20%. Now, she was incredibly powerful. At the side of the Monarch level Red Rock Monster, Xiaoxiao dashed left and right, forward and backward, tilting all kinds of attacks at the Monarch level Red Rock Monster, while the other party couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. Zhou Mo watched in wonder. This could truly be considered pleasing to the eyes. After playing the game for so long, this was the first time he had seen a boss fight that purely relied on maneuvering skills. Could it be that this Xiaoxiao could really brush the boss without injury? While Xiaoxiao was attacking that Monarch level Red Rock Monster, the other guild members were naturally not idle. The skills of the archers and magicians were all tilted out to their heart's content. With the precious great equipment, Xiaoxiao's output was already not inferior to that of archers and magicians, and with the bonus of acceleration and endeavor, her attack output was now more than double that of the magicians in the team. With such output strength, the hatred value of the Monarch level Red Rock Monster was basically on her, and it would only chase after her and keep fighting, directly ignoring the output of the magicians and archers. However, with the acceleration technique 100% movement speed bonus, Xiaoxiao's ability to dodge attacks was strong to no end. Although the Monarch level Red Rock Monster's giant fist hammering speed wasn't slow, it couldn't hit Xiaoxiao at all. Just like that, the 30,000 blood Monarch level was knocked down by 10,000 points of blood in one go, leaving only most of its blood stripe. But Zhou Mo knew that the tough battle was just beginning now. Boom 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 boom. Lava Hammer Strike. The Monarch class Red Rock Monster once again used this skill. Compared to the Chieftain class Red Rock Monster, this skill of its was even more powerful. Xiaoxiao naturally dodged away first, but the two shield warriors still beside the Red Rock Monster were not so lucky. 1326. 1326. 1245. 1221. 1176. The attack power of a Monarch level Red Rock Monster was naturally much stronger than that of a Chieftain level Red Rock Monster, and with such a skill, the two warrior players, even though they were holding their shields and triggered the defense bonus of base strength, were still unable to hold on in the end. The two warrior players in the front instantly turned into white light. For the first time, casualties had appeared in the Four Seasons Guild's raid on the Monarch level Red Rock Monster. And this was just the beginning. The Four Seasons Guild wasn't the only two warrior players. On the other side of the Monarch class Red Rock Monster, there were likewise three warriors attacking it. 214. 214. These three warrior players were the ones who had their main point in sword skills. Their defense was a bit worse than the shield warriors, but they were much stronger in terms of attack. Unfortunately, the physical defense of the Red Rock Monster race was notoriously high, and even for the warriors with sword skills, a single double slash would only deal a few hundred points of total damage. At this time, the magician archers in the distance were still outputting, and the blood level of the Monarch level Red Rock Monster was still dropping. Xiaoxiao, who had dodged the lava hammer strike, darted back at this time and hit the Monarch Red Rock Monster's heart with a straight face punch. Heavy strike. 1425. It had to be said that Xiaoxiao's luck was very good, and this instant triggered the Red Rock Bracelet Jumbo's critical strike special effect again. With the bonus of endeavor, her attack power was increased by a lot, and the effect of this punch was very good. The Monarch class Red Rock Monster's blood level instantly dropped below 50%. Only a roar could be heard from the Monarch class Red Rock Monster as boundless flames rushed out from its body. 866. 866. 866. 866. 866. 866. Instantly a series of damage numbers jumped up. The three warrior players on the other side of the Red Rock Monster didn't even have time to retreat. They were directly surrounded in flames and burned alive into white light. 912. 912. Xiaoxiao, who had just unleashed Straight Fist, was also hit twice by the flames, and instantly lost more than 1,800 points of blood. The blood bar had already reached less than half. Chapter 107 Powerful Life Chain. Zhou Mo, who had raided the leader level Red Rock Monster, knew that this was another natural skill of the Red Rock Monster boss, Purgatory Recovery. When hit below half of its blood level, a large amount of flames would gush out from its body to defend itself and quickly recover its lost blood level while surrounded by the flames. The Purgatory Recovery skill of the leader level Red Rock Monster was already terrifying, and the Monarch level one was even more so, with an astonishingly strong attack power. The few warrior players only lasted a few seconds before they turned into white light. As for Xiaoxiao, who was also surrounded by flames, after being burned twice, she retreated outwards at a rapid pace. However, she was fast, and the Monarch class Red Rock Monster was faster than her. At this time, the Monarch level Red Rock Monster's unique natural skill Colony Guardian had already been activated. Instantly, a large group of Red Rock Monsters appeared and surrounded the area, and Xiaoxiao didn't even have a place to land. For leader level Red Rock Monsters, 8 elite level Red Rock Monsters, and 40 ordinary Red Rock Monsters joined the battle. Xiaoxiao was instantly plunged into the pile of Red Rock Monsters. Just a short while ago, several people had raided the leader class Red Rock Monsters together, but now 4 leader classes had appeared all of a sudden. Even Xiaoxiao, who already possessed precious grade equipment, was absolutely not confident that she could stand up to 4 collar grade Red Rock Monsters. She maneuvered at her limit, jumping outward to escape from the large group of Red Rock Monsters that surrounded her. However, there were simply too many Red Rock Monsters that appeared in this area, and while Xiaoxiao's maneuvering skills were formidable, she couldn't manage to dodge 100% of them. 567. While crossing the gap between the 4 leader-level Red Rock Monsters, all 4 of them raised their fists to attack. Xiaoxiao was unable to dodge and was eventually hit by one of the leaders. Xiaoxiao only had over 1,000 points of blood left. For her who was still in the pile of Red Rock Monsters, this amount of blood was almost like a death sentence. Unless she could really avoid every attack perfectly. But that was basically impossible. Zhou Mo, who had been paying attention to Xiaoxiao, reacted very quickly, and in the nick of time, he had already raised his hand and released a skill that he had prepared long ago. As a matter of fact, if he didn't have no choice, he wouldn't be willing to use this skill. It was another skill of the physician player, Life Chain. Once upon a time, Zhou Mo had encountered this skill when he was fighting a player. A twisted aura spanned a distance of 20 to 30 meters, connecting Zhou Mo and Xiaoxiao. 92. A damage figure jumped up on Xiaoxiao's body, and it was her who had been hit by the Monarch-level Red Rock Monster's Purgatory Recovery Flames again. However, this time, the flames only dealt 92 damage to her, only 1/10 of the original damage. Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised, and turned her head to see Zhou Mo's side, but a damage number also jumped up. 821. But it was another part of the damage from Flame Scorch that was transferred to Zhou Mo's body. Damage transfer sharing, this was exactly the effect of Life Chain. LV1 Life Chain could allow the target on both ends of the chain to take 50% of the damage. Zhou Mo's Life Chain had already reached LV5. LV5 Life Chain can make one end take 90% of the damage, while the other end only needs to take 10%. As for which end would take 90% and which end would take 10%, it was optional. One only needed to choose to switch when in the chain state. However, with Xiaoxiao's current blood defense, Zhou Mo certainly couldn't choose to let her take 90% of the damage. In that case, she would still be quickly killed and turned into a soul point of light, and there would be no point in using this life chain. As for level 24 Zhou Mo, his life value was already very low, so he could share 90% of the damage, but the pressure wasn't too great. Physician profession and fighter profession's blood defense is almost the same. Level 24 physician, his own panel's blood quantity has 2,400 points. Zhou Mo, who was afraid of death, after disguising himself as a physician profession, he chose to add points to his attribute points, and his blood volume increased by another 900 points. LV8's puppet disguise can add 30% of the original body's attributes, which adds another 4,200 points of blood, plus the 7,500 points of the Monarch's side zone blood limit, as well as the 5% bonus of the Treasure Hunter title. Zhou Mo's blood quantity was now as high as 15,750 points. Fortunately, he chose to hide the attribute panel, otherwise, if other players saw it, I'm afraid it would be another problem. With this amount of blood, helping to take more than 800 points of damage was simply worthless. Moreover, the Stamina Addition could greatly enhance the automatic life recovery speed. All the Stamina Addition, his automatic life recovery now, could also reach 150 points a second, and compared to the Monarch level Red Rock Monster, it wasn't too far off. The other members of the guild originally thought that Xiaoxiao would die for sure, but unexpectedly, Zhou Mo's life chain was like a stroke of genius that saved Xiaoxiao's life. However, there weren't many healers who were as generous as Zhou Mo, who casually used life chain. Most healers who took the healing route were basically Spirit Plus and didn't have a lot of blood. The life chain is used to tie the magician archer this kind of brittle skin profession, emergency life-saving can, but used to link the front melee profession top boss, that is simply do not even dare to think about things. Physicians originally so little blood, where can withstand that kind of build Therefore, their life chain skill, basically are pointing a level, there is at LV1 life chain, meaning can be. As for clicking to LV5 and sharing 90% of the damage with others? Do you think you can't die fast enough? With this kind of binding, Xiaxia no longer had to worry about being killed in seconds, and with a few consecutive jumps, she finally escaped from the red rock monster's encirclement. Although she was hit twice in the middle, the pressure wasn't too great. However, even with the protection of the life chain, at this time, she only had less than 1,000 points of blood left. Although she had the red rock bracelet treasure, the attributes of this equipment were mainly to increase her attack power, and did not increase her life value like the Monarch's scythe, so Xiaxia's overall blood limit was still not high. With less than 1,000 points of blood remaining, trying to go up and attack the boss was undoubtedly tantamount to suicide. Even with the life chain in her body, she definitely wouldn't be able to last more than a few hits. In any case, Zhou Mo simply raised his hand and released a healing spell. Plus 360. LV1's cure art was very unforgiving, coupled with Zhou Mo's own pathetically low magic attack power, this bite of blood added, the effect was not obvious. Zhou Mo looked at Xiaxiao with an embarrassed face. If he only relied on his own healing magic to reply, Xiaxiao was afraid that she would have already cooled down. At this time, the other healer players finally reacted, and 3 healing spells landed on Xiaxiao's body. Plus 1054. Plus 968. Plus 985. In an instant, Xiaxiao's bloodline was back to full strength, and she was fully able to fight again. Xiaxiao didn't let the crowd down, and once again turned around and charged towards the pile of red rock monsters. Chapter 108, Splitting the Battlefield. And at this time, Winter Knight, who was the vice president, had also shouted, "Everyone, forget about the Monarch-level red rock monsters for now, and clear the small monsters with all your might first." As a veteran member of the guild, she naturally had a considerable understanding of Xiaxiao. Xiaxiao's best skill was her maneuvering skills, and the presence of a large number of red rock monsters within a small piece of space was very unfavorable to her maneuvering. For Xiaxiao to play better, these small monsters had to be disposed of first. Of course, for the dozen or so people in the guild right now, the 40 normal red rock monsters and the 8 elite red rock monsters were nothing. With the magician putting in a few skills and the archers putting in a few skills, they were basically cleared out. What was more troublesome were the 4 leader level red rock monsters. If it was before these newcomers joined, the Four Seasons Guild would have had some trouble raiding a single chieftain class red rock monster, not to mention the 4 that were there now. Even now, with a dozen more people in the guild, it was unlikely that the guild would be able to easily clear 4 collared red rock monsters. Each of the leader-level red rock monsters also had tens of thousands of points of blood, and their attack defense was also very high. Hitting their bodies was also very painful. Not to mention, the leader-level red rock monster is also a serious boss. Half-blood can trigger the community guard, blood can open the berserk. When the Four Seasons Guild's dozen or so people faced the 4 leader-level red rock monsters, the strategy was a little too smooth. If they weren't careful, the 2 shield-type warriors that had been saved by the resurrection spell had fallen again. As for Xiaxiao, who had been focusing on the Monarch-class red rock monsters, she had to give up her primary target at this time, and took on the 4 chieftain-class red rock monsters. As soon as Zhou Mo took a look at those guys being abused by the 4 chieftain classes and cried out, he also understood that the priority now was that he had to take care of these 4 chieftain classes first. He spoke, "Let that Monarch-class red rock monster go first, there's no way to let him bleed back. I'm afraid it's going to be a regimentation later on if we don't get rid of these chieftain classes." The Four Seasons Guild had added a dozen new people. Dealing with 2 chieftain-grade red rock monsters at the same time was no problem at all, but trying to get rid of 4 of them was beyond their capabilities. After all, this time, Zhou Mo was disguised as a physician profession and didn't have the means to give an output. Without Zhou Mo's explosive output, and Xiaxiao with her precious equipment focusing on dealing with the Monarch class, the remaining Four Seasons Guild crowd's output to fight the bosses was actually a lot less. Bosses like the leader-level red rock monsters, once they couldn't be killed quickly, would become troublesome and the difficulty of killing them would increase exponentially. This was because they possessed the Purgatory Revival skill. As long as they couldn't be killed quickly, they would use this skill to repeatedly recover their blood level and inflict ranged magic attacks on the members of the Four Seasons Guild. Without Xiaxiao's operation and acceleration bonus, they basically had no way to escape from the Purgatory Recovery Flames, and with their blood defense, forcing them to resist, they would only end up becoming soul light spots. Although the output of magicians and archers is good, once there is no protection from the front row of professions, they do not dare to continue to launch attacks. Once they accidentally attracted the boss's hate value and the boss attacked them, they simply couldn't hold their ground. Therefore, lacking sharp knife-type talents like Zhou Mo and Xiaxiao, raiding bosses was a difficult task. Xiaxiao naturally understood the reasoning behind this, and she said in the guild channel, "Don't mess with the Monarch class, I'll distract the 2 leader classes first, and you guys take care of these 2 leader classes, no problem, right?" That's definitely no problem. Winter Knight looked at Xiaoshallow, a little worried. Either let Spring Twilight join you, it will be dangerous for you to deal with the 2 collar levels alone, without someone to add blood. Xiaoshallow glanced at Zhou Mo and said, don't worry, he'll be fine, just 2 collar levels, they can't hit me for much blood. Spring Twilight has to stay this way, otherwise you guys won't be able to add blood back. After saying that, she directly launched an attack towards the 2 chieftain levels on the left, attracting their hatred and leading them a few dozen meters away. Anyway, for raiding bosses, as long as they didn't go beyond the range of 100 meters from the refresh point, there was no need to worry about the boss taking off and running back. The other archers and magicians were also very knowledgeable and did not pour any more output into the 2 leader class red rock monsters. The 2 chieftains were smoothly led away by Xiaoshao and headed to the left. Zhou Mo could only follow Xiaoshallow to the left. After all, although the range of the life chain was large, it also had its limits. If it was too far away, the chain would break. Unfortunately, although Xiaoshallow and Zhou Mo thought well, things did not go exactly as they thought. In addition to those 2 leader level, the Monarch level red rock monster also followed along and rushed towards Xiaoshallow. Xiaoshallow clenched her teeth, and without turning back, she walked straight ahead, drawing away the 2 leader classes plus a Monarch class. At least, this way, the remaining guild members' side, raiding the 2 chieftain class red rock monsters, was much more hassle-free and simple. Winter evening, Spring Twilight and the other old guild members watched the Monarch class go away, anxious in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Having fought the boss until now, they also sort of understood that without Zhou Mo and Xiaoshallow, the current 4 Seasons guild still didn't have the strength to raid the Monarch class red rock monsters, even with a dozen or so more people. Being able to solve the remaining 2 leader level red rock monsters was already the limit. As for Xiaoshallow's side, even if they followed them up, they wouldn't be able to do much help for a while. On this side, looking at the Monarch level also following them, Zhou Mo was somewhat helpless. Careless, not disguising himself as a profession with a powerful output today, it seemed that it was still a bit difficult to raid the Monarch class. Ignore the Monarch class first, let's settle the Chieftain class first, I'll help you renew your status. Zhou Mo said, once again raised his hand, and renewed the acceleration technique that had just passed its duration for Xiaoshallow. With the addition of the acceleration technique, Xiaoshallow was already able to manage with ease against the 2 chieftains and 1 monarch, and it wasn't as difficult as Zhou Mo had feared. After figuring out the attack habits of the red rock monster bosses, with Xiaoshallow's maneuvering skills, coupled with the acceleration technique, it was hard for the red rock monster bosses to touch her. 1105. With a straight face punch, Xiaoshallow inflicted terrible damage on a certain leader level red rock monster. With her precious great equipment and the Endeavor skill, Xiaoshao's attack on the leader class with extremely high defense was like fighting a small monster. Looking at the damage figures, Zhou Mo's heart was surprised, but at the same time a little regretful. If I had known that Xiaoshallow was so fierce, I would have ordered a few more levels of Endeavor skill, but now it's only LV4 Endeavor status, which can only increase the attack power by 20%, which is not enough to explode. Unfortunately, there were no skill points left to add. The blood level of this leader level red rock monster was already low, and when it was hit by this punch, it instantly dropped below 50%. The Clan Guardian's skill was instantly triggered. 4 elite level red rock monsters and 20 ordinary red rock monsters entered the battle. The sudden appearance of a large number of red rock monsters, even though Xiaoshallow had prepared for it, she still couldn't dodge all the attacks. It was still hit a few times. 52. 5. Although there were a lot of red rock monsters, she tried her best to avoid the attacks of the leader class, and was only touched by 1 elite class and 2 ordinary classes. However, with the sharing of the life chain, the already low damage only hurt her a little bit, and with this amount of damage, she was able to cope with it by just relying on medicine to restore her blood. As for the rest of the damage to Zhou Mo's body, for his blood, it is nothing, casually a weak to burst LV1 healing magic, it is almost back. Coupled with his own blood recovery speed, in a flash, he was a good young man with a full blood bar again. Author's words. Third shift today. Chapter 109 Xiaoshallow Solo Battle. And at this time, Xiaoshallow, who was completely free of worries, immediately aimed her attacks at the red rock monsters that had just been summoned. As a fighter, the thing she regretted was that she didn't have any ranged attacks, even these small monsters needed to be killed one by one. However, with her current attack power, to kill ordinary red rock monsters, 1 punch would be enough. As for the elite level red rock monsters, it was also basically no trouble at all, and she was able to take care of them between 3 punches and 2 kicks. With the help of the acceleration technique that added 100% to her attack speed, even if she just punched and kicked them with normal attacks, it wasn't too slow. Within a short period of time, she was able to clear out the small monsters summoned by the leader-level Red Rock monster. However, during this period of time, the leader-level Red Rock monster used the Purgatory recovery skill, and its blood level had recovered quite a bit, and its blood bar had reached the level of half a bar again. Of course, Xia Shallow didn't allow it to gradually recover its blood level, and with a single movement of her feet, she attacked again. Just now when this leader level used the Purgatory recovery generated flames, she had jumped out of the range first, and did not receive damage. At this time, when she attacked again, there were no Red Rock monsters blocking her, so it was even more unlikely that she would be hit by this leader-level Red Rock monster. Even if there was another leader class and a Monarch class on the side, they still didn't have any effect on her. Joe Mo, who was at the back, nodded his head as he watched, feeling that he had gained a lot. Joe Mo, who was maintaining the life chain, had nothing to do but watch Xia Shallow fight, feeling that she was getting more and more skillful at raiding the Red Rock monsters. He was also deeply puzzled by Xia Shallow's ability to perform various difficult maneuvers. Joe Mo knew very well that in this game, everyone's physical quality had become very good, but to be able to do some high difficulty moves, it was impossible to do so without a lot of practice. Normally, having the encapsulation skills of each profession was already enough, not many people would be willing to spend time practicing these. For Xia Shallow to be able to do it, either she did spend a lot of time practicing, or she had a lot of experience in fighting in the real world. Heavy Strike 1562. As Joe Mo watched the battle, Xia Shallow swept out with a kick, finally emptying the blood bar of the leader-level Red Rock monster in front of her, ending it. The corresponding experience value and loot gain information alert sounded. In addition to the experience value, this chieftain grade dropped several pieces of rare grade equipment, which were distributed to the people with higher contributions. Joe Mo also got a piece. Only for the current him, a mere piece of rare grade equipment was no longer able to give him the emotion of surprise. This chieftain class was summoned by a Monarch class Red Rock monster and didn't enjoy the treatment that chieftain classes deserved. There was no step of assigning the MVP belonging after killing it. Xia Shallow continued to attack the other alpha-level Red Rock monster. With the life chain in place, her style of play was obviously much more aggressive, and without the fear of being killed in a second, she was often able to try out more difficult and stronger output killing moves. It didn't take long for the other leader class to fall as well. Another few painless gains. At this time, only the Monarch class Red Rock monster remained. Just now, when Xia Shallow was clearing out the two chieftains, although she deliberately avoided it, after all, there were so many monsters and clutter, she was still hit by it. Fortunately, with the life chain in place, the damage she received was not high, and she slowly took medicine to restore her blood, and eventually recovered. At this time, the Monarch-ranked Red Rock monster in front of her returned to its full blood level. If it wasn't for the fact that this Monarch class hadn't gotten out of the fight all this time, I'm afraid that the raiding would have to start all over again. Now that this Monarch class Red Rock monster had not come out of combat, although it was still full of blood, it was much less threatening than a normal Monarch class Red Rock monster. Its pack guard had already been triggered and could no longer be used, leaving it as a mere commander. Although the Monarch class Red Rock monster was powerful, as a fighter, Xia Shallow was best at dealing with individual enemies. Facing the Monarch level Red Rock monster, Xia Shallow ran up. Between her feet, the ground was strewn with debris, and in an instant, she had already rushed to the front of the Monarch class Red Rock monster. Rumble. The Monarch level Red Rock monster's fists connected and smashed down in front of her. This fist smashed down, but Xia Shallow had already leapt up first. Using the power of running as the basis, the whole person leapt up 4 meters high and landed on the shoulder of the Monarch class Red Rock monster. The opponent's fist smashed on the ground shook, and sand and dust filled the sky. But at this time, Xia Shallow had already raised his voice and used continuous punch on the Monarch level Red Rock monster's head. 518. 518. 518. Strike. 818. This time, Xia Asahi attacked the head of the Red Rock monster, which was considered as an attack on the vital parts, and the damage dealt by the same continuous punch was much stronger than the original one. In the game's settings, even if the same attack hits different parts of the target, the damage caused is different. Attacks like this one that struck at the head often dealt 1.5 times the damage that would be dealt when attacking a normal part of the body. When the battle opened, the Monarch level Red Rock monster was attacked in the head and roared with fury, defending itself with both hands. However, under the acceleration technique, Xia Shallow's reaction speed was so fast that it had no bounds, and with a flip, he had already gotten down from its shoulders and landed next to its feet. Looking at the 4-meter-tall Monarch-level Red Rock monster, Joe Mo pinched a cold sweat for Xia Shallow. If he wasn't careful, and that Monarch level red rock monster stepped on him, wouldn't Xia Shallow turn into a Xia Flat? But he was obviously overthinking. Xia Shallow had a much bigger brain than he did. At the same time when Zhou was helping to renew his acceleration technique, Xia Shallow let out a furious cry, raised her body sideways, and violently slammed into the Monarch level red rock monster's leg. Zhou almost covered his eyes and didn't dare to look. This red rock monster's body was made up of hard rocks, so for Xia Shallow to use her flesh and blood body to ram against it, was she really not out of her mind? In his heart, he secretly made up his mind, in the future, never disguise himself as a fighter. This fighter profession fights, it's really too scary. Just when he almost didn't dare to look, Xia Shallow had already slammed a shoulder into the leg of the Monarch-class red rock monster. It was precisely the skill of the fighter profession, Iron Mountain leaning. Instantly, a large damage number jumped up. 1465. Even if it only impacted on the red rock monster's leg, which wasn't a vital part, it still dealt a considerable amount of damage. This was all thanks to the terrifying damage factor of the Iron Mountain leaning skill. After receiving this blow, the Monarch-level red rock monster lost blood, and its entire 4-meter-tall body shook a little, tilting to one side with difficulty in maintaining balance. After this impact, Xia Shallow did not stop, but directly embraced the red rock monster's calf, which was as thick as an adult's waist, and fiercely exerted force behind her. She looked like she was going to use the backdrop skill of a fighter. The problem was, this Monarch-level red rock monster was 4 meters tall, and its entire body was made of rock, so its weight was probably dozens of times that of Xia Shallow. How could she dare to have such an idea? Chapter 110 Harvesting. In the midst of Zhou's shock, he only saw Xia Shallow's ha exhale, which actually shook the 4-meter-tall Monarch-level red rock monster. Then, in the midst of Zhou's shocked gaze, the 4-meter-tall Monarch-level red rock monster fell like a mountain, and was smashed to the ground with a boom. What originally seemed like an overrated act was actually accomplished by her. Even Zhou, who was connected by the life chain and stood 20 to 30 meters away, felt the ground shake. If he hadn't been psychologically prepared, I'm afraid that he would have already fallen to the ground in shock. 1951. A terrifying damage number jumped up. One of Xia Shallow's sudden attacks had moved the Monarch-class red rock monster down, directly inflicting considerable damage on it. And at this time, Xia Shallow took advantage of the opponent's chance to fall to the ground, and even more so, he used all of his attack skills that had already finished cooldown in one go. Direct punch. Continuous punch. Shattering strike. A series of 3 skills were used one after another, without having to care about any maneuvering skills at all. If it was usual, this would not work, but now that the Monarch-level red rock monster was being moved down, there was no way for it to counterattack accordingly for a while, and it was greatly swiped by Xia Shallow's wave of output. Just like that, the Monarch-class red rock monster's blood bar fell to less than half. Suddenly, a large amount of flames surged out from the Monarch-class red rock monster's body. It was the Purgatory Revival skill that was unique to red rock monster bosses. Xia Shallow dodged back and withdrew from the range of the Purgatory Revival flames. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Monarch-level red rock monster stood up again, and its bloodstain also recovered a bit. When the flames retreated, Xia Shallow charged again. Zhou at the back was almost dozing off from boredom. With the addition of the acceleration technique, and the one-on-one battle, Zhou suddenly realized that this Xia Shallow had actually managed to brush the boss without any injuries, which was not a normal thing to do. Boss fights are not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time, and to be able to dodge and not be hit by a boss even once in such a long period of time, you can imagine how much brain power is consumed. Even if the average person was willing to use up their brain power, they were afraid that it would be difficult to maintain such intense movements for a long period of time. It wasn't without reason that Xia Shallow was able to stabilize the position of the number 1 fighter. Soon, with Zhou's assistance, after a few more acceleration and endeavor, the Monarch-level red rock monster's blood level finally dropped by half. At this time, its blood level was close to the 20% threshold. Zhou knew that the real difficulty was just coming. He said to Xia Shallow, below 20%, it's about to enter the berserk state, can you really do it alone? Should we ask them to split a few people over to help? Xia Shallow shook her head slightly and said, do you think they can split it up? Noticing that the other side was still hooting and hollering in a frenzy, Zhou knew that they hadn't even taken care of the 2 leader classes yet, so how could they have the spare capacity to come over here to help? He secretly sighed in his heart and said, then take it easy, don't do it the hard way if you really can't, wait until they've cleaned up the 2 leader class over there, then it's okay to come back and siege. Xia Shallow didn't respond, and he didn't know if he heard it or not. In the next moment, when Xiao Shallow's punch landed on the Monarch-level red rock monster, it roared furiously and red light surged from its body. Zhou Mo knew that it was a sign that the boss-level monster had entered the berserk state. When a boss-level monster's berserk talent was activated, it would double its attributes and turn into a ranged attack when it entered the berserk state. According to the Monarch level of the red rock monster in front of him, the duration of this berserk must be 30 seconds. 30 seconds wasn't a long time, but sometimes it was enough to wipe out a team. When the Monarch-level red rock monster entered its berserk state, Xiao Shao didn't retreat, but only turned his body to the other side and struck out with a fist. Heavy strike. 746. Her punch did hit, and it also triggered the red rock bracelet Jumbo's heavy strike special effect, but the effect wasn't as good as it should have been, and it only dealt 746 points of damage. It was much worse than the original. However, after the Monarch-level red rock monster entered the berserk state, its attributes were doubled, and even its physical defense was doubled, so when the same attack hit it, the damage dealt would naturally be lower. At this time, the Monarch-level red rock monster should have 20% of its blood remaining, that is, 6,000 points, but in the berserk state, its attributes were doubled, and it became 12,000 points. Of course, when its berserk state was over, this doubled blood quantity would naturally fall. The question was, could Xiao Shallow last until then? At the same time when Xiao Shallow's punch hit the red rock monster, this Monarch-level red rock monster also swung its arm, and its huge rock arm swung towards the side. Xiao Shallow hastily flew backward while blocking with both hands. 120. The blow was finally taken. The game had a setting that if one reacted quickly and managed to block the attack, it was only going to take half of the original damage. However, after the Monarch-level red rock monster entered the berserk state, its attack power was doubled, and with a single punch, the damage was twice as much as the original. Even though Xiao Shallow's skill was outstanding and she managed to block it, she still took half of the damage, which was 1,200 points. Because of the sharing of the life chain, she only took 120 damage, while the remaining 1080 points of damage was taken by Zhou Mo, who was not far away. Even Zhou Mo, who had more than 15,000 points of blood, was shocked. If that happened, wouldn't he have to endure another dozen or so attacks, and then he would be out of his misery? Danger! He didn't care about his recovery skills, he threw LV1 healing technique and slow recovery Misty Barrier at himself. It's not that he hasn't thought of using Misty Barrier to help Xiao Shallow, but on the one hand, his Misty Barrier is only LV1, and on the other hand, Xiao Shallow's range is a bit large when she's fighting, so Misty Barrier can't cover her at all. The Misty Barrier can't even cover her range of movement, so he dismissed the idea. He looked at Xiao Shallow in front of him, and asked with some trepidation, "Is it still okay? If it's not possible, let's withdraw. I'm a little worried that I'll die first later." Xiao Shallow said calmly while dodging the attacks of the Monarch-level red rock monster, "Don't worry, it's not a big problem, I was greedy just now." As expected, Xiao Shallow's maneuvering skills were unfathomable, even if the boss had entered the berserk state. Compared to her with the acceleration technique, her dexterity was still a lot worse. As long as Xiao Shallow didn't get greedy, the Monarch-level red rock monster wouldn't be able to do anything about her. If she wasn't 100% sure, Xiao Shallow just dodged and didn't attack greedily. In this way, after 30 seconds of berserk, Xiao Shao lightly attacked the Monarch-level red rock monster a few times, and the other party didn't even touch her. As soon as the berserk state passed, the movements of the Monarch-level red rock monster suddenly slowed down by a large margin. Xiao Shallow, who had already gotten used to the berserk state, was like a grown-up bullying a child when dealing with a Monarch-level red rock monster that didn't have a berserk state. In the blink of an eye, the Monarch-level red rock monster, which had recovered to 9,000 points of blood, was hit by Xiao Shallow's round of stormy output, leaving it with only 2,000 points of blood. Next, only 2 attacks were needed to complete the harvest. Xiao Shallow suddenly stepped back. Zhou Mo, who had been watching the battle for a long time, had also been able to understand her intentions, and after raiding for half a day, Xiao Shallow had basically been able to grasp the attacking rhythm of that Monarch-level red rock monster. If she hadn't miscalculated, in the next moment, the Monarch-level red rock monster would use its lava hammer strike again. Xiao Shallow, who had the life chain in tow, could actually resist the lava hammer strike attack and finish off the Monarch-level red rock monster. However, her long-time fighting habit made her subconsciously choose to retreat and dodge. Perhaps this was the choice of those who pursued the aesthetics of battle. It was just a matter of retreating and attacking before successfully collecting the boss, there was no need to rush. However, at this moment, the battlefield changed abruptly. On the side of the Monarch-class red rock monster, the air rippled and a figure loomed. "I'll go. He's going to steal the boss." Joe Mo, who had often been a thief, naturally understood the other party's intentions, and he was afraid that the other party had long since stealthily hidden aside, waiting for this last-minute great opportunity to harvest the boss. Although most of the damage of this Monarch-level Red Rock monster was dealt by Xia Shallow, the game had a special setting for fighting bosses with closing knives. Regardless of the percentage of output, any player who dealt the final blow would be forced to receive 10% of the contribution from raiding the boss. The number of extremely valuable props that a boss could pop out was fixed, and for every additional person who came to share it, less would be allocated to the others. Even though the MVP this time was not Xia Shallow, if the other party was really lucky to the point of directly bursting out extremely valuable equipment with 10% contribution, then their own side would all have to lose money and bleed. Careless, the first time I disguised myself as a physician profession, I didn't even think about this. Otherwise, if he had put on the Eye of True Sight state in advance, where would this kind of oops come from? Xia Shallow naturally also knows the trick, also reversed the body of the backward, suddenly pounced forward. But Joe Mo was not optimistic. With such a distance, by the time she arrived, the yellow flowers and vegetables would be cold. However, in the spirit of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Joe Mo still raised his hand and prepared to give Xia Shallow an Eye of True Vision status. In the end, it was his own negligence that was to blame. In fact, all of this was just a flash in the pan, as if in slow motion. Within Joe Mo's eyes, there was a thief on each side of his body, slowly jumping up, ready to send out the subterranean strike skill's manifestation strike to him. How many people are there on the other side? Not only do they want to collect the boss, but they also intend to collect themselves as well. Chapter 111, dropping two pieces at once. 118. 123. The two thieves' manifestation strikes both hit Joe Mo's body, but the result was only a couple hundred points of damage to him, like scratching an itch. At this moment, with the additional defense of the Monarch's scythe, and the 30% attribute of the original body added by the LV8 puppet disguise, coupled with the fact that he was an all-power added healer, his defense was already so high as to make people despair. Joe Mo knew that these two thief players couldn't threaten him, so he didn't even bother, and still added a Eye of True Vision to Xia Shallow. 324. At this time, the thief over there who had sneaked up on the Monarch-level Red Rock monster had already finished a manifestation strike, but unfortunately, the effect wasn't very satisfactory. This hit only dealt 324 damage. This was also because the defense of that Monarch-level Red Rock monster wasn't even close to Joe Mo's, or else he wouldn't have been able to even deal this 300 plus points of damage. Earlier, when they watched Xia Shallow fight the boss easily, they thought that this Monarch-class Red Rock monster was a block of tofu. In fact, this Red Rock monster was so hard that it was beyond their imagination. The roar of the Monarch-class Red Rock monster was already in his ears. The thief player had a moment of hesitation, debating whether or not to use the cut skill again, taking his chances and seeing if he could ignore defense and blitz and kill the last bit of the boss's blood. However, it was good that he didn't have this kind of thought in mind, but once he had this kind of thought in mind, it decided his miserable ending. Boom 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 boom. The Monarch-level Red Rock monster had already used the lava hammer strike that had been waiting to be launched for a long time, and a series of 5 strikes, none of which landed in the air, all of which slammed into the body of the thief. 1434. 1434. 1434. 1434. 1434. Flames flowed and surged, all 5 attacks hit. This thief player simply couldn't finish the 5 attacks and directly turned into white light. Earlier, even the shield-wielding warrior couldn't take it, let alone him with his thin blood and brittle skin. After the Monarch-level Red Rock monster's lava hammer strike had been used, Xia Shallow had just managed to rush to the front. At this time, things became very simple. Xia Shallow directly used the continuous punch and direct punch skills, easily emptying the Monarch-level Red Rock monster's remaining bloodstains. As for the Monarch-level Red Rock monster's last counterattack, Xia Shallow, who was in a hurry, didn't bother dodging it and took it directly. In fact, with the life chain tied to her, 90% of the damage was taken by Joe Mo. With a roar, the Monarch-level Red Rock monster collapsed, and in the team channel, the game system's alert messages began to swipe non-stop. Player Xia Shallow completed the final blow, killing the Monarch-level Red Rock monster. Player Xia Shallow killed the Monarch-class Red Rock monster, with the highest percentage of output damage. Player Natsuya outputs more than 50% of the damage, and the chance of the best equipment dropping is increased. Player Natsuya outputs more than 50% of the damage, and the chance of the best equipment dropping is increased. Player Xia Shallow has obtained the Red Rock Staff Treasure. Player Xia Shallow has obtained the Lava Hell Scroll. Joe Mo also found information related to himself. Player Joe Mo has contributed 33% to raiding the Monarch level Red Rock monster, and has obtained the Red Rock Light Armor Precious Treasure. Although Joe Mo didn't personally attack, he had been assisting Xia Xiao, and the better Xia Xiao's performance, the higher the contribution he was assigned. This was also part of the game's setting to take care of assisting players, otherwise, if only outputting damage could be counted as contribution, then assisting players wouldn't have a life at all. They wouldn't be able to actively assist other players in raiding bosses. The members of the entire team froze all of a sudden, but after raiding a Monarch class boss, they had directly dropped 2 pieces of precious class equipment. When did precious class equipment become so worthless? Or is it that the drop rate of Treasure Hunter is so terrifying that it has given signs of mass production of treasure grade equipment? As for the racial bloodline fragment 1 that Joe Mo had obtained, it went unnoticed by everyone. Of course, apart from the 2 of them, him and Xia Xiao, all the other team members had also gained the corresponding drop benefits. It was only compared to the 2 precious grade equipment for the 2 of them, it was somewhat worthless. And while these beeps rang out, Joe Mo likewise didn't forget about the 2 thieves who had just intended to sneak up on him. At this time, they had already re-entered the stealth state of subterfuge. However, looking at this situation, they should not dare to hide and sneak attack again, most likely to run for their lives. In theory, these 2 people could not pose a threat to Joe Mo, but Joe Mo could not be so generous to let them go. He shouted towards Xia Xiao, who was not far away, "Hey, hurry up and come to save your life, the back row physician who was adding blood is going to be sliced to death." Xia Xiao rolled her eyes. In the entire game, she was probably considered to have the deepest understanding of Joe Mo. She knew very well that even if the current Joe Mo was switched into the physician state, with his attribute panel, it was simply impossible for 2 thief players in the district to cut him to death. However, for others to dare to come out and cause trouble while she was fighting a boss, she really didn't intend to let it go. Joe Mo had already given her the Eyes of True Vision status, and under the light of a dark eyeball above her head, the 2 stealthy thieves could not hide. They were indeed thinking the same thing as Joe Mo, that they were trying to stealthily escape. Unfortunately, although Subterranean Strike could also increase their movement speed, in front of Xia Xiao, who had acceleration, they were as slow as snails, and it was impossible for them to escape. Xia Xiao directly chased up, 2 or 3 hands and feet to collect them. Joe Mo was very confident in Xia Xiao's strength, and simply didn't bother to put on the Eye of True Vision for himself. In the blink of an eye, Joe Mo received the sound of the game system prompting him to gain experience. This was a godsend. In a group, the players that Xia Xiao had killed could even provide Joe Mo with experience values. Killing 2 thief players was nothing more than a minor incident. Afterward, the people in the guild regrouped together, and the newcomers to the guild looked excited and complicated. Although the precious grade equipment had dropped, it was ultimately not obtained by their own people, which seemed a bit lacking in beauty. And really, they basically had no say in how these 2 pieces of precious equipment were to be distributed. After all, raiding the Monarch level Red Rock monster was basically the work of both Xia Xiao and Joe Mo. And let's not talk about how the other people in the team were feeling. At this time, the players across the entire service had blown up again. This time, 2 pieces of precious grade equipment were produced. The game's announcement system certainly wouldn't be willing to be lonely, and had long since sent out 2 announcements to make this matter known to the whole world. Congratulations to player Xia Xiao for killing the Monarch level Red Rock monster and dropping the precious grade equipment Red Rock Staff Precious. Congratulations to player Joe Mo for killing the Monarch level Red Rock monster and dropping the precious grade equipment Red Rock Staff Precious. Congratulations to player Joe Mo for killing the Monarch level Red Rock monster and dropping the precious equipment Red Rock Light Armor Precious. Chapter 112, Can't Give It to You. 2 tiresome announcements came glued to their faces at once, and the world chat channel was immediately buzzing with activity. I'll go, this Joe Mo really isn't open? Another piece of precious equipment, or is he really the game's own son? Attention, this time there's another one called Xia Xiao. This Xia Xiao, isn't she the #1 fighter on the career rankings? She's become an O Huang too? I remember, this Xia Xiao and Joe Mo have a very close relationship. Last time when Joe Mo was under siege, didn't she also go to help? Yes, it seems like she also created a 4 seasons guild, and Joe Mo seems to have added it. Oh, I remember, wasn't there a Cold Autumn guild earlier? I heard that they disliked Xia Xiao and kicked her out. Now that people are turning around and having precious grade equipment in their hands, I'm afraid this Cold Autumn guild is bleeding at a loss. I get it, I know why Xia Xiao can explode precious equipment. I'm going to be friends with Big Brother Joe Mo, don't anyone stop me. The Precious Treasure Hunter title, terrifying as it is, why wasn't it me who was being hunted down at that time? Noticing the message on the World Chat channel, Joe was somewhat helpless, while the gazes of the Four Seasons Guild's crowd looking at him were already full of envy. Someone was a bit unwilling and proposed, "Should we stand guard here and practice while waiting for the Monarch level Red Rock monster to refresh in 2 hours and raid again?" Joe, however, looked at that person and said, "I still have things to do, so I'll stay out of it for now. You guys get busy and fight again tomorrow." The man was a bit dissatisfied. "It's only been less than an hour, everyone came all the way here to fight such a boss, you know it's not easy for everyone to wait for you." Joe looked at the man and laughed, "You have to catch your breath even if you're casting, and it's just one less person for me. If you guys want to fight the boss, you can go ahead and fight it won't have much of an impact." That person's face flushed red, while several people also shared his face. Their faces became very bad. They had rushed out of their original guilds and joined the Four Seasons Guild, which had 2 or 3 big cats and 3 small cats. But what did they want? Wasn't it Joe's title of treasure hunter? If Joe was not here, these people will still be able to play a hell of a boss. Then what is the point of joining the Four Seasons Guild? Joe looked at these people and realized that his words had angered them, which was not conducive to the harmonious development of the guild. But he was sober enough to understand what was really important to him. Now that his puppet disguise skill had been upgraded to LV8, in fact, the time he could disguise himself as a player had been increased to 3 hours, which was more than enough time to do some things in the normal course of events. However, the other party's proposal to wait here for 2 hours was unacceptable to him. After 2 hours, his disguise time was basically up, so what was the point of playing? As a matter of fact, counting the time that Mo had rushed over from the secret puppet demon spirit area, it was less than an hour now, and he still had a little more than 2 hours left in his disguise time. But running back would also take time, and when the Monarch level Red Rock monsters were refreshed after 2 hours, it would be impossible to finish killing them before the disguise time ended. Therefore, he firmly rejected the proposal of those few people. In the team, Spring Twilight, who was a veteran member of the guild, raised her willow eyebrows and was about to open her mouth. Honestly, she admitted that Joe was somewhat capable, but this exhausted look was something she couldn't stand to see. How to say as a member of the guild, also became the vice president, how is so no bearing, or so dangling? Guild war is imminent, the guild's strength improvement is imminent, can't you think more for the guild's development? Unfortunately, Xia Shallow directly gave her a faint look, making her swallow her words back. Although she usually talked a lot, when Xia Shallow got serious, she really didn't dare to talk too much. Thus, Chunmu secretly shook Winter Knight's arm. To say that it was among the 4 people in the apartment, the only one who could fight with Xia Shallow was Winter Knight. Winter Knight smiled faintly, glanced at her, and said, "Since Joe has something to do, let's call it a day, we'll continue our strategy tomorrow." Chunmu was so angry that she threw her hands away. She didn't expect that Winter Knight was actually on Jomo's side as well. In fact, she was wrong to blame Winter Knight. Winter Knight was different from her and saw Joe relatively clearly. Although Joe was very low-key in the Four Seasons Guild nowadays and didn't seem to express his opinions much, Winter Knight knew very well that Joe was able to stay in the guild solely because of Xia Shallow's face. If these people of his own made him unhappy, he would definitely be able to do something like quit the guild in a huff. With the role of the treasure hunter title, Joe, after quitting the guild, will not have to worry about not having a guild to accept him, and will still be a meat and potatoes. However, the Four Seasons Guild will forever lose this treasure pot that can bring in precious equipment. Therefore, for such an indispensable and special talent like Joe, no amount of favorable treatment would be too much. And since Winter Knight had spoken, the other newly joined members couldn't say anything. They could be red-faced with Joe, but they never wanted to leave a small-minded impression in Winter Knight's heart. Joe also could not have imagined that Winter Knight would help himself, and for a while, he was also a little embarrassed. Letting a dozen people come all the way here, waiting for themselves for half a day, and as a result, after fighting a boss, they had to leave. Thinking about it, it would indeed make people a little angry. So he said, "Tomorrow at this time, everyone just come on time, it's best to find other bosses that are refreshed nearby at the same time, let's strive to raid 2 in one day." Joe had given the steps, so everyone could only follow the steps. It was only at this point that Joe mentioned the precious grade equipment that everyone was concerned about. He directly publicized the red rocklight armor treasure that he had obtained in the guild channel, and let everyone have a look at its properties. Red rocklight armor treasure, physical defense, 150, magic defense, 100, life value plus 1000, mana value, 300, strength plus 10, stamina plus 5, skill, purgatory recovery LV1. The members who saw the attributes of this equipment in the guild chat channel had green eyes. Someone asked in a trembling voice, Vice President, what do you mean by showing off this equipment? Joe, Is this equipment attribute strong? Guild member, strong. Joe Mo, want it? Guild member, huh? Of course I want it. Is the vice president planning to give this equipment to me? This guild member was instantly confused. Happiness seemed to have come a bit suddenly. The other members were already envious and jealous of him. They only hated themselves for why they just pretended to be reserved and didn't strike up a conversation. They just missed out on a great opportunity. You are thinking Peach. Joe Mo laughed in his heart, but on the surface he said, although I can't use this equipment, but unfortunately I can't give it to you. I see that the president still lacks a powerful defense equipment. This one will be for her to use. What's going on? So the president and vice president are planning to team up to take all the benefits? The mood of the many members who had newly joined the guild became gloomy all of a sudden. Chapter 113. The guild chat channel was instantly silent. Joe Mo then said, according to what we said in advance, the precious equipment is given priority to those who need it, but those who get it also need to pay the corresponding price in exchange. The strength and contribution of the president. I believe that we all have eyes to see. This equipment is given to the president. I think it's a maximization of the value of the practice. What Joe Mo said was actually quite reasonable. Throughout the Four Seasons Guild, levels higher than Xia Shallows abounded, but to say strength, there was really no one who dared to arm wrestle with her. Since Joe Mo was generous enough to take the initiative to give up the precious grade equipment, the other guild members had no choice but to recognize this arrangement. Joe Mo then said, since that's the case, then the president of this equipment is going to give me 50% of the value of the compensation, and the remaining 50% of the compensation will be given to the members of the guild to be divided equally, so it's settled. Hearing these words, Xia Shallow was a bit dazed, not thinking that Joe Mo would be willing to give up the precious grade equipment to herself. However, she also really needed a good piece of defense equipment, so she didn't make any pretense and said, alright, just tell me what you need, and for everyone's 50%, I'll also convert it into the appropriate in-game currency or other props for everyone. After saying that, she likewise publicized the red rock staff treasure she got in the guild channel and said, I'm not a mage, and I can't use this piece of equipment, so now according to the contribution ranking in this raider battle, the mage faculty profession with the highest contribution can get it. Of course, there needs to be a corresponding compensation for me and everyone else. What was a precious grade equipment? In the current game, there was no worry about selling it at all. Even if you couldn't use it yourself and took it to sell, you could get an extremely high premium in minutes. Of course, those who joined the Four Seasons Guild, there is no lack of money, get treasure level equipment, basically will not consider taking out to sell. Even so, for both Xia Shallow and Joe Mo to be willing to take out the precious equipment, they all expressed considerable admiration. And based on the contributions, one of the newly joined members, a mage, was inexplicably excited and thanked them. Thank you, President, thank you, Vice President, thank you all, I'll prepare the compensation for you all right away later. During the battle of the raid boss just now, he and the others had dealt with the other two leader-level red rock monsters together, and his contribution was only below that of Xia Shallow and Joe Mo. His excitement now was not without reason. As a matter of fact, up until now, the only two people in the game who explicitly possessed precious grade equipment were Joe Mo and Xia Shallow. This magician had not even thought that he would be able to become the third person to possess precious grade equipment. Xia Shallow didn't wait for him to react, and directly sent the red rock staff precious treasure over, saying under her breath, when you're free, make up all the compensation to everyone. This magician was instantly startled and had some hot tears in his eyes. Well, President, I can't imagine that you would trust me so much. Xia Shallow waved her hand and similarly took out the red rock light armor precious that Joe Mo had sent over and directly equipped it. In an instant, she felt that she was much stronger than before. Let's call it a day, everyone go back first, see you tomorrow. Looking at the frozen guild members, Winter Knight hastily added, saying, everyone doesn't need to be anxious. After today, I think everyone can understand that as long as we work together, precious grade equipment is actually not that far away, and there will always be a day when all of us use precious grade equipment. After hearing Winter Knight's words, the faces of the other members who didn't get precious equipment gradually became calmer. Only when the guild members were almost gone did Xia Shallow whisper to Joe Mo, what do you need? Joe Mo smiled faintly, the usual, rare grade equipment, the more the better, preferably in a different style than the original ones, it doesn't matter if it takes more time. As a matter of fact, Joe Mo's own acquisition of rare grade equipment and not keeping it for his own use was not a high style, but rather, he wanted to use it to exchange for more needed rare grade equipment. After all, there was still a secret puppet ring rare in his backpack that he had not extracted, and he was not in a hurry at all for this red rock light armor rare. And he did hope to raise the strength of Xia Shallow and even the Four Seasons Guild. As the saying goes, it's better to ride under a big tree. Only when the Four Seasons Guild became stronger would he be safer and safer. When the Four Seasons Guild was strong to a certain extent, if they were to run into the kind of thing that the Divine Battle Guild had surrounded them with, they wouldn't still be isolated and helpless. As for Xia Shallow, after hearing Zhou Mo's request, she did not ask him what he needed all this for, and simply nodded and said, "Good." Then, she turned her head and said to Winter, "Evening. Help me talk to that magician just now and ask him to prepare rare grade equipment for me as well, with a variety of styles." Winter Night rolled her eyes. "Why don't you go talk to him yourself?" Xia Shallow smiled. "I'm the president, I have to keep it mysterious, and aren't you closer to them, of course it's better for you to go and say it." Since there was nothing more to do, Zhou Mo no longer stayed and said, "I'll leave first." Then he left directly towards the secret puppet demon spirit area. Waiting until Zhou Mo disappeared from sight, Chunmu then said somewhat unhappily, "Shusha, that precious great staff just now, why did you give it to someone else? Xiao Qiu is also a mage." Xia Shallow didn't answer her, she just looked at Cholian on the side and asked softly, "Little Autumn, are you angry?" Autumn Raya looked up at her words, blinking her eyes, and said, "No, and it's true that my output contribution is not as good as his, so it's only right that you give him the staff, Shallow." Spring Twilight let out a cold snort in anger and looked away. Xia Shallow pretended not to see it and said to Qiu Liang, "Xiao Qiu, you don't be anxious, wait for the next time a few of us form a team privately, and also find Shang Mo to help us. At that time when the staff is popped out no one will give it to anyone, it will be given only to you." "Aha!" Autumn Raya nodded her head and smiled sweetly. So Xia Shallow brought Autumn Raya, turned around and left. Looking at Chun Mu, who was thrown in place, Winter Night broke over her body and couldn't help but be shocked. Only to see Spring Mirror with tears in her eyes, sobbing, "You all isolate me, I'm not just doing it for the good of the few of us, where did I go wrong?" Winter Night sighed helplessly and said, Okay, they're all gone, who are you crying for? And you really can't blame Asati, she's the president now, she can't act in the same capricious way as us. Winter Night continued, new members joined, in order for them to contribute in the next guild war, we can't chill their hearts, at least we have to be even on the surface, give them some sweetness, otherwise who would be foolish enough to contribute to us all? Chuanmu instantly wiped away her tears and said, "Of course I know, I just can't stand her attitude, she wasn't like this before." Winter Night Hey said, "Who told you to be confused? Always take that Zhou Mo as an outsider, always thinking of pit people, Shallow not angry with you is strange." "What?" Winter Night hated the iron and looked at Chun Mu, shook her head and sighed, "Look at your usual flowery mouth, it turns out that you are also an unenlightened, you don't see that Shallow's trust in this Zhou Mo is far better than the average person?" Chuanmu's eyes lit up, even the previous thing of pretending to cry was forgotten, this time hastily gossiped, could it be that Shallow and this Zhou Mo? Winter Night just quietly looked at her, coldly laughed, "You'd better not let Shallow hear, I'm saying that Shallow and he sympathize with each other only, how did what came to your mouth is not clean?" Chuanmu sighed, somewhat disinterested, and said, "Well, I kind of get it. Shallow's enthusiasm for this game is obviously different from ours, the Zhou Mo has two brushes, it seems that Shallow really needs him to assist, we are a few salted fish who don't want to make progress, it's better to obediently retire to the second line." Winter Night took a step back and despised, "Just say you are salted fish, but don't drag me along." And at this time, Zhou Mo had already returned to the secret puppet demon spirit area. At this time, there were less than 2 hours left for the remaining disguise time, and he didn't intend to waste it, so he directly raised the Monarch's scythe in his hand and swiped the monsters and practiced. Author's word. Third shift today. Chapter 114 Crazy Monster Swiping. Honestly speaking, with his current attribute panel, as long as he didn't do anything to kill himself, it was already hard for anyone to threaten him. However, Zhou Mo understood very well that he could not stop because of this. Nowadays, with the highest level being 29, this kind of attribute panel of his own was indeed already considered very terrifying, but players could not be level 29 forever. After the first guild war soon, it was believed that the game would usher in the era of secondary transfers. It is said that there will also be a secondary transfer book as a reward in the first guild war. It is said that after using the secondary transfer book, as long as the level is reached, the player can directly transfer, without the need to do the difficult transfer quests. Of course, this wasn't the point was that after the secondary transfer, the player's overall strength would definitely take a big leap. At that time, I'm afraid that I would have little advantage if I still had the same strength. After all, players could transfer their jobs twice, but wild monsters had never heard of such a thing as a second transfer. If you want to increase your strength as quickly as possible, you need to practice hard, level up, and become a chieftain level, monarch level, or even a more advanced race. Thinking about it more was useless. Zhou Mo didn't feel any heartache and directly stimulated the double experience scroll that the game official compensated him with, gaining 2 hours of double experience. As for the remaining camouflage time at this point was less than 2 hours, a little waste, he didn't care. It wasn't until he actually started brushing monsters that Joe realized that his current disguise as a physician profession actually had a crooked feel to it. The physician's attack power was not strong, and he did not have any explosive attack skills, but for Joe, who wanted to practice leveling, the acceleration and endeavor 2 auxiliary skills that could achieve unlimited range were better than the so-called explosive attack skills by an unknown amount. I don't know how much. With only 100 points of attack, plus the 30% of his original body's attributes from puppet disguise, plus the Monarch scythe, his current attack power was around 1900 points. Then, the 20% increase in attack power of Endeavor could also include the additional attack of the equipment, and together with the 5% bonus of Treasure Hunter, it was equivalent to saying that his attack power could be increased by 25% all the time. In one fell swoop, his attack power was raised to 2,375 points. Then, he also had the acceleration technique that could reach unlimited range, which could increase his movement speed and attack speed by 100%. Joe realized that his journey of leveling and brushing monsters had instantly become easier. Ordinary secret puppet demon spirit monsters only had a life value of 3,500 points, and although Joe didn't have any attacking skills, with the powerful attack of the Monarch scythe, he was able to take down one with 2 direct normal attacks. With the addition of the acceleration technique, it only takes 1 second to swing the Monarch scythe twice. Kill secret puppet demon spirit, plus 100 experience. Originally, when he was in disguise, he could only gain 50% of the experience value from killing wild monsters, but he happened to use the double experience scroll, so by offsetting the two, there was no reduction in the experience value gained. Current level 24. Current experience value 82,10,20,000. Joe smiled with satisfaction in his heart, and with the 100% movement speed bonus, he quickly rushed to the side of a secret puppet demon spirit not far away from him, and raised the Monarch scythe in his hand to slash. Strike! 4,450. Directly with a single slash, he collected this secret puppet demon spirit. Kill secret puppet demon spirit, experience value plus 100. Joe didn't stop for even an instant, raging across the area like a typhoon passing through, not sparing any secret puppet demon spirit. Within a short period of time, the secret puppet demon spirits in this area had already been swept away by him, and it was simply too late to refresh them. Current experience value 11410-20000. In just a few minutes, Joe had already acquired more than 3,000 experience values. If it wasn't for the fact that the density of secret puppet demon spirits in this area wasn't that great, Joe's efficiency would have even been able to be higher. However, all of this was not a problem. Joe directly turned on his LV4 scythe kill skill and headed towards another gathering point of secret puppet demons. With the addition of acceleration and scythe kill, Joe's movement speed was incredibly fast, and even his attack speed reached the terrifying level of 4 strikes per second. All the way through, no matter if it was an ordinary level secret puppet demon spirit or an elite level secret puppet demon spirit, Joe didn't let any of them go. However, Joe didn't plan to raid the leader level secret puppet demon spirit for the time being. In fact, the leader level secret puppet demon spirit wasn't in this area either. Of course, purely in terms of practicing to gain experience value, the leader level secret puppet demon spirits were no better than the normal level secret puppet demon spirits. The time it took to fight an alpha level was already enough to fight many normal monsters. Moreover, the leader level was refreshed once every 2 hours, so it wasn't worth wasting time as he might not be able to run into it now. 20 minutes later, as a beep sounded, Joe was surprised to find that he had leveled up. Level up plus 1. Current level 25. Current experience value 10,24,000. Level up, status restored, skill cooldown reset. Level up, clear all current bad statuses. The fact that he leveled up in 20 minutes made Joe's heart rejoice. He really couldn't have imagined that the acceleration technique of the physician profession would work so well. In fact, his previous leveling progress had not been fast, not because he was too slow to fight monsters, it was because it was too time-consuming to look for monsters. These secret puppet demon spirits were not all piled up together, they were a bit far apart from each other. Basically, he could take care of one monster in 2 or 3 seconds, but it often took more time to find and run to the next one. With the bonus to his movement speed from the acceleration technique, the time it took him to find a monster was shortened by half, and the bonus to his attack speed reduced the time it took him to kill a monster accordingly. Combined with the use of the double experience scrolls, his leveling speed was now roughly 7 or 8 times faster than it was in his previous state of camouflage. Another key point was that after the Gods War Guild incident, there were very few players who entered the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest to practice leveling, so he no longer had to worry about people stealing monsters from him. After upgrading to level 25, Joe did not hesitate to add his newly gained skill points to the Endeavor skill. After all, the useful acceleration skill was already fully leveled, so there was no room for improvement. With the LV5 Endeavor skill, the attack power bonus had increased to 25%, which was also a small increase. In the time remaining, Joe didn't stop at all and continued to frantically brush the monsters. He had an idea to try to upgrade to level 26 today. The remaining hour or so out of time, was it enough or not? Holding his breath and desperately brushing monsters, another hour passed in the blink of an eye, and at this time, Jomo's experience value had already reached 22,810 24,000. He was not far from upgrading again. After an hour of intense monster hunting without stopping, Joe couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. But with victory right in front of him, he didn't want to stop, and violently turned on the scythe kill that had finished cooling down, and once again threw himself into frantically brushing monsters. Chapter 115 Leader Level Secret Puppet Demon Spirit. After another bout of frantic monster brushing journey, Joe finally heard the long-awaited beep. Killed Secret Puppet Demon Spirit, experience value plus 100. Level up plus 1. Current level 26. Current experience value 1032,000. While happy in his heart, Joe also couldn't help but smack his lips a little. Unexpectedly, after ascending to level 26, the experience value requirement for upgrading was greatly increased. The next time he wanted to upgrade, he already needed 32,000 points of experience value, which was no longer something that could be acquired casually. And at this time, the system's beeps were still ringing out. Condition reached, the level within this race has been raised, advancing to a leader level secret puppet magic spirit. Racial appearance has been slightly altered. Gained the King's Fate, a unique talent of the leader level wild monsters, with 5 times the life value and increased automatic life recovery. Gained Clan Guardian, which automatically summons 4 elite and 20 normal secret fairy spirits when its life value is half depleted. Gained Clan Guardian, which is unique to a leader level wild monster. Gained Berserk. When life value drops to 20%, it automatically enters Berserk state, doubling its attributes and attacking at range for 20 seconds. Obtained the skill Playing Puppet Mirror Image LV1, which summons a mirror image to return to you, gaining all of the recovered mirror image's life value and 20% of its attribute panel, and Playing Puppet Mirror Image cannot be used again until Playing Puppet Mirror Image is removed. Mirror Image can't be used again until Puppet Holding Disabled is lifted. After upgrading to level 26 and advancing to the leader level, Jomo's panel attributes had undoubtedly increased greatly. At this time, he couldn't wait to learn about his attributes after his advancement. There was only 1 minute left in the duration of the puppet camouflage, so he directly sent a message to Xia Shallow, and then chose to remove the camouflage and return to his secret puppet demon spirit form. The content of the message was, "Help me get a few double experience scrolls." As for the cost, it was naturally deducted from the price of that precious grade equipment. Although double experience scrolls weren't exactly cheap, compared to precious grade equipment, it was nothing at all. Only a guy like Joe who wouldn't get counterattacks from hitting monsters would be able to brush monsters like crazy. In fact, for ordinary players, taking into account the problem of recovery, a double experience scroll wouldn't even increase the leveling speed by twice as much. And without the bonus of acceleration, it's not realistic to brush monsters quickly. If you brought a healer with the acceleration technique, you would have to share half of the experience value, which was contrary to the original purpose of fast leveling. Joe, who had returned to his secret puppet magic spirit state, opened his original attribute panel after a long time. Name, Joe. Race, secret puppet demon spirit leader. Level, 26. Life value, 45,000 45,000. Magic value, 6,000 6,000 magic value, 6,000 6,000. Physical attack power, 613 full strength bonus physical attack power, 400 magic attack power, 613. Magic attack power, 400. Physical defense, 320. Magic defense 270 magic defense 270. It was only after looking at such a panel that Joe breathed a sigh of relief, clearly feeling that his personal safety was somewhat assured. With such attributes, even if he encountered another player's siege, he would at least be able to take it easy. And having just brushed so many monsters, there were honestly quite a few equipment drops. Joe was in such a hurry to level and brush the monsters, maximizing the use of the double experience scrolls, that he didn't have time to stop and pick them up at all. However, most of the equipment dropped by these small monsters was fine grade equipment, which wasn't of much use to him. And while there were certainly rare grade equipment, there wasn't much of it, and picking up those rare equipment wasn't a high priority when compared to gaining experience and upgrading as quickly as possible. However, within 20 minutes of the equipment dropping, it still wouldn't be refreshed, and Joe Mo, who had already returned to his secret puppet demon spirit state, naturally wasn't in a hurry, so he walked slowly, picking up all of these equipments one by one. However, as he followed the route of the equipment drops and picked them up, he discovered something that made people laugh and cry. Not far in front of him, there was even a player who was also following the route he had previously taken to kill the wild monsters, picking up equipment along the way and approaching this side. Joe Mo could even hear the other party's mouth humming a little song. The little girl who picks mushrooms, carrying a big bamboo basket. She picks up the most equipment, so much like that stars can't be counted. When she picked up a piece of equipment again and looked up, she realized that there was a boss standing right in front of her. And it wasn't even a small boss of the elite level kind, but a big boss of the chieftain level. It's over, the original boss also like themselves, like to pick up equipment. If she grabbed the equipment with it, wouldn't it die of anger? She subconsciously put away this one piece of equipment in her hand into her backpack, and with a crying face, she turned to the chieftain level secret puppet demon spirit in front of her and said, "If I say I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe me?" What greeted her was a huge black scythe. Successfully killed player Little Mushroom picking none, experience value plus 100. Current experience value 132,000. Listening to the game system's beep, Joe Mo shook his head. This little guy, the name is something. Looking at the equipment that exploded on the ground, he sighed with a dark smile in his heart, lost. He could guarantee that the equipment that guy picked up was definitely more than just the two pieces that burst out in front of him. On the other hand, the little nun who picks mushrooms who had already chosen to go back to the city for resurrection, after looking at the backpack, she changed from a crying face to a happy face. She smiled, no loss, picked up a dozen pieces, just dropped 2, next time I have to go. The outskirts of this nightmare forest is really a good place. I don't know which big brother with a mine at home is practicing leveling without picking up equipment. At this time, Joe Mo, the big brother with the family mine, didn't care about this matter anymore. The previous player had just leveled up at 20, and probably didn't understand the events of the Divine War Guild very well, which was why he had rushed towards the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest without a clue. However, because of this, it allowed her to pick up quite a few fine grade and rare grade equipment. For a player who had just leveled up to 20, rare grade equipment was already pretty good. After all, apart from Xia Shallow Joe Mo and a few others, there was also no one else who could afford rare grade equipment for the time being. This was just a small hiccup. Joe Mo didn't care and began to think about himself. The current him had 2 more spare skill points. He was considering which skill to add them towards. Starting from the fact that he could add skills at level 3, he now had a total of 24 skill points. He had already added LV8 Puppet Disguise, LV7 Puppet Mirror Image, LV7 Puppet Pulling Machine, and now he had another LV11. Now there is another LV1 Puppet Cuddle Mutilation skill. Where should I point it? Thinking about today's harvest, Joe Mo made a decision in his heart and gritted his teeth and put both skill points on Puppet Disguise. After all, today's experience of frantically brushing monsters and leveling up 2 levels in a row was just too good to be true. In today's situation where it was increasingly difficult for players to hunt large numbers of people, disguising as a player to brush monsters was the only way to be able to quickly practice leveling. As for other things, everything had to be put on the back burner. Chapter 116 Preparing for Battle. Joe Mo had put both of his skill points into Puppet Disguise, directly bringing the Puppet Disguise skill to LV10. The game system prompted that the Puppet Disguise skill had reached the highest level and could not be increased any further. LV10 Puppet Disguise can disguise as any occupation of the same level, gain 100% of the attributes of the occupation of the same level, and add 50% of the attributes of the original body, duration 5 hours, cooldown 24 hours. Looking at the LV10 Puppet Disguise skill, Joe Mo was very satisfied. With LV10 Puppet Disguise, not only was it able to add 50% of his attributes, the duration of his disguise had also reached 5 hours. For him now, the duration of 5 hours was important. With this amount of time, he would be able to be more relaxed when raiding bosses with his guild members. On top of that, the time he usually spent disguising himself as a player to practice leveling had also increased greatly. After all, at his level, there were very few opportunities to hunt players in large numbers, so if he wanted to level extremely quickly, he could only rely on this disguise ability. In the next few days, the Four Seasons Guild had really taken Joe Mo as their core, and were frantically hunting bosses all over the place. And during these few days, they weren't the only guild that was fully preparing for the guild war. The other guilds were likewise going around raiding bosses, striving to fight for a better equipment for their guild members, or various magical support props. However, within a few days, the bosses in the game that were of the right level were collectively devastated. Basically, every boss of the right level was round the clock, every 2 hours, and as soon as they were refreshed, they were surrounded by players. Under such a frantic hunt for bosses, finally, the game system's announcement no longer favored Joe Mo alone. Finally, there were other people who had also obtained precious grade equipment, and precious grade equipment no longer belonged to the Four Seasons Guild alone. While those people were overjoyed, Joe Mo was equally happy. It was only at this time that he completely let go of his heart. The fact that more and more people possessed treasure grade equipment meant that the unkind gazes that had been attracted by the treasure hunters had finally gradually moved away from his body. For Joe Mo, as long as he didn't remain famous, it was better than anything else. In the past few days, the Four Seasons Guild had raided more than a dozen bosses, and during that time, 3 pieces of precious grade equipment had been dropped, all of which were distributed according to their contribution. As the president of the guild, Xiaoshalow's contribution had actually been kept at the highest, but these 3 pieces of precious equipment were not suitable for the fighter profession, so she naturally took them out and gave them to the other guild members to share. However, in just a few days' time, the many newly joined members' sense of belonging to the Four Seasons Guild had risen greatly. As for Joe Mo, in these few days, in order to ensure his progress in practicing after the boss fight, he had been disguised as a physician profession, acting as a salted fish during the boss fight. However, in the entire Four Seasons Guild, the only one who could understand Joe Mo's power was Xiaoshalo. Joe Mo had always connected Xiaoshalo with the life chain, allowing her to output without any worries. After advancing to the leader-level secret puppet demon spirit, and then pointing that puppet camouflage skill to the highest level, he is now even in the state of a physician. His blood volume is also terribly long, with the life chain pulling, 90% of the damage caused by the boss is shared to his body. The threat is not great. The threat posed by the boss is not great. After all, Xiaoshalo and the general players are different. Many times to raid the boss down, operation skills have risen, the probability of being hit by the boss greatly reduced. The beauty of it was that Joe Mo had never been able to obtain a second piece of precious grade equipment in the past few days. However, to Joe Mo, this didn't matter much. No matter how strong the precious grade equipment was, it was still not as strong as his Monarch scythe, and the precious grade equipment was nothing more than materials for attribute extraction to him. And in the past few days, the rare grade equipment that Xiaoshalo had promised him had been provided in an endless stream. Finally, after the most recent extraction, the game system finally prompted. Monarch scythe's additional attributes for extracting rare grade equipment has reached its upper limit, and extracting rare grade equipment will no longer receive a boost. And at this time, the attributes of the Monarch scythe had finally reached a certain stage. Monarch scythe rare, physical attack, 2000, physical defense, 900, magic defense, 700, life value plus 10,000, mana value, 5,000, physical blitz rate plus 30%, ignore defense chance plus 25%, combo rate plus 20%, skill scythe kill LV4, skill scythe suction LV3, skill scythe transformation LV1. Perhaps it was the limitation of the type. No matter how much equipment Joe Mo extracted that added magical attacks, this Monarch scythe did not have even a little bit of magical attack power attached to it. At the end of the day, this Monarch scythe was still just a purely physical type equipment. However, on the physical side, the attributes of this Monarch scythe could already be considered terrifying. Joe Mo guessed that perhaps players would have to wear a whole set of precious equipment for their attributes to be equal to this Monarch scythe. However, thinking about it, Joe Mo's identity as a wild monster, even after disguising himself as a player, he could still only equip the only Monarch scythe, so it was only right that the Monarch scythe's attributes were a bit stronger. The other players' attributes couldn't keep up, simply because they hadn't equipped a full set of precious levels yet. As for the batch of rare grade equipment that Xiaoshalo had recently sent over, Joe Mo had directly chosen to reject it. It just so happened that it was the time for today's focused boss fight. Xiaoshalo walked over and asked Joe Mo in a low voice, "Why did you refuse to receive those equipments?" Joe Mo smiled faintly and said, "Enough, I don't need rare grade equipment in the future, but it's the double experience scrolls you got me before. If there are any left, get me some more before I do." Xiaoshalo nodded, did not look deeply into it, just said, "Double experience scrolls, at this stage now, I'm afraid that money may not be able to buy them. The second transfer opening is imminent, everyone is riveted to desperately practicing." At this time, the double experience scroll can increase some of the practicing speed, to be able to reach level 30 faster than others, and to carry out the second transfer earlier. No one is willing to take it out and sell it. Joe Mo sighed and shook his head, then there is no way out. Xiaoshalo looked at Joe Mo in front of her and was a little surprised. "You're level 28 now, rising so fast?" When I saw you yesterday, you were still level 27. Joemo hemmed and hawed. After all, everyone is heading to level 29, if I don't level up a bit, won't I not be able to keep up with everyone? Didn't you also get to level 28 2 days earlier? Winter Knight also walked over at this time, looking at Joemo who had risen another level. She was equally very surprised. She said to Shallow, didn't you say before that you wanted to participate in a B or C level guild war? Now that you've all leveled up, how can you still participate in a B or C level guild war? Author has something to say. The third shift is here today. Stop saying that the author only has 5 shifts a week, the author is going to cry to death. Chapter 117, Changing Places. In response to Winter Knight's question, Shallow rightfully said, that was in the past, now our guild has quite a few people, and the raiding bosses these past few days have very much dropped several pieces of precious grade equipment, so our strength has increased dramatically. Since we have the strength, then of course we have to go and participate in the more difficult, but also more rewarding, a ranked guild battle. Winter Knight wasn't as optimistic as her, and simply said, well, since you've decided so, then I'm afraid that we still need to focus on practicing leveling next, and spend some time leveling everyone up. Xiaoxiao knew what she meant. Right now in the guild, except for 1 or 2 that had reached level 29, most of them were level 28s, and their strength was still quite a bit worse than that of level 29 players. After all, level 29 was able to change into a new set of rare level equipment, and the increase in strength was definitely there. Although the guild had been fighting bosses all this time and had exploded a few pieces of rare grade equipment, it was after all impossible to manually have one. And even if one person had one piece of precious equipment, they still needed rare grade equipment. After asking Xiaoxiao what she thought, Winter Knight then said, since it's confirmed, I'll sign up for the classic guild battle today. Today is the deadline, and the guild battle will officially begin in 3 days. Xiaoxiao nodded and asked Joemo, after fighting today's boss, we'll probably have to focus on leveling for the next 3 days, do you want to join everyone else? Joemo, however, shook his head and said, no need, I'll just take care of it myself, since I won't be fighting the boss for the next few days, I won't be coming over to gather. Xiaoxiao didn't force herself to do so either, and upon hearing this, she just nodded her head, and then the Four Seasons Guild once again began a new round of boss fighting activities. Perhaps it was the last day to raid the boss, the Four Seasons Guild's character unexpectedly exploded, this time actually burst out 3 pieces of precious equipment. However, the lucky one this time was not Joemo, but the other teammates. Joemo didn't intend to compete with them for these precious grade equipment, after all, even if the others were willing to give it to him, he didn't have the means to pay the appropriate compensation. After mixing around for so long, everything he had gotten had basically been exchanged for Monarch's scythe rations, so right now, apart from a Monarch scythe, the only thing left in his body that was worth anything was a secret puppet ring jumbo. However, that secret puppet ring precious treasure was also the ration he kept for the Monarch scythe. Of the 3 pieces of precious equipment that popped out this time, one happened to be a glove-type weapon, which was just right for the fighter profession. As the only fighter in the guild, this precious glove rightfully belonged to Xiaoxiao. Moreover, as the guild president, Xiaoxiao's contribution over this period of time was obvious to all, and all the guild members were convinced, and even expressed that there was no need for Xiaoxiao to pay compensation again. At this point, the matter of fighting the boss came to an end. Joemo didn't even stay for a second and directly said goodbye and left. He was in such a hurry, naturally, in order to return to the secret puppet demon spirit area to practice leveling. Now that he didn't have the double experience scroll, his leveling efficiency had dropped by half, so he naturally had to fight every second and not waste even a little bit of time. Moreover, if he wanted to level up to level 29 now that he was level 28, the experience value he needed was too high, requiring a full 48,000 points. Right now, his experience value was only 48,000. It was just too far away from upgrading to level 29, especially now that there were no double experience scrolls. Moreover, because of the increase in level, his experience value had become lower now that he was killing normal level secret puppet demon spirits. The normal grade secret puppet demon spirits that could originally provide 100 points of experience value could now only provide 50 points. The 50% reduction in experience value was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for him right now. Moreover, who knew if it would continue to decrease after he rose to a higher level in the future? Joemo, who had returned to the secret puppet demon spirit area, was calculating in his heart. He realized that the secret puppet demon spirit region was no longer the best place for him to practice leveling. Perhaps, he should set his sights on the deeper regions of the Nightmare Forest? Inside there should be more advanced monsters, and there should also be more abundant experience value. Anyway, his current disguise time limit was already 5 hours, so leaving the secret puppet demon spirit area and going farther away wasn't a bad idea. After making up his mind, Joe followed the jungle all the way to the depths. Along the way, there were fewer and fewer secret puppet demon spirits, and later on, almost none of them could be encountered. Then, after walking out for a long time, Joe began to hear the strange sound of clack clack clack. He raised his head and looked forward, only to see that not far in front of him, a large number of monsters of all shapes and sizes were spread all over the forest. These monsters were made of bronze, some were humanoid, some were beastly, and there were even some that could fly at low altitude. This was precisely another work of the evil alchemist in the legendary Nightmare Forest, the bronze spiteful puppets. And unlike the secret puppet demon spirit, whose starting level was level 20, the bronze spiteful puppet's starting level was level 25. For Joe, who was now level 28, a level 20 secret puppet demon spirit would only be able to provide 50% of the experience value, but a level 25 bronze spiteful puppet should still be able to provide the full experience value. A level 25 bronze spiteful puppet would certainly be stronger than the secret puppet demon spirit, but to the current Joe, there should still be no pressure. He took the Monarch's scythe in his hand, then took out the secret puppet ring rare that had been sitting in his backpack for a long time and chose attribute extraction. The Monarch's scythe had already reached its limit for extracting additional rare equipment attributes, and extracting the secret puppet ring treasure at this time was no longer a waste. Secret puppet ring jumbo attribute extraction successful, current extraction ratio 50%, attack power plus 90, magic attack plus 0, physical defense plus 30, magic defense plus 30, attack speed plus 5%. And at this time, the attributes of the Monarch's scythe changed. Monarch's scythe precious, attack speed 0.95, physical attack, 2090, physical defense, 1030, magic defense, 830, life value plus 10,000, mana value, 5,000, physical blitz rate plus 30%, ignore defense chance plus 25%, combo rate plus 20%, skill scythe killing LV4, skill scythe sucking LV3, skill scythe changing LV1. Joe realized that obviously the secret puppet ring precious was a double attack type equipment that added both physical and magical attacks, but when extracting it, it did not manage to attach a magical attack to his Monarch scythe at all. It was considered a small loss. However, Joe did notice that the Monarch scythe had begun to display the phrase attack speed, and his current attack speed was 0.95. Joe guessed that this should be a result of the Monarch scythe's attack speed. Joe guessed that the basic attack speed of the Monarch scythe had become faster, which roughly meant that each attack only took 0.95 seconds. Compared to the original attacking once a second, it wasn't much faster, but it had at least started to improve. In the future, it was thought that it would continue to improve to an even stronger degree. And as long as this Monarch scythe extracts enough precious great equipment, it should soon continue to advance upwards as well. There was no point in thinking too much, so Joe directly added an acceleration and endeavor to himself, and then rushed forward. Chapter 118, the second turn era arrives. The acceleration technique was still the same as the one that increased speed by 100%, while the endeavor skill was very different compared to the original. After leveling up a few more times, Joe had already clicked the endeavor skill to LV8, and was now able to increase his attack power by 40%. Together with the highest level puppet disguise, which could transform 50% of his attributes, Joe's attack power was now terrifyingly high. 3,425. 3,425. The level 25 bronze spiteful puppet only had 6,000 points of blood. Joe directly raised the Monarch scythe and swung it twice, and the bronze spiteful puppet collapsed into a pile of broken pieces of copper. Killed bronze spiteful, experience value plus 125. Current experience value, 1145 48,000. For a level 25 bronze spiteful puppet, the experience value was indeed still gained in full without any discount. Joe was overjoyed in his heart, so he worked hard to brush the monsters in this bronze spiteful puppets area. However, not long after he started working hard to brush the monsters, the game system suddenly sent out an announcement. Congratulations to player Dragonfly for completing the second transfer task and successfully transferring to become a second transfer profession swordsman. With this announcement, the entire game was abuzz. Joe smiled bitterly, realizing that the game was about to enter a new phase. During the time before the Guild War, he had leveled up to level 28, and most of the other Four Seasons Guild members were also level 28, and there were even level 29s. And those players who had long ago upgraded to level 29, such as the members of the Divine Warfare Guild, naturally couldn't just stay put. Although the experience value required between level 29 and 30 was huge, after so long, those level 29 bigwigs on the leveling charts had all gradually upgraded to level 30 as well. The leveling charts were filled with level 30 players. The only exception was the profession of fighter. The top-ranked one was still only level 28, and couldn't even reach level 29. However, in the past few days, because Xiaoshala was busy raiding bosses with the Four Seasons Guild's crowd, she fell behind in her leveling. Her overall experience value was not as good as others, and by this time, she had already fallen from the number 1 fighter's position. The one who replaced her as the first fighter was not the original second fighter, but a guy whose name was unknown. The original second fighter, Yakuza Fist Jun, had fallen to the 3rd position, and still ranked behind Natsuya. Thinking of the battle between this person and Xiaoshala at that time, Joe secretly laughed in his heart. Now in this situation, I don't know how that high-minded and proud guy would feel in his heart. However, this was not his main concern right now. What he was focusing on right now was the matter of that second-turn player. Originally, Joe had thought that the second-turn player would not appear until after the first Guild War, but he had never imagined that before the Guild War, a player had already succeeded in transferring. In this way, the situation had become unclear. In fact, the official forum had already disclosed almost all of the relevant information about the second-turn profession. This player named Dragonfly, the swordsman profession that he transferred to, was actually one of the second-turn branches of the warrior profession. First-turn profession warrior, its second turn has 2 routes, one is focusing on the attack of the swordsman, one is focusing on the defense of the knight. Regardless of which route, it would be much more powerful than the first-turn warrior. With Jomo's current attribute panel, facing a first-turn player, no matter which profession, he should be able to form a one-sided hang. However, if he was facing a second-turn player, Joe didn't know if he would still be able to gain an advantage. After all, he hadn't really come into contact with a second-turn player, and didn't know how much stronger he was compared to a first-turn player. On the public chat channel, the discussion of the second-turn professions was instantly heated. Everyone was speculating on how many people were doing the transfer quests nowadays, and how many players would eventually succeed in their second turns between the official start of the Guild Wars. But these were a bit far from Joe. Right now, the most important thing he needed to do was still to focus on leveling. The bronze spiteful puppet's blood defense was stronger than the secret puppet demon spirit, but it wasn't a big problem, and for Joe, it was just the difference between 1 or 2 slashes. The current him, with unprecedentedly powerful attacks, had such confidence. And as he practiced and fought monsters in this bronze spiteful puppet area, the experience value gained, although it couldn't be said to have skyrocketed, it was indeed much faster than fighting the secret puppet demon spirits. After all, the experience value of these bronze spiteful dolls was at least not discounted. The next day, the Four Seasons Guild didn't gather to fight another boss, so Joe came directly towards the bronze grudge puppet area, to utilize the 5 hours of this disguise transformation completely, not wasting a single minute. And during this day, he heard several more system announcements, and several more players completed their second transformation quests and succeeded in their second transformation. The pressure in Jomo's heart was getting bigger and bigger. No one came to target him anymore during this period of time. He was almost about to forget the fact that he was a wild monster. The peace of mind that he had been living in during this period of time was probably just an illusion for a short period of time. The players not coming to target themselves as wild monsters were most likely just preparing for the first Guild War and didn't have the time to do so, and the strength of the players in the first turn was indeed a bit thin, not being able to pose a threat to his current self. However, once the first Guild War was over, and the players were free, and most of them had completed their second turn, then there would definitely be more and more players entering the secret puppet demon spirit area at that time, rating themselves as a leader-level boss. Although he was able to disguise himself as a player, he was in fact still in his wild monster form for most of the day. Once he was surrounded by a large number of second-turn players, even with his current strength, there was no guarantee that he would be spared from being killed. Joe thought wildly in his heart, but the Monarch's scythe in his hand didn't stop swinging, once again harvesting a bronze spiteful doll. Killed bronze spiteful doll, experience value plus 125. Current experience value 26,452 48,000. Without the bonus of the double experience scroll, Joe realized that his leveling speed really wasn't fast enough. Yesterday's 3 hours, plus today's 2 hours, only went up by more than 20,000 experience value. With 3 hours of camouflage time left today, plus the last day tomorrow, it really wasn't a certainty that he would be able to level up to level 29 before the Guild War came. Of course, this so-called not fast enough was just a comparison to Jomo's own earlier. As a matter of fact, his leveling speed was much faster than other players. Other players weren't like him, hitting wild monsters without getting counterattacked. While he was in the middle of his rambling thoughts, he did not realize that a player had already touched his side. His long-standing vigilance caused Joe to instantly wake up and drink. "What are you doing?" The player who had touched in front of him recoiled. Only after a long time did the player come back to his senses and turn towards Joe Mo in front of him, asking tentatively, "Are you that treasure hunter, Joe Mo?" Chapter 119 Big Brother gives instruction. Looking at this player in front of him, Joe Mo was puzzled. He looked at this person and asked, "Right, that's right, I'm that legendary treasure hunter, Joe Mo, aren't you able to view my name?" The player smiled coyly, looking a little embarrassed. He said, "Indeed I saw it, but aren't you too famous? I didn't expect to randomly meet you in a wild monster area, so I didn't react for a moment." Joe Mo didn't know the other party's intention and just said indifferently, "Well, then what do you want from me?" The player looked even more embarrassed and said in a low voice, "My name is Dragonfly, I just finished my second transfer not long ago." Nonsense. Joe Mo could of course see the other party's name information, and knew that the other party was the one who had been on the game announcement before, the first player in the entire game to successfully complete his second turn. Otherwise, he would have swung the Monarch scythe and slashed down. Where else would he have the time to pull the wool over the eyes of the other party? It was because he saw that the other party was a second turn player. Joe Mo was rarely patient. After all, without being able to determine a 100% second kill of the other party, Joe Mo was still very restrained. After all, moving to kill a player was too easy to make too many enemies. At this time, Joe Mo subconsciously ignored the fact that he had once been criticized by everyone. Looking at Joe Mo in front of him, the player named Dragonfly still seemed to be indecisive, and still had some difficulty in speaking. "What is it?" Joe Mo didn't have much patience left. He was now in the precious camouflage time, and every time he chatted with the other party, he would have to practice less for a while, which was a huge loss. If he chatted any longer, even if he killed the other party as well and became experience value, he would still not be able to make up for his losses. Being urged by Joe Mo, Dragonfly finally said the reason for her visit, "Actually, I just turned 2 and want to test my strength, so I want to spar with you." Test strength? Joe Mo's head was full of question marks, and his face instantly turned ironic. "Why did you test your strength to find me? Is it because I look idle?" Looking at Joe Mo, whose face had become very unattractive, Dragonfly was startled and hastily waved her hand and said, "No, I heard that you were fighting hundreds of people alone in the Divine Battle Guild at that time, so I felt that you must be very strong, and only then did I think that I wanted to look for you to try out what level my strength was at." Joe Mo had already lost his interest to continue practicing and fighting monsters at this time. He looked at the person in front of him, sighed helplessly and said, "One person alone fighting hundreds of people from the Godly War Guild, do you really believe in this kind of bull?" Dragonfly actually nodded his head and let out a hum. Joe Mo was not sure if he should be happy or helpless when he had already pointed at the Monarch's side in Joe Mo's hand and said, "I believe that everything is not empty talk. This equipment in your hand, I've never seen it before. I'm sure that it must be a powerful precious level equipment, right?" "Congratulations, right guess." Joe Mo already didn't know how to spit it out. This Dragonfly in front of him, at first glance, looked silly and stupid, but on the contrary, his touch in certain areas was sharp as hell. A part of his own secret was easily guessed by him. It had to be said that this Dragonfly was not wrong in thinking that he was able to be so strong, and was really relying mainly on this Monarch scythe. The Dragonfly directly set up his stance and said, "Please be generous with your advice, Big Brother." "Big Brother, you're the Big Brother all right." As the first person in the entire game to successfully turn 2, who would dare to call themselves a Big Brother in front of him? Joe Mo didn't intend to play this plot of sparring with the other party, standing lazily and playing a rogue. "You're a second turn Big Brother, while I'm just a little munchkin of first turn. Aren't you obviously bullying people by looking for me to spar?" Dragonfly did not expect Joe Mo to say this and froze for a moment. He had actually considered this at one point. He was a second turn, while the other party was only a first turn. It did seem like he was being a bully when he competed with the other party. However, the other party wasn't an ordinary first turn player, but someone who could make the Divine Battle Guild suffer a great loss with 1 against 100, huh? What was the problem? Looking at the Dragonfly in front of him, the truth was that Joe Mo was also a bit dumbfounded. This was the first time he had come into close contact with a turn 2 player, and for him, it was actually a good opportunity to understand turn 2 players. If he took advantage of the present to first figure out the general strength of the turn 2 players, then in the future, if he encountered a large group of turn 2 players, he would not be in the dark. Thus, he looked at the Dragonfly in front of him and had a new idea in his mind. He tightened the Monarch scythe in his hand and said, "Actually, if you want to spar, Big Brother, it's not impossible, but there's just one small problem." "What little problem? Tell me." Dragonfly was overjoyed. He had thought that there was no hope for dueling, but he never imagined that the other party had actually loosened up again. It seemed that there was still a chance. Joe Mo blinked, also somewhat embarrassed, and said, "How about, big brother, you don't make a move first, let me attack for a while to try out my defense. Otherwise, if everyone attacks, it would be bad if I accidentally get killed in seconds." If Joe was just an ordinary first-turn player, such a request really wasn't too much. But the crux of the matter was that Joe wasn't an ordinary turn 1 player at all. But he couldn't imagine that the other party would agree. He only saw Dragonfly pondering slightly for a moment, then nodded and said, "Good, I also happen to be able to test my defense ability to see if I can hold up to the attacks of the strongest first-turn player." Strongest first-turn player? Joe was speechless. When did he get such a name again? Dragonfly laughed and said, "It's not an official certification, it's just something that a few of our buddies are talking about in private." He also said, "A few of us who have taken the first step to turn 2, talk about the first turn of the player, all feel that a pick 7 or 8 is not a problem at all, but want to pick 100 words, still feel that I dare not think, so I just rise up to find you to confirm the idea." Well, it's that 1 against 100 rumor again. As expected, this thing called rumor was the easiest to hurt. However, he did have some curiosity about second-turn players as well, wondering which was stronger or weaker with his current strength compared to second-turn players. Looking at the Dragonfly standing calmly in front of him, Joe tentatively and gently shouted, "Ready or not, I'm coming ah?" Dragonfly clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and squeezed out a voice through his teeth, "Don't worry, come on." "I'm really coming ah?" Joe made sure once more, then threw an acceleration onto himself, then an LV8 Endeavor skill, and finally activated the Monarch side slay skill. Skill was activated as well. With this complete set of skills, Joe had now reached his current form's full strength. I slash. Joe raised the Monarch scythe high and brought it down heavily. Chapter 120. I get it, the legends are all true. How high was Joe's current attack power? Taking into account the 50% of his original body attributes from the LV10 puppet disguise transformation, plus the Monarch scythe and the physical attack of the physician profession itself, which is better than nothing, his physical attack is as high as 2,500 points nowadays. Including the 40% bonus of Endeavor and the 5% bonus of Treasure Hunter, his attack power reaches 3,625 points. Joe didn't know how much blood and defense the second-turn swordsman could have. After all, the other party had chosen to hide the attribute panel, but that didn't stop him from doing what he was going to do next. Striking with all his might was what Joe was going to do now. Strike. Ignore defense. Combo strike. 7,250. 7,250. Successfully killed player Dragonfly, experience value plus 300. The second-turn swordsman who had turned into a soul point of light froze, and as the originator of this incident, Joe also froze. He knew that his luck had always been quite good, but he hadn't expected that his luck would be this good. The Monarch scythe possessed blast, ignore defense, and combo strike, a total of 3 special effects, and surprisingly, all of them were triggered successfully in the same attack. Or rather, this second-turn swordsman in front of him was too unlucky. Joe clearly saw that when the first damage number 7250 jumped up, the swordsman player's blood bar still had 1/3 of it. If this hit only triggered the blast and ignore defense special effects, the swordsman player, although he still did not have much face, but at least he was able to survive a life. However, after these 2 special effects, there was another combo strike. About 10,000 points of blood of the second-turn swordsman player Dragonfly, so did not even hum, directly fell to the ground, turned into a soul point of light. Of course it was impossible for a person to speak again when they died. But this was a game, and impossible things would become possible. That Dragonfly was in the form of a soul light point, looking at Joe next to him, and said in the nearby chat channel, "Big brother, you still say you're not a big brother, 1 against 100 is definitely real. With an attack like yours, who else can a first-turn player hold up against you for a bit?" Strictly speaking, if it was according to one's current attribute panel, those turn 1 players were indeed not quite put in one's eyes anymore. Oh no, the turn 1 players with precious great equipment were still able to bounce around a bit. "Big brother, I get it, I'm just a hot chicken. I'm not worthy of sparring with Big Brother at all, a mere second turn, no turn at all. I'm going back to the city, I'm going to talk to my brothers. Big Brother is not only the strongest turn 1 player, Big Brother is simply the strongest player in the whole game, not divided into turn 1 and turn 2. Listening to Dragonfly's broken thoughts, Joe waved his hands and said, don't dare to be, don't be in a hurry, just now was just an accident. Come, I'll resurrect one for you, let's start over. With that said, Joe closed his hands and started to use the resurrection technique on the soul light point on the ground. After all, as a healer, although Joe had chosen the auxiliary route, giving up the healing skills, but of course, he still wanted to use a bit of this classic skill, resurrection art. LV1's resurrection technique was very diluted, and it took a full 12 seconds of chanting to successfully resurrect the dragonfly and bring it back. The dragonfly that was successfully resurrected by LV1's resurrection spell only had 10% of its blood remaining at this time. After getting up, the dragonfly had a drooping face and looked exhausted. Looking at the dragonfly like this, Joe felt a sense of guilt for a moment. He was a bit embarrassed and said to the dragonfly in front of him, "Hey, actually, your blood and defense are all very high. Just now I only just managed to trigger strike, ignore defense, combo strike statuses before I killed you in seconds with a single slash. In fact, this is not accurate, and is not my normal strength." Hearing such words in his ears, Dragonfly's mood did not become better at all, and even almost cried out with a wow sound. As a matter of fact, it is a big man, even the luck is much better than the others. Dragonfly looked at Joe in front of him, shook his head and said sorrowfully, "No, this is your strength, as the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. Big brother, you were lucky to burst out a piece of equipment, 2, 3 treasure, that is not all converted into big brother your strength?" If he said that, it seemed like there was some truth to it, and Joe found himself unable to refute it at all. However, he couldn't let this guy go around proclaiming that he was strong and invincible. That would be completely inconsistent with his basic purpose of keeping a low profile and making a lot of money in a muffled voice. And Dragonfly's broken thoughts still didn't stop. "Alas, it would be good if I had the luck of a big brother, but unfortunately, I've turned 2 and I don't even have a single piece of precious equipment. It's too humiliating to say the least." Joe didn't know how to comfort the other party for a while, and waited until the dragonfly's emotions had calmed down a little, then said to him, "Big brother, just out of ignoring the defense, didn't try the defense effect, or let's do it again?" "No more, no more." Dragonfly waved his hand, "I am a swordsman profession, not a knight profession. Defense is not worth mentioning. Where can top your attack? Come on, you're also a second turn profession, surely it's not bad." Under Jomo's persuasion, Dragonfly eventually couldn't get away and agreed to his request. Looking at the other party slowly taking medicine to regain blood, Joe couldn't help but throw him a healing technique. Plus 475. It was still a very embarrassing recovery number, compared to last time, although it was a bit more, it still couldn't be put on the table. Compared to Dragonfly's 10,000 plus bloodstains, this plus 475 point healing technique was not even as fast as the speed at which he was able to regain blood from his medication. Joe laughed bitterly, and gave up the idea of using the healing technique to help his opponent recover. At this time, Dragonfly seemed to have suddenly discovered a new continent. "You're a physician?" Joe had once explained to Xia Shallow, pretending to say that he was a jobless hidden profession. Although it was just a lie, Joe was not willing to let too many people know. In response to Dragonfly's question, he responded graciously, "Yes, I'm a healer, you just realized that. Didn't you see that I just used the resurrection technique on you?" Dragonfly's eyes widened at once, completely unable to accept such a reality. As a matter of fact, the acceleration technique, endeavor, and resurrection technique that Joe had used earlier were indeed the skills of a physician. However, Dragonfly's reaction has always been a bit slow, and he was shocked by the fact that he was killed in seconds, so he never had the time to think about this. However, now that the shock had passed, he finally recalled this terrifying fact, and then fell into an even greater shock. You're actually a physician. Auxiliary profession physician. I was even killed by an auxiliary profession in a single slash. I was killed by a turn 1 auxiliary profession in a single slash. Dragonfly was instantly caught up in an inexplicable emotion, and his entire worldview seemed to be collapsing. 1 against 100, huh, I get it, the legends really are all true. Chapter 121 Accidentally Twice? Looking at the dragonfly that was caught in a strange state, Joe was a bit worried and asked, "Big brother, are you ready?" "I'm coming again, oh." By this time, Dragonfly had already recovered full blood, but stood dumbfounded, his entire body looking like he had lost his soul. He was suddenly a little confused as to why he was standing here, why he was foolishly waiting to be slashed with a sword again. "It's either that or not come, right?" These words were stuck in his throat, and before he could even spit them out, Joe had already gleefully raised the Monarch's scythe once again. And when the Monarch's scythe was halfway raised, he suddenly stopped. The dragonfly was first startled, then with great joy in his heart, he asked, "Is it not coming?" "I also don't think there's a need to try anymore. I think Big Brother your strength is already completely invincible." Of course Jomo was not cancelling his idea. He looked at Dragonfly, smiled faintly and said, "No, big brother, you wait first, huh? My endeavor skill just lasted past its duration. Wait for me to make up one first." "What, still have to make up the endeavor status?" Dragonfly's heart trembled as he said, "Isn't it just a matter of trying out the defense? Why do you still need to make up the status?" Jomo heatedly smiled and said, "Of course I do, this is the closest thing to a real battle." As Jomo renewed his endeavor state, the second turn swordsman player Dragonfly closed his eyes and intended to forcibly accept the opponent's attack. As for using defensive skills, there was no such thing. After a warrior turned into a swordsman, his attack ability had increased dramatically, but his defense ability hadn't been strengthened in any way. Just after the successful second turn, the basic life defense compared to the first turn, there is a substantial increase only. Moreover, after successfully turning 2 at level 30, the set of equipment previously used at level 29 was no longer suitable, and he had also changed into the level 30 equipment that could only be worn by turn 2 players. Although it was still rare grade equipment, the attributes of the set that could only be worn by a second turn player were naturally far superior to the level 29 set. Blast! 5750. A side slash down, and it was another bludgeoning. With the Monarch side's current physical strike rate of up to 30%, it was indeed quite easy to trigger a bludgeon now. Dragonfly's body trembled, finally forcing himself to calm down. Fortunately, this time, the other party did not trigger the ignore defense and combo special effects, did not manage to kill himself in a second. He still had half of his blood remaining. At this time, Jomo, seeing the same situation, in his heart, he already had a rough idea of the blood in defense of the second turn swordsman. With his own attack, the bludgeon only hit a 5750 damage figure, proving that the Dragonfly's defense is really very good. Counting a rare level equipment, this Dragonfly's physical defense is probably between 7 and 800, and all the physical strength of the shield warrior, I'm afraid it's not bad at all. After all, a second turn career is still a second turn career, all aspects are far better than a first turn. As for the Dragonfly's blood volume, it was probably around 11,000, which was also almost twice as much as a level 29 first turn warrior. The attack-focused swordsman was already like this, and if it was a defense-focused knight profession, its blood defense would be even higher, I'm afraid. With his current attack ability, I'm afraid that dealing with it won't be that easy. These various thoughts just flashed through Jomo's mind. Then, looking at the damage numbers jumping up on the Dragonfly's head, he couldn't help himself for a moment and once again swung the Monarch scythe and slashed down again. 2875. The Dragonfly's blood bar had turned red. He blinked, a little turned around for a moment. Then, Jomo's Monarch scythe swung again. Ignore defense. 3625. With an incredulous expression, the Dragonfly once again turned into a soul light point. Successfully killed player Dragonfly, experience value plus 300. When Jomo pulled him up again with his resurrection technique, Dragonfly's entire face had turned blue. With a black face, he said to Jomo, "Didn't you say that you were just trying out your defense? Why did you slash and slash again?" Jomo was very embarrassed and apologized. "I'm really sorry, I was careless and didn't break." Dragonfly obviously couldn't accept this explanation, his face was still ironclad. Carelessness can happen twice? Ha, ha. Jomo piled up an apologetic smile. "I really didn't do it on purpose, I'm just used to it, my hand was out of control for a while, you know, there are times when a person's hand tends to have a mind of its own. However, the experience value is really fragrant." Jomo secretly lamented in his heart, if only there were dozens of second turn players lining up to brush their experience for themselves. As a turn 2 player, with the same level, the Dragonfly was able to provide twice the experience value of a turn 1 player, level 30 only, but it provided 300 points of experience, much more enjoyable than even brushing wild monsters. Of course, this kind of inner monologue is not necessary to say out to the other side to hear. If Dragonfly heard it, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would flip out with himself on the spot. Of course, he wasn't afraid of him either. After the test just now, Jomo had roughly figured it out. The second turn professions were indeed much more powerful than the first turn professions, but for the current self, they still could not pose a threat. Of course, if a large number of second turn players were to surround them, that was another story. One had to admit that even for himself, whose strength had been steadily rising, if he were to face a large number of second turn players besieging him now, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Oh yes, speaking of danger, there was still a need to test the attacking ability of the second turn players. So, he looked at the Dragonfly in front of him, who had somewhat started to doubt life, and said tentatively, "Big brother, look, let's come back." "No more, no more, come again, I'm a little cutie." Determined not to be a little cutie. The dragonfly showed great determination as he shook his head violently with a determined gaze. However, the next moment he was determined to be a cutie. Any more? Because Joe Mo said, "This time it's your turn to attack." Looking at Joe Mo, who was standing still, Dragonfly leaped forward. As a matter of fact, his previous test of Joe Mo's strength was to test his attacking ability, not his ability to take a beating. If he liked to take a beating, why did he choose the swordsman profession instead of the knight when he turned 2? When it came to taking a beating, it was obvious that the knight profession was more specialized. "Are you sure?" "I'm coming." The wind and water turned. This time it was Dragonfly's turn to say something like this. "Don't worry, I'm ready, just let go of your attack." Joe Mo nodded and smiled slightly, his heart was not very nervous. "Good, this is what you said, don't blame me." Dragonfly said this, gradually becoming excited. Two-handed sword acceleration. Battle intense stimulation. Raging sword frenzy slash. It was obvious that he could have silently released his skills, but this dragonfly seemed to want to avenge the previous arrow and triumphantly shouted out every single skill he used. "Don't you know how to add status? Sorry, I do too." Looking at his opponent slashing towards him with both hands on his sword, Joe Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and stood in a strict wait. Chapter 122 pretty much the same. Joe Mo actually didn't know much about the second turn profession. The warrior's second turn profession, swordsman, he only roughly knew that it was a transfer of the attack route, but for the specific skills of the swordsman profession, he was actually still in the dark. But Dragonfly was different. As the first player in the entire game to successfully make a second career change, he had a deep understanding of how powerful he would be after his career change. Of course, it was before he met Joe Mo. Two-handed sword acceleration was a swordsman's status skill, which could greatly increase the attack speed of a swordsman when using a two-handed sword. Of course, compared to the acceleration skill of a physician, there was no way to increase movement speed. The same acceleration skill, two-handed sword acceleration, has no way to increase movement speed, but in terms of attack speed increase, it is better than acceleration. A full level of acceleration could only increase attack speed by 100%, whereas a full level of two-handed sword acceleration could increase attack speed of two-handed swords by 150%. Then, the battle spirit inspiration used by the dragonfly was similar to Joe Mo's endeavor skill, which boosted its own attack power. However, compared to the physician's skill, both of these skills could only work on the swordsman himself, and could not add to others. After opening the two-handed sword acceleration, the swordsman's explosive skill Raging Sword Frenzy Chop came at Joe Mo immediately after. The dragonfly held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and the wide two-handed sword swung to cut through the air, chopping at Joe Mo from right to left. Fortunately, this was only in the game, otherwise Joe Mo would not have dared to use his body to meet such an aggressive chopping attack. 1 chop. 2 chops. 3 chops. 4 chop. 5 chop. First from right to left, then from left to right, then from right to left. 5 chopping strikes in a row, one stronger than the other, like raging waves, chopping down towards Joe Mo's body. 1. 19. Strike. 276. 257. 376. Dragonfly? Looking at Joe Mo, who looked like he hadn't even lost a bit of his blood skin, Dragonfly said that he was completely unable to accept it. He looked at Joe Mo in front of him and stupidly asked, "How much physical defense do you have?" Joe Mo scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Not much, counting the various buffs, it's just over 1,000 points. It's also just over 1,000 points. Dragonfly was very helpless. When did the word just have to be added before 1,000 points of defense? He was still undeterred and asked, "How much more?" Joe Mo was a bit coy, "Just 300 to 400 more." Dragonfly's eyes widened. In other words, this Joe Mo in front of him, a first-turn healer, had reached a terrifying 1,400 points of physical defense. Although Dragonfly was dull, she had some understanding of the game and knew that based on the physician profession's attributes alone, even if it was all plus physical strength, it would be impossible to have 1,400 points of physical defense at such a level. There was only one truth. That was, the precious great equipment that the other party possessed, provided them with a physical defense that far exceeded that of normal people. Precious equipment, was it even spicy strong? Dragonfly felt a little envious and jealous. No wonder, with his own turn 2 swordsman panel, plus all the turn 2 rare equipment, plus a total of about 1,200 attacks after the battle spirit inspiration boost, he couldn't even break the opponent's defense. If it was not for the fact that the Raging Sword Frenzy chop skill had 5 chops, one stronger than the other, I'm afraid I would have hit 5-1 sad reality. But even the 5th chop, with a high attack rate of 140%, only dealt a damage figure of 376. A powerful output skill, the entire 5 chops, but only dealt a total of 929 points of damage, not even 1,000. Looking at Jomo's blood bar, which seemed to be completely immobile, Dragonfly couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "How much blood do you have?" This couldn't be revealed casually. Jomo smiled shyly, "About the same as you, big brother." Dragonfly looked at Jomo fixedly, and eventually chose to give up pursuing the question. He already roughly understood the other party's way of speaking. According to Jomo's words, the not much in this more or less, I'm afraid there's a lot to be said for it. Since the Dragonfly didn't continue to ask, Jomo naturally wouldn't be able to reveal the fact that he now had tens of thousands of blood points. Of course, even if he pursued, it would be impossible for him to reveal it. Looking at the Dragonfly in front of him, Jomo was rarely generous and asked with a smile, "Big brother, do you still want to continue attacking?" Dragonfly was in a low mood, waved his hand and said, No. According to this physical defense of yours, if I only use two-handed sword acceleration for normal attacks without using burst skills, I simply can't even break through your defense, and still playing a ghost." He shook his head while muttering, "It seems that without precious level equipment it really won't work. I also have to go find a guild to team up and fight bosses before I can do that, otherwise a second turn can't even beat a first turn, it's too humiliating." Looking at the Dragonfly that was ready to leave with a drooping face, Jomo suddenly shouted, "Big brother, wait!" "Big brother?" The Dragonfly was startled and turned back. "Big brother, are you talking about me? Quickly stop making fun of me." "Alright, then I'll call you Dragonfly." Jomo readily accepted good advice, that, "Big brother Dragonfly, if I'm not mistaken, you don't have a guild yet?" Dragonfly nodded, "Yeah, when I first entered the game, an old brother told me that it's a waste of time to engage in guilds and stuff. Burying my head in the sand and practicing is the right way." "So you've been burying your head in leveling and not caring about anything?" Dragonfly blinked, "Yeah, fighting monsters can be fun." Well, Jomo didn't know what to say. However, it was no wonder that this Dragonfly was the first player in the entire game to successfully turn 2. As the saying goes, if you work hard, the sky will not let you down, and those who work hard will indeed be rewarded accordingly. Although this reward, in front of himself, was viciously thrown to the ground and trampled on. But Jomo was very clear, not everyone has their own kind of strength. First step to complete the second turn of the Dragonfly, in fact, has already walked in the forefront of the game. What he lacked was actually just a chance. A chance to obtain precious level equipment. Thus, looking at such Dragonfly, Jomo's heart moved and opened his mouth to ask, "So, Dragonfly big brother, are you interested in joining our guild?" "Your guild, what's its name?" A puzzled expression appeared on the Dragonfly's face, then somewhat embarrassed, saying, "I actually don't pay much attention to many things, I just know that you're quite famous, but I didn't pay attention to what your guild is." Jomo then hurriedly said, "Don't worry, our guild is called Four Seasons Guild, it's a very formal and pursuing guild, not some messy guild. Let me tell you, our guild is still small now, but okay, I'll join." Jomo froze. Dragonfly's alacrity made him a bit at a loss for words for a moment. What he was going to say was, although our guild is still small now, but we are pursuing, we will definitely become a big guild in the future, you must not lose out by joining now. He knew very well that although Dragonfly seemed to be a good guy, it was not a bad idea to join now. He knew very well that although Dragonfly's strength seemed to be far from his own, it was because of the lack of equipment. In fact, being able to be the first to complete the transfer task, this Dragonfly was definitely a talent. For such a talent, even a large guild like the Divine Battle Guild would be the one to welcome him, and normally it would not be the turn of a small guild like the Four Seasons Guild. However, he didn't expect that before he could even say this set of words, Dragonfly accepted it. Having pulled in a second-turn player for the Four Seasons Guild, Jomo was indeed quite happy in his heart and spoke directly in the guild chat channel. "I'll pull someone in later, everyone help welcome them, huh? Don't let them get cold feet." Chapter 123 Dragonfly joins the guild. Jomo spoke in the guild channel, and the entire guild channel became silent all of a sudden. It was only after a long time that someone spoke out. The vice president actually took the initiative to speak? Fantastic. Jomo laughed bitterly, as far as that was concerned? In fact, he couldn't really blame the other guild members for thinking that way. It was really because he had been burying his head in leveling for the past 2 days and simply ignored the various chats and farts in the guild's chat channel. Over time, the new members of the guild thought that he was always so cool. In addition, a few days down the line, Joe Mo, as the mascot with the title of Treasure Hunter, had helped the guild members drop a few pieces of precious equipment, so in the eyes of the guild members, Jomo's prestige had gradually been established. Seeing Jomo's statement, Xiaoshalou, who was the guildmaster, similarly replied, "Good, you pull it in." In the Four Seasons Guild, both the president and vice president had the authority to recruit new members. Xiaoshalou had previously recruited Joe Mo and other old members, then Winter Night brought in a dozen new members. On the contrary, Joe Mo, who was also the vice president, never brought in a single member. Everyone secretly thought that they were afraid that Vice President Jomo's eyes were too high, and that unusual players were simply not in his sights, which was why he didn't invite anyone to join the guild. As a matter of fact, today's guild cap could only recruit 20 people, and there were already 19 people in the guild, leaving only the last position left. Because the Four Seasons Guild had recently acquired precious grade equipment so frequently, there were already an unknown number of players who had expressed their desire to join the Four Seasons Guild, but they were all rejected by Xiaoshalou. However, when Joe Mo expressed his intention to invite one person to join the guild, she did not even ask and directly expressed her agreement. None of the members of the entire guild felt that there was anything wrong. As a matter of fact, Joe Mo did take a lot of credit for the rapid increase in the strength of the entire Four Seasons Guild. The increase in the drop rate of precious equipment brought about by the title of Treasure Hunter was the most advantageous aspect of the Four Seasons Guild compared to other guilds. Therefore, even if Joe Mo wanted to invite a player who had just stepped out of the novice village to join the guild, the members of the entire guild would never express any opposition. After all, Joe Mo's face was something that definitely had to be given. Didn't they see that Xiaoshalou, who was the president, was very uptight, and had delegated his authority without even asking a single question? In fact, they all thought too much. The reason why Xiaoshalou didn't ask was based on her trust in Joe Mo. She knew very well that Joe Mo was even more afraid of trouble than she was. But since he was planning to recruit a new member, then he must have his reasons, and this member definitely had something to offer and could bring benefits to the guild. Player Dragonfly has joined the guild, welcome. In the next moment, a beep sounded in the guild chat channel. When they heard this beep, the guild was already in an uproar. Hee, why does this name sound a bit familiar? Yeah, I also feel familiar, it's obvious where I've heard it before. A player directly opened up the profession ranking. Only to see that in the profession ranking, in the extra column of swordsman, Dragonfly's name was in plain sight, topping the swordsman ranking. Surprisingly, it's a second-turn big brother. I also noticed, this Dragonfly is the first player to complete a successful second turn by completing the transfer task, which was previously announced on the game. Vice President Joe's handiwork is truly extraordinary. Pulling in just anyone is a big shot that can be on the game announcement. Sure enough, do all the great big brothers be friends with the great big brothers? Thank you everyone, thank you everyone. Hearing the various voices in the guild's chat channel, Dragonfly was thrilled beyond words and thanked everyone with tears in his eyes. As for what he was thanking and why he was thanking, he couldn't tell for a moment. The truth was that he had been dealt too much of a blow at Joe Mo's place, and once he saw that there were still so many people who revered him, he couldn't help but get back some of his sense of existence. It was true that one still needed to have more contact with the general public once in a while. One couldn't stay with people who were so strong and perverted all the time, that way one would easily be humbled to the dust. With a wave of welcome from everyone, the second-turn big brother, Dragonfly, once again found his self-confidence and was filled with good hopes for tomorrow. And at this time, everyone spoke, and its content was largely, "Big brother, isn't second turn very strong? I'm a thief now, which route should I choose for my second turn? Big brother, may I ask what to do for the transfer quest, is it difficult? Big brother, is there any new leveling area after the second turn, when will we form a team?" Looking at this group of guys in the chat channel, Winter Night shook her head helplessly. Although she didn't intend to have any development with these guys, but looking at this situation, her heart was still a bit unfavorable. It seemed that nowadays, all of them had the tendency to focus on their careers, and they were no longer that concerned about themselves as a goddess. Sure enough, was it a wrong decision to pull them into the guild? Not to mention Winter Night's small inner nagging, Joe Mo watched Dragonfly fight with everyone in the guild chat channel, and at this time, he quietly chatted privately with Xiaoshalou and asked, "Do you have time tomorrow?" "What is it?" The two of them had built up quite a level of trust over this period of time, and Xiaoshalou asked directly. Joe Mo then spoke out his thoughts. He wanted to invite Xiao to team up with himself and that dragonfly privately to raid a boss once. Raiding bosses as a guild was naturally an activity that couldn't be minimized, but this time, he was hoping to help the dragonfly fight one or two pieces of precious equipment. If the entire guild was used as a unit to raid the boss, then even if the precious equipment was popped out, there would be a problem of distribution. Dragonfly, as someone who had just joined the guild, was afraid that if he wanted to give the precious equipment directly to him, he would also attract the dissatisfaction of the other members. It would be different if he and Xiao teamed up privately. The equipment that he and the others popped out from the boss fights could naturally be distributed privately at will. Xiao understood Zhoumo's meaning. She also does not dwell on the issue of the dragonfly being a new member. She is also very clear that the same piece of precious equipment, given to the dragonfly as a second-turn player, and given to those first-turn members, the effect is very different. The same piece of precious equipment, in the hands of dragonfly, could play out a role that was naturally many times that of a first-turn player. And with the guild war on the horizon, this was a scenario that could greatly enhance the strength of the guild war. She directly agreed to it. However, she likewise had a small request: I'll bring Xiao with me, and if equipment for mages comes out, I hope that I can give it to her first. Zhoumo naturally wouldn't object. He knew something about Qiu Liang, and knew that she was also someone that Xiao knew in reality. Moreover, unlike the loudmouthed Chun Mu, this Qiu Liang has always been quite introverted and not very talkative, so Zhoumo was also relieved to bring her along. After all, when raiding the boss, his own strength will certainly be displayed. Zhoumo does not want to let too many people notice his abnormalities. Xiao and Dragonfly, even if you insist on bringing one more person, then the introverted and less talkative Qiu Liang will naturally be a better choice compared to the loud-mouthed Chun Mu. Author's word. The third shift is here today. Author Fungus would like to wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn and National Day Double Festival. Chapter 124, Leader Class Necrotic Swordsman. It was another day of good scenery. Not far from the outskirts of the Nightmare Forest, there were 3 people standing in a certain wild monster area waiting. The appointed time had just arrived when the trio saw a figure walk out of the jungle of the Nightmare Forest not far away. It was the initiator of this operation, Zhoumo. The 3 people waiting were naturally Xiao, Autumn Cool, and the second-turn swordsman Dragonfly. This time, Zhoumo had gathered them to take advantage of the last day before the guild war started to fight a precious grade equipment for Dragonfly. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have dared to make a guarantee that they would be able to pop out the treasure grade equipment. Zhoumo could not do the same. However, he could at least guarantee that the chances of precious grade equipment being released from this operation he had initiated would be far better than those of others. After all, the role of the treasure hunter title had already been proven. Waiting for Zhoumo to arrive, Xiao nodded and said, according to what we agreed before, I've already taken a good look at the leader-level necrotic swordsman not far from the side, and there is no one to raid for now. Zhoumo nodded and also said, this necrotic swordsman normal level has 25 levels, the leader level is even more so. The general squad doesn't have the strength to raid the leader-level necrotic swordsman, but we have the second turn, and you and I, we can give it a try. There were no outsiders here, so Zhoumo didn't hide his words, and in his words, he was very confident in his and Xiao's strength. As for the Monarch level, the drop rate of the best equipment is naturally better than the collar level, but that is much harder to raid than the collar level, and Zhoumo doesn't dare to guarantee that his squad can easily raid. As a matter of fact, after so many days of raiding bosses, Zhoumo has seen the highest level of Monarch level wild monsters, that is, the Monarch level red rock monsters that were raided at that time. Zhoumo had not seen any higher level monarchs, such as the secret puppet demon spirit or the bronze spiteful puppet, but he had not seen any monarchs of his race. Maybe it was because they had just been raided by others, but it was also possible that these races of wild monsters had not yet seen a monarch level boss. As for the exact reason, Zhoumo naturally didn't know. This was also not something he needed to think about right now. Today's main goal was just to fight a precious equipment for Dragonfly. Enough with the small talk, let's go. Xiao said, and directly walked out first, heading towards the direction of the leader-class necrotic swordsman. It didn't take long for a few people to arrive not far from the leader-level necrotic swordsman. Looking up, one could only see a human swordsman-like wild monster standing in the center of the reddish-black mud in the distance ahead. He was leaning on a huge two-handed sword in his hands, and whether it was on the two-handed sword or on top of his body, there were wisps of black gas surrounding it. Zhoumo's background information of this necrotic swordsman flashed in his mind. It was said that this necromantic swordsman was an extremely powerful swordsman in his lifetime, and then for some unknown reason, he was tempted by the evil forces and threw himself into the darkness, becoming an evil swordsman who wielded his sword at humans. And after his death, the evil spirit did not dissipate, and still transformed into a necrotic swordsman, continuing to serve the evil camp and kill humans. Of course, for Jomo and his players, they never cared about background information or anything else. What they cared about was what kind of equipment the leader-level necrotic swordsman could produce, what the explosion rate was, and whether it was good enough to fight. Looking at the distant leader-level necrotic swordsman, Jomo said to Dragonfly, "See, that sword in his hand is a precious level two-handed sword. I've read the information, killing a boss that holds a certain type of weapon has a very high chance of dropping that type of equipment." Although Dragonfly's reaction was a bit slow, he wasn't really stupid. Hearing this, he didn't know that Jomo had arranged to raid this necrotic swordsman boss, mainly for his sake. So, he was touched inexplicably. Some choked and said, "Big brother, I..." Xia Shallow blared with both eyes, "We are all on our own, what do you call big brother? Let's come together to raid this boss, it's not just for you to call a big brother, tomorrow's guild war, together we'll beat the other guilds down, that's the best repayment." Dragonfly. Jomo smiled, "Alright, let's start, Dragonfly. Although you are not a main defense knight, but after all, you are a second turn player, your blood defense is still good, just output yourself as you see fit. As for Xia Shallow, you have a few pieces of precious equipment, and you're not bad in terms of attributes, but after all, you're a close attacking fighter, and it's more dangerous, so I'll just assist you some more." As for Magician Qiuliang, Jomo did not have any requirements or arrangements for her. In fact, it was also true that although magicians were generally the mainstay of output, in this team today, it was indeed a bit less than adequate. First, there was a second-turn swordsman Dragonfly, whose output was superior to that of a first-turn magician, and people's blood defense was also far superior, and their independent survivability was not at all on a level. Then, the same turn won, but Xia Shallow has several pieces of precious equipment, attributes are powerful at the same time, the operation skills are also extremely excellent, the same as not Qiuliang can be compared. So, in fact, this time in the team, Autumn Raya was just here to play soy sauce. As the other main force in the team, Jomo had similarly chosen the physician profession this time. The Dragonfly's blood and defense was relatively high, so he didn't need to worry about it, so he directly added an acceleration and endeavor to the Dragonfly, and then focused his attention on Xia Shallow. With the addition of acceleration and endeavor, the Dragonfly immediately felt that it had become more powerful than ever before, and bravely charged towards the leader-level necrotic swordsman in front of it. He had turned on two-handed sword acceleration, and even though he hadn't reached full level yet, his attack speed had already reached the level of 2 swords per second. After Jomo's acceleration technique was thrown onto his body, the overall increase in his attack speed had reached 200%. It had reached 3 swords a second. Even more importantly, the acceleration technique could also increase his movement speed, and at this moment, he transformed into a storm and violently blew past the side of the leader-level necro swordsman. The furious waves of angry sword bridle shoes chop poured towards the leader-level necrotic swordsman. With the addition of battle spirit inspiration and endeavor, his attack power now reached over 1,500 points. Raging sword chop. 178. 328. 478. Strike. 1,256. 778. A raging sword chop directly caused 3,000 points of damage. A second-turn swordsman was truly extraordinary. Dragonfly was not satisfied. When he hit the leader-level necrotic swordsman, he could feel that the defense of the leader-level boss in front of him seemed to be about the same as Jomo's. If not for the fact that Jomo had given himself a new sword, he would have been able to do a lot more damage than he did. If Jomo hadn't additionally added a endeavor status to himself, which boosted his attack power a bit more, his own attack fell on the boss, I'm afraid it would still be a non-breakable end. The second-turn player hit a leader-level boss, but did not break the defense, set out will let people laugh off teeth. Moreover, looking at the situation, the blood quantity of this leader-level necro swordsman is about 100,000 points or more, and the effect of this 3,000 points of damage is not big at all. Chapter 125 Destroying Armor. Looking at the dragonfly that became a bit low after one hit, Jomo's heart moved and said to Xia Shallow, "The physical defense of this leader-level necrotic swordsman is too high, I'm afraid that I have to find a way to dissipate some of it before I can do so, or else it won't be easy to fight." Xia Shallow on the side similarly noticed all this, she wasn't in a hurry and nodded, "Don't worry, after I upgraded to level 29, I learned a new skill that can inflict a certain amount of armor breaks, let me give it a try." Saying that, Xia Shallow had already rushed out. At this time, Xia Shallow had a few pieces of precious equipment, and her blood defense was already not low, although it might not be comparable to the dragonfly of the second turn, it was not far off. Jomo just added acceleration and endeavor to her, and stood aside to watch the show. This time, Xia Shallow didn't show off any great maneuvering skills, she just charged straight towards the leader-level necrotic swordsman, and at the moment when he attacked the dragonfly, he punched the necrotic swordsman squarely in the waist. Armor Destruction 1231. The punch was the armor destruction skill that only level 29 fighters could learn. This skill didn't have many fancy moves, it was just a straight punch, but when it landed, it was able to destroy part of the target's defense. With Xia Shallow's current skill level, this punch knocked out more than 200 points of defense of the leader-level necrotic swordsman. Although this punch is powerful, but compared to the previous dragonfly's angry sword bridle shoes, the damage value is still a difference. Therefore, the hatred value of the leader-level necromancer was still on the dragonfly. Only to see that the black gas encircled sword in its hand raised up, swung violently, the same angry sword bridle shoes chop made out. The dragonfly was startled, but it had no choice but to endure. 477. 627. 777. 927. 1077. Just one skill directly dealt close to 4000 damage to the dragonfly. The dragonfly's blood bar was instantly reduced to less than 2/3. Fortunately, he was a turn 2 player, his blood defense was not comparable to a turn 1 player. If it was an ordinary turn 1 player, this hit would have been directly killed in seconds. Joe Mo secretly sighed. No wonder no guild dared to raid this level of boss, it really couldn't afford it. This is still the normal state of the boss, if this boss enters the berserk state, the output ability simply cannot even dare to think. That attacked the first turn players, I'm afraid that is completely cut grass. The dragonfly now remaining blood, I'm afraid that the leader of the level of the necropolis swordsman and then 2 angry sword bridle shoes chop skills, he is going to be dead. However, as a burst skill, this angry sword bridle shoes still has a certain cooldown time, and can't be used indefinitely. During this time, the dragonfly can slowly regain blood. As long as it is not killed in a second, then there is still a chance. Dragonfly, you step back and return blood, let Xia Shallow take the top. In a team that was raiding a boss, it was always the auxiliary profession that took center stage and commanded. Zhou Mo was just giving people auxiliary status and was idle, this would be shouting while watching Zhou Liang start chanting incantations. With Dragonfly and Xia Shallow's 2 powerful attackers, Zhou Liang could be generous with his magic skills and didn't have to worry about his attacks being too strong to attract the boss's hatred. And after hearing Zhou Mo's arrangement, Dragonfly did not resist in the slightest and directly backed away. As a second turn player, the first player in the entire game to successfully turn 2, he actually did not have the slightest hint of arrogance, and strictly implemented Zhou Mo's arrangements. As Xia Shallow rushed up to fill in the gap, she glanced out of the corner of her eye and secretly nodded in her heart. Second turn players were certainly rare talents, but if it was a guy who was arrogant and didn't listen to the arrangements, then even if this person was strong, he was not the person his guild needed. Dragonfly was very much recognized by her in this regard. Dragonfly retreated, and the leader-level necrotic swordsman followed, wanting to continue attacking. However, at this time, Xia Shallow had already darted in from the side and kicked it in the shoulder. As a leader-level boss, this leader-level necrotic swordsman's body type was rarely the same as a human's, but it was just a little bit taller. Xia Shallow's kick came and landed squarely on his shoulder, vigorously kicking him backward several meters. 1875. This kick on his body, whose defense had been lowered by armor destruction, had a very considerable damage value. The hatred of the leader-level necrotic swordsman instantly shifted to Xia Shallow's body, and with a swing of his 2-handed sword, he slashed down at Xia Shallow. But Xia Shallow, who had the acceleration technique in his body, didn't fight with it at all, and with a stomp on the ground, he had already retreated 2 meters. Boom! The 2-handed sword, which was as huge as a doorplate, chopped down, cutting a hole in the ground. However, the blade of the sword only skimmed 20 centimeters in front of Xia Shallow. On the other side, the dragonfly, which was getting high to regain blood, also gripped the greatsword with both hands and launched an attack from its back. 358. 358. 358. Although he didn't use his burst skill, with the addition of 2-handed sword acceleration and acceleration technique, the dragonfly's attack speed had already reached 3 attacks per second. The moment the leader-level necrotic swordsman chased after Xia Shallow, he had already slashed his back 3 times in a row. Originally, with the dragonfly's attack, it was already not easy to break the defense of the leader-level necromancer, but with Xia Shallow's armor destroyer state present, the damage value of each normal attack was much higher than before. 3 normal attacks had caused more than 1,000 damage. Although it still wasn't much for the leader-level necrotic swordsman's blood quantity of 100,000, but at least it couldn't be said to be a scraping attack. It'll work, just hit like that. Joe nodded his head in satisfaction as he watched, and then peacefully watched from the sidelines. After all, the previous dragonfly had already been pretty much beaten up by himself, and at this time, it was always necessary to give him a chance to show off and realize his worth, otherwise he was afraid that he would despair about the future. As for Xia Shallow, who possessed a few pieces of precious great equipment, she could also stand on her own, no longer needing to be pulled along by her life chain at all times. Otherwise, with her panel before the precious equipment, as long as she was touched by the leader-level necro swordsman, I'm afraid that it would be a second death, and completely does not have any room for maneuvering. Just like that, with the cooperation of Dragonfly and Xia Shallow, coupled with Jomo's auxiliary status and Autumn Cool's magic attacks, the blood quantity of the leader-level necro swordsman steadily decreased. It didn't take long for the blood of this chieftain-class necro swordsman to fall to around 50%. The pack guard talent of the leader-level wild monster was also naturally triggered. At this point, Joe couldn't simply watch the show, he directly rushed over, separating the elite and normal-level necro swordsmen summoned by the boss from the two of them. Then, he said to the two of them, Xia Shallow and Dragonfly, leave the small monsters to Qiu Liang and I to clean up, you two just proceed to attack the boss. Chapter 126 Cooperation. Joe then shouted to Qiu Liang, use arranged magic and pull these small monsters over, I'll clean them up from the back. Qiu Liang listened to the arrangement and didn't bother to think about what he was going to do if he was a brittle magician who attracted so many wild monsters. He directly chanted an incantation and a ranged skill was released. The pile of wild monsters instantly rushed towards Qiu Liang like a tidal wave. Joe, on the other hand, held up his Monarch scythe and followed behind, attacking profusely. His Monarch scythe was a full 2 meters or so in length, and it was also a ranged attack, and after casually clattering and sweeping a few times, he had already killed a good number of normal-level necrotic swordsmen. Everyone had worked together many times before. Xia Shallow was very understanding at this time and didn't participate, letting all of these small monsters follow Qiu Liang and walk away. She understood Jomo's strength and knew that some small monsters could not possibly pose a big threat to Joe and Qiu Liang. Although the new dragonfly didn't have the same tacit understanding as the two of them, she was concentrating on dealing with the leader-level necrotic swordsman and didn't have the time to deal with these small monsters. Joe directly followed the large gang of small monsters to the side, while Qiu Liang looked at the large group of wild monsters in front of her and was startled. At this time, it was too late for her to run. Joe smiled faintly and said, "Don't panic." Then, he released a life chain, connecting himself and Qiu Liang. At this point, although the number of monsters was high, they couldn't pose any threat to Qiu Liang. With his current blood quantity, he could completely withstand 90% of the attacks from these small monsters. Then, Joe directly added an acceleration and endeavor to his head, and the Monarch scythe in his hand swept out like a scythe cutting grass. 3,245. 3,245. The defense of these small monsters wasn't high. Joe just slashed up with ordinary attacks and caused terrifying damage values. Brushing and brushing, the ordinary necrotic swordsman fell like straw. The 4 elite-level necrotic swordsmen had slightly higher blood and defense, so they could hold out a little longer, but in front of Joe, who had already turned on scythe kill, they also didn't have the ability to hold out for too long. However, in 2 to 3 minutes, these 20 or so small monsters were swept away by Joe alone. In a short period of time, nearly 1,000 experience points had been credited. After all, being in a group, these experience values needed to be divided equally. However, for Joe who wanted to upgrade to level 29, this 1,000 plus experience value was still not enough. Right now, his experience value had reached 29,145-48,000, which was still a bit short of upgrading. But now that he was in the middle of raiding the boss, he needed to take care of Xia Shallow and Dragonfly's status, and couldn't just run off and practice leveling on his own. After taking care of all these small monsters, Joe returned to the leader-level necrotic swordsman and found that Xia Shallow and Dragonfly had already beaten him down to only 1/3 of his blood. If they continued to fight, they would soon fall to 20% of their blood and trigger the berserk state. In the current situation, Dragonfly and Xia Shallow could of course still support it, but once they waited until the boss triggered the berserk state, then the two of them were afraid that it would be very difficult to hold on. Joe had not renewed his acceleration and endeavor during the time he was gone, and the two of them were facing the leader-level necrotic swordsman, who was already in danger. In the next moment, Xia Shallow punched out, and the blood level of the leader-level necrotic swordsman fell to the 30% threshold. Only to see the leader-level necrotic swordsman roar furiously, his body was flooded with a burst of bloodlight, and then the two-handed heavy sword in his hand was lifted up flatly in the air. In the midst of Xia Shallow and Dragonfly's shock, it had already swung this two-handed heavy sword around, spinning on its own axis. It's the raging blood revolving slash. The Dragonfly exclaimed in shock, and had already been struck by this pirouette chop. 677. 634. 711. 645. A raging blood gyratory chop had chopped the Dragonfly's body 4 times, dealing over 2,600 damage. The attack power of this skill might not be higher than the raging sword frenzy chop, but it was better in that it was a swift attack, and it was a ranged attack that could attack all the enemies around it. This strike was so swift that even the nimble Xia Shallow could not react in time and was hit by this strike. 698. 734. 751. 765. Even though he had precious great equipment in his possession, but after all, he was only a first-turn fighter, Xia Shallow's defense was still inferior to Dragonfly's. Receiving the same attack, the damage Xia Shallow received was obviously a bit deeper than Dragonfly. The two were not full-blooded, and after receiving this blow, they directly fell to a state of half-blood. If another hit, the two people are afraid to be directly blood, if then bad luck by the Blitz words, directly lying down is not impossible things. The leader-level Necro Swordsman, who had also turned on two-handed sword acceleration, incidentally made up 2 normal attacks on the body of the Dragonfly at this time. 456. 476. The Dragonfly's blood level dropped by another 1,000, another step closer to lying down. Joe emote scared as he watched, and raised his hand and threw an acceleration spell onto Xia Shallow's body, causing her to back away at great speed. As for the Dragonfly? He's a second-turn swordsman, so he should still be able to hold out for a while. While he was thinking about this, Joe Mo had also raised his Monarch scythe and charged up. At this point in time, relying on Xia Shallow and Dragonfly alone, it was already difficult to easily resolve this leader-level necrotic swordsman. Jomo's own defense was not below that of this leader-class necrotic swordsman, and his blood quantity was also several tens of thousands of points, so he appeared to be very relaxed when he went up. The two of you and Xia Shallow should retreat to regain blood first. I'll top it for a while, get ready for the berserkit. Joe Mo said to Dragonfly while attacking with the Monarch scythe. 2358. 2358. With the addition of acceleration, Jomo's normal attack speed was not as fast as the Dragonfly, who also had two-handed sword acceleration on, but it was still 2 attacks a second. As for the scythe kill skill, he had just used it up against the small monsters, and was still a bit short of being able to finish recharging it at this time. Another series of attacks, with Jomo's terrifying attack power, he steadily inflicted more than 2,000 damage per hit on the leader-level necrotic swordsman. The higher the level of the boss, the more resistant it seemed to the special effects of strike and ignore defense, and it didn't trigger one of them even after a few attacks. However, Jomo's attack power was too high, just a few normal attacks had already dealt more than 10,000 points of damage, knocking the blood level of the leader-level necrotic swordsman to below 20%. The chieftain-level necrotic swordsman roared, and with a flash of bloodlight on his body, he directly entered berserk mode. In berserk mode, the attributes of the chieftain-grade necrotic swordsman doubled, and its attack power was greatly increased. However, Joe Mo understood his special characteristics. As a wild monster identity, he would not be attacked by the necrotic swordsman. The short time top position was fine. Xia Shallow and Dragonfly were busy getting high to regain their blood and probably wouldn't notice this detail. But if time went on, they would definitely notice this peculiarity. Jomo's ability to switch professions at will could be attributed to the special characteristics of his hidden profession, but the fact that he was not attacked by wild monsters was probably impossible to explain. Therefore, when the leader-level necrotic swordsman triggered the berserk state, he retreated while calling out, "Dragonfly, let's take over together, and get rid of it with speedy output." Author's comment. Today's third installment is here, no more talking, let's go watch the moon. Chapter 127, Handsome but not 3 seconds. At this time, the Dragonfly that had retreated had also regained its blood, and when it heard Jomo's call, it immediately rushed up. However, the boss that had entered a berserk state was definitely not something that the Dragonfly could carry alone. Xia Shallow also similarly rushed up. However, her blood defense was even worse compared to the second-turn Dragonfly, and she was afraid that it would be even tougher to face the berserk state of the leader-level necrotic swordsman. Her maneuvering skills were certainly powerful, but in front of a boss with double attributes, the difficulty of trying to show maneuvering was undoubtedly harder than ever. Joe Mo then directly re-released the life chain that had already been disconnected and linked it to Xia Shallow's body. Don't show off your maneuvers, let's attack with all our might and try to get rid of it quickly. Jomo said as he raised the Monarch scythe in his hand and continued to slash down on the Berserk boss. 1126. Berserk. 2252. With 2 normal attacks in a row, Jomo realized that the damage caused by his terrifying attack power hitting the boss was not as good as he had hoped. The Berserk state could double the attributes of the boss, and accordingly, the defense of this boss had similarly doubled. With his own attack power, he could only deal this kind of damage. What about the dragonflies and the others? Jomo looked sideways, only to see the side of the dragonfly just made a move, angry sword bridle shoes chopping, wild waves of general 5 consecutive chopping to the boss body pouring. The momentum seemed to be surging, appalling. The damage dealt was equally appalling. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. A series of 5 cuts caused a full 5 damage. Dragonfly's hand was trembling, even his heart was trembling. After the boss attributes were doubled, his raging sword chop skill couldn't even break his defense. This is still the case when the boss has Xia Shallow's armor destruction status on it. At this time, Xia Shallow also similarly struck out. A straight punch was thrown, hitting the boss right in the heart. Heavy strike. 240. Even after triggering the critical strike special effect, this straight punch that Xia Shallow had thrown still didn't cause much damage. Although he felt that it was a bit unkind, the dragonfly's mood was inexplicably better. See, Natsuya with her precious equipment is also like this, so it seems that she is not very weak. Although Xia Shallow only inflicted 240 damage, the boss roared, but she still attracted hatred, and directly slashed at her with a sword. Xia Shallow subconsciously wanted to dodge, but suddenly remembered what Jomo had said, there was no need to show maneuvers, so she stopped hard. However, she wasn't passively waiting to be slashed. With a movement of her hand, she had already utilized the fighter's river block skill. As a fighter's blocking skill, Stop River could block 50% of the damage once it was successfully blocked. Block. 121. As expected of Xia Shallow, this blocking river skill was used to the fullest extent, and it just managed to intercept the sword that was slashing at him. And on Jomo's body, a damage number likewise jumped up. 1089. Under the effect of Life Chain, he helped Xia Shallow share 90% of the damage value. A damage value of 1,000 or so was nothing to him with tens of thousands of blood, while a damage value of 121 was equally nothing to Xia Shallow. Xia Shallow then lowered his heart and slowly threw out his fist, nodding at the boss's body extremely quickly. Dragonfly shook his head. He could see that although this Xia Shallow's attack power was a bit stronger than his own, but it was also limited. Facing the boss with doubled defense power, it could not pose a big threat. This kind of situation, still struggling to output, even he was a bit unable to look at it. However, in the next moment, a damage number that made him fall in his eyes popped up on the boss's head. Ignoring defense. 1945. Dragonfly, who had been burying his head in leveling all this time, although he had some knowledge of other professions, he didn't know much about the fighter profession, which had a very small number of people. He didn't realize that what Xia Shallow had just used was a skill called Inch Fist. This Inch Fist skill was a very fast punch that could penetrate the surface armor of the target within a very short distance, causing a blow that could ignore defense. Of course, as a special attack that could ignore defense, the attack rate of the Inch Fist skill was not high, only 100%, just like a normal attack. If it was an attack on a small monster with low defense, this Inch Fist skill didn't even have much of an advantage compared to normal attacks. However, when attacking this kind of boss with high defense, the Inch Fist skill would be able to play an unprecedented role. Dragonfly was in a depressed mood. It was fine for Jomo to be able to rub him on the ground, but he didn't realize that even Xia Shallow could easily hit him. Isn't it just ignoring defense? Second-turn players are never slaves. I also put up a fight. Dragonfly's mentality was a bit unbalanced, and at this time, regardless, he used his crushing skill. Jedi Sword Intent. With a shout from Dragonfly, he raised his two-handed greatsword high, an aura rose up in the air, and there were wisps of blood chi surrounding the sword. Jomo on the side rolled his eyes. He suddenly realized that this Dragonfly liked to shout out loud every time he made a move. Was this a disease? Or was it just to be cool? However, in front of a boss in a berserk state like this, I'm afraid that playing handsome wouldn't last more than 3 seconds. Jomo continued to attack silently, and at this time, the Dragonfly who used Jedi Sword Intent, under the state of two-handed sword acceleration, attacked with 8 swords in a row, with wave after wave of the big sword in his hand. 1. 1. 100. 325. Strike. 1100. 775. 1000. 1225. Xia Shallow and Zhou Mo by the side both had their eyes lit up. Dragonfly's Jedi Sword intent was indeed extraordinary. Facing a boss whose defense had doubled, it was able to deal such a good amount of damage. Worthy of being a second-turn profession, it should not be underestimated. Having regained face in front of his two teammates, Dragonfly looked very pleased with himself. His face was full of smiles. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. After being attacked by his Jedi Sword intent, the leader-level necromancer finally focused on him. Turning directly around, the large sword in his hand slashed towards him. Raging Sword Chop. 2400. 2640. 2880. 3120. 3360. A series of 5 chopping directly hit more than 14,000 damage. The hull of the second-turn player Dragonfly, just like this, was killed in seconds, turned into a sole point of light. The so-called Jedi Sword intent was actually a way to convert his defense into attack power, causing 8 attacks that were far superior to his own strength. However, after using it, his defense would return to 0 in a short period of time, and if he was attacked, he would suffer more damage than usual. This was the meaning of Jedi and Jedi Sword intent. Using this skill was tantamount to placing oneself in the middle of the Jedi. Jomo's guess was correct. The Dragonfly really was not handsome for more than 3 seconds. Chapter 128. The Dragonfly with a High Spirit. Looking at the Dragonfly that had fallen to the ground and turned into a point of soul light, Mo blinked and finally decided to give up on reviving him. Anyway, if he was revived, he would still be lying down. After all, if he didn't use Jedi Sword intent, he couldn't break the boss's defense, but once he used Jedi Sword intent, he couldn't stand up. Therefore, spending time and energy to revive the Dragonfly was not cost-effective. Mo then smiled and said, "You lie down first, let's solve this boss first." At this time, without the Dragonfly, the boss once again shifted its attention to Xia Shallow. With the existence of the life chain, Xia Shallow was able to hold on simply by relying on medication to regain blood. Mo, who was taking a lot of damage, was also not under any pressure. With the additions of acceleration and endeavor, plus the opening of the sickle kill skill, his speed of attacking the boss reached 3 times a second, and the sickle suck special effect was frequently used. Sickle suck special effect was triggered frequently. Even though he was knocked out by the attacks of the leader-level necrotic swordsman, with the side suction blood-sucking effect, he could completely support himself without any pressure. In the 30-second berserk state, Jomo's attacks could not cause too much damage to the boss, and the 40,000 blood of the leader-level necrotic swordsman was still able to support it. Finally, under the attacks of both Mo and Xia Shallow, the 30-second berserk state passed, and at this time, the boss's blood level was only left at 10,000 points. Alright, it's time to harvest. Jomo's words fell, and both Xia Shallow fought to attack. The leader-level necrotic swordsman once again released a raging blood-revolving slash before collapsing to the ground with a hiss, turning into black gas and dissipating. In the midst of the various game beeps, a game announcement was made to the entire game. Congratulations to player Dragonfly for killing the leader-level necrotic swordsman and obtaining the necrotic scepter treasure. Xia Shallow, who was the MVP, and Mo, who had the second highest output, didn't receive any precious equipment. When Mo revived the Dragonfly again, the Dragonfly had froze with a look of disbelief and opened her game backpack. Only to see that in the middle of the backpack, a jumbo-level equipment was lying quietly, flashing with a purple light. He was so excited that he wanted to cry. There was a time when he had once thought that he was not worthy of having precious equipment. A second-turn player was stuck like this. But to his surprise, he had only just joined the Four Seasons Guild and had just teamed up with Mo and the others to raid a boss, and he had already obtained a piece of precious great equipment. Even though this was just a staff, not for the position of swordsman, it had already made him excited. On the game's public channel, people had already started contacting him. Most of them were mage professions, asking if he was willing to sell the treasure equipment he had just acquired. Another person even said that he happened to have a precious grade 2-handed sword that he wanted to exchange with him. Dragonfly's expression looked a bit struggling for a moment. For him, a suitable piece of precious grade equipment was too much of a pressing need. If he possessed a suitable precious equipment, he could immediately leap from a salted fish-level second-turn swordsman to a powerful second-turn big brother. Xia Shallow and Mo naturally saw the message on the public channel, and at this time, they all fell silent, only to see how Dragonfly would choose. In the midst of their gazes, they only saw Dragonfly clench her teeth and take the precious great staff in her backpack into her hands and said, "This is for mages, I can't use it, give it to the Autumn Cool Sisters first." Jomo was shocked at that time, this Dragonfly was so noble and honorable. If he had gotten a precious great staff, he could actually give it to Qiu Liang first. After all, precious level equipment for him, but the Monarch's scythe of the nutrient material only, although the demand is large, but if a single piece of words, is not so irreplaceable. Moreover, with the title of treasure hunter in his possession, he was still quite confident that he would be able to continue acquiring treasure-grade equipment in the future. However, Dragonfly was different. As a player who didn't even have any treasure-level equipment after the second turn, the meaning of treasure-level equipment to him was definitely different. The precious equipment that was dispensable for himself could be the basis for Dragonfly's turnaround. Honestly speaking, if the Dragonfly had been a bit thicker, he would have directly chosen to exchange with the others first, and then said that he would leave it to Autumn Cold when he found the right equipment. They wouldn't have been able to say anything. But although the Dragonfly did not want to give up, but still made such a choice. Xia Shallow looked at the Dragonfly in front of him, nodded, gave him a deep look, and took the necromancy staff precious from his hands, handing it over to Autumn Rank's hands. In the process, it naturally went through various people agreeing to the transaction. Autumn Cool was a bit embarrassed and said, "Shallow, my level is still low, I can't exert my effect with the precious equipment, or else it's better to trade him for a suitable one first." Xia Shallow, however, just said, "I promise to give you the precious equipment, so take it. As for Dragonfly, I will help him fight another one." With that, she turned her head to look at Dragonfly and asked, "Can you wait?" The Dragonfly nodded and said repeatedly, "There's no rush, I'm not in a hurry." Then Xia Xiao looked at Jomo again and said, "Will you still help me?" Jomo gently nodded his head and smiled. "Of course, we can't let the high-spirited Dragonfly big brother suffer. There's still a good-looking leader-level boss next to us. We'll go over and raid it first, and then come back to raid this necrotic swordsman once more later." With confidence on his face, he said, "2 if 1 doesn't work, 3 if 2 don't work, I don't believe I can't beat a single piece of precious equipment." Dragonfly choked a little. "Thank you." Jomo laughed. "We are all on our own. What are you talking about thanking you more? To say the least, we still have to thank you more." Next, several people once again raided the new boss. For a few hours, a total of 5 chieftain class bosses were raided. And when the second time they raided the chieftain class necrotic swordsman, a precious grade 2-handed sword finally exploded. This precious grade 2-handed sword exploded into Xia Shallow's backpack, and Xia Shallow naturally didn't even think about it, and directly took it out and handed it over to Dragonfly. In addition to this precious grade 2-handed sword, Jomo also obtained a precious grade iron armor. In theory, both Dragonfly and Qiu Liang had each obtained a precious grade equipment, and Jomo could have kept this piece of equipment for himself. However, after thinking about it, Jomo still gave this precious grade iron armor to Dragonfly. In the team, only Dragonfly, who was a swordsman, was able to wear iron armor class equipment. Considering that tomorrow was the guild battle, Jomo decided to give this precious grade iron armor to the Dragonfly first to try and strengthen the Four Seasons Guild for the guild battle tomorrow. As for getting this precious grade iron armor, Dragonfly's face reddened with excitement. He suddenly took out several experience beads from his backpack and shoved them into Jomo's hand. Jomo looked at the several experience beads and froze a little, asking, "What is this?" Chapter 129 Monarch Grade Secret Puppet Demon Spirit. The Dragonfly was a little embarrassed and said, "These are a few experience beads I prepared earlier. I've already saved up my experience value, and I originally wanted to use them to sell for money to see if I could exchange them for a suitable piece of equipment." Dragonfly's face flushed as he said this. As a matter of fact, he did feel a bit embarrassed. It was too embarrassing for a second-turn player to be reduced to relying on saving experience beads to sell for money in exchange for a suitable piece of equipment. However, Jomo's focus was clearly not here, as he stared with wide eyes in utter amazement. "Your leveling speed is already so fast that it's almost the number 1 in the entire service, and you even have the spare time to fill up these experience beads?" It wasn't that Jomo was surprised, it was indeed that this matter was too unbelievable. One must know that although experience beads were a good thing, saving experience beads and using experience beads were two completely different concepts. If you save an experience bead, when practicing, half of the experience value gain needs to enter the experience bead and be swallowed by the experience bead. In other words, in the case of trying to save experience beads, the speed of practicing is halved. With everyone in a hurry to level up to a higher level, there were hardly a few people who would be willing to do such a thankless thing. But not only did Dragonfly do it, the most amazing thing was that he was the first player in the entire game to successfully turn 2 while saving up his experience beads. This was somewhat awesome. Remembering what Dragonfly had said earlier, Joemo sighed and said, "It seems like you really don't do anything else besides practicing leveling." A big brother who buries his head in leveling is as terrifying as it is. Regarding these experience beads handed over by Dragonfly, Joemo, despite having some itching in his heart, still pushed them back with his backhand and said, "We're all on our own, so this is out of the ordinary. Just give it to me next time you hit the precious equipment." The Dragonfly did not take back the experience beads and said, "Equipment is equipment, this is a little bit of my heart, if you don't take it, I'm really embarrassed to take the equipment." Looking at such a serious Dragonfly, Joemo suddenly lost his smile. He nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll take it. Honestly, I do need this experience bead as well." After saying that, he was not polite and directly received these experience beads and chose to use them right in front of him. Use experience bead successful, experience value plus 10,000. Joemo was startled and asked, "This experience bead of yours is of experience value 10,000? Dragonfly nodded rightfully and said, "This is a higher level experience bead that can be used even after the second turn. Use of experience bead successful, experience value plus 10,000. 3 experience beads were crushed in a row, and Joemo's experience value instantly increased by 30,000 points. This helicopter ride-like speed of gaining experience value was really scaring him. Even if there were an infinite number of small monsters standing for him to brush, I'm afraid that he would never be able to achieve such a speed. Level up plus 1. Current level 29. Current experience value 11145-96000. Conditions reached, levels within this race will be elevated, current agnostic changes occurring, elevation suspended, will complete subsequent elevation after camouflage status is cancelled. Joemo froze, he did not expect that what would normally be a direct advancement would now have a sudden change. Before, it was clear that even if he was in the camouflage state, the boost would still be boosted. Joemo's heart sank and he had a bad guess about this matter. Ever since he realized that his body in reality was controlled by the game officials, he had always had a feeling like a fish in his throat, and was restless as a wild monster in this game. Anyway, at this time, both Autumn Cool and Dragonfly had gotten precious level equipment, and he might not be lucky enough to get more if he fought further, so he said to the few people, "Alright, let's call it a day, I still have things to do, let's see you tomorrow for the guild battle." With that, he didn't wait for the 3 of them to respond, and directly turned on his acceleration and scythe kill skills, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Looking at Joemo's silhouette going away at breakneck speed, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them glanced at each other. Xia Shallow was the first to speak. "Alright, let's all disperse, see you tomorrow." Dragonfly had gotten 2 pieces of precious grade equipment today, and only felt that he had never been stronger, and at this time, filled with excitement, his self-confidence was bursting at the seams. He looked at Xia Shallow with a solemn face. "Chairman, thank you for your regard, tomorrow's guild battle, I will definitely perform well and let them see how powerful our 4 Seasons guild is." And at this time, Joemo had already returned towards the secret puppet demon spirit area at extreme speed. He went offline. At the same time that Xia Shallow and the girls uttered those words, Joemo had already directly lifted his camouflage state and returned to his secret puppet demon spirit form. Condition reached, the level within this race is raised, advancing to a Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit. Racial appearance has been slightly altered. The chief level talent King's Fate has been advanced to the Monarch level talent Emperor's Fate, which doubles your life value tenfold and strengthens your automatic life recovery. The Chieftain level talent Colony Guardian has advanced to Monarch level Colony Guardian. When life value drops to 50%, it automatically summons 4 Chieftain level Secret Puppet Spirits, 8 Elite level Secret Puppet Spirits, and 40 normal Secret Puppet Spirits to fight. The unique talent Berserk of Chieftain level is advanced to Berserk of Monarch level. When life value drops to 20%, it automatically enters Berserk state, doubling its attributes and attacking at a range, lasting for 30 seconds. These were all things that Joemo had expected. After all, for Joemo, who had already successfully advanced to Monarch level once, this was not a new experience. But this time, things were clearly a little different. In the midst of these advancement messages, a game announcement rang out in an inopportune manner, causing Joemo's heart to instantly rise up in his throat. The first Monarch rank leader has appeared in the Secret Puppet Demon Spirit Cluster. With immediate effect, all wild monster clusters above level 20 have refreshed Monarch rank leaders. Wild monster setting change. The wild monster attack era has begun. Effective immediately, the peace between wild monsters will be broken, and wild monsters of different races will invade other wild monster regions under the leadership of a monarch-level leader, and the region of the losing side will be occupied, and the community will be expelled or even exterminated. The wild monster community that succeeds in occupying the other regions will gain an overall boost. Reaching a certain level, the community will open up a new level of advancement. Not only the other gamers, but also Joe Mo, who was one of the parties involved, was also staring blankly. He could not have imagined that he had only just advanced to become a monarch-level secret puppet demon spirit, but he had caused such a great impact on the game. No wonder the highest level monarch level used to only see the red rock monster. It turned out that it had never been open yet and was waiting for him here. Now the problem is big. Their biggest dependence on not being attacked by wild monsters is gone, and it won't be so easy to practice leveling and fight monsters in the future. Moreover, each different race of wild monsters would attack each other, and the other secret puppet demon spirits were considered to be the battle force of their own group, so they couldn't mow the grass and practice like before. Joe Mo furrowed his brows, unable to feel the direction of this change for a while. Chapter 130 Secret Puppet Demon Spirit Legion. Leaving aside the fact that Joe Mo was torn in his mind, at this time, on the game's public channel, the discussion on this matter was also in full swing. Everyone had a vague feeling that the way this game was played was feared to change drastically. However, one more day was the day of the game's first guild battle, and everyone's attention was still focused on the upcoming first guild battle, so for the time being, there wasn't too much attention paid to these changes to the wildlife. Joe Mo was different. As a monarch-level secret puppet demon spirit, this was something that concerned him personally. Tomorrow's guild war was certainly important, but for him, the matter of the wild monster community was equally urgent. Upon returning to the secret puppet demon spirit area, he realized that things were already a bit different. He had a vague feeling that he seemed to be able to manipulate other secret puppet demon spirits. With this thought in mind, he tried sending out a command in his mind. Sure enough, the moment he sent out the command in his mind, he realized that the other secret puppet demon spirits beside him all began to focus towards him. Line up in 3 rows. Joe Mo had a sudden thought in his mind and gave this command in his mind to these secret puppet demon spirits that were gathering around him. Then, he realized that these secret puppet demon spirit wild monsters, which were supposed to be spiritless, quickly trotted up and arranged themselves into 3 neat rows in front of him according to the idea in his mind. Looking at the hundreds of secret puppet demon spirits lined up in front of him, Joe Mo was a bit dazed for a moment. Amazing! He could actually command these secret puppet demon spirits. And other than these hundreds of secret puppet demon spirits, he could sense that there were more secret puppet demon spirits coming at his command. In the end, as time passed, in front of him, a full 300 or so secret puppet demon spirits were arrayed. That was roughly all the secret puppet demon spirits within a radius of 100 meters. As a monarch-level secret puppet demon spirit, he was now probably able to manipulate secret puppet demon spirits within a radius of 100 meters. Those that were farther away were beyond his control range. Even so, Joe Mo was already satisfied. There were 300 secret puppet demon spirits, and among them, there were quite a few elite level, and even a leader level secret puppet demon spirit. This could already be considered a wild monster army. With such a wild monster army, if they attacked the players, I'm afraid that the top 3 guilds in the game would not be enough to look at. If one were to attack the human main city in the game, with this team of secret puppet demon spirits, would they be able to succeed? Unfortunately, even the now hesitant Joe Mo still retained a sober cognizance. He knew very well that since the game had progressed to this stage, allowing the wild monster community as a whole to invade other wild monster regions, it was impossible not to consider the matter of monsters attacking the city. Perhaps sooner or later, a powerful army of monsters could attack the human main city, but it was by no means something that he could do now. The large number of players that the human main city possessed was not to be mentioned, but the human NPCs that guarded the main city alone were by no means something that could be attacked by the 300 secret puppet demon spirits in this area. Although the main human city could not be attacked, the other wild monster areas were greatly possible. With this thought in mind, Joe Mo directly led these 300 secret puppet demon spirits towards the neighboring wild monster areas. Along the way, new secret puppet demon spirits joined his team. Until the end, Joe Mo realized that his current limit was to control 500 secret puppet demon spirits. Beyond 500, the other secret puppet demon spirits would no longer listen to his command. However, 500 secret puppet demon spirits were already enough. Joe Mo continued on. This time, his target was clear. It was the red rock monster area near the secret puppet demon spirit area. The starting level of the secret puppet demon spirit group was level 20, while the starting level of the red rock monster group was level 15. With the strength of the secret puppet demon spirit group, it was completely possible to beat the Red Rock monster group. Although he had a large number of his men, Joe Mo was still planning to pick the soft ones. All the way to the past, a large number of secret puppet demon spirits, like locusts crossing the border, but all players practicing in this area, as long as they were hit by the wild monster army, they would be directly crushed by the fate. Joe Mo realized that bringing a large army of secret puppet demon spirits to kill players was nothing short of a sweep. Moreover, the experience value of the players killed by the many secret puppet demon spirits under his command was returned to him in full. It was a pity that the number of players practicing in this area was indeed a bit less, so such a small amount of experience value could only be said to be dispensable to him. However, Jomo's heart was dissatisfied, and those players' hearts were even harder to explode. These people were only practicing leveling and fighting monsters peacefully, but they couldn't imagine a whole army of wild monsters rushing over. Charge over also. Even so, their own these people already know very well to avoid, stand aside to watch the show. However, it was unexpected that this wild monster army was so unreasonable, even the audience watching the show were not spared. On the game chat channel, a player cried without tears, "I'm not just playing a monster on the outskirts of the nightmare forest, but as a result, a whole bunch of secret puppet demon spirits rushed up to me and surrounded me." Speaking of which, being surrounded by a whole bunch of secret puppet demon spirits, have you guys ever had this kind of experience? Isn't it just a bunch of secret puppet demon spirits surrounding me? It's a normal thing. You don't know the secret puppet demon spirit split mirror image skill, right? Who are you kidding? Who doesn't know about the split mirror skill? I've been practicing in the secret puppet demon spirit area for so many days. Don't I still know that secret puppet demon spirits have the split mirror skill? This player was obviously somewhat violated. He got excited. Not 4 secret puppet demon spirits, not 6 secret puppet demon spirits, not 10 secret puppet demon spirits, not even 100 secret puppet demon spirits, it's hundreds of secret puppet demon spirits. Hundreds of secret puppet demon spirits surrounded like locusts. Have you guys ever experienced that? From his expression, everyone could probably feel some of his despair. On the chat channel, someone opened his mouth, "Hug old brother, heartache for old brother who was surrounded and abused by hundreds of secret puppet demon spirits." At this time, on the public chat channel, more and more players revealed their identities. "I'm showing my cards, I was actually there just now, and I'm also one of those being abused." It turned out that so many players had experienced this kind of thing. The player who had spoken first felt for a moment that what had happened to him wasn't so unacceptable. After all, the pain, if not just his own, then it seemed that this pain could be shared a bit. Then, in the next moment, everyone's focus changed a direction. "You guys, where is this mystic puppet demon spirit colony trying to go with its mass exodus?" A player who had been killed at the scene spoke, looking at the direction they're going. "I'm guessing that it's probably towards the Red Rock monster region." "Ha, the secret puppet demon spirit clan is going to battle the Red Rock monster clan? So explosive? Let's go, let's take a look. This kind of opportunity is very rare, we can't miss it." Along with these statements on the public chat channel, more and more players headed towards the Red Rock monster area. Chapter 131 Bronze Grudge Invasion. A large number of players headed towards the Red Rock monster area. Some of the players who were already practicing in the Red Rock monster area also received the news at this time, and stopped practicing and fighting monsters, looking towards the secret puppet demon spirit side. Of course they knew what happened to those players earlier, so they were all watching from afar, always ready to escape. Anyway, most of the secret puppet demon spirits were targeting the Monarch level Red Rock monsters, so as long as they didn't block their way, they wouldn't be able to attract their attacks. However, not only the players practicing in the Red Rock monster area, but also the players who had rushed over from other places had arrived, but there was still no sign of the secret puppet demon spirit's large troop. Not to mention the large army, not even a single secret puppet demon spirit had been seen. Some players became impatient. Is the information accurate? Are they really coming towards the Red Rock monster area? Yeah, if its destination isn't here, aren't we waiting in vain? At this time, a thief player rushed over from afar and shouted, "The secret puppet demon spirit army is really here, but I don't know why it's just standing at the junction of the 2 wild monster areas, and then it's not moving." These thief players had the sneak attack skill, so they consciously acted as scouts. At this time, they delivered unusual news to everyone. "Not moving?" A player frowned. Could it be that those secret puppet demon spirits are holding back some big moves? That would be overly cautious. It feels completely unnecessary. The level of this Red Rock monster's horde was already 5 levels lower than the secret puppet demon spirits, and the secret puppet demon spirit horde clearly has a big advantage. Right, and the Monarch level Red Rock monsters over here are still stupidly basking in the sun. they don't have the slightest sense of crisis at all. Honestly speaking, if the secret puppet demon spirit's large force attacked in, this would simply be a lopsided harvest. Not bad, not bad. As long as the secret puppet demon spirits attack in, I'm afraid we'll have one less type of practicing wild monster in the future. Listening to the various chats from the players on the chat channel, Joe Mo expressed his helplessness. The players were unanimous in their confidence in this secret puppet demon spirit clan of his, and he himself possessed equally strong confidence. However, he hadn't even imagined that his wishful thinking of invading the Red Rock Monster region would not work at all. The Red Rock Monster tribe starts at level 15, it is a tribe below level 20 and cannot be invaded. Please select a pack with a pack level of 20 or higher to invade. As he was about to lead his army into the Red Rock Monster area, the game system gave him this reminder. Damn it, that meant he had made a trip for nothing? Clans above level 20 could only invade, so did that mean that his own secret puppet demon spirit clan, whose starting level was only level 20, was the clan at the bottom of the pyramid? In other words, in this era where wild monsters could invade and attack each other, one's own secret puppet demon spirit tribe was the lowest level tribe, and one was actually the most vulnerable party? The game system was really having a grudge against itself. Then, the many players who came to watch the show watched as the large troop of secret puppet demon spirits stood at the junction for half a day, and then even returned home. What the hell? So they raised an army and came all the way here just to go through the motions? Joe Mo wasn't in the mood to pay attention to what these players were thinking. If it wasn't for the fact that these players were all standing in the Red Rock Monster area, he even wanted to clear these players out in the process. After all, it wasn't easy for him to make a trip, so how could he score some? Unfortunately, these players were so cunning that they just watched from afar and didn't come close at all. As Joe Mo gave the order for the numerous secret puppet demon spirits to turn around, a system announcement came out of nowhere. Monarch level bronze spiteful puppet leading the horde to invade the secret puppet demon spirit area. The game announcement just flatly stated a fact, but Joe Mo was instantly shocked beyond belief. Joe Mo? Numerous players. No wonder the secret puppet demon spirit is hitting the road. It turns out that the lair is going to be terminated. This bronze spiteful puppet is a bit of a chicken thief, taking advantage of the secret puppet demon spirit's large army to sneak in and attack someone else's large rear. Go and take a look, see if this secret puppet demon spirit can hold out. Let's go together, I feel it's up in the air. After all, the bronze spiteful puppet has a high level, and the starting level of the group is 25, which is much better than the secret puppet demon spirit's level 20. At this moment, Joe Mo no longer had the heart to listen to the many players talk nonsense, and directly led the troops back towards the secret puppet demon spirit area. According to the game system's hints, there were two conditions for dividing the winners and losers in an attack battle between wild monsters. First, if the clan's monarch level died, and no new monarch level was born within a short period of time, then that clan's wild monsters would be judged as defeated, the region occupied, and the clan wiped out. Secondly, even if the monarch level leader of the pack was still alive, if 90% of the pack was exterminated, then the pack would be judged to have failed, the region would be occupied and the pack would be wiped out. Joe Mo was now worried about the second point. Although he had brought 500 secret puppet demon spirits with him, in fact, to the entire secret puppet demon spirit community, these 500 secret puppet demon spirits were not even 1/10 of the total number of secret puppet demon spirits. If he didn't step up his efforts to go back, by the time those pitiful secret puppet demon spirits in his base camp were swept away, he was afraid that he would lose his shelter. As for whether he would still exist after the secret puppet demon spirit race was exterminated, that was unclear. But Joe Mo was definitely not willing to try such a thing. He directly led the secret puppet demon spirit hordes, turned around and flew away. The large number of players were hanging far behind, neither leaving nor approaching. Something like this kind of thing where two wild monster clans were fighting, since the game had opened, it had never been encountered at all, a rare opportunity that could never be missed. With many players following him, Joe Mo led the army back to the secret puppet demon spirit area. In this area, there was still no sign of the bronze grudge puppet invasion. Joe Mo frowned slightly as he continued onward. Since it was the bronze grudge puppet invasion, then it was assumed that they should be at the junction of the bronze grudge puppet area and the secret puppet demon spirit area right now. Joe Mo's thought was not wrong. When he led the large group of secret puppet demon spirits to his destination, he saw a large group of bronze grudge puppets from afar. If it was usual, bronze spiteful puppets would never appear in this area. In the game's settings, every kind of wild monster would only move around in its own area, never leaving the area of its own group. Only now, it was obvious that the game progression was different. Now that the game progression had changed, the bronze grievance wild monster was able to enter the secret puppet demon spirit area. In the middle of Jomo's gaze, a tall bronze spiteful puppet, leading hundreds of bronze spiteful puppets, was massacring the secret puppet demon spirit clan. That was precisely the Monarch level leader of the bronze grudge puppet community. The bronze spiteful puppets were already of a higher rank than the secret puppet demon spirits, and with a Monarch rank leading them, it was simply a lopsided battle as they swept their way over. Even though the large number of secret puppet demon spirits were moved to counterattack, they still had no way to stop them and fell under the bronze spiteful puppets' offense. Jomo's face was unsightly as he issued a command in his heart, and 500 secret puppet demon spirits rushed out along with him. Although the bronze spiteful puppets were strong, since they had already invaded, they had to fight. In this situation, retreating would no longer solve the problem. Chapter 132 Grudge Spear Throw. Jomo charged up ahead of the others. Although that bronze grievance colony was of a higher level, he was not afraid in his heart. He had a clear perception of himself. Although he was a Monarch rank of the secret puppet demon spirit clan, he was not necessarily inferior to a Monarch rank bronze grievance puppet. Because, he himself was a special Monarch rank. With the Monarch scythe, and himself transformed from a player, his attributes were actually far superior to ordinary Monarch class secret puppet demon spirits. Before attacking, Jomo had already taken a step ahead and looked at his attribute panel to sort out his thoughts. Name, Jomo. Race, Secret Puppet Demon Spirit Monarch. Level, 29. Life value, 120,000 12,000. Magic value, 16800 16800 Magic value, 16800 16800. Physical attack power, 960 full strength bonus, force. Magic attack power, 740. Physical defense, 560. Magic defense, 510 Magic defense, 510. Jomo asked himself, his current attributes, even compared to a Monarch grade bronze spiteful, were not even close. Moreover, on top of that, he had the Monarch scythe. This was what set him apart from other Monarch level wild monsters, and where he felt the backbone to face other Monarch levels head on. Having upgraded to level 29, he had also leveled his puppet camouflage skill to the highest level of LV10, in addition to his LV10 puppet mirror image skill. Puppet mirror image LV10 creates 9 mirrors targeting yourself. Mirrors have 100% of their own abilities, duration 240 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Before rushing up, he directly used the puppet mirror image skill, and in an instant, 9 mirror images appeared. A total of 10 Monarch level secret puppet demon spirits rushed forward. In front of him, no matter how many bronze grievances were in the way, they fell like straw under the sweep of the 10 Monarch scythes. By now, Jomo, who possessed the LV10 puppet mirror image skill, had almost become a one-man army. 2,563. 2,563. 2,563. In an instant, several Monarch scythes were swung down, and the bronze spiteful puppets in front of him directly turned into a pile of broken copper pieces on the ground. Kill bronze spiteful puppet, experience value plus 125. Kill bronze spiteful dolls, experience value plus 125. The sudden beep sounded, startling Jomo. As a wild monster, he was already used to killing wild monsters without experience value. Usually, it was when he was disguised as a player that he was able to gain the experience value of a wild monster, but now that he was clearly not in his disguised form, he even gained experience value. In other words, after the change in the game's progression, wild monsters were able to gain experience value from killing each other? For Jomo, this was good news. After all, if killing wild monsters in their usual state could also gain experience value, then he would have a lot more time to practice leveling, and wouldn't have to limit himself to just those few hours of camouflage time every day. Jomo's slaying of normal grade bronze spitefuls like mowing down grass had clearly attracted the attention of the opposite side's Monarch grade bronze spitefuls. Only to see the distant Monarch level bronze spiteful doll look up and look this way, the short bronze spear in its hand was raised high and then shot towards Jomo like a bolt of lightning. Jomo only felt a flash of bronze-colored light, and that bronze short spear had already arrived in front of him, directly attacking between his chest cavities. Strike! 3,560. Jomo was shocked. With his current defense, there was in fact no way for an ordinary bronze spiteful puppet to break through the defense, but it was unthinkable that this Monarch-grade bronze spiteful puppet had dealt over 3,000 damage to himself in a single casual strike. After advancing to the Monarch level, his own defense plus the defense of the Monarch scythe, and then counting the treasure hunter title bonus, Jomo's physical defense had now reached more than 1,600 points. Logically speaking, with such a terrifying defense, even the attack power of a Monarch-level bronze spiteful doll might not be able to break his defense. After all, even for a Monarch-class bronze spiteful doll, its base attack power should not exceed 1,600 points. Unless, the short spear throwing strike just now was a skill with an extremely strong attack percentage. Jomo was thinking about this in his heart, but he saw that along with the attack of that Monarch-grade bronze spiteful, the other bronze spitefuls also raised their short spears in their hands and threw them towards Jomo. At one time, hundreds of short bronze spears flew out of their hands and flew towards Jomo. With such speed, Jomo could not dodge even if he wanted to. He didn't think of dodging either. As a Monarch-level secret puppet demonic spirit, he naturally had his own methods. Only to see the 9 mirror image doppelgangers around him move at the same time, instantly surrounding his body and surrounding his main body in the center. Bronze short spears fell like rain. 1. 256. 276. 232. 1. 658. In an instant, a large number of damage numbers jumped up. All of these bronze short spears attacked the mirror image split on the outside. The short spears thrown by the ordinary grade bronze spiteful puppets didn't even manage to break the defense of the mirror image, but only caused the mandatory 1 damage. The elite level bronze spiteful puppets, on the other hand, could deal over 200 damage with a stronger attack. As for the leader grade bronze spiteful puppets, the bronze short spear was thrown over and was able to deal 600 to 700 points of damage to Jomo's mirror image doppelganger. Jomo didn't know what these bronze spiteful doll's short spear throws were, but some individual players on the game chat channel were able to know. This is the bronze spiteful puppet's spiteful spear throwing skill that was just added to the game database. Not bad, I saw it too, the official database has just been updated. This is the bronze spiteful doll's main attack skill, it can deal 300% physical attacks. This bronze spiteful puppet's level was already higher than the secret puppet demon spirit, and it's been updated with this kind of long-range sharp attack. I'm afraid the secret puppet demon spirit is going to be in bad shape. Not necessarily, the secret puppet demon spirit is able to split. Look at that Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit, it's very smart, it knows how to use split blocking to protect itself, it's not certain who the deer will die. Listening to the players' speeches on the public chat channel, Jomo came to a realization. It turned out that this short spear toss was a 300% ratio attack skill, so it was no wonder that it could break his defense. Even if that Monarch-class bronze spiteful puppet only had an attack of 1,000 or so, if it was combined with a skill that had a 300% attack ratio, it would naturally be able to inflict a considerable amount of damage on itself. Not only the Monarch-level bronze dolls, but also the leader-level and even elite-level bronze dolls, could also cause some damage to themselves. I just don't know what the cooldown time is for this so-called spite spear throwing skill. And if the bronze spiteful puppet had any other powerful skills. Jomo didn't have time to check on the official forums, he could only use his 9 mirror image doppelgangers to protect himself as he rushed towards the Monarch-level bronze spiteful doll. Compared to the bronze spiteful puppet, his own means of attack as a secret puppet demon spirit was close range, so naturally he had to find a way to get closer. As for the many bronze spiteful puppets that blocked the way, Jomo didn't leave any room for error at all, and directly swung the Monarch's scythe, cutting them down in a wide-open manner. Chapter 133. It had to be said that the bronze spiteful puppet's overall strength as a starting level 25 wild monster was superior to the secret puppet demon spirit. If Jomo was not counted as an exception. If you don't count Jomo as an exception, the battle between a normal level secret puppet demon spirit and a normal level bronze grievance spirit is basically one-sided. Ordinary level secret puppet demon spirits, the level of the puppet mirror image skill was not very high, and generally they could only split into 1 or 2 bodies. Moreover, these ordinary level secret puppet spirits could only split into 50% of their own attributes, so they couldn't support themselves for too long under the bronze spiteful puppet's attack. In addition to spite spear throwing, the bronze spite doll also had a close range attack skill called spite spear stabbing, which allowed it to perform multiple stabs in a split second. Compared to the secret puppet demon spirit group, the bronze spiteful puppet's attack method was completely different, and compared to the secret puppet demon spirit that didn't have explosive attack skills, the bronze spiteful puppet's explosive attack was very powerful. At this moment, Jomo was probably considered a tiger with a flock of sheep, his own bravery was incomparable, but the secret puppet demon spirits under his hands were weak to the point of not being able to do anything. Ordinary level secret puppet demon spirits were falling down one after another, and only elite level and leader level secret puppet demon spirits could barely hold on. However, the bronze spiteful puppet clan was also not short of elite and leader levels, and facing these elite and leader levels, the secret puppet demon spirit clan was also not in an advantageous position. Joe Mo clearly felt that the secret puppet demon spirits under his hand were getting fewer and fewer. However, this was after all a secret puppet demon spirit area, and Joe Mo was in a favorable position. The secret puppet demon spirits under Joe Mo's hands were getting fewer and fewer, but while Joe Mo gave orders in his heart, an endless stream of secret puppet demon spirits came in response to his orders. However, Joe Mo was well aware that this was just an illusion. The bronze spiteful puppet was the invading party, and if the Monarch level bronze spiteful puppet did not fall, this offensive battle would not end. At this moment, Joe Mo's heart finally made a decision. The secret puppet demon spirit group was definitely not as strong as the bronze grievance puppet group, so if his side wanted to win, everything would rest on his own Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit. The mirror image doppelgangers around him had already been killed by 2, and the remaining 7 doppelgangers were not in a full-blooded state. Joe Mo fiercely gritted his teeth and once again utilized the puppet mirror image skill. Instantly, Joe Mo's many mirror image doppelgangers shuddered and suddenly disappeared without a trace. In its place, 9 new mirror avatars appeared, standing around Joe Mo's body. Joe Mo did not stop, then used the rarely used puppet hold disabled skill. Puppet Embrace Disability LV1 summons a mirror idol to return to your body, gaining all of the recovered mirror's life value and 20% of its attribute panel. Puppet Embrace Disability cannot be used again until Puppet Mirror Idol is lifted. The moment Joe Mo used this skill, the 9 newly appeared mirror image bilocations trembled violently once again, and then like phantoms, like swallows returning to their nests, they flew into Joe Mo's body. As the 9 mirror image doppelgangers disappeared, Joe Mo only felt a warmth in his body, and then an unprecedentedly powerful feeling filled his entire heart cavity. Joe Mo knew what he was doing, but the other player generals watching the battle did not. A new discussion had begun on the chat channel. What is this Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit doing? Why did he cancel his mirror image detachment? Yeah, mirror split was originally a unique means for the secret puppet demon spirit to distinguish itself from other wild monsters. It's giving it up instead. What is it thinking? Who knows, this Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit might be having a brain wart. I guess so, it might be the game system setting. After all, the secret puppet demon spirit horde level is lower than the bronze spiteful puppets. Maybe the game itself has set it so that they can't win. If that's the case, then it's no fun. I was thinking of watching the following grudge. How can there be so many following grudges? Save it all, the results will be out soon. Go back to shuffle off after reading this. Amidst the gazes of the many players, the opposite side of the Monarch level bronze spiteful puppet once again initiated its summoning, and in an instant, endless bronze short spears crossed the space and fell towards the Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit's body. The many players stared wide-eyed, watching carefully. Now without the protection of the 9 mirror image doppelgangers, the Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit would have to face this torrential downpour of bronze spears on its own. Would it really be able to sustain itself? As the target of these bronze spears, Joe Mo, who was a Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit, smiled faintly at this time. The bronze spears that filled his eyes were already approaching, but he didn't dodge or avoid them. As a matter of fact, it was useless to dodge. With such coverage, he could not dodge anywhere. Consecutive sounds rang out as hundreds of bronze grudge puppets fell onto Joe Mo's body. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. A large number of damage numbers jumped up, obscuring the eyes. Numerous players almost fell through their glasses. These terrifying hundreds of short spear casting strikes couldn't even break the defense of that Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit. The hundreds of short spear casting strikes only caused a few hundred points of damage value, and could not even knock off the blood skin of that Monarch level secret puppet demon spirit, and it automatically recovered in the blink of an eye. Joe Mo sighed in his heart as he felt how powerful he was now. At first glance, Puppet Cuddle Cripple seemed a bit weak, but when used in conjunction with the LV10 Puppet Mirror Image skill, it was surprisingly powerful. At this moment, each of his mirror image bilocations provided him with 20% of his attribute panel. With 9 mirror image bilocations, his attribute panel had increased by 180%, and now his attribute panel was already 280% of the original one, which was almost 3 times as much. Under the state of playing puppet holding disabled, Joe Mo's physical defense had reached a terrifying 600 plus points, and even the bronze spiteful puppet's spiteful spear throwing attacks, which was an explosive skill that could inflict 300% of the attack, still couldn't break through his defenses. The bronze grievance spear throwing skill is still unable to break his defense. In the midst of the click-click sound, the Monarch-level bronze spiteful puppet slowly raised the bronze spear in its hand. In the next moment, a short bronze spear flew like lightning and struck Jomo's body. Blast! 368. The Monarch-grade bronze spiteful puppet was truly extraordinary. With Jomo's current defense, it still dealt more than 300 points of damage to Jomo despite triggering the blast effect. However, at this moment, Jomo had used playing puppet holding disabled, and his blood level was incredibly high, so a mere 300 points of damage could not even be considered as scratching an itch. At this moment, the other secret puppet demon spirits were falling in large numbers, but Jomo wasn't worried in the slightest. He weighed the Monarch scythe in his hand and lightly swung it. 8,967. 8,967. 8,967. The large number of bronze puppets in front of him instantly fell. With the addition of playing puppet holding disabled, his attack power had reached almost 9,000 points, and his attack on these bronze puppets was a complete second kill. Jomo's gaze was cold, and he had already landed on the distant Monarch-level bronze spiteful puppets. Although the duration of playing puppet holding mutilation was only 2 minutes, it must have been enough. Chapter 134 Clan Advancement. In front of him, a large number of bronze spiteful puppets raised their short spears and stabbed at Jomo. However, Jomo just slowly stepped forward and casually swung the Monarch scythe in his hand, and the bronze spiteful puppets fell down as if they were mowing the grass. With his current attack of close to 9,000 points, ordinary bronze spiteful puppets couldn't hold up in front of him for even a moment, and even the elite and leader level ones were only swung a few more times. As the bronze spiteful puppets fell in pieces, Jomo moved forward and had already walked in front of the Monarch-level bronze spiteful puppets. The short bronze spear in the hands of the Monarch-level bronze grudge puppet violently stabbed towards him. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. A series of 8 stabbing strikes pierced Jomo's body, but could not break his defense. Although Spiteful Spear Strike was also an explosive attack skill, it was a multiple attack that could strike 8 times in a split second. However, for Jomo, whose defense had been increased to a terrifying level, this kind of multiple attacks were the last thing he was afraid of. Jomo simply ignored these attacks and swung out the Monarch scythe in his hand. The scythe kill skill had already been turned on at this time, and the Monarch scythe slashed at the opponent's body twice in a row. Ignored defense. 8,967. 7,524. But with just 2 gentle swings, it had already knocked out more than 16,000 points of the opponent's blood. The blood level of the Monarch-class bronze spiteful doll dropped a bit. Based on the extent of the blood drop, Jomo roughly surmised that this Monarch-grade bronze spiteful puppet's blood level was around 120,000 to 130,000, about the same as his Monarch-grade self. As a secret puppet demon spirit, Jomo didn't have any explosive skills, he just proceeded to raise the Monarch scythe and slash after slash. So the scene became funny, 2 Monarch-level wild monsters, standing face to face, you poking me, I slashing you, wooden to the core. The bronze spiteful skills looked sharper, but Jomo's attribute panel was stronger. The Monarch-level bronze spiteful puppet was only able to break through the defense when it used its spiteful spear throwing strike, dealing hundreds of points of damage to Jomo. On the other hand, Jomo's every attack could deal thousands of points of damage to it. If he was lucky enough to trigger special effects such as strike and ignore defense, the damage value would be even more terrifying. In just a moment, the blood level of the Monarch-level bronze grievance had already fallen to half, directly triggering the colony guardian and summoning a large number of henchmen. However, this had no effect on Jomo, as the Monarch scythe in his hand was still attacking one by one. A few more seconds passed, and the blood level of the Monarch-level bronze spiteful fell to 20%, directly triggering the berserk state. The many players in the distance watched in horror. They had never seen a boss fight so easily. The Monarch-level bronze spiteful, the current extremely powerful boss, was actually hit with the berserk state in less than half a minute. On the chat channel, the shocked players started discussing again. That secret puppet demon spirit, is it really a wild monster group a few levels lower than the bronze spiteful puppets? Yeah, why does it look like it's clearly the Monarch-level secret puppet demon spirit that's hanging onto the Monarch-level bronze spiteful puppet right now? Maybe it's a wild monster mutation, all the other secret puppet demon spirits are at a disadvantage against the bronze grudge puppet, and only this Monarch-level secret puppet demon spirit has bucked the trend. Right, this Monarch-class secret puppet demon spirit might be a wild monster that has undergone a mutation, and its strength has already transcended the secret puppet demon spirit as a group. In that case, it seems that this battle, the higher ranked bronze grudge puppet side, is going to be cool? No, it's already cool. As this player's words fell, the distant Monarch class bronze spiteful doll hissed and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of rotten copper pieces. Even if it had entered a berserk state, in front of Jomo, it was still not enough to look at. At this time, with the demise of the Monarch level bronze spiteful, the other bronze spitefuls that came with it also hissed and fell to the ground, all of them turning into broken pieces of copper. The many players were startled, but at this time, a game announcement was sent out. Bronze Grievance Colony's invasion of the secret puppet demon spirit region has failed. Monarch level bronze grievance dolls have been annihilated. From now on, the bronze grievance dolls are extinct, and their area is occupied by the secret puppet demon spirit group. The secret puppet spirit group's level is increased by 5, and their starting level is increased to 25. And at this time, on the chat channel, there were players who happened to be practicing in the bronze grudge area who spoke up. "I'll go, I was just practicing in fighting monsters in the bronze spiteful puppet area, and while I was fighting, the wild monsters on the side all changed, from bronze spiteful puppets to secret puppet demon spirits." So magical? The bronze grievance area is full of secret puppet demon spirit monsters? Doesn't that mean that there won't be any bronze grievances in the future? Not to mention that the players were surprised. At this time, Jomo, ever since he killed the Monarch level bronze spiteful, there had been a game system alert sound going on and on. End of clan attack battle. Killed Monarch level bronze spiteful doll, obtained bronze short spear precious treasure. Hearing this beep, Jomo was startled. Luckily, the game system did not send out an announcement that he had obtained a new precious equipment. He understood after a slight thought. It seemed that because he was currently in the form of a wild monster, obtaining a precious equipment would not be on the game announcement. Otherwise, if all the other players saw that the Monarch class bronze spiteful puppet was killed by a Monarch class secret puppet demon spirit, and it turned out to be Jomo who got the equipment drop, then there would be a big problem. Since this was no longer a problem, Jomo continued to pay attention to the next beep. Killed a Monarch level bronze spiteful doll and 1, current starting level of the tribe has been raised to 25. The tribe area has expanded, the original bronze spiteful doll has been raised to 25. Clan area expanded, former bronze spiteful doll area incorporated into the clan habitat. The tribe gains a random skill from the bronze grievance tribe. The tribe has successfully acquired a bronze grievance tribe skill. The current skill is spear throwing. If you kill a Monarch class bronze grievance, you will receive an additional attribute point of +9. Kill a Monarch level bronze spiteful, gain an extra skill point +3. Current racial level cap +5. Open the evolution icon. The current evolution icon, all lighted, will be able to start a new advancement. There was so much information that Jomo's mind was a bit confused. However, he was able to grasp the key points, and the evolutionary illustration seemed to be the most important of them all, relating to his next advancement. He couldn't wait to open the evolutionary illustrations to have a look. However, before that, there were a lot of players surrounding him, which was a bit eye-catching. It wasn't their fault for watching the fun, but if they saw it on their own bodies, then they could only blame their bad luck. At this moment, Jomo directly lifted the puppet holding disabled skill, and once again used the puppet mirror image skill. In an instant, there were 9 more mirror image doppelgangers standing beside him. He internally gave instructions to his group, and then, raising the Monarch scythe in his hand, he used the dull grievance spear strike skill that he had just acquired. In an instant, a short bronze spear appeared in the hands of all the secret puppet demon spirits within a radius of a few hundred meters, and they raised it at the same time and threw it outwards. The target was the many players watching from the surrounding area. Chapter 135 Evolutionary Illustrations. One moment, the many players were praising the secret puppet demon spirit community for being very powerful, but the next moment, they saw the short spears that filled their eyes flying over. Players who could avoid long-range attacks were still a minority. The flying speed of the short spears was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye, they had already landed in the group of players. Numerous players called out as countless damage numbers jumped up. 243. 265. 225. 765. 723. 1233. The short spear throws only dealt over 200 points of damage for an ordinary level secret puppet demon spirit, but an elite level secret puppet demon spirit was able to deal 700 to 800 points of damage, and as for the leader level secret puppet demon spirit, it was able to throw out thousands of damage. Each attack might not be fatal to a player, but when hit by a dozen or so short spears at the same time, the situation would not be the same. A large number of players hooted and turned into white light. paying the price for this time of eating and watching. As for the short spears thrown by Jomo and the 9 mirror image doppelgangers, they were even more terrifying. 9,035. 9,124. 8,975. 9,352. There were 10 short spears, and each of them dealt around 9,000 points of damage. The 300% damage puppet grievance spear throw was this terrifying. No matter what profession, as long as they were hit by these short spears, they would be killed in seconds. After all, those who were watching the show were all first-turn players, and there were no second-turn players like Dragonfly. Of course, even if it was a second-turn player like Dragonfly, facing this rain of short spears, it was estimated that they would not be spared. In an instant, the many players who were watching the show from afar were almost emptied, leaving behind soul points of light all over the ground. After these soul spots all chose to go back to the city to resurrect, and the players who were lucky enough to escape also retreated at great speed, this area became clear. While Jomo was here, the experience value gained beeps kept brushing. Killed player XXX, experience value plus 120. Kill player XXX, experience value plus 120. Kill player XXX, experience value plus 125. Kill player XXX, experience value plus 130. Kill player XXX, experience value plus 130. Kill player XXX, experience value plus 120. Kill player XXX, experience value plus 125. Kill player XXX, experience value plus 130. Kill player XXX, experience value plus 130. Not only the players killed by himself and his mirror image doppelganger, but also the players killed by the other secret puppet demon spirits, the experience value was also counted on him. Currently, he has 68,545 96,000 experience. Just such a wild monster invasion battle, as well as just clearing out those munchers, had provided him with tens of thousands of experience points in one go. If it wasn't for the fact that there was too much upgrade experience needed between level 29 and 30, he was afraid that he would have upgraded again by this time. And as the melon-eating players retreated at this time, he didn't bother to continue chasing after them, and directly led the secret puppet demon spirit army back to the center of the region. Waiting for all the dust to settle, he finally had the time to open the panel, observing the evolution atlas that had just been opened. Only to see the evolution icon, there are all kinds of information such as tree-like diagram distribution. In the upper side of the tree, there are already 2 branches in the state of lighting. In addition to these 2 branches, the other branches were still in a gray state, and the information was also unknown. The 2 branches that were already lit up, the information on one was Scarecrow and the information on the other was Secret Puppet Magic Spirit. Jomo clicked on the Scarecrow branch, and realized that his attribute information from when he was a Scarecrow could all be viewed, and all of the Scarecrow's skill information was also clear. On the Scarecrow branch, there was also an option to switch the current race. Looking at the surrounding area without any silhouettes, Jomo found a hidden place and tried to touch the switch current race option. At the next moment, Jomo felt a strange change in his body, and then looked down at his own body and realized that he had transformed into a Scarecrow after a long time. Jomo was startled in his heart and hastily opened the attribute panel. Name, Jomo. Race, Scarecrow Monarch. Level, 29. Life value, 120,000. Magic value, 16800 magic value, 16800. Physical attack power, 960 full strength bonus. Magic attack power, 740. Physical defense, 560. Magic defense, 510 magic defense, 510. Aside from the change in race to Scarecrow, it seems that the attributes such as blood defense and even attack power are all unchanged. If that's the case, it seems like there's no real effect other than a skin change. Jomo didn't want to believe that the evolution atlas was such a trivial thing, and then opened the skill panel. At this point, he finally realized the difference. In his skill panel, the skills of the original secret puppet demon spirit had disappeared, and in its place was the long-lost Scarecrow skill. Of course, the play puppet spiteful spear throwing that he had obtained from killing the Monarch level bronze spiteful puppet earlier was also in the skill panel. However, theater puppet spite spear throwing had become Scarecrow spite spear throwing at this time. Flock crow pecking, Jomo's most commonly used skill at that time, was now placed together with strawman spite spear throwing as one of the 2 skills in the skill panel. Compared to the secret puppet demon spirit, the skills of the Scarecrow race did seem to be a bit less. However, Jomo pondered a little and was relieved. Scarecrows were, after all, novice village wild monsters, and as the lowest level wild monster race in this game, it was normal for them to have fewer skills. In addition to that, Joe Emo realized that in his skill panel, the skill points that he had already used were also returned. In other words, the current self could re-add skill points again. The current him, at level 29, should have had 27 skill points, and with the 3 points rewarded from annihilating the Bronze Grievance colony, the current him had 30 skill points. He didn't care, he directly added crow pecking and grudge spear throwing to full level. With that, there were still 12 skill points left. It was really helpless to have too few skills. After adding points, he took a closer look at the attributes of the fully leveled skills. After all, when he was a Scarecrow, he had never seen the LV10 crow pecking, and he had just acquired that spiteful spear throwing skill, but he hadn't leveled it up due to a lack of skill points. All of this was now solved. There were even skill points left over, so it had to be said that the world was a strange place. Flock Crow Pecking LV10 consumes 150 mana, summons a flock of crows to peck at a target, inflicting a total of 4100% pecking damage to a small range of targets, with a 100% chance of inflicting a hemorrhaging effect, deducting 15 points from your life value per second for 20 seconds, stackable. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Just after seeing the Flock Crow Peck skill, Joe Emo already froze and didn't even remember to look further. LV10 Crow Pecking, its power was far beyond Jomo's expectations. At this time, in the nearby area chat channel, a player suddenly raised this question. Amazing, I actually saw a Scarecrow in the secret puppet magic spirit area, am I blind? Chapter 136, Old Friend. In the chat channel of the nearby area, there were surprisingly players saying that they had seen a Scarecrow. Joe Emo was startled and looked around, but he didn't find any players at all. Before he transformed into his Scarecrow form, he had also confirmed that there weren't any players in the vicinity, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to be so bold. But unexpectedly, he was still discovered. Could that person be hiding thousands of meters away? At this moment, on the regional chat channel, another player spoke. Just blow it off, how could a Scarecrow appear in the secret puppet magic spirit area? That's right, although wild monsters can now invade other wild monster areas, the Scarecrow area is in the novice village, and the secret puppet spirit area is 100,000 miles away, so how could it be possible to get there? And even if you can get there, how can a Scarecrow, the lowest level wild monster with a starting level of 1, invade a secret puppet spirit with a starting level of more than 20? Could it be that the game official is just like you, his brain is out of order? On the regional chat channel, various players were making all sorts of taunts at the player from earlier, and it looked like they simply didn't believe what that player was saying. Although he was the person involved in the incident, after hearing the conversations of these players, Joe Emo couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Such a thing, even if one took the initiative to say it, I'm afraid that no one might believe it. As for the player from earlier, he was obviously annoyed by the other taunts as well. He said coldly, "You guys wait, I'll record the footage and post it on the forums, let's see what else you have to say." Record the video, how are you going to record it? You're not serious, brother. Jokes are good for everyone to have fun, there's no need to be serious. Right, it wouldn't be cost effective to put yourself on the spot. The previous player snorted coldly, I naturally have my way, I'm a thief, I'll sneak stealthily in front of that Scarecrow right now, when I take a picture with it, you guys will have nothing to say. Alright, enough talk, I'm ready to start recording, you guys just have the last 3 seconds left to maintain your ignorant taunts. 3, 2. However, before he could shout the word one in his throat, he saw crows flying around him. The flock seemed endless, dark crows that obscured his vision fluttered around him and pecked at him. In fact, he had seen those Scarecrows in the novice village and participated in the hunting activities of the Monarch level Scarecrows, and he had a full impression of the swarm of crows pecking move. At that time, because of his low level, the Monarch level crow pecking was a devastating threat to him. However, he asked himself if he had leveled up over the past period of time, left the novice village, and changed into new equipment. If he were to face the Monarch level Scarecrow again, he would be able to beat him. However, he didn't expect that after he leveled up, when he faced the flock of crows again, the devastating threat and the feeling of despair had not diminished at all. It was as if he had just entered the game not long ago, and had returned to the novice village to face the Monarch level Scarecrow, which was known as the Nightmare of Novices, once again. 2856. 2856. A large number of damage numbers jumped up, clearly overflowing with damage. In fact, after just 2 pecks, his blood bar had already cleared and turned into a white light. Successfully killed player, call me the strongest backwave, experience value plus 125. Listening to the tone of the experience value gained, Joe slightly froze and seemed to have some impression of this name. If he remembered correctly, this player in front of him should have come out of the same novice village as himself. When he was in the newbie village, he should have also had some encounters with the other party. No, it might not be accurate to say that it was a fight. It should have been the same as now, and directly cleaned it up. It was unthinkable that a player who was only a few levels in the novice village at that time would have practiced to level 25 by now. It seemed that it wasn't just himself who was getting stronger. As he watched the other party being killed and turned into a soul light spot, Joe frowned slightly, somewhat unsure. Did the other party succeed in videotaping or not? Just now, he heard the message in the chat channel, and then blindly guessed and prejudged, and directly placed a flock of crows pecking into the open space in front of him, and perfectly killed the player who was in the subterranean strike stealth state in seconds. I don't know if the other player had time to videotape it. On the area chat channel, other players spoke up. Where's that backwave dude? Did he get the video yet? We're waiting. That's right, why is it mute? We're waiting for you to hit us in the face. Yes, quickly put the video on the forum, we go to you top posting to recognize the mistake. Call me the strongest backwave spoke with a black face, in a state of soul light points. Just now I didn't succeed in videotaping, I was just about to videotape when I was killed by that Scarecrow sneak attack, and now I'd become a soul light point with no videotaping privileges. And hearing his words, the other players burst into laughter. Ha, in order to round up this lie, buddy, you're a bit of a speller. It's true that there's nothing wrong with the saying to tell the next lie, you have to round it up with countless lies. Hey, no video is no video, we don't blame you, to make up such a big lie? That's right, but also by the Scarecrow seconds, newbie village Scarecrow even can kill 25 level players, scared me to death. You guys love to believe it or not, wait for me to be resurrected and come back, I always have to videotape success to shut you guys up. After saying that, call me the strongest backwave chose to go back to the city to resurrect. Watching the soul light point in front of him disappear, Joe let out a long breath and hurriedly switched back to the secret puppet demon spirit state from the evolutionary illustration. Just now, he had been careless and hadn't considered the fact that there was a thief stealth. However, the existence of the evolution atlas allowed him to discover more possibilities. LV10's crow pecking was very powerful and could make up for his lack of explosive skills. Unfortunately, when he was in the state of secret puppet demon spirit, he could only use the skills of the secret puppet demon spirit, and in fact, it wasn't that convenient to utilize them. However, there was one discovery that made him not so disappointed with the evolution atlas. After switching back to the state of secret puppet spirit, he realized that his skill points were reset again. In other words, he could choose his skill points again to cope with different occasions. As for the two branches of Scarecrow and Secret Puppet Spirit that were lit up in the evolutionary illustration tree, each provided him with some attribute bonuses. Scarecrow branch. Attack power +5 if normal Scarecrow level is lit. Lights up the elite Scarecrow level, attack power +10. Lights up the chief grade Scarecrow level, +20 attack power. Illuminated Monarch Scarecrow level, +40 to attack power. Secret Puppet Magic Spirit branch. Normal Scarecrow level lit, physical defense magic defense +10. Illuminated elite level, physical defense magic defense +20. Illuminated the chief level of the Secret Puppet Spirit, physical defense magic defense +40. Monarch level Secret Puppet Spirit is lit, physical defense magic defense +80. Joe nodded his head in satisfaction, although such a bonus was not very much for him now, but no matter what, it was better than nothing. Moreover, he could see that the further he went, the more powerful the additional attributes of the illuminated artifacts would be. Moreover, there were still many grayed out areas in the evolutionary atlas, which were functions that Joe had not touched for the time being. The possibilities that the evolutionary illustrated book could provide him with might be far beyond his imagination. Chapter 137 Guild War opens. Things changed very quickly. The day before the Bronze Grievance clan's invasion of the Secret Puppet Demon Spirit region was still being talked about, but on this day everyone's attention had already been attracted to another major event. The first guild battle, which had been warming up for half a month and had all the major guilds waiting to see what would happen, was today. At this moment, no matter if it was a large guild or a small guild, all of them were rubbing their fists. The so-called top 3 guilds like the Divine Battle Guild were confident in their guild's strength, but ultimately lacked an official recognition. If they won the first guild war, then the title of Great Guild would be well deserved. Moreover, the rewards of this guild war were very generous, and even the players of those big guilds were very eager. Not only could they build a reputation for their guild, they could also obtain rewards, so why not? As for the small guilds, that was even more needless to say. These rewards were naturally very valuable and desirable to the players of small guilds. It would be great if they could defeat those so-called big guilds and let their own small guilds rise to the top. The Four Seasons Guild was one of these small guilds in the eyes of other players. However, as one of the small guilds, the Four Seasons Guild was somewhat different in the eyes of many players. Although this Four Seasons Guild was small and could only accommodate a mere 20 members, there was something in it that made players care. Its guild leader was a former #1 fighter, so that was fine. After all, the fighter profession wasn't quite the same as other professions, and the rank of the first fighter at the time was quite a bit worse than other professions. However, the fact that this guild had a talent like treasure hunter Joe made everyone a little envious and jealous. A few days ago, the Four Seasons Guild had been raiding bosses like crazy, dropping treasure-level equipment like this, making players from other guilds red-eyed. Treasure hunter Joe could top half of a large guild. This was a common realization in the hearts of many guild leaders. And next, the Four Seasons Guild had also recruited a player named Dragonfly, which wasn't something that couldn't be accepted anymore. Although this Dragonfly was the game's first second-turn player, it was still understandable to have a talent like Treasure Hunter to attract a second-turn player. I really hope that we won't meet that Four Seasons Guild at the beginning of the elimination round. A certain small guild leader said so. As his deputy, the vice president of this small guild similarly nodded and strengthened his tone even more. No, not just the elimination rounds, I hope that we won't meet them until the finals. As for the next among the finals, the small guild's president and vice president both tacitly placed themselves in the runner-up position. Then, after getting the matchup list for the tournament, the head and vice president of the small guild were so excited that they almost jumped up. Ha, we didn't meet them. Haha, we're the European Emperor. By their side, the player who was also the president of a certain guild looked at them with cold eyes and said contemptuously, "What are you guys so blindly happy about? You guys don't think that Four Seasons Guild is just like you guys, merely signing up for a C-rank tournament, do you?" The head and vice president of that small guild were stunned. It turned out that it wasn't that he was lucky, it was only because the Four Seasons Guild hadn't signed up for a C-rank guild battle that his guild hadn't met the other side. The president of this small guild first froze, then became happy. That means that not only will we not be able to meet them in the elimination rounds, we won't even be able to meet them in the finals? The guild's vice president nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Not bad, that means we can still compete for the C-grade guild battle championship?" I knew that we're the Huang, we're sure to win this guild battle. The man on the side rolled his eyes. The small guild leader, who was immersed in joy, looked at the person who rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old Yellow, didn't your guild sign up for the B-rank guild war, and this time, it's time for you to meet the Four Seasons Guild? You guys should fend for yourselves." Old Yellow glanced at him and smiled coldly, "Sorry, I've got the list of matches, and it's impossible for me to meet that Four Seasons Guild." "What, Old Yellow, you're even that lucky too?" "Impossible, it doesn't exist, there's no way you're an Huang." In response to his friend's question, Old Yellow grunted, "You're overthinking it, that Four Seasons Guild didn't even sign up for a level B guild battle. There's no sign up for a C-level guild war, and there's no sign up for a B-level guild war, could it be that?" Old Yellow smiled coldly, "That's right, they signed up for a level A guild war." "That's too much of a drift, isn't it?" The small guild leader blinked, looking very shocked. "I admit that their strength is good, but signing up for a grade A guild war and comparing it to those big guilds, is there really any hope?" "Nonsense." Old Yellow said with a soft grunt, "Don't forget that the Four Seasons Guild still has a treasure hunter, Joe. That's a fierce man who single-handedly challenged the Divine Battle Guild." The small guild leader snorted, "Old Juan, unusual people don't understand, we are also in a guild, aren't we clear?" He smiled coldly, that Joe does have some discipline, but to say that he can single-handedly take on the entire Divine Battle Guild by himself, that's really a joke. At that time, he was just relying on the first-mover advantage of precious equipment to be able to support himself in front of the Divine Battle Guild, and now that all of the major guilds have also scored a lot of precious-level equipment, his advantage is no longer as great as it was before. Old Yellow didn't bother to argue with him, just skimmed his lips and said, "Let's wait and see. Anyway, I'm optimistic about this Four Seasons Guild, maybe it'll explode into a big cold game." The discussion of these players was naturally unclear to the crowd of the Four Seasons Guild. They were currently watching the guild battles match list. As the competition lists for the Grade A guild battle, the ones that appeared in them naturally wouldn't be those small, unsavory guilds. The ones that appeared in these lists were all large guilds that had been recognized by many players since the game's opening. Even if they weren't necessarily the top 3 guilds like the Divine Battle Guild, they were all at least rank 5 guilds or above. In comparison, the Four Seasons Guild, which was merely rank 1, seemed somewhat out of place. A rank 5 guild could hold 100 members, while a rank 1 guild could hold a mere 20 members. And according to the latest rules of this guild war, during the elimination rounds, guilds could have a maximum of 20 members. Rank 5 guilds could handpick and select the strongest 20 people to play in the tournament. As for the Four Seasons Guild, which only had rank 1, they didn't have to worry about how to select their members at all, and could just go into battle with their entire team. Looking at the list of matchups, Xia Shallow, who was the president, asked, "Do any of you know this guild, and how strong are they?" Chapter 138 The Great Gods Raiders. Hall of Gods. This was the guild on the list that the Four Seasons Guild would meet. Looking at this name, Joe Mo couldn't help but be startled. With a name like that, I'm afraid that this guild's strength isn't below that godly battle guild. Although there weren't many people in the Four Seasons Guild, there were people who were quite well informed. Immediately, there was a person who said, although the name of this temple of the gods is scary, it's actually still far worse than the 3 major guilds, and among the many guilds that have signed up for the ranked guilds, this temple of the gods is considered to be the weakest of the bunch. The weakest of the bunch? Then won't we be able to secure this one? Autumn Raya blinked and spoke out in a rare voice. Winter Night glanced at her, shook her head helplessly, and said, "You're overthinking it, our Four Seasons Guild is also in that weakest batch." Xia Shallow clapped her hands and said, "Alright, thinking too much is useless, the elimination match is about to start, everyone prepare for it." At this very moment, not far in front of him, a person coldly looked at Joe Mo in the crowd and said, "I hope that you guys don't fall in the elimination rounds, so that I can teach you a hard lesson in the next match." Joe Mo looked up and realized that this person was none other than the Divine Battle Guild's second team leader who had led his teammates to besiege him some time ago. He smiled faintly. "Didn't I make you cry last time?" The second team captain coldly looked at Joe Mo, then glanced at Xia Shallow next to him and slowly said, "You'll regret letting this guy join the guild. Divine Battle Guild wouldn't have been interested in a small guild like yours, it's just a pity that you've made an inappropriate decision." Xia Shallow looked at him calmly and said indifferently, "Just wait if you don't obey, if I can beat you up once, I can naturally beat you up a second time." The Divine Battle Guild's second team captain snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Because of what happened before, he was not having a good time in the guild, being sneered at by members of the guild's various teams every day, and desperately needed to fight another battle with Joe Mo and the others to do right by himself and the Divine Battle Guild. Waiting for the Divine Battle Guild's second team captain to leave, a man from the near side walked out, shook his head, and sighed, "You guys really don't have us in your sights, and you're just going to set up a battle later on with such conviction?" He looked at Xia Shallow and the others and said, "You guys don't really think that you'll be able to easily pass the elimination round, do you?" Looking at the Temple of Gods Guildmaster in front of him, Xia Shallow nodded seriously and said, "Aha." The Temple of Gods Guildmaster's face turned blue as he said coldly, "Alright, we'll see what happens in 5 minutes. 1 by 2, do you really think that our Hall of Gods doesn't exist anymore, not to mention the Four Seasons Guild, even the Divine War Guild, so what? After this guild war, it's still not clear who the real top 3 guilds are." 5 minutes seemed to have become a bit long at this time. Although the elimination match hadn't officially begun, as the first big tournament since the opening of the game, the live broadcast of this first guild battle had already begun to be synchronized and broadcasted on various platforms in the outside world. In a certain live broadcast platform, Roy, who had gradually gained some fame in recent times, also opened the live broadcast at the first time. "Hello babies, yes, it's me again, your cute and adorable little Roy. It's been a long time since the last Scarecrow big hunt, and there hasn't been such a much anticipated event. This guild battle is sure to be an even more exciting event, and Roy will definitely be following along the entire time, connecting the dots for everyone. Very well, the next one I'm going to connect to is the Dark Horse Guild of this guild war, the Four Seasons Guild. I've heard that their president is also a sister player, and was once the #1 fighter, truly a woman of honor. Let's take a look." "Hello, President Xia Shallow, may I ask if you're sure about this guild battle, and will the elimination tournament that will start soon be a hindrance to you?" Xia Shallow looked at Roy in front of him indifferently, with no intention of speaking. Roy was a little embarrassed and snorted. "It seems that our president Xia Shallow is not in a very good mood, perhaps the next elimination match is indeed a bit stressful." She then gave the camera to Joe Mo on the side. "Hee, isn't this an old friend Joe Mo? If I remember correctly, we should have come from the same novice village, right? I wonder if this counts as an old hometown in a way." Joe Mo looked at Roy in front of him with some amusement. This face anchor woman, he did have some impression of her. At that time, when he was still a Scarecrow, the other party had even very generously sent him experience value a few times, which was considered to provide some sustenance for his advancement. However, for Joe Mo, who wanted to keep a low profile in everything, he was not too willing to enter the camera too often. He reached out to stop him falsely, and with another hand, he pulled the dragonfly by his side over, and gave Roy a slight smile. Interview him, the game's first second-turn player know how to level up the fastest, and how to complete the transfer quests quickly. Aren't they all what everyone cares about the most? Ah, before that, I want to find out how your experience has been for a while since you got the title of Treasure Hunter? Is there any room for détente between you and the Divine Battle Guild? Joe Mo didn't even bother to pay attention to her and said, sorry, I still have things to do. After saying that, he directly walked off to the side. In fact, this was all just a pretext. The elimination match would start in a few minutes. Where would he have anything to be busy with at this time? Roy looked at Joe Mo, who was walking away, and then looked at the dragonfly in front of him, and for a while it was a little difficult to choose. Joe Mo was certainly the star player of the recent past and was very interesting to the viewers, but this dragonfly didn't seem to be bad either. As the first player to turn 2, the interest of the audience in the live broadcast room should not be low. If she was able to interview him, her popularity would surely rise much higher. So, she aimed the camera at Dragonfly and asked with a smile, hello Dragonfly God, I'm Roy, I'd like to ask how you leveled so fast, do you have any unique recipes? If you don't mind, can you share it with us? Dragonfly scratched his head, a little embarrassed, actually there's nothing special, just concentrate. Concentrate? Roy was a bit unable to understand and blinked. Can the Great Spirit say it more carefully? Can. Dragonfly nodded and said, it's just to concentrate on practicing leveling and fighting monsters every day except for the 5 hours necessary for sleeping and eating. Roy's heart shuddered. What about things like bathing and other body cleansing? Bathing? Dragonfly smiled coyly. Bathing does take quite a bit of time, so I've tried to minimize the number of times I do it, once a week, and it all counts towards those 5 hours. Roy was still not dead set on it, and asked again, what about the transfer task? There are some players who reflect that the transfer task is too difficult, very difficult to complete. Difficult? Dragonfly looked puzzled. No, it was quite easy when I did it, like the swordsman transfer quest. One of the rings has to find the lost iron sword in the maze. I just tried 43 times and found the right route. Roy looked deeply at the dragonfly in front of him, exhaled a breath, and forced a smile. Okay, thanks for the Dragonfly God's Guide, see you next time. Dragonfly, I still have some tips to share. Roy, great God, it's almost time for your match to begin, so I'll leave you to it. She said on one side and left at a brisk pace. Dragonfly had a puzzled look on her face. It's clearly 2 minutes away, where is it going to start? Chapter 139 Elimination Match. 5 minutes passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the elimination match to officially begin. The various guilds, but all the participants who would sign up, were all moved to the specialized competition grounds in this one instant. The competition grounds for the elimination match were unified, all of them were an open field with 2 sides of the city. The rules of the match were actually very simple. Both sides in the match had a guild flag. If the other side's guild flag was taken away and brought back to their own position, and then held on for another minute without being recaptured, then the match would be judged as a victory. In addition, there is also a simpler and more brutal way, that is to kill all of the other team's participants, and naturally, they will also be able to win the elimination match. Joe Mo still came disguised as a physician profession this time. However, after advancing to become a Monarch-level secret puppet demon spirit, his panel attributes were more than a tiny bit stronger compared to before. Although he knew that other players might not be able to pose a threat to him in a guild battle, Joe Mo was still fully prepared and came in his strongest form. Before using Puppet Disguise to disguise himself as a physician, he first used the Puppet Mirror Image skill, and then used the Puppet Cuddle Disability skill to raise his panel attributes to the current maximum. He raised his panel attributes to the current highest. After switching forms from the Evolution Atlas, his skill points were reset, and he reloaded his skills according to the current situation. The highest-ranked Puppet Mirror could create 9 mirror avatars with 100% of the original body's attributes. The highest level of Puppet Embrace Disabled can summon the mirror image to return to its own body, gaining all the life value of the recovered mirror image as well as 40% of its attribute panel. The highest level of Puppet Disguise can disguise itself as any profession of the same level, gaining 100% of the same level's profession's attributes and adding 50% of the original body's attributes. Unfortunately, the highest level of this Puppet Embrace Disability skill was only 5, and the highest level could only transform 40% of the attributes of the mirror image's doppelganger, which was a bit of a shortcoming. But even so, the current him was already a full 10 big boss. With the recovery of all 9 mirror image doppelgangers, he had gained 360% of his attributes, and with the attributes of his original body, in the secret puppet demon spirit state, his attributes were already 460% of his original attributes, which was so strong that it was terrifying. Even after transforming into a healer profession with puppet disguise, he still managed to inherit 230% of his original body's attributes. Together with the attributes of the level 29 physician profession and the attributes of the Monarch scythe, his attributes at the moment were completely crushing many players. Even the second-turn swordsman Dragonfly, who had already obtained 2 pieces of precious great equipment, was still not enough to look at compared to him. However, this was something that only Joe Mo himself knew for the time being. Xia Shallow and Dragonfly knew that he was strong, but would never know that he was this strong. In short, the current Joe Mo was ostensibly a physician player, but his attack power had already reached a terrifying 9000 plus points, and even a second-turn profession specializing in attack would never be able to match him. As for blood defense, it had likewise reached a level that today's players couldn't even think of. However, Joe Mo had some small concerns. He was so strong, there was a feeling that he was going to disrupt the balance of the game, and if he acted too out of character in the Guild War matches, I'm afraid that it would lead to unnecessary trouble again. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile in everything. Looking at Xia Shallow summoning the members to arrange the tactical plan, Joe Mo directly said, "Leave the flag to me, you guys don't worry about it, I can guarantee that they won't be able to grab our flag until the end of the match." Xia Shallow roughly knew that Joe Mo was very strong, and nodded at his words, saying, "Good, the others charge with me." Joe Mo laughed bitterly in his heart. Xia Shallow's so-called tactics were often so simple and rough, just one word, charge. But the simplest and crudest tactics were often the more difficult to defend against. Xia Shallow naturally had some basis for arranging such tactics. The Four Seasons Guild had gotten quite a lot of precious great equipment in the past few days, and had already improved a lot in terms of overall strength. Xia Shallow, who was the guild president, and Dragonfly, a second-turn player, were the front-runners of the sharp knives. First-turn fighter Xia Shallow, who possessed several pieces of precious equipment, and second-turn swordsman Dragonfly, who possessed 2 pieces of precious equipment, the 2 of them took the lead as the front edge of the sharp knives, charging towards the opposing side's position. The opposite side of the Temple of the Gods elected to participate in the members are the best in the guild, seeing the people of the Four Seasons Guild rushing, do not need to wait for the command, there are already archers bending their bows and arrows to shoot. The magicians in the team, naturally, had also started chanting incantations at the first opportunity, preparing to cast powerful magic attack skills. Although this was a flag capture battle, the simplest and most direct way to win was to effectively kill and injure the other party's living forces. The Four Seasons Guild side was also not lacking in long-range attack professions, and also began to counterattack at the same time. Xia Shallow and Dragonfly, who were at the front of the group, met the opponent's strikes at the very first moment. Several arrows flew and landed towards Xia Shallow's body, but Xia Shallow's figure deviated and had already leapt away to the side, avoiding the arrows. When Xia Shallow rushed out, Joe Mo had subconsciously added an acceleration technique to her, so that she could move swiftly, coupled with her own superhuman maneuvering skills, she was able to easily avoid the arrows. The Dragonfly, who was also at the front with Xia Shallow, didn't have Xia Shallow's ability to avoid the arrows. Moreover, because they rushed too fast, Joe Mo's acceleration technique didn't have time to cool down and didn't add acceleration technique to him. However, Dragonfly had his own way of dealing with the situation. His status skill, two-handed sword acceleration, had already been turned on, and the long sword in his hand was swung repeatedly, which had already cut down several arrows. However, there were a lot of arrows coming at him at the same time, and he was still hit by 2 of them. 102. 123. Dragonfly suddenly realized that the 2 arrows shot at his body did not hurt at all. Compared to when he had faced Joe Mo at that time, the large gang of enemies in front of him didn't seem to be able to put a corresponding pressure on him. Adding up to a mere 200 points of damage, it wasn't even worth mentioning in front of his 10,000 plus blood volume. Was this the power of precious great equipment? Dragonfly's heart was filled with a sense of grandeur. With 2 pieces of precious great equipment in his body, he felt that he could fight 10, no, 20. While he was sighing in his heart, Xia Shallow, who rushed out with him, had already rushed into the opposite side of the pile first. The acceleration technique was able to increase the movement speed by 100%, so the others really couldn't catch up. In just a few blinks of an eye, Xia Shallow was already standing next to the opposite side's flag. Thanks to Xia Shallow's powerful maneuvering skills, together with the acceleration technique, she dashed left and right, charging right through the gaps in the pile of people, and not a single person was able to stop her. "Stop her, don't let her take the flag away." The Temple of God's guildmaster shouted out with a face full of panic. Chapter 140 The Weakest. The president of the Hall of Gods shouted loudly, while Xia Xiaolo, who was already standing next to their guild flag, only smiled faintly. If I want to take the flag, who can stop me? She slowly raised her head and said slowly, moreover, who said I'm going to grab the flag? As she spoke, she had already moved away from the Temple of the Gods guild flag and struck a fist at a certain player beside her. It was just a random strike, not a skill, yet this one warrior player was like an enemy. Although he was also level 29, this warrior player was still in a heavy mood as he faced the former number 1 fighter. 1456. A damage number jumped up. Even the warrior player who had a very impressive defense looked a bit fragile in front of Xia Xiaolo, who now had several pieces of precious equipment in her possession. And after hitting that warrior player with a punch, Xia Xiaolo had already done a spin and turned behind the opponent. With both hands out, a complete backdrop was performed. 2786. 1238. After the backdrop, Xia Asahi gently added a small punch, and the warrior player directly turned into a soul light point. The first victim appeared after the start of the battle. Surround her, aim your long-range outputs, destroy her for me. The Temple of God's Guild was clearly enraged by this attitude of Xia Xiaolo, completely abandoning the others and only wanting to finish Xia Xiaolo off first. However, with equipment crushing coupled with operating skill crushing, the Xia Xiaolo nowadays wasn't afraid of crowds at all. Between charging left and right, 2 more people were lost to her. The second turn swordsman Dragonfly this time also made a merit, directly at Angry Sword Bridal Shoes chop hit, in front of the road in front of a player directly be killed in seconds, turned into white light. When the target of the attack was changed to other players, not Joe Mo, he finally found the confidence of a second turn player. It turned out that as a second turn swordsman, his output was still very powerful, and it wasn't like he was just scraping the bottom of the barrel when facing Joe Mo. Second turn players on top, the rest back off. The president of the Temple of Gods was in the center of the command, not messing up despite the rush. Although the Four Seasons Guild side was indeed very powerful with Xia Xiaolo and the second turn swordsman opening up the way, their own side also similarly had second turn players and would not be defeated. However, just as he shouted these words, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that there were magical skills flying towards him. It was as if endless storm arrows were flying from the sky to the side and falling towards where he was. It was none other than the Four Seasons Guild's Autumn Raya, who had already prepared arranged magic at this time, and launched it directly at the president of the Hall of Gods. In front of Autumn Raya, a large storm carousel with a diameter of a few meters had formed, and countless storm arrows flew out from it and flew forward. This was precisely arranged magic that Zhou Liang had mastered, the Storm Wind Plume Arrow. 398. 398. 398. With such arranged attack magic, it was simply impossible for the Temple of God's president to dodge all of them even if he had rushed to the side at the first opportunity. His physician teammates who were not far away had already cast recovery skills on him at the first opportunity. However, Autumn Cool's Storm Feather Arrow, the number of attacks is very high, and the damage of each attack is not low. Even if there is a physician to help add blood, he still cannot support, was directly hit into the blood. If this skill lasted a little longer, he would have to die directly. The output of the magician is certainly high, but how he did not expect, that is only a turn 1 magician, the output is surprisingly high to this extent, he almost had to turn over in the gutter. And at this time, Autumn Cool, in his heart, secretly called for pity. After possessing the necromantic staff precious treasure, her magical attack power had been greatly improved, and a ranged attack skill struck, almost directly collecting the other party's president. Thief, collect that mage. The president of the Temple of the Gods had palpitations in his heart and hurriedly roared in a low voice in the guild channel. However, at this time, Zhou Mo, who had been idly panicking, had already thrown a Eye of True Sight status directly onto Zhou Liang's body. Autumn Rang looked at the translucent figure not far in front of him and asked blankly, "Are you planning to sneak attack me?" Since the other party had already added the Eye of True Vision, the thief didn't bother to hide anymore, and directly sneered, "It's good that you know, just die." The corner of his mouth curled up, and he confidently pounced forward, striking out with a manifestation strike, and then he was already preparing to strike the cutting triple. The output ability of the magician was indeed strong, but the thief profession was also not bad at all, and in the case of close quarters, the magician was simply a piece of fish on the plate, completely impossible to have a chance to live. However, the next moment his eyes were wide open. 86. The subterranean strike skill's manifestation strike had only dealt double-digit damage to the brittle wizard. This was something that simply didn't make sense. He was a bit stunned, but he still swung his short sword in his hand in disbelief and used the cut skill again. Ignore defense. 75. 46. 46. 3 attacks, and even one that triggered the ignore defense special effect, finally broke into triple digits. While his heart was mourning his death, he finally noticed a strange light on the magician in front of him. Life chain. This was the damned skill possessed by those damned healer players. As a thief, he felt that the thing he hated most in his life was physicians. Whether it was healing, eye of true sight, or life chain, they were all disgusting skills. So, in a moment of enthusiasm, he attacked the annoying physician. Zhou Mo, who had promptly connected to Qiu Liang with his life chain and had taken 90% of the damage from the thief's attack, felt fine at this time. After all, just over 1,000 points of damage, in his opinion today, it was not a threat at all. Including this thief player who had a brain fart and rushed up to him, he was similarly not a threat. Zhou Mo smiled faintly and directly raised his Monarch scythe. Naturally, he had already attached the Eye of True Sight status to himself, so he could see the thief in front of him. Are you treasure hunter Zhou Mo? Seeing this oddly shaped weapon, the thief who had rushed up suddenly came to his senses. The treasure hunter was naturally very famous, and along with his scythe-shaped weapon, he was just as famous. Not bad, it's me. Zhou Mo smiled faintly and carried the Monarch scythe in his hand as he was about to charge out. However, a dozen arrows flew in and directly shot the thief player out of the hedgehog. In the guild chat channel, these archer players said very kindly, "You're a healer and a flag keeper, we'll definitely protect you." Looking at this thief who had turned into a sole point of light, Zhou Mo sighed helplessly. One shouldn't have added the Eye of True Sight to all of them. Seeing that the battle was nearing its end, he hadn't even had a chance to strike and kill the enemy. The informants in the guild were right, this Temple of the Gods, within the guilds that had signed up for the Great A Guild battle, was indeed the weakest of the bunch.